Lord of the Mysteries chapter 1275 to chapter 1332. A primitive island that the emperor chanced upon. The creatures on the island worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos. Without reaching the level of an angel, just understanding it will result in being corrupted by the cosmos. Try not to make a wish to the genie, and don't bring it to that primitive island. Admiral of Stars Xianxia finally received Mr. Fool's feedback. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she became even more worried about the Queen's exploration. She turned her head to look at the unresponsive magic wishing lamp and hurriedly put it away. Then, she spread out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and described the information she had just received in her own words, hoping to attract Queen Mystic Bernadette's attention. Bakeland, in a dilapidated apartment. A bearded man sat on a chair, his hands cuffed behind his back. Xiao, who had relied on her own strength to rise to the middle echelons of Mi9, stood in front of the man with two subordinates with a triangular blade in hand. She held a trident and said in a deep voice, "We already have enough witnesses and evidence to prove that you're one of the main organizers of this demonstration. If you wish to reduce your punishment, answer my questions honestly." Before Xiao could say a word, the bearded man felt an extremely powerful pressure. When she finished speaking, even his psyche trembled. It was as though electric currents were condensing in him, hiding a stabbing pain and numbness that could erupt at any moment. The bearded man endured the fear and weakness in his heart and said, "No one instigated me. No one is instructing me. I'm just doing what I want to do. Don't you know? All of Bakeland has become a barrel of gunpowder. Even a single spark can cause the entire city to explode. And there are countless people like me who can't tolerate it and are willing to take the risk. Those darn nobles and merchants have hoarded so much food, and there are already people starving to death in East Borough. Do whatever you want with me. I've never believed in the promises of those fellows." The reason why I agreed to end the demonstration was because everyone had received quite a bit of food. Xiao was just about to ask something when she suddenly turned her head and listened to the commotion in the distance. Rumbling sounds came from an unknown location. They were deep, hoarse, and rumbling. Fasak, Intis, or Fainapotter's army has broken through the blockade and begun attacking the Bakeland defense line? Xiao's expression turned heavy. In the forsaken land of the gods, after Klein returned to the real world, he immediately reached out to see if he could retrieve the magic wishing lamp from the fog of history. Soon, he confirmed that the sealed artifact numbered 0-05 couldn't be summoned. So it was related to the uniqueness, or perhaps the origin substance? In short, Genie is indeed a high-level existence that has been sealed. Its level is at least that of a king of angels. There's no way to use it at all. Klein exhaled and turned his attention back to hunting dark demonic wolf Kotar. He had made a lot of preparations during this period of time, and had also deliberated over the entire plan above the grey fog. However, Klein was not in a hurry to take action. He spent a lot of time inspecting the loopholes and patching up the imperfections. 2 to 3 days later, in the deep darkness of the desolate wilderness, Klein, who had disrupted the divination ahead of time, was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light as he reached out his right hand with a solemn expression and grabbed at the air. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the entire world. Klein then dragged out a figure. It was himself holding the illusory staff of the stars and the lantern. Right on the heels of that, his true body entered the fog of history and ran to a time before the first epoch, hiding in the layers of ancient cities. His historical void projection came to life as one of the terrain he had surveyed surfaced in his mind. Using the staff of the stars' powers, he directly teleported over. This place was very far from where his true body was. Even if there was a problem with the projection, no one would be able to lock on to the exact location of his true body's return to the real world. After looking around and taking in the scene of the dried riverbed and the monster-like boulder that stood in the depths of the darkness, Klein no longer maintained the staff of the stars' historical projection. With a shake of his right hand, it quickly faded away and vanished. After doing all of this, Klein walked to the boulder, put down the lantern, and chanted an honorific name in Jotun, the Lord of Darkness that exists with history, the embodiment of countless miracles, the god that wields wishes. This was the dark demonic wolf's honorific name that Klein had obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although the mythical creature might not still be using it and might have made certain changes to it, there was no doubt that it pointed to him in mysticism. Deep in the rolling mountains, in an ancient castle, giants, elves, humans, and vampires were working as gardeners, cooks, servants, and guards respectively. They all had different expressions on their faces, and when they met each other, they would whisper a few words to each other, appearing to be very lively and intelligent. However, when they returned to their rooms, they would immediately turn sluggish. Their eyes would no longer move, and their bodies would float up and hang from the ceiling. Deep in the castle, in a hall that could only be illuminated by the lightning outside the window, a huge figure lay quietly in the darkness. It was like a small mountain, its entire body covered in dark short fur. Its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes, and there was a tuft of grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its head looked like a magnified and distorted wolf. This was none other than the god of wishes, dark demonic wolf Kotar. Suddenly, the demonic wolf, which was even more exaggerated than a normal giant, raised its head. Every dark, short hair on its head shook, and all the servants in the castle followed suit and did the same. Kotar's eyes moved slightly as he turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. In the next second, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, summoning another him. Just as this dark demonic wolf appeared, Kotar's true body leaped into the grayish-white fog and ran to a particular historical spot of the second epoch. This was a secret history that he grasped. In the real world, the dark demonic wolf's historical void projection made a wish in an incomprehensible language. Then, his figure flashed as he directly moved to a mountain peak near the northern city of Noise. After making the corresponding preparations, the god of wishes let a dark, short hair fall off, turning into an illusory worm of spirit that expanded into a corresponding prayer point of light. With the help of this point of light, Kotar saw who was praying to him. It was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. He stood beside a glass lantern and softly chanted the honorific name of the god of wishes. The dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils darted around and saw that the young man's body was covered in a layer of grayish-white fog. There were things hidden in the fog that couldn't be seen clearly. As a sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway, this mythical creature could clearly sense that the fog was similar to the fog of history. It could sense that the items in the fog had a strong attraction towards him. Sapphira Castle? Kotar had heard some things from the demon wolf king, Fleegria, an ancient god, and instantly had a guess. Under this premise, he had ideas about what the young man was planning on doing, using Sapphira Castle to attract me and make me take the initiative to attack him before confirming my location. This is bait. Indeed, he's only a projection from the historical void. It's unknown which fragment his main body is hiding in, and it's unknown where the ambusher is hiding. Previously, there was an obvious anomaly in Sapphira Castle, but I controlled myself. I didn't attempt to search for the corresponding area or search for clues left behind. Why did they think that I would fall for it this time? It's just a simple attempt. If it doesn't work, I'll change to another method? Or is there something wrong with this prayer? Haha, I've lived for thousands of years and experienced so many things. What kind of situation haven't I seen? The best way to deal with it now is to ignore him and not spy on him. All I need to do is remember him. The dark demonic wolf quickly made a decision. He planned on observing for a while longer before extinguishing the prayer light. At this moment, he saw the young man open his mouth again. The eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light, you are the embodiment of order. The dark demonic wolf couldn't understand what the young man was trying to do. In this abandoned place, praying to other true deities was useless. In the next second, Klein chanted the honorific name of a god again, the Lord that created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the depraved nature of all living beings. The dark demonic wolf's pupils dilated slightly. It was confused by the actions of the human in the prayer light. Without waiting for he to make a guess, Klein chanted the third honorific name softly, the needle that fiddles with time, the shadow that roams through fate, the embodiment of deceit and mischief, Amon. He's praying to Amon. The dark demonic wolf no longer knew what he was up to. It instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately wanted to wipe away the corresponding prayer light. Suddenly, he saw the young man raise his head with a smile on his lips. He then took out a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. With just one prayer, Klein's historical void projection became an avatar of blasphemer Amon. Almost at the same time, the dark demonic wolf felt his gaze pass through the prayer light and look at him. Then, his gaze passed through him and his true body in the fog of history. Without any hesitation, he immediately extinguished the prayer light. As his true body melted away the gaze, he removed the maintenance of the historical projection. In the fog of history, in the layers of old cities, Klein suddenly stood up as a scene surfaced in his mind. A few seconds before this scene took shape, he had severed the connection between his true body and the historical void projection to prevent Amon from descending beside him. The baffling things he had done previously were mainly to confuse the dark demonic wolf, allowing him to continue observing after he realized that the prayer wasn't his true body, accumulating the amount of time he spent spying on Sapphira Castle. Finally, praying to Amon was to use the god of deceit's possible descent and influence to conceal Sapphira Castle's reverse corruption on the dark demonic wolf. If Amon didn't respond and only watched from the sidelines, Klein could also prepare a monocle and attempt to deceive the dark demonic wolf. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday in the depths of the undulating mountain range, in the ancient castle. As soon as dark demonic wolf Kotar returned from the fog of history, he instinctively cleared all his connections with the outside world. He was prepared to abandon this place and move elsewhere. Although he still hadn't figured out what had happened, his experience told him that he couldn't rely on luck. He had to retreat and give up when needed. At the same time, in the city of old, with a thought, Klein's figure instantly appeared in the ancient palace above the grey fog. He fused with the crimson figure that distorted and scattered at the fool's position and condensed. In this mysterious space, the crimson star that represented justice, the hanging man, the star, and the other members of the tarot was constantly expanding and contracting, producing layers of ripples that intertwined into a mighty tide. This was one of the preparations that Klein had made ahead of time. In the name of German Sparrow, he had used different reasons to get the members of the tarot to pray to Mr. Fool, asking this existence to relay certain answers and information to Mr. World. This way, the Crimson Star would resonate and affect Sapphira Castle, allowing it to summon the Fool to deal with it. This was one of the keys to Klein's escape from Amon. It could help him avoid the need to take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the incantations. He could directly enter Sapphira Castle without wasting any time. And in a battle at the level of an angel, the difference of a second might determine the final outcome. If Klein wanted to win, he had to consider every detail. After sitting on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool, Klein beckoned for the Staff of the Stars and the Sea God's Scepter as he observed the other changes in Sapphira Castle. In the grayish-white fog, there was an additional crimson spot of light. It was rapidly shrinking, and it wouldn't take long for it to disappear. Beside the Fool's seat, circles of light bloomed as though they were forming a pure passageway. On the crimson spot of light, a gigantic demonic wolf's figure could be vaguely seen. This was the result of Kotar's spying on Sapphira Castle. Over time, after gaining a certain level of understanding, he had unknowingly been corrupted. As a result, he had established a preliminary connection with Sapphira Castle. Of course, as an angel, as the god of wishes of the second epoch, he had enough status and ability to sever this level of connection and remove the corresponding corruption. If Klein couldn't grasp this second, he would once again lose track of the dark demonic wolf's whereabouts. And beside the Fool's seat, the circles of light reflected German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. Amon. It was unknown what loophole this blasphemer's avatar had used to slow down the speed at which Klein's historical void projection dissipated. Then, using the subtle relationship between him and his true body and Sapphira Castle, he attempted to directly invade the world above the grey fog when Sapphira Castle summoned him. As the halo spread out, German Sparrow's slender and powerful palm penetrated the barrier and suddenly reached into the ancient palace, as though he had opened an invisible door. Although Klein had long prepared for this and knew that Amon wouldn't be sent away that easily, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He was afraid that in the next second, his hand would hold the crystal monocle to his right eye. This was also something that had to be resolved in a second or two. Otherwise, the fate of Sapphira Castle would be a question mark. Without any hesitation, Klein made distorted and transparent worms of spirit drill out from the surface of his skin. They quickly gathered and formed another Klein. This Klein caught the sea god's scepter and stirred the power of Sapphire Castle. Under the augmentation of layers of invisible waves, the blue gems lit up, causing the violent bolts of lightning to form a silver-white sphere that rolled into the rippling circles of light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the palm that had penetrated Sapphire Castle instantly shattered and melted away. The spherical lightning that was filled with a destructive aura expanded outwards and descended into reality, enveloping the monocle-wearing German sparrow. This projection from the historical void had been barely maintained by using the loophole. After suffering such a blow, it could no longer maintain its state. All it could do was adjust the crystal monocle and shake its head regretfully as it watched its figure rapidly turn transparent and be shattered by the electric snakes. When a small portion of the worms of spirit responded to Amon's prayer, Klein's main body obtained the Staff of the Stars. He held the staff that was embedded with many gems and aimed the Grade 0 sealed artifact at the rapidly shrinking crimson spot of light. At the same time, a scene surfaced in his mind. The rubies, emeralds, sapphires, pearls, and diamonds on the Staff of the Stars lit up one after another. Gong, a distant bell chime seemed to traverse endless time as it echoed in the grayish-white fog and the crimson spot of light. In front of dark demonic Wolf Kotar, the darkness suddenly faded, revealing a huge stone wall clock. The wall clock was ancient and mottled. Its surface was divided into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol that represented a different time. At the core of the wall clock, there were 3 needles that seemed to be formed from worms of time. One was long, one was short, and one was medium. They were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This was the beyonder power of the Angel of Time, Amon. Klein had used the Staff of the Stars to recreate it. Typically speaking, a beyonder power at this level wasn't something that could be understood just by seeing it once or twice. It wasn't easy to record, but Klein wasn't fighting alone. During this period of time, he had frequently returned to Bakeland with the help of Miss Magician's summoning. He had gone to Leonard's place to directly converse with Pallas Zoroast, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge and beyonder details. Although Pallas had fallen to Sequence 2 and was unable to use the powers of the time domain, he still had his experience and knowledge. He hadn't lost it. Gong, on the ancient and mysterious stone wall clock, the second hand suddenly jumped, causing everything around dark demonic Wolf Kotar to slow down. Even the deep darkness seemed to freeze. This miracle invoker, who was about to completely sever his connection with the outside world and realize his wish to teleport far away, immediately froze on the spot for a brief moment. There was no doubt that the high-level beyonder powers that were recreated with the Staff of the Stars were quite different from the original version, but to Klein, the current effects were enough. Upon seeing that the dark demonic wolf was affected by the ancient wall clock, he immediately threw away the Staff of the Stars and allowed the worms of spirit that he had split out to fly back into his body. With a thought, Klein returned to the city of old before the first epoch. Then, holding a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light, he appeared in the desolate plains that were shrouded in darkness. He then grabbed forward with his right hand and successfully pulled out the projection of himself that was holding the Staff of the Stars. This method could effectively increase the success rate of summoning the Staff of the Stars, but it would clearly reduce the might of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, what was summoned was a historical projection of a historical projection. Of course, since he was in a race against time, it was very simple to make a choice. Klein's main body didn't enter the fog of history again. He reached out to grab himself by the shoulder and used the technique of dream divination to outline the feedback he had received from using Sapphire Castle to corrupt the dark demonic wolf. In the ancient castle, in the dark hall that didn't have any candles lit, the mountain-like demonic wolf stood up. 1. Detail after another was quickly filled in as Klein adjusted the specific situation according to the scene when the target was frozen. The corresponding gem on the black cane lit up. In Klein's mind, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly expanded and intertwined with reality, making it difficult to distinguish them. He descended into the ancient castle, into the dark hall, and in front of dark demonic Wolf Kotar, who was propping up his body with his 8 legs. He had finally officially met the god of wishes who had survived from the second epoch. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the fact that the dark demonic wolf had just escaped the influence of the ancient wall clock, Klein dispersed his historical void projection and took out an iron cigar case from his pocket before snapping it open. Inside the cigar case lay a gold ruan coin. The surface of the gold coin flashed, reflecting Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the preparations Klein had made ahead of time was to use the method he had used to bring Admiral of Blood Seigneur to bring Miss Messenger to the forsaken land of the gods. Rionette Tinker was undoubtedly a wraith, and an even more powerful wraith. She could also reside on the smooth surface of the gold coin. In addition, she was a spirit world creature, essentially a spirit. She could enter the world above the grey fog like Justice Audrey's spirit body and descend into the forsaken land of the gods. Due to these conditions, in order to not expose the secrets of Sapphira Castle and the fool's true identity, Klein first got Miss Messenger to possess the gold coin. Then, he used the iron cigar case to create layers of seals. Then, he sacrificed the item above the grey fog and used a bestowment ritual to bring it into the forsaken land of the gods. Of course, the premise of these actions was that Klein had the status and strength of a Sequence 2 angel in Sapphira Castle. Even if something went wrong with Rionette Tinker, he could still handle it. As for Rionette Tinker, because German Sparrow had just helped her retrieve a portion of her body, she happily agreed to this matter. Silently, Miss Messenger left the gold coin and appeared in the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf that occupied 3/4 of the space in her eyes. Wraith possession. Just as Rionette Tinker's figure appeared in dark demonic wolf Kotur's pupils, she left the window of the mind and expanded back to her original size. This meant that her wraith possession had failed. As for the dark demonic wolf's body, it rapidly shrank and thinned as it crazily absorbed the surrounding light, turning into a translucent black velvet curtain. This was an item that Klein had once seen in a dream divination. It had been spat out by the grayish-white fog and landed in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. It was suspected to be the Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries beyond or characteristic of the seer pathway. At that moment, it was unknown what powers the dark demonic wolf Kotar had used to dodge Rionette Tinker's wraith possession at the critical moment, allowing him to avoid the subsequent series of controls. The curtain immediately wrapped and released, causing the dark demonic wolf covered in dark short fur to appear in the originally empty spot. Rionette Tinker wasn't the slightest bit surprised by her failure. Seizing this opportunity, she made the blonde, red-eyed head in her hand spit out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Her other 3 heads respectively recited a word in ancient Hermes, Jotun, and Elvish, yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was immediately engulfed by the transparent flames, fusing with the void. Rionette Tinker's body swelled up as the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads flew up at the same time, landing on her empty neck and stacking together. In the blink of an eye, Miss Messenger had turned into a gigantic rag doll that could nearly tear through the dark demonic wolf's castle. She wore a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around it. Her eyes were scarlet like blood, and she didn't have any human aura. Dark demonic wolf Kotar didn't attempt to stop Rionette Tinker from borrowing strength from the past, nor did she immediately reveal her complete mythical creature form. She stomped her 8 feet on the ground, raised her neck, and let out a roar. The roar seemed to come from a higher level, containing words that were similar to Jotun. They made the curtain suddenly float up and instantly expand, covering the ancient castle from top to bottom. The curtain quickly turned transparent and fused with the building. It was as though it had never appeared and didn't affect him at all. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this place was already isolated from the outside world. To escape, he had to first break through the invisible barrier. In other words, the curtain turned the dark demonic wolf's castle into an independent kingdom. This was the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Having just failed once, Klein, who was planning to continue summoning angels to help him, had a flash of inspiration and instantly changed his mind. He reached into the void and pulled out another version of himself. It was the German Sparrow holding the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled his historical void projection and turned him into his marionette, distributing some worms of spirit to him. While he was busy with these matters, Rionette Tinker had already recovered to her peak state. Her bright red eyes reflected the 8-legged demonic wolf that was covered in dark short fur. With a flash of light, the dark demonic wolf turned into a white goat. However, outside the dark hall, a giant holding a broom suddenly squirmed and transformed into a demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead. At the instant he was cursed, Kotar, a miracle invoker, had switched places with his marionette. He opened his mouth again and let out a roar. This roar also contained many words that seemed to come from the source of Jotun. It spoke of a beautiful wish: "I want all the godhood here to dissipate." In the next second, as the god of wishes, the dark demonic wolf fulfilled his wish. Klein immediately felt his godhood being suppressed. The beyonder powers that involved godhood that originated from Scholar of Ur and Bizarro Sorcerer could no longer be used. Fortunately, the thing that maintained the historical void projection was spirituality. As long as the summoning was successful, it wouldn't be dispelled by the dark demonic wolf's wish. Similarly, as Klein had already turned his historical projection into a marionette and had transferred a portion of the worms of spirit over, he could still switch places with that projection. Apart from him, Rionette Tinker and Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar were also affected by the wish. Beyonder powers above Sequence 5 vanished into thin air, making it difficult for them to use them. Of course, be it the demonic wolf marionette that had turned into a goat or the gigantic ragdoll Rionette Tinker, there were no changes in their states. What existed was reasonable, and it wouldn't be eliminated by the power of wishes. After making this wish, the dark demonic wolf arched his back and his body slightly arched as though he was about to engage in a melee with Klein and Rionette Tinker. At that moment, his body was like a hill, not much inferior to the castle-like ragdoll. He looked down at Klein coldly, as though he could crush him to death with a single claw. In addition, numerous marionettes in the castle surged over. Some of them were giants, elves, vampires, humans, and mutated monsters. A portion of them were originally Sequence 5, but now, they had Kotar's worms of spirit in their bodies. This also meant that in this special environment, they could all reach the level of Sequence 5. After the godhood dissipated, Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar's advantage became extremely obvious in this independent kingdom. Hundreds of Sequence 5s besieging two Sequence 5s. Furthermore, the Dark Demonic Wolf was immune to begin with. Even if he wasn't able to reveal his godhood, he had a massive body and terrifying strength. He was a creature that was good at combat. He wasn't on the same level as the weak human marionettist Klein. At this moment, Rionette Tinker's body, which was wearing a black gothic dress and wrapped in evil vines, suddenly turned incorporeal. She was first reflected on a floor-to-ceiling window before jumping into the dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils. He had once again attempted to possess a wraith. However, Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar swapped places with another marionette in a timely manner, preventing Rionette Tinker from successfully possessing his true body. Rionette Tinker wasn't discouraged. She continued using the glass windows, crystal lamps, eyeballs, and other media to constantly jump between marionettes in pursuit of the real Dark Demonic Wolf. The Dark Demonic Wolf relied on the numerous marionettes and the advantage of having his worms of spirit. He constantly switched places with different marionettes to prevent himself from being forcefully possessed by the ancient bane. While the two angels were entangled without any commotion, a large number of the Dark Demonic Wolf's marionettes had surrounded the two Kleins. The vampire's abyss shackles, the giant's storm of light, the elf's wind shackles and lightning arrows, the human psychic piercing and holy light summoning, as well as all sorts of beyonder powers, enveloped their targets one after another. Some of them controlled, some weakened, some attacked, and some purified. They worked extremely well together, allowing Klein to dodge a portion of them before he was completely drowned by the barrage of attacks. Plasma burst and light exploded. Klein's figure with the Staff of the Stars quickly outlined itself on the other side. At that critical moment, he had swapped places with his marionette in a timely manner. He imagined his traveling ability and used the Staff of the Stars to complete the teleportation. In this special situation, this was essentially the release of a record. After narrowly dodging this round of attacks, before Klein could catch his breath, he discovered that a marionette was controlling his spirit body threads. At the same time, a human marionette, under the influence of the Dark Demonic Wolf, extended his right hand and aimed at the miracle invoker's body. In the next second, the Dark Demonic Wolf swapped places with another marionette, and that marionette was forcefully possessed by Rionette Tinker. This way, the human marionette's right hand had become Rionette Tinker's target. The marionette clenched his fist tightly as he spun his wrist, stealing his target's next thought. Right on the heels of that, he jumped up and pounced onto a particular companion. Rionette Tinker, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing this, the dark demonic wolf immediately made a few marionettes spread their arms and summoned pure pillars of light that swirled with flames. Amidst the holy light, Wraith Rionette Tinker's body first melted to a certain extent. Following that, she relied on mirror jump to forcefully teleport to a glass window high above the castle, dodging the subsequent purification. In just a few seconds, she and Klein inevitably fell into a dangerous situation. The restricted environment, the place he had been operating in for a long period of time, and the God of Wishes' characteristics magnified dark demonic wolf Kotar's advantage to the extreme. If it were any other scholar of yore, there was only one problem they needed to consider: how to rely on Rionette Tinker to escape. However, Klein had his own trump card. Just as he pulled back the spirit body threads, he didn't hesitate to activate Sapphira Castle. His uniqueness in this aspect wasn't suppressed by the dark demonic wolf's wish. This was a level that even the seal of the Forsaken Land of the Gods couldn't isolate. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared. The ancient palace above the spirit world appeared indistinct. This brought about a slight tremor. A certain force followed the connection and shook the demonic wolf's castle, causing the black velvet-like translucent curtain to pop up a little, allowing the independent kingdom to fuse with reality to a certain extent. Seizing this opportunity, Klein opened his mouth and shouted a name in Jotun: Leotaro. Boom. 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 Hundreds of thick silver bolts of lightning descended out of thin air, striking dark demonic wolf Kotar's castle at the same time, turning it into a forest of lightning that emitted a powerful aura of destruction. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 3 days of January. Yes, I'll update tomorrow. Boom. 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 The silver bolts of lightning that were as thick as giant snakes struck the translucent black velvet curtain, causing it to shake violently and distort. Seizing this gap, Rionette Tinker's figure reflected in the castle's glass jumped back into Klein's pocket, returning to the surface of the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. The prepared Klein raised his right arm and calmly aimed the staff of the stars at the floor tiles of the hall. A scene surfaced in his mind, one that represented a particular beyonder power of a druid. The ground beneath Klein's feet immediately softened, turning into a swamp, causing his body to sink as though he had fallen into the sea. Underground sneak. Rumble. At the same time the swamp solidified, the translucent black velvet curtain could no longer withstand the baptism of the lightning storm. It suddenly shrank into a ball and fell back into the castle. The thousands of thick bolts of lightning were no longer obstructed as they blanketed the ancient castle like a torrential rain. The tower collapsed and the hall shattered. One marionette after another was as weak as phantoms under the lightning strikes. They were instantly charred black and cracked, turning to ashes. By the time the silver that illuminated the entire mountain calmed down, dark demonic wolf Kotar's castle had been completely reduced to ruins. Many places were even burning with scarlet flames. Klein immediately emerged from the bottom of a deep pit and saw the demonic wolf covered in dark short fur not far away do the same thing. With the 3 druids and the marionettes, he successfully hid underground and avoided the lightning bombardment. And at that moment, the independent kingdom created by the curtain had completely collapsed, but the wish made by the dark demonic wolf hadn't completely faded. The return of godhood still needed some time. Without any hesitation, both parties engaged in an intense battle once again. Kotar made the curtain that had shrunk into a ball fly up and drape it over his body, so as to prevent the wraith from forcefully possessing him. After all, he only had 3 marionettes left. Of course, this way, he wouldn't be able to switch positions with the marionettes. At the same time, Rionette Tinker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and floated towards the 8-legged demonic wolf. His arms suddenly expanded, and short gray hair grew on the back of his hands. His nails became long, sharp, and strong. Werewolf transformation, this evil thing that resembled a rag doll turned into a gigantic werewolf. It constantly moved at high speeds, brandishing its sharp claws as it engaged in an intense battle with the mountain-like dark demonic wolf. Amidst the clashing sounds, Klein was attacked by Kotar's remaining 3 marionettes. One of them raised his head and roared, letting his short brown hair burst through his clothes. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear that was as tall as 2 people. One squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground, while the other raised his right hand and pulled his hair down. At this moment, a tide of crimson flames gushed out of Klein's clothes and instantly engulfed him. His figure immediately appeared in a clump of flames beside him. Then, he jumped out, raised his cane, and charged straight at the gigantic brown bear. And where he was originally at, dark green mutated vines pierced through the ground and grew crazily, stirring the remnant flames in the middle. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap, the gigantic brown bear didn't back down. With heavy footsteps, it charged at Klein like a high-speed steam locomotive. It opened its arms in an attempt to give him a passionate hug, one that could crush all his bones and squeeze his chest together. Tap, tap. Tap, Klein, whose black trench coat fluttered backward, similarly didn't back down. Just as he was about to collide with the gigantic brown bear. Suddenly, he exerted strength with his left foot and twisted his waist, forcefully leaping up and flying diagonally above the brown bear. Paw, when the two intersected, Klein swung his black cane down and struck the brown bear in the shoulder. Normally, such an attack wouldn't be able to harm the thick-furred brown bear, but Klein was using the Staff of the Stars. Its physical attacks would produce random mutations or all kinds of strange effects. Of course, under the suppression of the God of Wishes, these mutations and effects wouldn't exceed the equivalent of a sequence 4 beyond her power. Paw, amidst the echo of the cane's strike, the gigantic brown bear split diagonally from its shoulder. The headless half of it moved more than 10 meters away, while the remaining part remained in its original spot. Whoosh! The brown bear's organs and blood flowed to the ground, creating a rather horrifying scene. However, the brown bear wasn't dead yet. His two halves squirmed as he struggled to stabilize his center of gravity and continue attacking. As a marionette, he was essentially dead. Such damage wasn't much. At this moment, Klein had already jumped behind the brown bear, his feet on the ground. Another wave of scarlet flames gushed out and engulfed his figure. A flame that was about to be extinguished soared up as Klein leaped out and arrived near the marionette who had his palms pressed on the ground. Wearing a silk top hat, he ran past and waved his cane to the side without turning his head. Paw, the marionette's body emitted golden flames as his figure instantly vanished. A stream of flame soared into the sky as the marionette jumped down. However, the golden flames didn't extinguish as they quickly burned him to ashes. Klein didn't even look over as he rushed in front of the marionette who had plucked out a handful of hair. The marionette immediately threw out the hair in his hand. These strands of hair burned on their own, emitting a raven-black gas that alerted Klein's spirituality. Poison, a poison with unknown effects. With a creak, Klein relied on his clown powers to forcefully stop. Using his body's inertia, he extended his black cane forward. In his mind, all sorts of thoughts frantically reorganized themselves, quickly forming a scene. Before this operation, Klein had sought Miss Justice's help to perform a certain level of hypnosis on himself. It made it so that when he was subconsciously thinking, his brain wouldn't be able to form a picture. Only a single thought would resonate, and he had to actively control it to construct a scene. This allowed him to use the Staff of the Stars for a longer period of time without being affected by the negative effects. As for the drawbacks of such a way of thinking, Klein felt that it was bearable under the predetermined conditions. Silently, the gem embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up. A pure, blinding, and holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the raven-black gas and the corresponding marionette. The poison quickly melted under the burning of the sun. It was the same for the marionette. While Klein's eyes still had the remnant glow, his body instinctively turned around and aimed the Staff of the Stars at the brown bear that had split into two. Silver-white lightning flashed as the two halves of the brown bear's body finally collapsed, unable to get up again. In just a few seconds, Klein had finished off the remaining marionettes of the dark demonic wolf. After the abnormality in Sapphira Castle, be it him or the God of Wishes, time had become abnormally tight. No one was willing to delay because it wouldn't be long before the true creator, Angel of Time Amon, and the other high-level existences of the forsaken land of the gods would descend. Upon seeing this, dark demonic Wolf Kotor's body suddenly trembled as he threw out the translucent velvet curtain. The curtain first vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing behind Klein. Just as his spirituality sensed it, it enveloped him and enveloped him. Klein's vision immediately darkened as he felt his thoughts suddenly turn sluggish. One by one, the spirit body threads were inoculated onto the curtain. He attempted to use flaming jump, soften his bones, and use the staff of the stars, but he was unable to succeed due to this abnormal state. The black velvet curtain wrapped tighter and tighter, causing Klein's eyes, nose, and mouth to protrude, as though it was about to create a brand new person. Rionette Tinker immediately jumped and appeared on the translucent curtain, forcing it to separate from Klein's body and move to the other side. The dark demonic wolf took the opportunity to raise its neck and let out a roar. The curtain stood up as though it had become a cloak draped over an invisible person. A terrifying suction force was born from it, causing Klein and Rionette Tinker's spirit body threads to float over uncontrollably. If they didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers, it might only take 3 to 4 seconds for their spirit body threads to fuse with the cloak, and they would become its marionette. Thankfully, Klein was a marionettist himself. He immediately focused and controlled his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads. Learning from Zeradal's method, he made them circle around him and return to their original positions, forming one circle after another. Roar! The dark demonic wolf spat out a blob of air, causing it to blast at Klein like a cannonball. As he was focused on controlling his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads, Klein could only barely dodge. Just as he was about to be hit, Rionette Tinker floated over and stood in front of him. Boom! Rionette Tinker's blonde hair scattered down as a few of the evil vines that wrapped around her body snapped. The dark demonic wolf's subsequent actions didn't stop. Taking advantage of the curtain crazily pulling at the target's spirit body threads, it launched attack after attack at Klein, forcing Rionette Tinker to forcefully block it. This made this tough ancient bane falter under the attacks of the claws, air blobs, and flames. Obvious wounds appeared on her body, making it seem like she couldn't last much longer. At this critical moment, as he controlled his spirit body threads to resist the curtain's attraction, he reached into his pocket in a sluggish manner and took out another iron cigar case. The seal was removed and the box opened. Inside lay a gold coin. There was also a wraith on the surface of the gold coin. This was a blurry female wraith. It was a true undead creature, not a wraith of the mutant pathway. It was the strongest trump card that Klein had prepared. Previously, as he was in an independent state that wasn't connected to the outside world, he didn't use it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the desired effects. Only when the curtain attacked him and Miss Messenger did he feel that his opportunity had arrived. As the box opened, the wraith suddenly jumped onto the surface of a glass fragment. There were black, illusory tubes on her body that extended into infinity. It was unknown where they connected to. This was the symbol of artificial death. And artificial death was now equivalent to the Evernight Goddess. This trump card of Klein's was to replicate the Evernight Goddess's use of the God of Glory, Bladdle's corpse, to destroy Amon's attempt to snatch Sapphira Castle. For this, he deliberately found a wraith monster in the forsaken land of the gods and imprisoned it, placing it together with the white feathers that originated from the artificial death project that he had summoned from the fog of history. Through Klein's repeated experiments and his special trip back to Bakelin to pray, the wraith finally established a certain connection with artificial death, allowing the Evernight Goddess to use it to exert a relatively low level of influence. P.S. Additional updates at 7 p.m. seeking monthly votes. The dark demonic wolf that was attacking Rionette Tinker seemed to sense something as it slowed down and turned its head to look at the wraith that had just appeared. His pupils, which occupied 2/3 of his eyes, suddenly dilated as though he had caught a whiff of a familiar and dangerous aura. In the blink of an eye, the wraith raised his arms. The surrounding power of wishes dissipated at a faster speed as godhood began to return, reaching the level of sequence 4. As for the soil beneath the dark demonic wolf's feet, pale white and illusory arms protruded out. They were densely packed like a forest as they grabbed Kotar's 8 legs, causing this miracle invoker to fall into a cold and deathly stillness. He was temporarily unable to escape. Using this opportunity, Rionette Tinker, who had turned slightly sluggish due to the control of her spirit body threads, turned incorporeal and vanished. In the dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils, the figure of Miss Messenger, who had long blonde hair and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, suddenly appeared, completing the possession. Kotar, the god of wishes, immediately stiffened as though he had degenerated from a creature into a puppet. He attempted to influence Rionette Tinker's spirit body threads to resist the wraith's possession, but he would be interrupted by the pale white and cold arms produced by the female wraith from time to time, making it difficult for him to succeed. Upon seeing this, Klein maintained his spirit body threads to form a circle as he slowly raised the staff of the stars, aiming it at the black velvet curtain that had transformed into a cloak. He constructed a scene in his mind. The surrounding darkness suddenly flowed as though it contained an unimaginable secret. Illusory candlelight lit up in such an environment, illuminating a long table with flesh and blood placed on it. On both sides of the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures held the flesh and blood as they devoured it hungrily. In the next second, the 3 figures turned their heads at the same time and cast their gazes at the translucent black velvet curtain. The curtain's crazy suction force came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in its cloak form, as though it had momentarily forgotten who it was, which side it belonged to, and what it should do. Feast of Betrayal, Fairy Tale Magic, Feast of Betrayal. What Klein had just used was a fairy tale magic from Catlia. It was called Feast of Betrayal. Its effect was to temporarily awaken the items in the target's hands or give them sentience, making them betray the target. This was a Beyonder power at the sequence 4 level, so he couldn't use it under the suppression of the power of wishes. At the same time, because the spell that the Staff of the Stars reproduced was still quite different from the original, and the curtain didn't have much malice towards the dark demonic wolf, it only appeared confused and didn't launch a crazy attack on its master. As soon as Klein got rid of the influence of this curtain, he immediately snapped his fingers and let the crimson flames engulf him. An instant later, his figure, wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat, appeared in a cluster of flames beside the dark demonic wolf. The scarlet flame rose up and turned into a stream of flames, allowing Klein to jump out easily. Then, he bent his back slightly and charged at the gigantic demonic wolf with the Staff of the Stars in hand. Tap. Tap, tap. Klein ran faster and faster, as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. And what welcomed him was the dark demonic wolf barely raising its 2 front claws to break free from its bindings. Paw. Paw. Klein waved his black cane to his left and right, accurately hitting Kotur's 2 front claws, causing them to pause momentarily. At the same time, he lowered his body and passed over the 2 front claws, gliding to the space beneath the dark demonic wolf. Amidst the howling wind, Klein twisted his body in midair and stabbed upwards with the Staff of the Stars. With a poof, the black cane embedded with many gems pierced through the skin covered in dark demonic wolf's short fur and penetrated deep into its body, forcefully leaving behind an exaggerated wound. Whoosh, dark black and red blood gushed out like a flood, spewing towards Klein with the intense corrosive effect of a mythical creature. But at this moment, Klein had already flown out of the space beneath the dark demonic wolf, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. Suddenly, he heard an intermittent roar. It came from dark demonic wolf Kotar, who had been possessed by a wraith and found it difficult to move. Leo, Ro. Klein's gaze froze as the dark demonic wolf's mocking smile surfaced in his mind. He wasn't the only one who could stir the remnant divine powers. If he could, so could dark demonic wolf Kotar. Even if this miracle invoker didn't know that Wind Angel Leodoro had become the Lord of Storms, he naturally knew what to do with Klein's demonstration. Who couldn't do simple imitation? Boom. 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 The silver bolts of lightning were like torrents spewing out of a water pipe. They overlapped each other as they poured down on the ruins of the ancient castle, completely drowning all the figures. Klein didn't have the time to react. After hearing the first half of the sentence, he had already used his clown powers to forcefully twist his body. With a kick with his right foot, he returned beneath the dark demonic wolf. Rionette Tinker jumped onto the gold coin in his pocket. Right on the heels of that, Klein half knelt down and stabbed the Staff of the Stars into the ground. Boom. Boom. Boom, the massive lightning storm tore through everything it encountered along the way. By the time the terrifying lightning forest dissipated, the ancient castle that belonged to the dark demonic wolf couldn't even be considered a ruin. There were no traces of it left, only a charred crater. In the crater, paper figurines were blown up one after another and reduced to ashes. Silently, the soil that shimmered with the light of colored glass softened as Klein's charred palm reached out. With the dark demonic wolf suffering most of the damage, he had used paper figurine substitutes and underground stealth to barely survive. However, he could still vaguely smell the fragrance of roasted meat emanating from his body. After returning to the ground, Klein, who was dressed in tattered clothes, turned his gaze and took in the entire situation on the battlefield. the dark demonic wolf's remains were scattered everywhere. Its flesh was charred and lifeless, the curtain had curled up into a ball and fallen to the edge of the crater, motionless. The power of the wish had been completely cleared, and godhood had returned to this area. The wraith that had established a connection with artificial death had been destroyed. If it were any other beyonder, they might have believed that the dark demonic wolf had chosen to die with everyone. However, as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein, who had enjoyed the treatment of a miracle invoker in advance, had other thoughts flash through his mind. What's a miracle? Resurrection is a miracle. When the dark demonic wolf saw that something was amiss, it didn't hesitate to trigger divine punishment in an attempt to make everyone die together. Then, he could resurrect somewhere nearby. I almost used up my last resurrection. Klein had a plan for such matters. He immediately used a charm engraved with the Fool's patterns and used it to pray to Mr. Fool in front of Miss Messenger in his place. Then, with the summoning that hadn't dissipated from Sapphira Castle, he entered the world above the grey fog with a single thought. He used the prayer light's true vision to examine his surroundings and search for the resurrected dark demonic wolf. At this moment, Rionette Tinker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and appeared beside the curled curtain. It has a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic? That's right. The dark demonic wolf has one of the 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics when the Attendant of Mysteries is full. Normally speaking, the remaining Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic would also correspond to a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. As Miss Messenger spoke, Klein's spiritual intuition also sensed it. He confirmed her judgment and thought of Snake of Fate while Septon's answer. There were a total of 9 Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristics, but when the Attendant of Mysteries was full, the 3 sequence ones would definitely each have a sequence 2 characteristic. The remaining 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics belong to Zeridal, Antigonus, Magic Wishing Lamp, Curtainless Theater, The Last Banquet, and the Dark Demonic Wolf. Klein originally hoped to obtain the Dark Demonic Wolf's characteristic, but he never expected that the curtain not only had a sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, but it also had a sequence 2 Miracle Invoker characteristic, which was the one that had gone missing back then. From the looks of it, the reason for its disappearance was also because it was swallowed by the grey fog before being spat out. Do I still need to search for the resurrected dark demonic wolf? No, I don't know when the true creator and Amon will descend. Besides, I've already expended most of my preparations. As for the dark demonic wolf, it's still in perfect condition. It can make wishes, summon, and create miracles. Anyway, I've already achieved my goal. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked up and said to Miss Messenger, I'll put away this curtain. He gave up on the idea of chasing after the dark demonic wolf and planned on controlling the curtain while it was in a weakened state. Rionette Tinker nodded slightly and turned her head, casting her gaze at the charred remains of the dark demonic wolf. The remains immediately emitted a faint glow, either turning into white rabbits or goats. They were all the type that emitted rich meaty fragrance. In a hidden spot nearby, dark demonic wolf Kotor's body, which was covered in dark short fur, quickly condensed. He directly abandoned his original corpse and immediately made his wish and responded to himself. He moved to a distant spot and then ran off without looking back. This god of wishes didn't even consider the loss of the curtain. He didn't choose to resurrect on the spot because he hoped to use the curtain to hold back the fellow who was closely related to Evernight, so as to buy him more time to escape. To be able to survive from the second epoch until now, Kotar had relied on following his heart's wishes. He wouldn't be greedy when he shouldn't be. As the light flashed, the demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Klein didn't stop Miss Messenger from venting her anger. As he approached the curtain, he sighed inwardly. An angel is really difficult to kill, especially one from the seer pathway. As his thoughts raced, Klein was just about to drag his past self out to pick up the curtain when he suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. This aura was dark, filthy, and filled with depravity. It made Klein immediately associate it with the true creator. The curtain suddenly floated up and turned into a cloak once again. Inside the cloak, the deep darkness turned into a vortex as it emitted a buzzing sound. Mysteries. P.S. Monthly tickets for December have been added to the first update. Seeking monthly tickets on the last day and a half mysterious. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He subconsciously wanted to return to Sapphira Castle and leave the scene. However, no matter how his thoughts raced, his spirit body remained in his body without any changes. Hiss. This made Klein's teeth ache as he instinctively cast his gaze at Rionette Tinker. He saw that Miss Messenger had already floated over, looking like she was facing a terrifying enemy. As for the surrounding darkness, it froze like a lake that had encountered a bitter cold. There was no longer any lightning streaking across the sky. Mysterious. Klein found a little sense of security as he recalled the form of address he had just heard. This wasn't unfamiliar to him, but the last person to address him in such a manner was the ancient god of the sun from more than 2,000 years ago, the City of Silver's creator. Before he died, he had sensed Klein's divination and shouted through space that couldn't be crossed, "No way. The true creator is equivalent to the ancient god of the sun? No, he is only a sequence zero true god. He can't reach the level of the creator that I hypothesized." Furthermore, from Amon's attitude, the ancient god of the sun must have really perished. The true creator is the pitch-black infant that crawled out of the ancient god of the sun's stomach. He inherited a portion of the ancient god of the sun's characteristics and memories. He is a fallen body of this creator? Klein calmed his chaotic thoughts and stabilized his mental state, attempting to quickly find a solution to his current predicament. At this moment, inside the cloak formed by the curtain, the dark vortex spoke again, "Go to the giant king's court and meet Sassurer." This sentence echoed in Klein's mind before shrinking together in the form of illusory words. It was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black mucous membrane, turning into a strange seed. The seed then fell into Klein's body and spirit body, melting inside. Without waiting for Klein to respond, the dark vortex dissipated, and the cloak formed by the curtain lost its support and fell to the ground again. "The will that descended from the true creator has corroded a portion of my spirit body and flesh, forcing me to have no choice but to go to the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sassurer is sleeping." This is something that many deities pay attention to. After watching from the sidelines for a long time, the true creator finally found an opportunity to drive me to do it. Klein surveyed the area, summoned his past self, and picked up the curtain. Then, without hesitation, he said to Miss Messenger, "Let's leave now." The true creator had already sent a sliver of his will over, so would Amon be far away? In addition, Klein also attempted to seize the opportunity to enter the world above the grey fog and use the power of Sapphira Castle to remove the corruption he had suffered. All right. Rionette Tinker nodded, allowing the many Beyonder characteristics left behind in the crater ruins to fly over and be contained by her. According to her and Klein's prior agreement, half of the spoils of war other than the high-level items of the seer would belong to her. She would have the first pick. After all, when dealing with Shaman King Klarman, Klein had also received payment. As for the remaining half of the spoils of war, Klein planned on sacrificing it to the Evernight goddess as a form of gratitude. Regardless of whether the deity needed it or not, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. He still had to express his gratitude. After cleaning up the battlefield, Rionette Tinker entered the iron cigar case in Klein's pocket and possessed the surface of the gold coin. Klein didn't immediately seal it. He raised the staff of the stars and constructed a scene in his mind. It was one of the scenes he had memorized while surveying the terrain. As the gem flashed, his figure disappeared from the crater ruins and moved into the distance. After a few seconds, the air fluctuated as a tiny creature that was difficult to see with the naked eye crawled out. The creature rapidly expanded, turning into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and curled the corners of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "Finally, someone has to open that door." After 2 consecutive teleportations, Klein took out the iron cigar case that Miss Messenger was hiding in and used the staff of the stars to create several layers of seals, the kind that would be removed the moment he touched it. Right on the heels of that, he entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. Relying on his unanswered prayers, he instantly entered the world above the grey fog through the summoning of Sapphira Castle. As the roars and ravings echoed, he felt the corroded portion of his spirit body gather together and curl into a ball. After dissolving layer after layer, he managed to maintain his stability and didn't completely evaporate. Is this the power and level of a true deity? Yes, and it's a true deity who wields the domain of degeneration. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the fool and frowned as he observed his condition. The corrosion created by the true creator wasn't powerful. If they were to leave the protection of Klein's spirit body, they wouldn't be able to last long above the gray fog. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to directly enter Sapphira Castle. However, unless Klein planned on dying again, he wouldn't be able to bypass his spirit body and remove the corroded portions. With the help of divination and other abilities, Klein quickly figured out the various effects of the corrosion. It wouldn't mutate, nor would it send any information to the true creator, nor would it interfere with Klein's actions. It would only continue to exert guidance in the sense of mysticism, making Klein have no choice but to head to the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasher was sleeping. It's both mental and fate. When I become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I should be able to remove this corruption once I gain control of Sapphira Castle. However, if I want to become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I have to head to the giant king's court and open the door to that palace to help the City of Silver find a way out of the forsaken land of the gods. As Klein pondered, he revealed a bitter smile. Fortunately, this was something he was prepared to do, so it didn't burden him with any additional burdens. Following that, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix from the fog of history and attempted to use the power of Sapphira Castle to push it to purify his body of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the corroded portions of his body were similarly clumped together, preventing him from completely removing them. This also made him truly understand how terrifying a sequence 0 was. Unless I'm in a desperate situation, I can't pray to an evil god like the true creator. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. He sacrificed the curtain above the gray fog. It does contain an attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic and a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. There's even a scholar of your and a bizarre sorcerers. Its level is rather high. I can't directly shatter it with the power of Sapphira Castle that I can currently use. However, because this place seems to be at the highest level of the seer pathway, I can effectively suppress it. Through the accumulation of time, I can slowly melt and split it apart. The first thing to be split apart should be the attendant of mysteries characteristic. The rest can be used to concoct a potion. Yes, it doesn't have any living characteristics. The one I just summoned has already disappeared. Klein held the translucent black velvet curtain and looked at it repeatedly for a while. Then, he mobilized Sapphira Castle and conjured an iron pot that was boiling with invisible power. After staring at it for a few seconds, Klein threw the curtain into the iron pot and pressed the layers of seals onto it. In about 3 to 4 days, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic would be melted and decomposed. After throwing in the supplementary ingredients, it would belong to the Miracle Invoker potion, which included sequence 9 to sequence 2. Looking around, Klein raised his right hand and grabbed a piece of paper from the junk pile. This was one of his other preparations. He had spent a large amount of time in advance, paying the price of repeated failures to successfully summon 0-08 once. He used the quill to write down the reasonable reaction that the dark demonic wolf should have. This was to prevent the other party from not playing according to the rules in the initial stages, causing the plan to fail. With this short script, it was very reasonable for the dark demonic wolf to be attracted by Klein's strange actions and not extinguish the prayer point of light immediately. Similarly, without knowing how many enemies there were or what abilities the other party had, it was very reasonable for the dark demonic wolf to not flee in a hurry. Instead, it created a complete independent nation to cut off any possible reinforcements. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the piece of paper. Then, he busily sacrificed the sealed iron cigar case to Sapphira Castle. He also responded to Miss Magician's prayers and conveyed World's words. Magician's furs didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately got up and used her record beyond her powers to grab forward, dragging out the German sparrow from history. Klein then teleported to an empty room in a nearby inn. He set up a ritual and brought the iron cigar case back to reality, releasing Rionette Tinker. After thanking Miss Messenger and watching her take away half of the beyond her characteristics, Klein changed the ritual and began to sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, he prayed in anticipation, "I pray for a hint to purify the corrosive powers in my body." From his point of view, only an existence at the level of the Evernight goddess could deal with the corrosive powers given by the true creator. If the goddess agreed, Klein planned on descending to return his corporeal spirit body to Bakelin to be purified. As for how to remove the corroded parts of his body, he temporarily had no idea. As Klein said that, a blob of darkness enveloped the altar. When the darkness disappeared, the beyonder characteristics were all gone. Apart from that, there were no hints left. From the looks of it, I can only rely on myself. Klein wasn't depressed. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady! His gratitude was very sincere. After all, he had received quite a lot of help. After dealing with the aftermath, Klein's historical void projection vanished, and his main body returned to the forsaken land of the gods. He held the lantern he had taken from the past and looked at the silent wilderness illuminated by the dim yellow light. He felt his body and mind relax a lot as he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, P.S. Requesting monthly votes on the last day of January. Right, there's an early update at midnight. In the primitive jungle outside Byam in the Rorstad archipelago. The leaders of the resistance army gathered in a cave and looked respectfully at the blessed of the sea god, who was wearing a black cloak and had yellow eyebrows and deep blue eyes. Lord Donnas, this is an opportunity. Kalat, who had a shaved head and sat in a wheelchair with a green beard, said excitedly. His partner, Edmonton, whose face was smeared with short red lines, followed closely. Lord Donnas, according to the feedback from our intelligence personnel, the situation in Byam is very chaotic. Be it the Church of the Storm or the Governor-General's office, they are all anxious because the Fasak army has besieged Bakeland. Having said that, Edmonton looked at Kalat, allowing the person in charge of the corresponding field who knew the situation better to give a more detailed description. Kalat looked at the solemn Lord Donnas and deliberated over his words. There are already differences among them. Some want to transfer the strength of the colony back to Bakeland, while others want to defend this place and use it as a spark for revival. Such differences have caused the military and the beyonders of the Church of the Storm to be at a loss. There are loopholes in all aspects. Lord Donnas, this is our opportunity. We can completely agree to the conditions of the Fasak and Fainapotter Navy and cooperate with them to attack Byam and take back the country that belongs to us. It's indeed an opportunity. But is this something I can decide? I'm not stupid. Donnas quietly listened to the statements of the resistance leaders and muttered inwardly. As an Intis person, a famous pirate, and a treasure hunter, he didn't have any mental burdens when it came to attacking the Ruan colony. He didn't have any hesitation. Of course, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Republic of Intis. Even when he occasionally worked as a part-time pirate, he preferred to target Intis merchants because they carried more valuable luxury goods with them. There was only one reason why Donnas didn't agree to the resistance leader's request on the spot. As a conspirer, he knew very well what his position was. A human-shaped microphone, a tool responsible for passing messages between German Sparrow and the leader of the resistance army. There's a high chance that Gehrman is from Rouen. If I were to agree to it directly, I might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. However, he doesn't seem to care about Rouen at all. T. We can't be fooled by superficial appearances. Donnas cleared his throat and looked around. This matter is of great importance. Prepare a clean and peaceful altar for me immediately. I want to pray to God. In an organization that generally believed in the sea god, such a request didn't surprise Kalat, Edmonton, and the others. It was even in line with their expectations. Therefore, they immediately arranged for people to prepare for the sacrifice. The Rorstad archipelago's resistance can't sit still either. They themselves have the support of Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter countries. That's why they're able to hold on and not be wiped out by Rouen and the 3 churches. I even got them to extract quite a lot of subsidies from the various countries. After hearing Donna's prayer, Klein sighed. Sitting in the ancient palace, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table in front of him. After a few seconds of thought, he conjured the word, German Sparrow. This crazy adventurer immediately assumed a praying posture and said in a deep voice, Make use of the current situation to directly negotiate with the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm and the Rorstad Governor-General's office and exert the necessary pressure. The goal is to force them to back down and accept the idea of the Rorstad people governing the Rorstad archipelago. The resistance can guarantee most of the benefits that Ruan currently has, allowing them to transfer troops and beyonders back to Bakeland with peace of mind. Inside the clean and tidy altar, Donas, who had received the feedback, straightened his back. He turned around, cast his gaze at the rebel leaders waiting outside, and said with a solemn expression, "Don't worry." He said with a solemn expression, "I have received a revelation. God told us that every one of his people is precious. Don't sacrifice them for unnecessary wars. We will never lightly start a war, but we will not be afraid of war either. In short, we will first try to use the current situation and our forces to negotiate with the Ruan, forcing them to make concessions that can satisfy most of us. If that doesn't work, then we will consider war." God said, "Remember hatred, but don't be blinded by it. The people around you and a beautiful future are the most important." After becoming a conspirer, Donas realized that his ability to fabricate reasons and persuade others was increasing. Many a time, ideas would form as soon as he opened his mouth. Kalat, Edmonton, and the other leaders of the resistance had a deep hatred for the Ruan colonists, but God's words and Lord Donas' words had succeeded in making them waver. They had a clear understanding of how powerful King was during this period of time. If the war were to develop to the point where both sides were enraged, the Blue Mountain Island where Byam was might be completely submerged by the seawater and become a ruin. All the locals would be dragged into the afterlife. The powerhouses of Faisak and Fainapotter did have the ability to prevent the situation from collapsing, but how much strength could they spare on a peripheral battlefield like the Rorstad Archipelago? Kalat and the other leaders of the resistance didn't believe them too much. They believed that these fellows were essentially no different from the Ruan. They were all bandits from the northern continent who could tear off their masks at any time and become new colonists. After a moment of silence, Kalat, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the man in a black cloak on the altar. "Lord Donas, we are willing to work hard for a peaceful resolution." He paused for a moment before continuing. "According to the intelligence, the one who has the final say in the Rorstad Archipelago is King, John Cotman. It's best we negotiate with him directly." Donas nodded slightly. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. We need to send someone to Byam as a representative with full authority to face John Cotman." Just as he was about to ask who was willing to go, he suddenly realized that Kalat, Edmonton, and the others were looking at him. It was as though they were saying that the blessed of sea god, the relatively transcendent pirate of Intis, was the most suitable target. T. Donas cursed inwardly as he looked at everyone. His thoughts raced as he said, "Yes, this is an honor, but it also contains extreme danger. I know that some of you are filled with the spirit of sacrifice and want to make your due contributions. Why don't we do it this way? Let's draw lots to decide. That's the fairest way. I have no objections." Kalat and the others answered without hesitation. A few minutes later, Donas looked at the cards in his hand, and his facial muscles twitched indiscernibly. City of Silver, in the chief's room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad cast his gaze at Derek Berg, who appeared stunted compared to his surroundings. "Are you ready?" Derek held the Thunder God's roar hammer that looked like a leg bone. It had a dark blue surface and was surrounded by lightning. He nodded heavily and said, "I'm ready." He didn't act like a Beyonder from the Sun Domain at all. He looked more like a berserker. The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, shifted his gaze and looked at Lovia. "Are you ready?" Lovia, who had a head of silver-gray curly hair and a pair of light gray eyes, didn't wear her usual black robe with purple patterns. Instead, she had changed into a set of dark armor. She moved her head indiscernibly. "There's no problem." Demon Hunter Colin, who had become a Silver Knight, cast his gaze at the others in the room and asked if they were ready. After receiving an affirmative answer, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, took down the two swords hanging on it, and carried them on his back. "Set off." The City of Silver's chief gave the order concisely. The exploration team he led would head to the afternoon town camp once again to further explore the giant king's court and find a path that led to the real sea. Amidst the sound of metal armor clashing, Lovia, Derek, and the others silently followed behind the chief. They walked out of the room in a single file and walked down the stairs. On the way, they saw Waite Chermont and the other elders of the six-member council, as well as the residents of the City of Silver who were maintaining order in the spire. These people were either leaning on the railings or waiting at the stairwell. Their expressions were abnormally solemn, as though they were sending off the exploration team that carried their hopes on their shoulders. No one spoke, and there was silence. However, when Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and company passed by, the residents of the City of Silver raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Amidst this action, Colin and the other members of the exploration team left the spire and arrived on the road. Then, they lit lanterns made of animal skins. Under the dim yellow light, the residents of the City of Silver walked out of their houses and stopped by the side of the road. They looked at Derek and company with admiration and anticipation. One after another, they raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Derek subconsciously straightened his back, his heart burning with passion. Just like that, the exploration team followed the road to the city gate under the escort of the crowd and walked out of the City of Silver. As though they had a tacit understanding, the moment Colin, Derek, Lovia, and company left the protection of the city wall, they turned back to look at their hometown that they had guarded in the darkness for 2,584 years. They saw that the residents of the City of Silver hadn't left. They were all standing near the city gate, looking at them. With a whoosh, the black mass of people raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. This was not only an expression of the highest respect, but also the deepest blessing. Colin Iliad stared silently for a few seconds before closing his eyes. He raised his right arm and suddenly waved it down. "Let's go." Derek and company immediately turned around, carrying the animal hide lanterns that emitted a faint yellow light. They silently and firmly stepped onto the path that was shrouded in darkness. Destination: Giant King's Court. PS, 1st day of February. Updated in advance. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket this month coincides with the new year and the pandemic. Both my work and my mental state are unstable. Thank you for giving me time to rest. I will be back to writing double chapters on February 3rd. As for the summary of the content, I intend to end the detailed part at the end of this chapter. Since I'm about to enter the last chapter, I'll just say a few words here. As I said before, I will learn from the lessons of my previous life and arcana in this book. I will not let many of the characters I created in the early stages be abandoned by the plot and gradually weaken and lose their color. Actually, this is something that can't be helped, because if I give the supporting characters the same treatment as the main characters, people will feel that it's unfair. They will feel that I'm giving too many golden fingers or giving too much space. They will feel cumbersome, heavy, dragging, and bloated. However, if I don't do this, it will be difficult for the supporting characters to keep up with the main character's speed, and they will inevitably lose their sense of existence. Before writing mysteries, in order to solve this problem and other creative problems, I came up with the leveling system of potions, sequences, and acting. On one hand, I can ensure that there will be enough changes and new things with each leveling up, and on the other hand, I can reasonably make the supporting characters grow faster. Actually, the source of inspiration for many of my settings is to solve these problems. Similarly, the setting of tarot is actually to better control the supporting characters. Through them, I can show different cross-sections and become Little K's arms and roots. Therefore, in the later stages of writing mysteries, I have been warning myself that I must stay calm and develop the sidelines of the supporting characters. Of course, this is indeed very difficult to write, because the later stages, there will be more and more supporting characters. When the lines are intertwined, it will be really huge and difficult to control. Moreover, it will obviously slow down the pace and reduce the attractiveness of the plot. In addition, the creation of different characters and sequences can't be the same. If everyone has ups and downs, twists and turns, and there is great terror between life and death, then it will be meaningless and will lose its uniqueness. Some characters need to settle their hearts over and over again, accumulating small amounts of strength, and then exploding it. Thank you all for your support in January. Thank you all for subscribing and voting. The average subscription is just over 97,000. Okay, I will continue to ask for monthly votes in February. P.S. Today's update has been sent Boom. Boom, in an underground shelter in Bakeland, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting gear, listened to the distant explosion. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa looking at her in confusion. The girl, who had just come of age, asked in a dreamy tone, Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated? Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated? Will we no longer have to worry about the bombardment and lack of food? Audrey took a deep look at her and said, but if that happens, you will have to change your faith. Melissa hesitated, unsure of how to answer. At this moment, a commoner curled up by the wall blurted out, I believe in the god of steam and machinery. Even if Fasak and Intis win, I don't need to change my faith. When the time came, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state. These words stirred many of the commoners hiding in the shelter. They frequently whispered to each other, discussing the possible developments. There was no lack of believers of Evernight among them. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to their lives. After all, the one who ultimately protected them was still a true deity. The police officers who maintained order in the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched everything coldly from the sidelines, even with some anticipation. But what the defeated will endure is definitely crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with a change of faith. Be it the lessons given by history or the conclusion deduced from the human heart, it made Audrey more pessimistic than anyone else here. She surveyed the area and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor has begun to waver on a large scale. If it wasn't for the support of the food previously distributed, it might have completely collapsed, and Audrey knew very well what this situation meant. She closed her eyes, raised her face slightly, and muttered to herself silently, the battle of gods is about to begin, the final outcome was about to be revealed. After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned around and left the area, arriving at the exit of the shelter. The golden retriever, Susie, was squatting there like a qualified guard. You don't seem to want to go back? Susie's nose twitched as she asked in a low voice. Audrey hid in this shelter when the siege began. She didn't have time to return to her mansion in Empress Borough. As the war calmed down a little, Earl Hall had sent people to urge her to go home and go to the sanctuary that belonged to the nobles. Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, I have to do something I should do. Without waiting for Susie to respond, she smiled and said, you will stay here in my place and secretly calm their emotions. Don't let any disturbances happen here. If they want to touch you, you can let them. Susie hesitated for 2 seconds. All right. Audrey didn't say anything else and left the shelter through the exit. The guards completely ignored her. The sky outside was dark and gloomy. Many buildings had already collapsed and were burning with flames that were about to extinguish. The streets were empty. There were no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from Audrey's impression of Bakeland. Originally, Bakeland was blue, yellow, and beige. It was lively, prosperous, and full of vitality. But now, it was gray, black, and scarlet. It was withered, messy, and somewhat dead. Looking left and right, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting attire, determined her direction and walked towards the edge of the city. What she wanted to do was simple, join the war and do her best to help the Ruan forces not collapse before the War of Gods ended. If the victor of the War of Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods such as Q, hypnosis, and mental plague to eliminate the venting emotions of the soldiers, officers, and beyonders, reducing the damage brought about by the war. Amidst the swaying flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and headed into the distance. Worsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam, in a room high above the Cathedral of Waves. Draped in a black cloak, Donna's met the famous Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, C. King John Cotman. Glancing at the other party's muscles that completely propped up his priest robe, Donna swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. After some deliberation, he said, I bring goodwill. For some reason, he felt his skin go numb, as though there was an invisible bolt of lightning leaping over him. Goodwill? The tall, burly, and well-defined John Cotman grunted. If it wasn't for the fact that fellows of the sailor pathway are more irritable, often unable to tell the difference between a joke and a mockery. Once they erupt in anger, they don't even consider the bigger picture. Why would I need to speak like this? T. Donna's mumbled, maintained his smile, and explained the resistance's intentions. John Cotman stared at the great pirate who had left the Golden Dream. He suddenly scoffed, You're right. If we were to withdraw most of our forces, will you be able to defend Byam and the archipelago? If we can't defend it, and the combined fleet of Fasak and Phaenopoder breaks through the defensive line, how will we ensure the interests of the Ruan immigrants? As the demigod involved, he was extremely certain that sea god Cavituous had perished. However, he didn't know who was currently bearing the title of sea god, and if he had the ability to protect the Rorstad archipelago. That's a good question. A question means that there's a chance of a successful negotiation. In fact, Donas hadn't thought about how the resistance would resist the Fasak and Phaenopoder people after Ruan mobilized powerhouses to reinforce Bakeland. He fully believed that German Sparrow and Mr. Fool backing him had the ability to protect this place. As thoughts raced through his mind, Donas looked at the oppressive Sea King. I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorstad archipelago. Oh? Sea King John Cotman narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The aura that came from the tyrant pathway made Donas involuntarily take 2 steps back. He lowered his head and prayed on the spot. Blessed of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous, please descend your power and protect the archipelago. After praying, Donas carefully cast his gaze out the window, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. John Cotman sized him up for a few seconds and said, Your god doesn't seem to be responding to you, ahem. Donas cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. Ahem. Danitz cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. At this moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened, as though a large number of dark clouds had flown over, blotting out the sun. Sea King John Cotman instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a shadow cast over the area where the sea and sky met. With his control over the archipelago's waters, the overall situation quickly surfaced in the mind of the Church of the Storm Cardinal. The Rorstad archipelago and the surrounding waters were shrouded in a thick fog, turning indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land on the harbor's cliff, but it directly passed through and failed to stop. The ordinary people in the archipelago continued their normal lives, but they felt that another storm was coming. This? John Cotman's dark blue pupils dilated significantly as he subconsciously turned his head to look at blazing Donas, who claimed to be sea gods blessed. Donas' mouth was slightly agape, and he forgot to close it. The degree of surprise he felt wasn't any less than that of the Sea King. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded. Everything in the Rorstad archipelago was restored to its original state. Donas blinked, and when Sea King John Cotman looked over again, he chuckled and said, My lord has answered my prayers. As he spoke, the pirate with a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds slapped himself in his heart. Dogsh *T. How dare you doubt Mr. Fool? Is this the might of Mr. Fool? John Cotman fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I will carefully consider your suggestion. I'll seriously consider your suggestion. I'll immediately gather a few important figures in Byam to discuss this matter. I'll give you an answer in an hour. Donas raised his chin slightly and laughed. I will wait patiently. With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, casually bowed, turned around, and walked out of the room. Amidst the creaking sound, silver bolts of lightning lit up in John Cotman's blue eyes. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein threw the curtain in his hand back into the metal pot and sealed it again. He had just used the powers of a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries to respond by mobilizing the powers of Sapphira Castle, creating an effect that shocked even Sea King John Cotman. In another half a day, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic will be dissected, and the rest can be used to concoct the miracle invoker potion. Yes, when I'm only left with sequence 2, I can attempt to use the powers of Sapphira Castle to shatter and reassemble it. In a short period of time, I can extract the beyonder characteristics of Scholar of Yur and Bizarro Sorcerer to reduce the risks brought about by the potion. After muttering a few words, Klein quickly returned to the real world. He wasn't in the dark wilderness, but the giant king's court that was frozen in dusk. He had entered the giant king's court before the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the afternoon town camp. In the orange light, Klein felt his body decline and exhaustion as he cast his gaze at the magnificent and beautiful buildings high above. The countless palaces and towers still had the afterglow of the second epoch, as though they were the embodiment of a myth. No, this is a myth. Klein planned on attempting to open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser was sleeping before the City of Silver's expedition team officially took action. This way, if anything were to happen, the City of Silver's expedition team would still have the time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, he would definitely be much safer than others because he was using a historical void projection. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket for February. I'll be able to resume 2 updates tomorrow. PS2, Reagan's new book, Counting Romantic Figures. Historical Officialdom Nurturing. If you like this type of book, you can add it to your collection. End of this chapter. Due to the City of Silver's previous exploration, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the small path, passing through the waning forest, the barren tunnel, and the ancient elevator to arrive at the place where the keepers lived. After waiting for a while, when the curtain above the gray fog split into 2 and separated the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, Klein reached out and dragged his past self out. He wasn't sure if the other divine kingdoms would isolate the fog of history, but at the very least, the giant king's court, which had lost its owner and no one to maintain it, didn't pose any obstacles to his attempts. Unfortunately, this matter involves too high a level. I can't get any results from divination. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease. Klein shook his head and muttered silently to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a dark black wooden box. Inside it was the ashes of giant guardian Guruzel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He had originally planned on handing Rozel's ashes to Little Sun on his second exploration of the giant king's court and get him to help bury him. However, due to various matters, Klein had come directly to the forsaken land of the gods and entered the giant king's court. As for the ashes of the ascetic, Snowman, Klein planned on scattering them into the Golden Sea when he left the forsaken land of the gods. It was the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein followed his usual routine and jumped into the fog. He ran to the fragment of light from before the first epoch, allowing his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the staff of the stars, only creeping hunger. As there was still quite a distance from here to the palace where the giant king lived, and there were many giant golems obstructing him, Klein couldn't guarantee that he could reach his destination in 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent, and he vanished from the spot. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with the huge black iron key. He didn't teleport too far away. Yes, most of the powers in the giant king's court have clearly declined. Only the guards recognized by the divine kingdom can produce a relatively normal standard? Beyonder powers similar to teleportation are also suppressed. I can only blink in a relatively small area. From the looks of it, even if I summon the staff of the stars, I won't be able to use the corresponding scene outlined in my mind to directly descend outside the giant king's palace. As expected of a former divine kingdom of an ancient god, Klein seriously observed the effects of the environment. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned around and walked back to the inside of the guard's residence. He opened the wooden box in his right hand and spread the ashes of Guruzel to every corner with a solemn expression. According to the scene he saw in Guruzel's dream, this guard's residence was where the giant had lived for a long time. It was the home he had the deepest impression of and was most fond of. It could be imagined that back in ancient times, Guruzel and the other rational giant guardians would rest here, fooling around, exchanging rumors, discussing music, and pondering over fun games. They didn't have to worry about food or illness, and they lived every day happily. As Klein's hand trembled, the dust scattered, landing on the walls, ground, bedside, tables, chairs, and stone pillars. The orange-red light outside the window shone eternally, making everything appear peaceful. When Klein scattered the last bit of ashes, the dusk suddenly thickened a little, making the dust in different spots fuse with the orange-red color, becoming a part of the divine kingdom. Klein closed his eyes, as though he could sense Rozel's joy. A wanderer who had been forced to leave his hometown for more than 3,000 years had finally returned to the place he missed day and night. The dusk's light softened, making Klein feel that he was no longer being rejected. It's equivalent to being acknowledged to a certain extent. I've become a partially accepted guard. Klein emanated his spirituality and confirmed the changes. He didn't stay any longer. Using creeping hunger and the path that the City of Silver's expedition team had previously explored, he constantly flashed around, sometimes taking a detour, and sometimes dragging out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the secret hall without any difficulty and arrived beside the giant king's residence. On the left was a row of huge stone pillars that formed a railing. Outside the railing was an orange-red cloud and the gently surging deep blue sea. Taking a deep breath, Klein returned to the hall he had just come out of. He reached out and dragged out his marionette, Anuni, who had once belonged to him and had yet to be parasitized. Even if he used a historical projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Anuni, Klein handed the gigantic black iron key under his armpit to him and controlled him to leave the hall. He walked along the railing formed by the stone pillars and walked all the way to the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The dusk's light seemed corporeal as it covered the surface of the palace, bringing with it a strong sense of decline. It was as if everything in the world was about to come to an end. On both sides of the palace, there was a steeple on one side and a round tower on the other. The main door was grayish-blue in color and was covered in symmetrical mysterious symbols. Its overall height exceeded 10 meters. On the left side of the door, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black hole about the size of an adult's fist. Anuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the black iron key that resembled a 7-stringed instrument and placing it into the deep hole in front of him. They were so compatible that they didn't leave any gaps. As the gigantic black iron key sank into the deep hole, Klein, who was in the nearby hall, held his breath, prepared to remove his existence at any moment. With a click, the black iron key in Anuni's hand touched the bottom. It suddenly turned soft, as though it had fused with the hole as it emitted grayish-blue beams of light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up and protruded. All the light quickly intertwined and pressed down heavily, causing the grayish-blue palace's main door to slowly open. The gap in the door widened as Anuni's eyes suddenly reflected a turbulent, pitch-black, viscous, and illusory sea. Not good. Klein's heart stirred as a strong sense of danger surged in his mind. Without any hesitation, his consciousness returned to his body and severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision suddenly darkened as he felt a sharp pain in his left head. It was as though someone had stabbed a red-hot iron rod into it and kept stirring it. At the same time, indiscernible ravings echoed in his ears. They seemed to come from an era even more ancient than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly contorted, making him look abnormally ferocious. He could still barely maintain his rationality, but he no longer had the strength to stay in the historical fragment. Silently, Klein landed back in the residence of the giant king's court's guardian. With a thought, he was about to enter the world above the gray fog. Before planning to do such a dangerous thing, he had no doubt found reasons and excuses to arrange for the members of the Tarot to pray in order to awaken Sapphira Castle's automatic summoning ability. This allowed him to return above the gray fog without taking 4 steps counterclockwise and reciting the incantation in times of danger. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the grayish-white fog and heard the familiar roar, he felt the repulsion from Sapphira Castle. It was unknown whose orders it had received, but it had actually stopped Klein from entering. This. In Klein's astonishment, he realized that a black shadow had passed him and was heading straight for Sapphira Castle. This wasn't a mon, but a shadow that had an aura that was completely identical to his own. Subconsciously, Klein influenced Sapphira Castle and gave a thought of rejection. Then, he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked by the grayish-white fog. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world. After his spirit body returned to his body, Klein bent his back in pain like a curled-up shrimp. Pah! The half-top hat on his head fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Klein finally recovered. He slowly straightened his body and cast his gaze at a glass window made of orange gems. The window vaguely reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as the boundary, the right side of his face was the same as usual, while the left side of his face had countless things crawling in and out. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. He hurriedly took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and regained his control as a clown. A clear image of his appearance appeared in his mind. Dressed in a black trench coat, the black-haired, brown-eyed, angular German sparrow's right face remained the same. The left side of his face had already turned translucent, formed from twisted maggots. Looking down, his neck was in a similar state. It was the same for his body that was covered by his clothes. On the verge of losing control. Hiss, I need to resist the strong inclination towards madness. Why is this happening? Klein suddenly sensed something and instinctively lowered his head to look at his feet. It was empty, lacking the shadow that should have existed. The orange light of dusk shone in from outside the window, but it failed to create any shadow beside Klein. Haha, I understand. Klein bent his back and let out an uncontrollable laugh. He suspected that the seawater that surged out from the giant king's palace had not only drowned his marionette and historical projection, but it had also used the latter to slice off his shadow, causing his spirit to lose its integrity. He was unable to completely suppress the inclination towards losing control. And that shadow was equivalent to a fraction of him. It could also affect Sapphira Castle, so it resulted in a situation where neither side could reach above the gray fog. As long as I get rid of that shadow, the problem will be resolved. The right side of Klein's forehead twitched as he straightened his back. At this moment, the orange-red light that shone in from outside was dyed gold, turning rather resplendent. This made the entire giant king's court seem to return from dusk to noon. Klein's heart stirred as he cast his gaze out the window. A scene vaguely surfaced in his mind. In front of the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court, Marionette Anuni stood there, facing the open door. It was dark inside the door, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, Anuni turned around and looked down. His face was covered in a shadow, and his hair had turned dark black. It draped over his shoulders and was slightly curled. Pairs of illusory black wings spread out from his back. In a nearby hall, a pure shadow with its lower body stuck to the stone bricks and its upper body upright swam out. P.S. 2 updates will be resumed today. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. It's not Dark Angel Sassurer. Marionette Anuni's projection was corroded by the power that surged out from the giant king's residence, turning into a monster that I can't understand at the moment. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long period of time. Perhaps it has some of Sassurer's will. Klein covered his face with his left hand, allowing worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps between his fingers. What he couldn't understand the most was another matter. He had clearly opened the palace where the Dark Angel slept, but the deities and kings of angels that were watching didn't react at all. According to Klein's thoughts, when the turbulent sea surged out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, blasphemer Amon, or Amon's brother, who had been hiding behind the scenes, they would immediately descend or appear to confirm Dark Angel Sassurer's current state or snatch the corresponding items. To his surprise, the entire giant king's court was silent without any external influence. Could it be that they are still waiting for me to enter the giant king's residence and make contact with Heaven's deputy? Yes, the true creator said that he wants to meet Sassurer. The parts of my spirit body and body that have been corroded have yet to return to normal. This means that the true creator's goal hasn't been achieved. Haha. As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he couldn't control his emotions. Be it anger, sadness, worry, or gloom, he couldn't help but smile and laugh. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use all sorts of beyonder powers. However, at times, he would suddenly go crazy and become rash and radical. I wonder if a demigod in the mind domain has a way to treat such a situation. After all, the sealed artifacts or beyonder characteristics I can summon can't do it. This is a sign of a spirit losing its integrity. If I don't resolve the split shadow, I probably won't be able to completely treat it. However, perhaps there's a way to temporarily return me to normal. For example, a virtual persona to make up for the incomplete parts? Unfortunately, I can't enter Sapphira Castle. Klein's thoughts were in a mess as the scenes that surfaced in his mind gradually disappeared. He then picked up the half-top hat that had fallen to the ground and wore it on his head. Then, through the huge glass window made from orange gems, he observed the changes in the entire giant king's court. Unlike before, there was now an illusory sun in the sky, allowing the grand buildings that were frozen in dusk to enjoy the sunlight of noon. The giant golems guarding the palaces seemed to have put on a cloak made of shadows. Anuni, who had black wings on his back, and the pure shadow that originally belonged to Klein, jumped over the railing and glided over. Klein narrowed his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps forward, intending to fight the enemy. But very soon, he came back to himself and examined his current situation. He quickly retreated to the ancient elevator, moved the switch, and landed in the desolate tunnel. Then, Klein blinked to the vicinity of the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the giant king's court. He intuitively believed that in his current state, he wouldn't be able to defeat the mutated Anuni and his separated shadow. Of course, if it was just the latter, he was more confident. After arriving at the edge of the bright sunlight, Klein turned his head and realized that Anuni, who had layers of wings on his back, and his shadow hadn't chased after him. It was as if there was a limit to their range of activity. I can't leave the giant king's residence, or is it because Dark Angel Sasher is too far away? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the illusory sun in the sky suddenly jump from the center to the west. The colors of dusk once again enveloped the divine kingdom. Klein vigilantly observed everything and wasn't in a hurry to leave the giant king's court. Not long after, the illusory sun fell into the palace where Dark Angel Sasher was sleeping. Darkness became the ruler of the giant king's court. This darkness was different from a normal night. There was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in such darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was sticking to him from behind, but he clearly knew that it was an illusion, so he didn't turn around blindly. A few minutes later, the illusory sun rose, and the light of dawn dispelled the darkness. The power that surged out from the Dark Angel's slumber changed the ancient god's divine kingdom, the giant king's court. This is a power that's close to that of a true god. At the very least, it has to grasp the uniqueness. But which pathway's uniqueness is it? The changes produced are blazing sun, darkness, degeneration, and mutation. This is a little contradictory. It doesn't seem to be derived from a single uniqueness. Furthermore, the uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with the eternal blazing sun. The darkness brought about by shadow and degeneration undoubtedly belongs to the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory, pitch-black, sticky sea. It's related to the Chaos Sea? Klein shook his head and continued observing, waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous. Bakeland, at the edge of the city. As soon as Audrey entered, she realized that the fog had become abnormally thick, to the point where she couldn't see her target clearly beyond 5 meters. A howling wind blew, tearing through the fog. From time to time, it would give her a clear vision, but it would quickly be filled by the surging white. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden, allowing her to see further. As she carefully walked, the fog in front of her suddenly thinned significantly. At the same time, her beyonder powers began to fade. Mysterious weakening. Some of the concepts and information that Mr. World had once mentioned flashed through Audrey's mind. Boom. 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 The cannons that belonged to Bakeland roared crazily in front of them, sending cannonballs that were either scarlet, ghostly blue, silver-white, or black as they whizzed towards the enemy camp. But in the next second, these cannonballs encountered an invisible barrier and exploded in midair, shaking the transparent wall. At this moment, a slightly blurry, gigantic figure appeared in the thick fog in the distance. He was humanoid in shape, but he was more than 10 meters tall. 2 arms extended from his ribs and waist, emitting a rich darkness. For some reason, the appearance of this mythical figure caused a commotion among the Fasak and Intis allied forces. Every soldier and officer felt as though they had returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on a dark path with no one around them. Everything was silent, making them feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. The fear of the unknown, the fear that stemmed from their imaginations, instantly caused their emotions to collapse. They turned around and prepared to escape. At this moment, a bright ray of sunlight shone on them, allowing them to see the light and giving them courage. However, there were still a small number of soldiers who couldn't control themselves. They shouted mother or a female's name in an attempt to escape the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dense gunshots, these soldiers fell to the ground, their bodies blooming with flowers of blood. They then fell to the ground and twitched slightly before they stopped moving. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know what their past was. Immediately following that, under the commander's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped the Intis and Faisak allied forces was opened. Scarlet flaming spears leaped out in a dense barrage, shooting towards the Ruan camp in a manner that blotted out the sky. Just as these flaming spears approached the target, they suddenly turned chaotic. They scattered in all directions and stabbed into the ground, creating pitch-black holes one after another. This was the first time Audrey had seen such a large-scale use of Beyonder powers. She was momentarily shocked. She couldn't help but think of the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. Glaint and the other young nobles had joined the army and held different ranks of officers. They were scattered in different parts of the battlefield and could be killed at any time. The magicians had left Bakeland with Judgment's family and hid in a small city in Eastchester County. As a middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment was secretly resisting the infiltration of Beyonders from Faisak, Intis, and other countries into Bakeland. The Star led the official Beyonders to seal off the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam to maintain the stability of the city. Saint Anthony and the other demigods of the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm, the royal family, and the military formed the final line of defense for Bakeland. The Sanguine is currently maintaining their neutrality. A few seconds later, Audrey reined in her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp and spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perception stirred as she cast her gaze further away. In the thick fog, a rather blurry and thick tentacle wrapped in countless silver bolts of lightning rapidly extended towards a certain spot in the Allied forces' camp. A feather burning with golden flames fell. Deep in the thick fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. In the fog sea, a place that deviated from the safe sea route. Countless bolts of lightning struck down frequently as the waves surged and collapsed. Bernadette's dawn was constantly sent flying. Under the might of the world, it appeared abnormally tiny as it tottered. This queen mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly watching everything. From time to time, she would use fairy tale magic like the Emperor's new clothes to maintain the ship's balance. Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm, searching for the primitive island that might exist. After some rest, Colin Iliad led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the exploration team out of the afternoon town camp. They followed the path up the mountain and entered the giant king's court. What surprised them was that the frozen dusk here had changed, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin Iliad controlled the shock in his heart and turned his head to ask Derek Berg. Derek was just about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure walk out from behind a half-collapsed tower. This figure was wearing a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right side of his face had deep lines, making him look cold and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, twisted, and constantly crawling maggots. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Upon seeing the figure walking over from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team took a defensive stance, ready to attack or provide defense at any moment. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes and a strange hat was equivalent to a monster, a very terrifying one at that. Even a normal Beyonder could be considered a monster after their bodies underwent such a mutation. Seeing the reaction of the half-giants, Klein grinned and said with a beaming smile, "Hello, everyone." "Hello everyone, I'm Gehrman Sparrow. You should be glad that I can still control myself. Otherwise, you would have already lost your minds from looking straight at me." As he spoke, the transparent maggots on the left side of his face and neck continued to crawl slowly. Under the left side of his clothes, there were protruding marks that appeared and squirmed gently. Monster. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team who weren't demigods were increasingly certain of their judgment. You are World, no, Mr. Sparrow?" Derek Berg finally managed to recognize Mr. World, whom he had met once before. Klein raised his left palm, covered his left cheek, and smiled. He smiled and said, "Life is always full of unexpected things." Without waiting for Little Sun to respond, Klein paused and said, "I've already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. I have already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. This has brought about some accidents, causing changes to the Divine Kingdom." "The door to the Giant King's residence has already been opened?" The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, focused his gaze. He subconsciously looked up at the magnificent building complex that was enveloped in golden sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation at the highest point. However, the fact that the frozen dusk had been replaced by the scorching noon sun was enough to explain many problems. Klein's gaze swept past the City of Silver's chief and the black-armored six-member council's elder Lovia before returning to Derek's face. With an obvious smile, he continued, "That's right." He smiled and continued, "This has also brought me some negative effects, just as you can see." At this point, he clapped his hands and said in a tone as though he was instructing children, "All right, Beyonders below the demigod level, leave this place. All right, Beyonders below the demigod realm, leave this place. The mutated giant king's court isn't something you can enter." Other than Colin, Derek, and Lovia, the members of the expedition team felt an inexplicable sense of fear as they looked at the chief. Colin Iliad was silent for a few seconds before turning his head to them. "I'll first leave the giant king's court and wait at the periphery. If I see the signal, I'll immediately act according to the plan." The carefully selected members of the expedition team were not only strong, close to demigods, but they also had different powerful sealed artifacts that could complement each other. Even if they faced a saint, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. However, in the City of Silver's original plans, they weren't to be used as the main force. Colin Iliad had led them here because he hoped that when the demigods and the other demigods were exhausted from fighting the potential enemies, these team members would be able to play a corresponding role. Furthermore, they could rely on different sealed artifacts to deal with different accidents, so as to prevent the entire team from having any weaknesses. Now, with the addition of powerful reinforcements, the Giant King's court had indeed undergone a mutation. No one knew what they would encounter if they explored deeper. Colin Iliad, being cautious, believed that there was no problem with German Sparrow's suggestion. Furthermore, he felt that he couldn't let the team members who weren't demigods take unnecessary risks and suffer meaningless casualties. Hence, he agreed to the monster-like expert's suggestion. When the time came, if there was a chance, he, Lovia, and Derek could give the signal and get the team members to rush along the cleared path to provide aid. As for the entire team's Beyonder powers becoming relatively monotonous and being unable to deal with different situations, Colin Iliad wasn't too worried because they had the former shepherd, Lovia. The members of the expedition team who weren't demigods looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. In the end, they chose to listen to Colin Iliad. "Yes, Your Excellency." As they answered, they gave Derek Berg a deep look, as though they wanted to warn the chief to be careful of this sequence for demigod. He actually knew a monster-like, living powerhouse. This was extremely suspicious to the residents of the City of Silver, who had almost never seen outsiders. Sensing the clear distrust shown by his companions, Derek felt his heart wince as his eyes nearly reddened. But in the end, he didn't make any excuses. He maintained his silence and straightened his back. After the other members of the expedition team left the Giant King's court, Klein smiled and pointed at the two demigods apart from Derek. "Let me guess. You must be the chief of the City of Silver, the former demon hunter, and now the Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You're a believer of the Hanging Man, the Black Knight Lovia who shepherds lambs?" Lovia's pale gray eyes, hidden behind her visor, narrowed. "You really look like a clown." "The Hanging Man?" When he heard Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He thought that Elder Lovia was related to Mr. the Hanging Man, but he quickly remembered the exact image of the fallen creator. It was a naked man nailed to a cross. Mr. World used the Hanging Man to refer to the fallen creator, but Elder Lovia reprimanded him for not being polite. Derek, who was just over 2 meters tall, nodded in thought and sincerely praised Mr. World's courage. He actually dared to give a true god a nickname, and he even said it in front of his believers. Colin Iliad looked at the German Sparrow and then at Lovia. He didn't try to determine who was right or wrong. "Let's continue forward." He had already unsheathed the 2 swords on his back and covered them with the light of dawn. "No problem." Klein smiled and turned around. Together with the 3 demigods from the City of Silver, they circled to the left of the huge stone staircase. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar rugged path. On one side of the road was a towering cliff, and on the other side was a bottomless cloud that was tainted by the midday sun. At this moment, Klein and the others felt the ground tremble. They saw a large amount of illusory, pitch-black gas surge out from the depths of the golden cloud. With a whoosh, the rugged path collapsed and fell into the dark water surface. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be an invisible vortex lurking. Haha, it collapsed. There's no way out. Haha. Klein bent over with laughter, making the three saints, Colin, Derek, and Lovia, tense up. After taking a few seconds to control his emotions, Klein straightened his body and took out a piece of white paper from his pocket with a beaming smile. He folded it into an airplane. Phew. He blew at the head of the paper airplane, swung his arm, and threw it towards the cloud that was engulfed by darkness. At the same time, the glove on his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this scene, Colin Iliad, who was still a little confused, nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the paper flying object. A violent gust of wind blew, carrying the paper airplane forward for a few seconds. Then, it suddenly dissipated, and the paper airplane plummeted into the dark cloud like a stone without causing any ripples. It looks like flying is useless, Klein said to Derek and the others with a smile as he turned around. Lovia didn't respond. She released a translucent soul and let it wrap around a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, the gravel disappeared from its spot and blinked into the sky above the dark cloud. Then, it plummeted uncontrollably and sank into the sea of clouds. Teleportation won't work either, Lovia said in a slightly deep voice. Klein pressed down on his abdomen, bent over, and chuckled. Then, he said, it looks like we can only enter from the main entrance. He immediately turned around and prepared to head back. Colin Iliad and Lovia looked at each other and nodded indiscernibly. The group of 4 demigods quickly returned to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase and looked up ahead. On the silent staircase that was very tall, the majestic city wall was covered in burn marks. There were even arrows as thick as ordinary trees stuck in certain spots. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was dozens of meters tall. It was grayish-blue in color, and its surface was embedded with golden nails. On both sides of the door stood a 5 to 6 meter tall guard who exuded an extremely oppressive aura. They wore exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. One held a greatsword, while the other held a giant axe. Behind their masks, there was an orange-red glow. Silver Knight, these were 2 Silver Knight guards. Colin Iliad didn't waste any time. He quickly retracted his gaze and said to German Sparrow, I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. You guys deal with the other one as soon as possible. He wasn't too sure of German Sparrow's strength, but from Derek Berg's admiration and the fact that he had opened the Giant King's residence, he determined that this demigod who was favored by the fool wasn't inferior to him. Under such circumstances, be it German Sparrow or Colin Iliad himself, it wasn't difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight guard with the cooperation of Lovia and Derek. After all, it wasn't a living demigod, but a special golem with no intelligence. Just as Colin Iliad finished his sentence, he saw German Sparrow bend down and laugh out loud. Why do you value these 2 toys? If they were still alive and could think, and were true Silver Knights, I would definitely be as cautious as you. But now, haha, watch. As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling on it, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and quickly walked up the stairs. Then, under the escort of the strong winds, he went up 1 level at a time and approached the main entrance of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand and shook it a few times, as though he was stretching his wrist or grabbing at the air. At the last moment, Klein's shoulder sank slightly as though it had frozen, but nothing appeared in the void. Colin Iliad originally wanted to witness the strength of German Sparrow, so he didn't stop him. He only gestured for Lovia to follow to prevent her from making any mistakes. But at that moment, he suddenly slowed down and frowned slightly, as though he had smelled something. As for Derek, he watched with slight admiration, believing that Mr. World could quickly finish off the guards. It wasn't until he was about to walk down the stone staircase that the 2 Silver Knight guards outside the Giant King's court's main entrance reacted. They turned their heads as the orange-red blob of light behind their visors flickered twice, as though they were confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, there was a moment of confusion. On Klein's half-normal, half-terrifying face, the right corner of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated manner. The transparent maggot on his left slowly twisted, revealing a horrifying and indifferent smile. His right foot stepped over the last step and arrived at the platform where the giant king's court's main entrance was. Suddenly, a silver-white crack split open on Klein's forehead as countless silver beams burst out from his body. His entire body was instantly torn apart as he was diced into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned, turning into paper shreds. Klein's figure in his silk top hat and black trench coat appeared in different spots, but they were all shattered by the silver sword beams. They either degenerated into phantoms or turned into paper figurines. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main entrance of the giant king's court, where the two guards had disappeared. It was a gigantic doll wearing a dark and complicated dress with sinister vines wrapped around it. Rionette Tinker, when Klein climbed the stone staircase, he had summoned this Miss Messenger. However, she had appeared in the form of a wraith, preventing Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek from seeing her appearance. At that moment, the two Silver Knights, who had used the light to hide their malice, instinctively chased after Klein. They had exposed their whereabouts in front of the angel-level powerhouse who had been secretly observing for quite some time. Rionette Tinker's bright red eyes immediately reflected a seemingly blank area. There was a faint flash of light as a white rabbit suddenly jumped out of thin air. It hopped around and circled around, its eyes abnormally glazed over. Right on the heels of that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and suddenly vanished. In another area, the remaining knight in silver armor stood out. His movements were stiff and slow. He had been possessed by a wraith. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped blinking. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed in a very ceremonial manner. "I've found you. Good luck." He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Bang! The rabbit suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. Then, he walked towards the Silver Knight guard who was struggling with all his might to no avail. When the two figures crossed paths, Rionette Tinker's historical projection returned to the fog. As for the Silver Knight, he followed closely behind Klein and very obediently returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. He had already become Klein's marionette. "You can enter now," Klein said to Colin Iliad and the others below the stone steps with a smile. Derek's eyes lit up as he marveled inwardly. Mr. World is really impressive. He managed to finish off two Silver Knight guards alone so quickly. Colin Iliad turned his head to glance at Lovia and read the heavy look in her eyes. The City of Silver's chief didn't have a change in expression. With two swords that emitted the light of dawn, he steadily walked up the stone steps and came to Klein's side. "Mutant?" Klein pressed back a worm of spirit that formed the eyeball of his left eye, smiled, and didn't answer. After Derek and Lovia finished walking down the steps, the group of 4 demigods and a marionette arrived at the main entrance of the giant king's court. During this process, Klein put away the Silver Knight Beyonder characteristic that the rabbit had produced. This was Rionette Tinker's reward. According to the agreement between man and angel, the spoils of war that Klein obtained from summoning the historical projection had to be split equally with Miss Messenger. This time, Rionette Tinker obtained the Beyonder characteristic, while Klein obtained the Silver Knight marionette. Looking up and observing the main entrance, Klein made the Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the broadsword in his hand into the crack in the ground. Then, the Silver Knight lowered his body, stretched out his hands, and pressed them on the main door that was dozens of meters tall. Amidst a heavy creaking sound, the door with many golden nails slowly opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leaped, and the entire giant king's court froze in the orange-red light of dusk. The huge main door opened faster and faster, and the scene inside was gradually revealed to Klein and company. A grayish-white staircase that was covered in orange-red light led up from behind the door, extending all the way to the tallest and most magnificent residence of the giant king. There were no obstacles along the way, and both sides were lined with palaces and towers. Giant statues covered in iron-colored armor with halberds in hand stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the deity's residence. "Begin your performance," Klein turned his head and said to Colin Iliad and Lovia with an exaggerated smile. The former demon hunter Colin nodded slightly without any objections. Behind Lovia, an illusory figure that was several meters tall appeared. It was dressed in silver armor, and its eyes were dark red like fire. Pa. The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom's staircase emitted a sharp silver-white glow as the sound of shattering sounded from within. The blooming silver flowers constantly spread upwards, as though they were welcoming important guests. Before long, the three silver knights, Colin Iliad, Lovia's grazed soul, and Klein's marionette, had cleared the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom's staircase. All that was left was the portion near the giant king's residence. Out of caution, they didn't attempt it. At this moment, two figures flew out of the giant king's palace area and landed where the three silver knights were. One of them had a face covered in shadows. His black hair reached his shoulders and was slightly curled. A pair of black wings grew out from his back. The other was a pure shadow that would occasionally twist left and right. They were Anuni, who had undergone some unknown mutation due to the Dark Angel, and the shadow that originally belonged to Klein. In the fog-filled battlefield, grayish-white dragon scales suddenly appeared on Audrey's body. This was the effect of seeing something she shouldn't have seen. Even with the fog blocking them, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt or harm living beings who saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey immediately retracted her gaze, calmed her mind, and controlled the signs of losing control. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. She wasn't in a hurry to infiltrate the Intis and Fasak Alliance's camp. She was waiting for an opportunity that she believed would definitely appear. Time ticked by, so slow that Audrey thought it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog above the Alliance's camp turn dark. It was as though the sun had fallen into the horizon, and night had begun to rule over the world. Silently, the soldiers and officers of Intis and Fasak closed their eyes and fell asleep. This included many Beyonders. Audrey, who was hiding not far away, had also fallen asleep. However, as a dreamwalker who had hinted herself in advance, she managed to stay awake very well. Then, she seized the opportunity that she didn't know how long she could maintain and used dream traversal to enter the Alliance's camp. She wandered among the soldiers and secretly left behind mental plague seeds. This plague would make the infected panic, and have an emotional breakdown. It was difficult to be calmed by normal means. Whoosh, a horn pierced through the gap between reality and the dream, shattering the gray world and awakening the soldiers and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At the instant before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other side of the camp, distancing herself from the crowd that had been planted with mental plague seeds. In the next second, the world of dreams completely collapsed. She was forced back to reality and appeared at the edge of the Alliance's camp. A silver-white sharp light lit up, erupting from Audrey's side, tearing apart the thick fog. Audrey didn't panic, because she had expected to be discovered and attacked. After entering the Alliance's camp, she knew that her psychological invisibility could very well be seen through other clues. For example, she couldn't completely conceal her malice. Therefore, in addition to psychological invisibility, she had also used similar techniques and the chaos brought about by Hand of Terror to create an additional fake version of herself to mislead the possible attackers. In other words, there was a layer of illusion hidden under her psychological invisibility. And the facts proved that Audrey's grasp of the enemy's psychology was correct. The faker had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Seizing this opportunity, she retreated into the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that still maintained its human form appeared. Its huge scales were engraved with mysterious and three-dimensional symbols. They eroded inward and extended outward, as though they were interwoven into an indescribable, unrealistic object. It made one go insane just by looking at it. Their thoughts would be distorted and they would go crazy. At the same time, a figure dressed in the uniform of a Fasak general appeared where Audrey had been standing. His face, neck, and palms were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Anuni and Klein's shadows landed on a step covered in orange-red light. The three silver knights retreated and returned to Anuni and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at Shadow and Anuni. "It looks like you can't leave that area." He took a few steps forward, spread out his palms, and clicked his tongue. "What a pity. This way, you won't be able to hit me." Bang! Shadow opened his mouth and shot out an air cannon. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor bang! When the shadow blasted out the air cannonball, Klein seemed to have sensed it long ago. His body suddenly leaned back, somersaulted in the air, and he landed steadily several steps away. During this process, his right hand kept pressing down on the half-top hat on his head, appearing rather relaxed. Seeing that Anuni and the shadow didn't attempt to chase after him or attack continuously, Klein's smile became even more obvious. It's really impolite to interrupt others. I originally wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of you, but now, I can only avoid you. As he spoke, the left side of his face, which was formed from transparent maggots, trembled twice, as though he was winking at his former marionette and his shadow. Then, he walked back to Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia with a beaming smile. He shrugged and said, "The owner of this place doesn't welcome us. The owner of this place doesn't really welcome us. We can only go out and discuss how to solve their problem." Colin Iliad didn't underestimate this expert who had exaggerated actions and didn't seem to be able to control his emotions. This was because the other party had previously shown a grasp of the details when dealing with matters. This wasn't something a demigod who had lost his mind could do. All right. The City of Silver's chief responded to Klein's suggestion. Derek naturally didn't have any objections. Lovia remained silent and didn't say a word. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps and walked out of the giant king's court's door. In the end, Klein even got the guard, who was several meters tall and covered in silver armor, to pull the huge door and slowly close it. He appeared very polite. During the entire process, Anuni, who had layers of black wings on his back, and the pure shadow only watched without attempting to stop them. It was as though an invisible wall was restricting their movements. After a while, dusk passed and darkness descended, waiting for the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally rose, bringing with it the long-awaited dawn. At this moment, Anuni and the shadow heard knocking sounds coming from the door of the giant king's court. Someone was knocking on the door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. After a few repetitions, the door creaked open heavily. Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, maintained the right corner of his mouth curling up. He was the first to enter the giant king's court and walk up the stairs. Colin Iliad and the other demigods and his marionettes were one step behind as they followed by the side. After walking halfway up the stairs, Klein stopped and said to Anuni and Shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say please come in. Perhaps it's because this place is too far away from the gate that you didn't hear my knocking. You know, as a gentleman, I only know how to tap with my fingers, not with my palms." Just as he said that, Anuni, who had not spoken since the beginning, spoke. "Next, you will deal with Shadow yourself. Let the people from the City of Silver hold me back." Klein's smile was exaggerated as he let out a loud nasal sound, as though he was waiting for Anuni to explain further. At the same time, he raised his left palm and pressed it against his face. The transparent and distorted maggots suddenly swam about. Some crawled in, while others crawled out, quickly completing the exchange. Anuni, whose face was covered in shadows, continued in a deep voice with his slightly curled black hair that hung down to his shoulders. "You didn't summon the projection from the historical void ahead of time because you knew that Shadow could summon the projection of the Staff of the Stars and simulate the powers of the Angel of Time to accelerate the flow of time and disperse your angel helpers. Similarly, he didn't make any preparations because of this reason. And if you summon a saint who can last longer, he can do the same. They cancel each other out. I hate playing cards with myself the most." Klein nodded heavily, expressing his agreement, and laughed out loud. Anuni, whose face was blurry, swept his gaze at him and the three demigods from the City of Silver. "Therefore, you transformed your marionette into the Silver Knight guarding the door ahead of time, planning on using it as a weight to tip the scales. This problem is with him, not me. He actually doesn't have a target to make a marionette. Why don't you sacrifice yourself?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said to his former marionette, Anuni. Anuni retracted his gaze and turned to scrutinize Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. "You and Shadow cancel each other out. The premise of relying on a marionette to win is that they can hold me back." Just as he said that, the shoulders of the marionette, which had been corrupted by the power of the Dark Angel's slumber, squirmed as a head grew out from each of them. They were covered in shadows and had shoulder-length black curly hair, but they gave off the feeling that one was young and the other was old. Before Klein and the other demigods could react, the right side of Anuni's body suddenly ruptured, allowing the old head to take away a third of his body. The split body squirmed rapidly and instantly became complete. A pair of eyes protruded from the shadow on the surface of the head. The pupils were vertical and suffused with a pale gold color. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase that led to the ancient god's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate plain. At the end of the plain was a city with pitch-black walls and weeds growing all over it. The city of silver. Such a scene was so real that Derek's heart tightened. He was worried that an unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the city of silver and destroy it. When Anuni grew two heads, Lovia's gaze froze. Her body trembled as though she had sensed the aura of a high-ranking person who had severed her relationship with him. Colin Iliad looked around and crossed the two swords in his hands that were covered in the light of dawn. He said in a deep voice, "This is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left palm that was made of transparent maggots. He yawned and smiled as he asked Anuni's main body. He smiled and asked Anuni's main body, "Will you be stronger in a dream?" He smiled and asked Anuni's main body, "Or, can this allow you to cross the boundary and launch an attack?" "Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy and make them enter my attack range." Just as he said that, the desolate plain and the distant castle dissipated at the same time. The magnificent staircase that was bathed in the light of dawn appeared again. At this moment, the left side of Anuni's body also ruptured. The young head took away a third of his flesh and blood. The shadow on his face was quickly replaced by a brilliant golden glow. It was as though there were two miniature suns in his eyes. "Sun?" Klein first asked a question before he laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Haha, you want to use the unshadowed domain to break the Silver Knight's light concealment?" "Yes, we do have 3 Silver Knights on our side. They are worthy of your attention, but have you considered the feelings of the shadow?" "You didn't. You only thought about yourself. He's just a pure shadow. Do you know how much he'll be weakened in the unshadowed domain?" At this point, Klein laughed even louder, causing the worms of spirit on his transparent left face to crawl much faster. "Ha ha ha ha, also, have you thought about your beyonder powers in the aspects of filth, degeneration, and darkness? Have you seriously considered the negative effects that the unshadowed domain will bring to you?" After laughing, Klein straightened his back and asked seriously, "What should I call you now?" "What should I call you now, a little one? A little one? A little one?" Anuni, whose face was still covered in shadows, slowly took a deep breath. "If you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now." Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly spread open. They constantly expanded, covering the sky and enveloping the entire magnificent staircase. The area was immediately covered in a faint shadow. Then, Anuni directly crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek. He actually had a way to break through the obstruction. The young him, who was also the saint of sun that he had split off, raised his arms on the spot. The light of dawn turned intense, illuminating every corner of the magnificent staircase. It didn't leave any shadows behind, nor did it allow anything to be hidden. Unshadowed domain, however, the shadow boundary around him didn't fade. The black wings that enveloped Anuni's body helped him block out the pure sunlight. As for the shadow, it seemed to be draped in a cloak. Although it was much dimmer, it didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, the elderly body that Anuni had split off pushed out his right palm at Klein. A violent but illusory wind surged around him, bringing with it an invisible and various thoughts. It whistled towards Klein and his Silver Knight marionette. Mind deprivation, it could make the target feel shock, fear, frenzy, or lose a portion of their rationality. And because Klein's spirit had lost its integrity, he was on the verge of losing control. He couldn't even control his emotions and reactions well. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there was a high chance that he would lose control on the spot and collapse into a monster. Anuni understood what had happened to him and understood his weakness. From the beginning, he had made the spectator saint that he had split off use an area of effect attack that was difficult for him to defend against or withstand. The gale that was tainted with all kinds of emotions and willpower instantly engulfed Klein, but the crazy adventurer whose body was half normal and half terrifying didn't show any distortion in his expression, the protrusion of his godhood, or the collapse of his body. Instead, his right eye, which had an exaggerated smile on it, became extremely calm. While waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team, he had already summoned Miss Justice and gotten her to give him a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning state, a clown-like virtual persona, allowing his spirit to become complete for a certain period of time. This was the reason why Klein was still rather rational when he left the Guardian's residence, but he was so exaggerated and crazy when he saw the City of Silver's expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could help him withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes quickly faded, and the right corner of Klein's mouth curled up. It was symmetrical with the worm of spirit that was crawling on his left. It was a sincere smile. P.S. Recommend a book written by a fellow reader. The rise of everything began with the Blade of Pillar Destruction. After transmigrating, Yi-In was defeated by the weak before he could carry out his grand plans. The arrival of an ancient mirror broke his original trajectory, and he began his journey as a nesting doll. However, can anyone tell me why a script of my former planet would appear in a completely different universe? As a sincere smile appeared on Klein's face, silver cracks suddenly appeared on the spectator saint's face. They crisscrossed and intersected with each other, appearing abnormally messy. Klein seized the opportunity and used the silver rapier condensed by his silver knight marionette to launch a surprise attack. A sharp beam burst forth, tearing the figure into countless tiny pieces. However, these tiny pieces were abnormally illusory and didn't feel corporeal. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion to conceal his existence, so, silver-white beams of light shot towards the spectator saint that Anuni had manifested at high speeds, or they directly leaped out of the target's location and erupted from within. The spectator saint relied on the speed and agility of his powerful body to constantly change positions and dodge, preventing himself from suffering any damage. As he had a precise grasp and control of his mind and psyche, Klein's intuition for danger was unable to form a picture in his mind. It made it difficult for him to predict his actions and make the silver rapier wait at the spot he was about to arrive. Tap, tap. Tap, the gigantic knight, who was covered in sturdy silver armor, raised his greatsword and charged towards his target, as though he could collapse a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, Klein's silver knight marionette couldn't use the light to hide. All he could do was attack head-on. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious dragon with grayish-white scales that were covered in shadows and had godhood. The dragon's body was massive, and its gray scales were firm. Its claws were powerful as it forcefully blocked the silver knight's slash. Amidst the sounds of collisions, the giant and dragon shattered the bricks of the ancient god's divine kingdom. The palace collapsed, leaving it in a mess. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile as he seriously controlled his marionette. He didn't care about the shadow. No, he still interfered to a certain extent. He controlled the spirit-body threads of himself, his marionette, the City of Silver's chief, Lovia, and little son, preventing the shadow from successfully controlling them. From time to time, he would extend his palm to summon the historical void projection that the shadow was attempting to summon, negating the efforts of both parties. Other than that, Klein didn't even look at the shadow. The shadow wandered around for a while before it helplessly opened its mouth and let out a bang. An air cannonball shot out and struck the silver knight marionette, causing it to explode. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the marionette only shook slightly before returning to normal. The silver full-body armor he wore didn't have any cracks. Haha. Seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, making people feel like they were about to bend over. How could he not know just how weak his attack and defense were, when the two core skills of controlling spirit-body threads and summoning historical void projections couldn't be used? Shadow, who didn't have a marionette, could only watch from the sidelines in the demigod battle. Be it air cannonball, flame controlling, illusion creation, or the combat abilities of a clown, they were only embellishments or support. Similarly, the reason why Klein didn't attack the shadow was because he knew how disgusting paper figurine substitutes, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation were. He knew that he wouldn't be able to finish him off in a short period of time, so he might as well let him be a spectator. After all, it wouldn't affect the battle. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, the pitch-black shadow paused for a moment before pouncing forward. It approached Klein and attacked him. Elsewhere, when Anuni's true body descended in front of the three demigods of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad quickly glanced at him before retracting his gaze. He crossed his swords in front of him to form a cross. At the same time, the clothes of the City of Silver's chief were torn apart by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad turned into a 6-meter-tall giant with a grayish-blue body and bluish-black muscles. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to attract the souls around him, but his 2 eyes were gone. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, endless mystery, and a strange mental influence. It made everyone who saw it feel an unavoidable stabbing pain in their psyche. They felt irritable and wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. In the unshadowed domain, Colin Iliad didn't need to worry about the Divine Kingdom's suppression preventing him from controlling his incomplete mythical creature form, resulting in him completely losing control. The invisible barrier around him shrank inwards, turning into a silver, sticky, metal-like stream of water that covered his entire body, solidifying into an unshakable armor. At that moment, the shadow on Anuni's body condensed into something corporeal, turning him into a giant that was several meters tall wearing black full-body armor and holding a black greatsword. Black Knight, clang, the black greatsword cleaved down vertically, but it was stopped in midair by the 2 swords formed by the light of dawn. The shadow beneath Anuni's feet and the black wings on his back extended forward in an attempt to envelop Colin Iliad. Almost at the same time, a storm of light formed by the first rays of dawn was raised around Colin and swept forward. The storm, which was filled with pure fragments, engulfed Anuni's shadow and was blocked by his black wings. Clang, 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 bang, bang, the silver knight that Colin Iliad had transformed into and the black knight that Anuni had transformed into clashed violently, causing the light and shadows to vanish and the tower to break. After receiving a signal from the chief, he had already leaped out with Thunder God's roar and headed straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling wind, he swung the gigantic hammer that had a dark blue surface and was wrapped in lightning. He acted like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a beyonder of the sun domain. The Sun Saint didn't expect the Unshadowed to be so rash and choose to engage in close combat. He was momentarily taken aback and could only instinctively dodge to the side. With a snap, a silver-white beam burst forth where he was about to step, quickly engulfing him and tearing his body apart. The silver knight evil spirit that Lovia grazed also attacked the Sun Saint. A tidal wave of golden light suddenly surged out of the Sun Saint's body, melting the silver-white beams and condensing into a layer of armor of light and a huge spiked mace. Bang, the spiked mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing lightning bolts and spots of light to splatter everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted circles of warm light, causing the silver knight evil spirit that was affected to suddenly turn incorporeal as though it was evaporating. It made the black-armored Lovia's figure turn white, and the depravity quickly dissipated. Klein's silver knight marionette was suppressed and weakened significantly. Cleanse. This was the core power of an Unshadowed. It was extremely effective against dead spirits, degenerates, and corruptors. Faced with purification, Lovia could only recall the silver knight evil spirit and stop grazing it. She only used the corresponding beyonder powers to alleviate her weakness. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, silver-white beams of light flashed from time to time, sometimes flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and dodge in defense. Derek took a glance and didn't brandish Thunder God's roar again, nor did he continue pestering the Sun Saint. He took a few steps back and cast his gaze at the battlefield where the pitch-black greatsword and the twin swords of dawn clashed repeatedly. He cast his gaze at the battle between Colin Iliad and Anuni. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he spread his arms halfway, as though he was embracing a gift from a god. The unshadowed domain immediately became brighter, as though sunlight had penetrated the barrier and shone in. Right on the heels of that, a ball of pure light with countless holy flames swirling around it descended out of thin air, enveloping Colin Iliad and Anuni without distinguishing between friend and foe. Flaring Sun, Unshadowed's Flaring Sun, this was the theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Megos and the fetus in her womb. It could cause great damage to creatures in the domains of corruption, and undying. It could even directly destroy them. Inside the ball of light surrounded by holy flames, a faint mist rose from the black wings on Anuni's back. The pitch-black armor that covered his body melted and cracked. The dissipating aura of depravity was ignited. Colin Iliad also suffered damage, and the silver full-body armor on his body turned into a flowing metallic liquid. Derek didn't care about this as he used Flaring Sun again, enveloping Anuni and Colin Iliad once again. He believed that compared to enemies in the domains of corruption, the chief of the warrior pathway would suffer much less damage from Flaring Sun, and he would be able to last a lot longer. And once the main enemy was dealt with, Mr. World could summon Life's Cane to heal the chief. This was the fastest way to get rid of Anuni. This wasn't something that Derek had come up with, nor was it a plan formulated by Klein. It was suggested by Colin Iliad himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced the possible abilities of Anuni and Shadow. He hadn't given any plans and had left the leadership to the City of Silver's chief. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. Whatever he could think of, Shadow could also think of. If he were to follow his own train of thought, it would be very easy for him to be targeted. Therefore, trusting an experienced former demon hunter was the best solution in the current situation. Colin Iliad didn't decline modestly. He set his first target as Anuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. Then, he came up with a plan to exchange injuries for victory. He wasn't afraid of suffering injuries, but he was worried that he wouldn't have such a chance. The ball of light that was surrounded by countless holy flames descended, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly, causing Anuni's black wings to become fainter and fainter. It was getting closer and closer to an illusion. At this moment, a pair of black wings suddenly separated from Anuni and turned into a deep ocean. The deep sea instantly devoured the brilliant ball of light, causing the entire unshadowed domain to darken significantly. Bolts of silver lightning burst out from within, turning the area where Anuni and Colin Iliad were fighting into a forest of lightning. Amidst the sizzling sounds, countless bolts of lightning darted across the surface of Colin Iliad's silver armor. They surged upwards and drilled into the gaps in the visor. This silver knight, who had revealed his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately stiffened, as though he had been paralyzed by the lightning. As for Anuni's black armor, which seemed to be formed from the power of degeneration, he had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his main body from being affected by his disintegration. Seizing this opportunity, Anuni, who was constantly falling black fragments, held the heavy greatsword with both hands and slashed diagonally forward. And at this moment, Colin Iliad hadn't completely recovered from his paralyzed state. With a piercing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to have lost its defense as it was cleaved apart by the heavy, straight greatsword. This was the Black Knight's blade of spirit and flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, obliterate souls, and slash through barriers, but it could also render any creature with degeneration defenseless. It was the core beyonder power of a Black Knight, and it originated from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the blade of spirit and flesh had sliced through the silver armor on Colin Iliad's left shoulder, causing the crack to rapidly deepen and head straight for his heart, Derek tensed up. He immediately condensed a spear that seemed to be formed from pure sunlight as it crackled. He waved his arm and threw it at Anuni. Unshadowed spear, Anuni didn't give up on attacking, nor did he dodge. All he did was raise his remaining black wings and use them to cover himself. Sizzle, the unshadowed spear pierced through the 2 layers of black wings and erupted with a blinding white light, making it seem as though a miniature sun had risen. At the same time, Colin Iliad's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver metal liquid. The liquid quickly flowed and reformed Colin Iliad's body in the distance. He was still in the form of a giant and was still wearing silver armor. However, half of the City of Silver's chief's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The cut was clean, and no blood flowed out. Relying on mercury transformation, Colin Iliad paid the price of an arm to dodge Anuni's fatal strike. His gaze behind the visor did not waver in the slightest. Holding the remaining Sword of Dawn, he once again charged towards his target. He was like an unusually terrifying steam train that exceeded its own speed limit. On the other side, Derek quickly condensed the unshadowed spear and sent the spears of light flying at Anuni. In the process, he opened his mouth and said solemnly, "God said the purification is effective." This was the manifestation of a notary's beyonder powers at the unshadowed stage. It was so compatible with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint that the battlefield became much brighter, causing the depraved aura on Anuni and Lovia to weaken once again. God said it's ineffective. The Sun Saint immediately denied Derek's words, causing the purification effects of the unshadowed domain to return to its previous state. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears flew towards Anuni. As for the black wings on the Black Knight's back, they had already faded and disappeared under the illumination of the miniature sun. Less than half of them were left. Seeing the dazzling, pure spears of light coming at him one after another, while he was entangled by Colin Iliad, making it difficult for him to effectively dodge, Anuni spread out his pair of illusory black wings and disintegrated into a swath of darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of viscous pitch-black darkness. They were either instantly corroded and broke apart, penetrating into the magnificent staircase, or drawing an arc in midair before turning around and rushing towards Derek Berg. At that moment, all of them had fallen. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his combat intuition, which he had developed from his long training and patrolling. He suddenly leaped forward and continued rolling. Sizzle, sizzle, pitch-black spears landed behind him, corroding a large portion of the staircase. At this moment, the Sun Saint was also throwing the unshadowed spears and creating pure white rays, forcing Lovia to use one of the souls she grazed to constantly flash and begin attempting to approach the enemy. What made her regret was that in such a state, she could only use the powers of one soul at a time. She couldn't flash and condense the silver rapier to slash at the Sun Saint from afar to create an opportunity for herself. On the other side, Klein and his shadow were engaged in an abnormally intense battle. Amidst the sounds of air cannons, scarlet flames soared up one after another. Pieces of paper scattered in all directions as the illusions turned into bubbles. The Silver Knight marionette had basically suppressed the spectator saint. After all, no matter how powerful the Mind Dragon's body was and how powerful it wasn't a match for a demigod of the giant pathway in close combat. Of course, the spectator saint wasn't in danger either. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If not for the fact that his opponent was only a marionette, and that Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and had seen many high-level creatures, he could have used the prominent godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, making him gradually turn irritable and lose his rationality. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the spectator saint could only use the hypnotist's combat hypnosis to force the target to do abnormal actions, such as attacking the wrong spot. Then, he could use this to escape the entanglement and enter the psychological invisibility state again to attempt a sneak attack on Klein. The hypnotist's combat hypnosis could forcefully hypnotize the enemy in battle, making them do all kinds of abnormal actions. However, this action couldn't directly harm the hypnotized person, nor could it be maintained for too long. The target would quickly wake up. Of course, the target of the spectator saint's combat hypnosis was definitely not the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person, immune to all mental influences. The target of his interference was the thoughts Klein transmitted through the spirit-body threads, so as to make the marionette receive an error in the information it received, making it do something that didn't match Klein's intentions. In fact, this was already mental interference and not mental hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly inferior to the original version, but not every saint of the spectator pathway could grasp such an application. It was a result of digging deep into one's beyonder powers and experimenting. To the spectator saint, this was something that couldn't be helped. This was because be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none of them were effective on a marionette. This grayish-white dragon with a shadow covering its head had attempted to approach Klein several times or use area of effect beyonder powers, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It was forced to dodge by the silver rapier that could explode within its body. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the spectator saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't too easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden either. Suddenly, his spiritual perception stirred as he entered a lucid state after his dream and mind were secretly invaded. With this lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise under the spirituality sky and look down at his mind island. Then, he saw the shadowy Anuni, who gave off an aged vibe, walk out of the illusory and boundless sea of collective subconscious and open the door to his body of heart and mind. This spectator saint didn't attempt to modify the consciousness in Klein's mind island. All he did was pinch out a dark ball of light with tentacles growing outwards, turning it into an undetectable seed that landed on the ground. The source seed of mental plague. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched positions with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the seed of mental plague from taking root in his mind island. The spectator saint sensed this change, but not only was he not disappointed, he even revealed a smile. This was because he had long used his virtual persona to secretly plant the seed of mental plague in the Silver Knight marionette's dead island of consciousness. Although it couldn't affect the marionette, it could unknowingly corrupt the enemy who had switched positions with the marionette, as well as the other targets in the surrounding area. This was a kind of corruption and infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the mental world. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, the problems that Klein had temporarily hidden with his virtual persona would completely erupt. He would quickly lose control, and there would be no way to reverse it. Shadow was no stranger to such a situation, because Vin Rambus had once used a similar method. As he snickered at how his true body had become crazy, rash, arrogant, and resembled a clown, forgetting the lessons of the past, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet stream of flames. He used it to leap over and hold back Klein. This was another intense battle in which paper fragments flew everywhere as illusions were destroyed. Before long, Klein suddenly stopped. He raised his left palm, which was formed from the twisting translucent maggots, and covered the left side of his face in a similar state. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He let out a maniacal laugh as he controlled the spirit body threads around him like a madman, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, light-colored flesh protruded, as though they were worms of spirit that were about to drill out. Seeing that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, Shadow was worried that he would be infected by the mental plague. He hurriedly made a scarlet flame leap up and engulf himself. In the distance, his figure leaped out of a stream of flames that had yet to extinguish. At this moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally attack or dance in a convulsive manner. It was obvious that it was under abnormal control. He was powerless to stop the mind dragon that the spectator saint had transformed into. He allowed it to extend its wings that were covered in skin and fly above Klein, preparing to spew out mind breath. The spectator saint didn't wish to give his enemy, who had been infected by the mental plague, a chance to catch his breath. He planned on making him lose control immediately. Suddenly, the mind dragon's actions turned sluggish, as though every joint had been injected with paste. In the next second, a silver-white beam erupted from his body, slicing through his flesh and tearing apart his spirit body. Klein, who was laughing with his back bent, instantly calmed down. He slowly straightened his body, released the palm that was covering his left cheek, and curled up the corners of his mouth at the distant Shadow. Behind him, the mind dragon was torn apart by wave after wave of silver-white beams, turning into pieces of raven-black flesh and blood that fell to the ground. The knight marionette in silver armor immediately retracted the broadsword in his hand and looked coldly at Shadow. Klein looked at the slightly confused Shadow. The few worms of spirit on the left side of his face curved and extended, simulating the curl of his lips. "You don't seem to have noticed that there's something that I have that you don't." As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand. At some point in time, a blob of pitch-black, filthy flesh had appeared in his palm. It was filled with indescribable madness. "The answer is the corruption of the hanging man," Klein said to Shadow with a smile. He had what Shadow didn't have. It was the corruption left behind by the true creator. This was an influence that even the powers of Sapphira Castle couldn't remove for the time being, and Klein was certain of one thing. Before meeting Dark Angel Sasher, the true creator wouldn't let himself easily lose control or die. Therefore, he deliberately allowed the corrupted portion of his body to be infected by the mental plague, pretending that he was about to lose control. Then, by controlling the spirit body threads without distinguishing between friend and foe, he concealed the fact that his target was the spectator saint. When the other party launched a further attack, he successfully made him enter a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the Silver Knight marionette. Just as Klein had expected, the corrupted portion of him contained the seed of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. During this process, Shadow had distanced himself from Klein ahead of time because he was worried about the effects of the mental plague. He failed to detect the abnormality of the spectator saint's spirit body threads in time. How could Klein not know how cautious and careful he was? Of course, when he met Dark Angel Sasser, Klein had no way of predicting what kind of changes would occur to the corruption. Would the mental plague contained within leak out and cause certain effects? All he could do was focus on resolving the problem at hand. Upon hearing his words, scarlet flames suddenly surged out from the pure Shadow's body and instantly enveloped him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the Giant King's residence, a cluster of flames rapidly rose up as Shadow appeared. Without any hesitation, he chose to flee towards the palace where the Dark Angel was sleeping. He completely ignored Anuni, and the Saint of Sun, Klein, who was using his virtual persona, was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth and the worm of spirit. He shook his head and said with a smile, "So I'm that timid?" He suspected that the shadow that had been sliced out had taken away most of his cautiousness and carefulness, leaving him with more impulsiveness and recklessness. Pa! A sharp, silver light lit up and slashed the crimson flames that fell out of nowhere outside the unshadowed domain, shattering the pitch-black shadow that had just protruded from it. Klein didn't waste any time by muttering to himself. He had already controlled the Silver Knight marionette, and based on the distribution of the flames and his own habits, he predicted where Shadow would jump to next. Then, he condensed the silver rapier ahead of time, and the moment he discovered the descent of the flames, he slashed out across space. The unshadowed domain didn't have any physical barriers or boundaries. Anyone could directly leave or exert influence on the outside. However, the shredded shadow eventually turned into thin pieces of paper and quickly disappeared. Another few burning crimson flames flew down. The pitch-black shadow used them to jump and approach the open door of the Giant King's residence. As for the silver beams that lit up one after another, they only tore apart his paper figurine substitutes. From sequence 5 onwards, the warrior pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the help of psychological invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were clearly better than illusion creation. Only when two seers fought each other would their illusions shatter. In just 2 to 3 seconds, scarlet pillars of fire soared outside the Giant King's residence, as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome guests. In the next instant, Shadow jumped into one of the fire pillars and hid in the Dark Angel's slumber. But at this moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in front of the scarlet pillars of fire. He wore a long black trench coat and a half-top hat. The right side of his face was normal, while the left side was formed from transparent and twisted maggots. It was none other than Klein's true body. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers with his right hand that had long been raised. Pa! The scarlet pillars of fire were completely extinguished, and the pitch-black shadow was forced to appear midway, returning to the steps that were illuminated by the light of dawn. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein was able to rush outside the Giant King's palace ahead of time and stop Shadow from arriving was that after the other party had decisively fled, it was no longer able to effect his summoning of the historical void projection. He easily took out creeping hunger and switched to the traveler's soul. "It's not a good thing to be too careful," Klein said to Shadow with a beaming smile as he bent his knees and bent his back. As he bent his back and knees, his figure suddenly transformed into the silver-armored knight. The knight stabbed the greatsword in his hand into the crack in the ground, creating an invisible barrier that sealed the door to the Dark Angel's slumber. At that moment, Klein had switched positions with his silver knight marionette. He gave his shadow the impression that as long as he could destroy the barrier that originated from the Guardian, he would allow him to enter the Giant King's palace. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of the historical projection and controlled the spirit body threads. As the battle situation reversed, the battle between the 3 demigods of the City of Silver, Anuni, and the Sun Saint also changed. When Colin Iliad once again held back Anuni, who had lost his black armor, he repeated his previous strategy. At times, he would use Flaring Sun to deal area of effect damage, using the chief's injuries in exchange for victory in battle. At other times, he would condense a pure and dazzling unshadowed spear to carry out a precise attack. This wasn't often used because it was easy for Anuni to dodge it and even accidentally injure Colin Iliad. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Anuni finally couldn't hold on any longer. He once again spread out one of his last two pairs of black wings, turning it into a pitch-black sea that devoured all light. It also drowned Colin Iliad, causing the City of Silver's chief to have a layer of sticky black liquid on his body. His movements were clearly hindered. Seizing this opportunity, Anuni escaped from the entanglement and avoided the subsequent unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and quickly swam towards the giant king's residence in an attempt to cooperate with Shadow to break through the barrier. At this moment, a sharp silver-white light burst out from his body and tore him into pieces of dark red flesh and blood. This sudden and precise attack came from Lovia. This elder of the six-member council had actually given up on dodging the Sun Saint's attack. At the instant Anuni left the battlefield, she decisively switched the grazed soul to the Silver Knight Evil Spirit, dyeing the black armor on her body silver-white. Sizzle, the pure and dazzling unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to be completely devoured by a miniature, blazing Sunday. Anuni's blobs of flesh and blood hadn't lost their vitality. They quickly gathered together in an attempt to reassemble his body. But at that moment, Colin Iliad, whose movements were restricted by the black sticky liquid, burst out with spots of light. They turned into a storm that tore through the obstruction, allowing the silver-white armor to reappear. Right on the heels of that, the giant-like Silver Knight took a step forward and waved the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the storm of light to continue. It swept forward and enveloped the blobs of dark red flesh and blood. A pair of black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the storm of light. However, Derek's flaring sun continued, using holy flames to ignite every blob of flesh and blood, melting everything with pure light. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that his true body couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. He couldn't be bothered to deal another blow to Lovia as he turned around to leave his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and filth. "Slow down." Lovia forcefully escaped the remnant power of the unshadowed spear and teleported to a spot not far from the Sun Saint. Then, she switched the grazed soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body had completely shattered. There were many tears on her purple-patterned black robe, revealing the slowly squirming flesh and blood that had melted away. Her aura was rather weak. A slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for too long, but to Colin Iliad, this was enough. He condensed a silver rapier and teleported it in front of the enemy. This silver rapier randomly mutated, directly piercing through the Sun Saint's holy armor and exploding in his body. Silver light bloomed as the Sun Saint was sliced into countless pieces. Pa! 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 The flesh and blood landed on the ground and instantly disappeared, as if they had returned to history. After the battle ended, the three demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the giant king's residence, blocking the shadow in the middle. The shadow leaped up in an attempt to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he was pressed down by a palm formed from transparent maggots. He and Klein didn't rush to the time before the first epoch because they knew that the other party would definitely stop them or wait there. With nowhere to hide, the shadow was immediately surrounded by the three demigods of the City of Silver. His various abilities had been neutralized by Klein, and even Flaming Jump was affected by flame control. It was difficult for him to escape his predicament. More than 10 seconds later, after the paper figurines shattered one by one, the shadow finally had no substitute to use. He was stabbed in the abdomen by unshadowed spear. A blazing white, miniature sun exploded as the pitch-black shadow rapidly faded away and completely melted away. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head as his mind, which was on the brink of losing control, suddenly relaxed. He instinctively looked at his feet and saw a faint black shadow extending out under the light of dawn. Too weak. Klein bent his back slightly and couldn't help but mock himself. After all, without the powers of a scholar of yore, a marionette, or the ability to control spirit-body threads, a seer was truly very weak compared to a demigod. His spirit had been restored, but he hadn't cancelled the virtual persona. Furthermore, he didn't plan on immediately summoning Miss Justice's historical projection to do this. This was because Anuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel, had displayed the characteristics of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret's suppliant pathway. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of mental influences. Virtual persona was a very good defensive measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's face and body quickly settled down, returning to flesh and skin. However, due to the influence of the madness contained in the virtual persona, the surface remained translucent, allowing others to see the worms of spirit hidden beneath. When Derek, Lovia, and company cast their gazes over, Klein straightened his back and reached out to grab his life's cane. He pointed at the open door to the Giant King's residence and said with a smile, "Hurry up. Hurry up. The Dark Angel is waiting for us inside." On the surface, Klein urged her, but in fact, he threw Life's cane to the bottom of the magnificent staircase at Lovia, allowing her to treat his and Colin Iliad's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was the least afraid of the negative effects of Life's cane. No matter what changes her body underwent, as long as it didn't involve her spirit, she could recover. At the same time, he quickly ran to the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the staircase and picked up the chief's severed arm. As long as the severed limb wasn't lost, Life's cane could heal the injury. Klein nodded at Colin Iliad with an exaggerated smile. With a leap, he entered the fog of history, ran to the first epoch, and hid in a particular fragment of light. Then, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and sat in the seat belonging to the Fool. With the help of the crimson star that corresponded to Sun, which was constantly shrinking and expanding, he checked the situation inside the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, it was dark inside. There was a faint tremor, preventing him from seeing through it. As expected of the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, a king of angels suspected to be related to Chaos C. Klein sighed silently as he frowned slightly. He now suspected that even if Little Sun entered the palace and prayed inside, it would be difficult for him to see through the darkness and see the exact situation unless he had already become an angel and truly grasped Sapphira Castle. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there were still many unknown influences hidden in the Dark Angel's slumber. He definitely couldn't be careless. He then reined in his thoughts and observed his surroundings, searching for high-level existences like Adam and Amon who might be hiding, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. After exhaling, Klein busied himself shattering the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic that had separated from the curtain, allowing the sequence 9 to sequence 3 to condense again, making sequence 2 pure. Then, he returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he left the grayish-white fog and appeared in front of the open door of the Giant King's residence. The Silver Knight marionette, who had stabbed the broadsword into the crack and created an invisible barrier, immediately stood up. At this moment, Colin Iliad's severed arm had already been reattached, and Lovia's injuries had also recovered. However, at some point in time, a few golden ears of wheat had grown out from the back of her head, swaying there. They walked to the door with Derek and returned Life's cane to Klein. After Klein took it, he shook his hand and removed the maintenance on the historical projection, making it disappear into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed forward with his right hand, planning to summon the historical void projection of Miss Messenger in her perfect state. At this moment, Colin Iliad suddenly asked, "Are you going to summon that angel?" "It doesn't have to be him. I have too many choices." Klein used a slightly exaggerated tone to state the truth. Colin had already dispelled his giant form and returned to his original height of more than 2 meters. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden for him. At this moment, he was wearing the condensed silver armor and holding the 2 swords of dawn that had returned to their normal size. He said calmly, "That corrupted monster just now showed the characteristics of making living beings fall. The place where the Dark Angel sleeps should have similar effects. Does the chief mean that the angelic projection summoned by Mr. World might rebel after entering the Giant King's residence? And a fallen angel, even if it's just a projection, can make us pay a heavy price." Derek easily understood what the chief meant. On the other side, the flesh on Lovia's head squirmed, enveloping the few ears of wheat and fusing them with her body. "Makes sense." Klein smiled and nodded before gently snapping his fingers. Then, he dragged out an ordinary crow from the fog of history and let it fly through the open door, entering a dark interior. When the crow's figure was engulfed by the dark environment, Klein's brows twitched slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the City of Silver's chief. "We've lost contact." Colin Iliad replied without any surprise, "That's right. This is a king of angels. Klein couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This was rather troublesome for him. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to replace his actual body. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off proved this point. All right. Klein shook his palm a few times as though he was stretching his wrist, taking out a black cane embedded with many gems from the air. 0 to 62, Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the sealed artifact projection and marionette in his hand would fall and rebel. After making their preparations, Colin, Iliad, Lovia, and Derek cast their gazes at the darkness behind the open door. Klein pointed with the Staff of the Stars in his hand and said with an obvious smile, "This will be a dangerous journey. Everyone can die. This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. It's the same for you and me." With that said, he pressed down on his top hat and followed behind the Silver Knight marionette. He passed through the open door and stepped into the deep darkness. Colin, Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't say a word as they silently but firmly walked forward. Bakeland, the battlefield outside the city. Audrey, who had used lie to adjust her face in her dragon form, was engaged in an intense battle with the demigod in the Faceac general's attire, silver mask and gloves. The other party's indestructible defense, the broadsword condensed by the light of dawn, the ability to hide using light, and the thin sword that could teleport had left a deep impression on her. If she hadn't known that the upper echelons of Faceac and Intis were mostly silver knights, demon hunters, iron-blooded knights, war bishops, unshadowed, mentors of justice, alchemists, and arcane scholars, as well as having gathered intelligence on the tarot and done some homework, Audrey, who lacked sufficient combat experience, would have long been defeated. With this accumulation, Audrey recovered after enduring the initial attack. She relied on combat hypnosis, mind deprivation, mind breath, mind storm, and other abilities that were more focused on control and mental influence to turn the tide of the battle and escape from her predicament. Of course, the most important thing was that the godhood influence brought about by dragon form had interfered with the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. It also allowed Audrey to have a body that could withstand damage and the strength to withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would only be able to barely maintain her state and would have been injured. And as a Sequence 3 Saint of the Warrior pathway, Admiral Faceac had a firm will and a unique ability to not be affected by illusions. He could effectively resist mental powers and reduce the negative effects he received. Therefore, he still had the upper hand. He used light concealment and silver rapier to suppress Audrey in an attempt to create an opportunity to defeat the enemy and clinch victory. Audrey was very calm about this. This was because, while fighting, she had already virtual persona. She had diverted her attention to sow many seeds of mental plague into the surrounding environment. It wouldn't be long before that Admiral Faceac would be silently infected. At this moment, scarlet flaming spears were shot over from the Allied forces' camp. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth in a dense barrage. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. He took a step forward and brandished his Sword of Dawn, dragging Audrey to the spot. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The burning flaming spears descended one after another, blanketing the two demigods. Audrey's face couldn't help but contort. The grayish-white scales on her dragon form body were covered in charred marks. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it still suffused a silvery white glow. It wasn't affected much. Compared to a giant whose specialty was defense, a dragon's ability to withstand attacks was clearly much weaker. It was only at this moment that Audrey felt like she was participating in a war and not a one-on-one duel. When another wave of flaming spears was about to strike, there seemed to be a commotion within the Allied forces' camp. There was a certain degree of collapse. At this moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished as though it had never existed. Audrey and Admiral Faceac stopped fighting at the same time. They felt abnormally weak, and it was difficult for them to even raise their arms. She saw an orange-red light surge over from the edge of the endless plains behind the Allied forces' camp. Instantly, it occupied most of the sky and blotted out the sun. The area around Bakeland entered dusk, thick darkness appeared on the other side of the sky, and it quickly collided with the orange-red dusk. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield instantly fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Inside Bakeland, outside St. Hierland Cathedral. Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, raised his head and looked at the sky that was half dusk and half night. He let out a silent sigh, then cast his gaze at the entrance of St. Ireland Cathedral. The disheveled brown-haired Cancer Bernard and the other machinery hivemind members stood there, looking at the sky in a daze. Just a few months ago, they had a deep cooperation with Leonard's Red Gloves team. Together, they cleaned up the evil forces in Bakeland and searched for the secret organization that believed in the Fool and used tarot cards as a code name. Worsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam, on the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves. Donas watched as the resistance entered the city and took over many places. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Alger. You see, in most parts of the city, they are very popular. Alger's gaze followed the dark-skinned locals and did not respond to Donas. Donas was very relaxed. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect that our next meeting would be like this. Alger raised his head and was about to speak when his heart suddenly stirred and he cast his gaze towards the northwest sky. As far as his eyes could see, the sky suddenly darkened. Layers of dark clouds piled up, and countless silvery white lightning snakes jumped out. Many deep blue waves surged up high, swept by the wind, all the way to the clouds, connecting the sky and the sea. At the border between the sea and the sky, beams of light lit up. They were not brilliant, not clear, and not colored, as if they were formed by a large number of illusory objects. On a battlefield near the capital of Lemberg, under the guidance of a flaming javelin, clusters of condensed crimson fireballs flew past the area filled with corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke. They landed in an area with simple fortifications and created a series of explosions. Looking at the rising smoke and the spreading flames, Anderson patted the dust off his hands and turned his head to smile at his deputy beside him. I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Is there anything you want to say? I can help you write a suicide note. As he wished, he saw the angry eyes of the soldiers around him. Their thoughts were exactly the same. However, the soldiers didn't make a move. Their gazes turned to somewhere else. You actually didn't respond to my provocation. Anderson raised his eyebrows. This means that you are planning a conspiracy. Without waiting for the adjutant and the soldiers to respond, the hunter smiled and continued. You want to surrender, right? You want to protect your family and friends? Anderson clicked his tongue and shook his head when he saw many pairs of eyes looking at him. It hasn't been long since you became beyonders. You only became hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs by relying on the outbreak of war to harvest the potion's main ingredients from the enemy. However, you are still too inexperienced when it comes to scheming. I'm curious. Why don't you try to convince me to surrender? I don't think I usually appear very firm, and I'm not a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. At this point, Anderson looked at his aide-de-camp with a thoughtful expression. Is it because the higher-ups on the other side are completely enraged by me and have given the order not to accept my surrender? The adjutant was silent for a few seconds. Since you already know, why do you still ask? With a swoosh, the soldiers nearby all raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. If I don't ask, how can I be sure that everyone is thinking the same thing? Anderson smiled calmly. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and put his right hand into his pocket. No one knew what he was looking for. At this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became extremely huge. The blazing golden sunlight made it so that Anderson and the others couldn't open their eyes at all and couldn't think of anything else. Then, an illusory tower appeared. Every level of it was made up of thick books, and every book had a brass eye on it. The higher it was, the darker it was, and the more it was filled with the aura of madness, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky, as if it had enclosed the entire world within itself, including the huge sun, Bakeland, Odora's luxurious villa. All the vampires in the city had gathered here to prepare for the outcome of the war. Emlyn White, who had become an earl, had his hands in his pockets as he stood by the window, bathed in the intertwining light of dusk and night. He watched his clansmen discuss current affairs uneasily. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered, and he looked out the window. In the garden, clumps of withered weeds were dyed green again as they rapidly grew. Soon, they were as tall as a person. In other parts of the city, the trees that hadn't been affected by the previous bombardment frantically absorbed nutrients from an unknown source. One section after another rose up, and soon, they grew to dozens of meters tall. Their branches were thick, and their leaves were like umbrellas. These gigantic trees were connected to each other, covering half of Bakeland's sky. Many buildings had been crushed or were entangled by leaves and vines, as though they had been abandoned for decades or centuries. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many parts of Bakeland had turned into a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the darkness inside the giant king's residence, Klein immediately noticed the silver knight marionette in front of him, the staff of the stars in his right hand, and creeping hunger in his left palm. They didn't show any abnormalities for the time being, and the corresponding spirit body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. After confirming the situation, Klein cast his gaze around and observed the environment. This place was drowned in a dense, corporeal darkness. It was impossible to see anything beyond 5 meters. The ground was made of grayish-white stone bricks that looked like they were frozen at dusk. It didn't reveal anything special about the beyonder level. After some thought, Klein, who had the corners of his mouth curled up, reached his hand into the void, grabbed at it, and attempted to summon an angel. In the next second, he laughed out loud because he had lost his clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why he had lost contact with the historical void projection he had summoned when he entered this area. As he laughed, Klein suddenly turned around and walked to the spot he had entered from. Mr. Sparrow, what are you doing?" Derek, who was also examining the restrictions he had encountered, asked in surprise. Klein replied with a beaming smile, "Now isn't the right time to explore this place. Now is not the right time to explore this place. I plan to come back later." "You plan on summoning a sequence for historical projection and trying to see if there will be any degeneration and betrayal after bringing it in?" Colin Iliad said thoughtfully. Klein spread out his left palm. "No one says that you can't leave just because you came in, and you can't come back in just because you left." Although Mr. World's words sounded a little odd in such a situation, Derek still felt that it made sense. This was because the City of Silver had done the same when exploring the surrounding areas. Through repeated entering and exiting, through repeated attempts, they gradually accumulated information and details before finally resolving the problem. Lovia did not say anything, nor did she object. In her opinion, it was a good thing to be more prepared. In an exploration that concerned the future of the City of Silver, he absolutely couldn't be impatient. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed. "Looks like the owner of this place doesn't want us to leave." It meant that the glimmer of light at the door had been swallowed by the deep darkness and disappeared. Colin Iliad looked around and said, "We can only move forward." Seeing the chief and Mr. World turn around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and let it emit a golden halo that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Parts of the giant pillars that couldn't be seen from the top and couldn't be hugged by 5 or 6 people appeared. Some of them were outlined, while others were hidden in the depths, indistinct. Derek retracted his gaze and prepared to move forward with Mr. World and the chief. At this moment, he didn't see another familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils suddenly dilated. Then, he quickly turned his head to search for Elder Lovia, who had been standing beside him a moment ago. This demigod who believed in the true creator had disappeared. She had disappeared without a trace. Derek's abnormality was noticed by Klein and Colin Iliad. At the same time, they cast their gazes in that direction and discovered that Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe, had disappeared without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. With a seer's spiritual intuition and a demon hunter's ability to detect the environment, they were unable to detect when or how Lovia had disappeared from a short distance of a few meters. The smile on Klein's lips widened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he allowed his spirit body to enter above the gray fog and fuse with the crimson phantom in the fool's position. Right on the heels of that, he cast his gaze at the crimson star that symbolized the sun, hoping to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still blocked by the deep darkness. Nothing appeared, just like what Klein had predicted before entering the giant king's palace. Without any time to think, Klein immediately returned to the real world. In these 2 to 3 seconds, only Derek and the Silver Knight marionette were left beside him. The silver-armored city of Silver's chief had disappeared as well. What happened just now? Klein asked with a warm smile. Derek looked at him in shock, confusion, and panic. Didn't you see it? Just as he said that, the shadow beneath Derek suddenly came to life. It rapidly extended upwards, enveloping him and the sunlight he emitted. When the shadow completely enveloped Derek, it merged with the surrounding darkness and became indistinguishable. Klein had originally raised his black cane, intending to prevent the anomaly from happening. But in the end, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch with a smile. After a few seconds, he, who was in the deep darkness, noticed that his body was turning black and faint, as though he was being melted by the environment. Klein similarly didn't save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with his head slightly swaying. After his figure completely disappeared, his line of sight instantly changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly. They were covered in a layer of shadows that wasn't too thick or thin. Outside the window, there was no sun, moon, or stars. However, a faint light shone in, making the entire palace appear gloomy, dark, and cold. In the deepest depths of the palace stood a very faint shadow, like a curtain. Lovia, Colin Iliad, and Derek, who had disappeared previously, stood not far away. They carefully observed their surroundings, as though they had come to another world. Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter. Klein waved the staff of the stars in his hand and said to Derek and company with a smile. His nonchalant attitude and the chief's calm performance quickly calmed Derek down. He was no longer as terrified and flustered. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Just as he was about to voice his guess, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look into the deepest depths of the palace. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions one after another. In the deepest depths of the palace, the faint shadow disappeared, revealing the steps that belonged to the giant and the iron-black throne at the top of the steps. On the throne sat a man with shoulder-length black hair that was slightly curled. His eyes were covered in shadows, and his exact appearance was abnormally blurry, preventing anyone from seeing him clearly. Behind him, layers of illusory black wings drooped down, covering most of his body. His robe was black with silver threads twining around it. It was engraved with complicated patterns, and there were gorgeous accessories hanging from it. At that moment, the man's left elbow was propped on the armrest, and his palm was supporting the side of his face as though he was sleeping. There was no need for anyone to introduce him. The four demigods present clearly recognized a fact: the man sleeping on the iron-black throne, who was about the same height as the giant, was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, Dark Angel Sasser. Among them, Lovia could clearly sense the pressure from an absolutely high-level figure. It was as though her prayers to the true Creator had received a response. It was an aura that could make one's thoughts turn chaotic, their soul plummet, and their body tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter as she turned her head to the side in confusion. Klein bent his back slightly and laughed out loud. He is still sleeping. Should we wake him directly, or wait for him to wake up? If we choose to wake him, how should we greet him? Hey, Your Highness Dark Angel? Rose Redemption's leader? These two questions sounded absurd and arrogant, but they allowed Colin Iliad and Derek to escape the influence of their environment and fall into deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was rather important and related to what they should do next. Colin Iliad thought for a moment and said, "Don't wake him for now. Don't wake him up for the time being. Try to get closer, look for clues, and collect information." That's my idea as well. Klein casually snapped his fingers with his left hand and was about to walk towards the iron-black throne. At this moment, he was rather glad that he had finished off Shadow and restored his spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to restrain his virtual persona. When he was simulating how to greet him, he nearly blurted out, "Hi, little saw." Seeing that German sparrow had already taken 2 steps forward, Lovia finally snapped back to her senses. "I'll give it a try with the grazed soul." This was a relatively safer method that wouldn't endanger the exploration team. Klein nodded, held his black cane, and turned his body to the side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom appeared in front of Lovia. On its head was a pair of goat horns covered in mysterious patterns. Its skin was dark and dull, filled with an evil vibe. It was a devil. Unlike the devils that Klein had seen before, there were signs of decay on the surface of its body, with yellowish-green pus hanging from it. It seemed to be mixed with the power of corruption. Just as Klein was casually sizing up the phantom, the demon spread open the huge bat-like wings on its back, causing the light blue flames on them to burn even more intensely and emit a strong smell of sulfur. It strode forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the steps prepared for the giants. It used its sense of danger to detect any possible changes. While Colin Iliad, Klein, and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also examined the details of the Shadow Palace. They discovered that behind the iron-black throne where Xianxia was sleeping, there was a pair of grayish-blue, dim doors that depicted the scene of dusk. This might be the door that leads to the outside world. This thought flashed across the minds of the three City of Silver demigods, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. At this moment, the demonic figure that was halfway through its journey suddenly stopped. It was shrouded by a mass of intertwining silver-white lightning. With a crackling sound, it was torn apart and quickly faded. A pillar of light entwined with holy flames fell from the sky, completely purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. Lovia did not feel any pain from losing her grazing target. She just frowned and could not think of a better way to explore. Klein looked around and said with an exaggerated smile, "That's right. As expected, you still have to rely on me." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward and took out a box of matches from his pocket. Then, he lit them one by one and casually threw them around. "I've always been a bit timid." After throwing half a box of matches, Klein turned around and explained with a smile. Even Derek Berg didn't quite believe this. Then, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein continued to walk towards the iron-black throne that might have once belonged to an ancient god. When he came to the spot where the devil's soul had been destroyed, his left palm suddenly tightened. Klein looked down and saw that creeping hunger had returned to the state of a human-skinned glove. There was an exaggerated crack in his palm, and inside were 2 rows of illusory, white teeth. This sealed artifact was attempting to tear at Klein's flesh and blood, devouring both his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had fallen. Tsk Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the staff of the stars in his right hand. He confirmed that the Grade 0 sealed artifact that didn't have any living characteristics hadn't experienced any abnormalities. He then raised his right hand and stuffed the other end of the staff of the stars into Creeping Hunger's mouth. Creeping Hunger chewed a few times, but due to the suppression of its level, it finally calmed down. After laughing twice, Klein took another step forward and advanced a few meters. At this moment, the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and floor tiles cracked open one after another, and brass eyes grew out one after another. In front of Klein, who was being watched by countless eyes, a figure appeared. He first appeared as a black-haired, brown-eyed, and cold-faced German sparrow. Following that, he distorted into a black-haired, brown-eyed, ordinary facial features, and scholarly Klein Moretti. Then, he degenerated into a blurry phantom as a grayish-white fog emanated from his body. At this moment, the figure that seemed to reveal all of Klein's secrets came to a halt. Bang, he exploded, turning into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and vanished. Klein pricked up his brows and chuckled. The omniscient power that belongs to the reader pathway? Just as he said that, the brass eyes that grew out of the shadows around him and the ground shook in unison. They let out an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient times, Sapphira Castle's chi. Sapphira Castle, Sapphira Castle. Colin Iliad seemed to recall something as he came to a realization. I have to possess a Sapphira to get a response or approach Xianxia. So, the hanging man clearly has a City of Silver demigod believer, Lovia, but he still wants to force me into the palace to meet the Dark Angel? It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona's instincts. Before he could think of what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadow spoke again. Your fate intersects with Ammonize's, Leodoro, Adam, Amon, Haraburgen, Aukas's, Medici, Ouroboros, and him. Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia weren't unfamiliar with the true names the brass eyes had mentioned. They knew that the first one was the Evernight goddess, followed by 7 of the 8 kings of angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of current sequence 0 true gods. This left them a little stunned. They couldn't believe that German Sparrow would have a fate that intersected with so many high-level existences that exceeded Sequence 1. Together with the sleeping Dark Angel, Mr. World has intersected with the 8 Kings of Angels. How impressive! Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. Klein wasn't in the mood to tease his divine exchange. With an obvious smile, he asked, "What's the matter?" Him? Klein believed that he was referring to the true creator. After all, he still had the corrupting powers left behind by him. The brass eyes on the shadow curtain fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an ethereal voice, "He is another me. Is the true creator really the other side of the ancient god of the sun, the side that was born from the god's corpse, the side that's filled with hatred and resentment, the side that wields depravity?" Klein gradually equated the gloomy, pitch-black infant sitting in the crack in the ancient god of the sun's chest and abdomen with the true creator. He also preliminarily confirmed that the one speaking to him was the psyche left behind by Dark Angel Sassurer. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. "Why did you establish Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient god of the sun?" The information revealed in this question was something that Colin Iliad and Lovia had long understood and guessed. However, when they heard it with their own ears from German Sparrow, they still felt a sense of sorrow and confusion. The shadow curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles shook, but the sleeping Dark Angel remained motionless. The brass eyes stared at Klein and said, "The god of the sun was only my original honorific name. The sun god was just my first honorific name. You should now call me the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, or God. I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this while." Klein finally laughed out loud before feeling a lingering fear. This was because he was mocking heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the king of angels among kings of angels, as well as his true body. In order to not give the other party any time to be angry, he quickly repeated the question from before, "So, why did you betray yourself and establish Rose Redemption with the Evernight goddess and them to assassinate yourself?" The brass eyes fell silent again, and the curtain-like shadows that covered every part of the place swayed gently without stopping. After a few seconds, the ethereal and illusory voice slowly said, "That's right. The primordial one has awakened in my body." Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils dilated as he felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. It was very close to one of his guesses, but it was even more terrifying. At that moment, the shadows around him thickened, turning more eerie and gloomy, as though they were nurturing some kind of terrifying, unknown, and irresistible danger. Although Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't quite understand the meaning behind Dark Angel Sassurer's words, they were still affected by the gloominess, fear, and horror in his words. They felt a bone-chilling hallucination as their bodies and minds trembled. "The primordial one has awakened in my body," this sentence echoed for a long time without calming down. P.S. Update first. After a while, Klein asked, "Primordial one, does Primordial one refer to the one who created this world and transformed into all things?" To be honest, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask if it was the Primordial Demoness, but after some thought, he eliminated this answer. Firstly, the Primordial Demoness didn't have the level to make the ancient god of the sun and the City of Silver creator so afraid. Even the Evernight goddess couldn't do it. Secondly, after the Dark Angel fell into a deep slumber, this evil god was only born in the fourth epoch, which was influenced by the second blasphemy slate. It was unlikely that Sassurer knew of her. And even if he understood her through omniscience, he wouldn't specially mention a Sequence 0 who didn't participate in the history of the third epoch. Behind the increasingly dense and eerie shadows, the brass eyes flickered at the same time. "Universe? What do you mean?" Upon hearing the illusory voice, Klein was momentarily puzzled. He felt that Dark Angel Sassurer wasn't answering the question. But soon, he roughly understood what the other party meant. The Primordial One didn't create this world, but the entire universe, therefore, the Primordial One refers to the original creator? Klein turned his body and glanced at the 3 City of Silver demigods, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia, and realized that their faces were filled with puzzlement and confusion. They were frowning slightly as they pondered over the conversation. In the history of the City of Silver, the ancient god of the sun was equivalent to the original creator. After creating the world, he awoke from his long slumber and took back the authority of the ancient gods. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's awakening was different from what the residents of the City of Silver had imagined. Universe. Klein thought for a moment and said, because you've grasped Chaos C, the primordial one has awakened in your body? Then, what would he encounter in the future with his initial grasp of Sapphira Castle? The brass eyes stared at Klein for a few seconds before saying, that's not all. The higher the sequence, the closer it is to the primordial one. Therefore, every king of angels and sequence 0 pathway has the possibility of the original creator awakening within them? Klein tensed up when he heard that, and his heart sank. He then thought of something else. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that Chaos C is underground, can it be concluded that the higher the sequence, the easier it is to be affected by Chaos C, causing the original creator to awaken in their bodies? Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt was sealed in Roselle's travels. What was sealed in the City of Miracles, Live Sidri, wasn't the underground corruption he suffered, but the awakening of his original will? Of course, this is the most powerful and terrifying corruption. And the source of all of this is that the source of all or most of the Beyonder characteristics is the original creator. It's a part of his body? Klein thought of many possibilities and made many guesses. Finally, he remembered Captain Dunsmith's warning before he stepped onto the extraordinary path. We are guardians, but also a group of wretched people who are always fighting against danger and madness. At this moment, Klein deeply understood this sentence from another angle. Phew. He secretly exhaled and sighed in his heart. Beyonder characteristics are both a gift and a curse, reigning in his thoughts. He smiled. Will these matters be corrupted just by understanding them? No. The brass eyes looked at Colin Iliad and company and said, it only means that the chances of awakening the primordial one in your bodies are higher. Klein was alarmed when he heard that. On the one hand, he was glad that the City of Silver's chief and little son didn't know much about such matters, so they didn't make any connections. Just the fact that the higher the sequence, the closer it was to the primordial one, didn't bring about any corruption. On the other hand, he felt deep sympathy for himself. This was because he had grasped too much mysticism knowledge. Now that he had strung it all together, it was possible that something bad would happen to his body when he left the giant king's court, the ancient god's divine kingdom. Furthermore, this didn't seem like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, the Beyonder characteristic had already fused with his body and spirit. Consider using the Dragon of Imagination's method? Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Amon and his brother definitely know about these matters. It's fine now. As long as I don't approach Chaos C, a sequence 3 like me doesn't need to worry about such problems. It's the same even if I advance to sequence 2. Klein thought for a moment and gave up on probing further. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned the question back to the mystery of the ancient sun god's death. So, under your tacit consent, you cooperated with the Evernight goddess and established Rose Redemption. You planned on assassinating yourself and escaping the primordial one through resurrection to truly grasp Chaos C and the corresponding 5 Beyonder pathways? On the eerie curtain of shadows, the brass eyes seemed to have some human emotions. Yes. Not long after I walked out of Chaos C, I noticed this problem. I deliberately split off a portion of my personality and fused the authority of degeneration and the Beyonder characteristic of the Hanging Man pathway to create another version of myself. Its purpose was to control Chaos C and isolate it from my main body to prevent corruption. But in the end, the primordial one still awakened in my body. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall? The Hanging Man pathway refers to the secret suppliant pathway? Back then, the Dark Angel was really powerful. He actually partially grasped Chaos C. As expected of a king of angels among kings of angels. As Klein sighed, he thought of how the ancient sun god had worked so hard to prevent the original creator from awakening in his body. He felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future would be like. Therefore, I gathered Leodoro, Aucases, Heraburgen, Medici, and Ouroboros, and the deities and kings of angels invited by Ammonises to establish Rose Redemption. The voice left behind by Dark Angel Sashur echoed in the air. It's no wonder it's in the name of redemption. It's no wonder that kings of angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who are completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would also participate. Klein couldn't help but ask with a smile, why didn't you invite him on and his brother? In theory, they should have stood on the Dark Angel's side. Their birth was a result of my efforts to resist the primordial one. I was worried that inviting them would bring about accidents. The brass eyes cast their gaze back onto Klein. These secrets left the 3 City of Silver demigods in a daze. Even Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council who had read quite a number of ancient texts and was knowledgeable and experienced, felt his emotions stir. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the ancient sun god would have children for no reason. It took Klein great effort to control his virtual persona and prevent him from saying those words. Without waiting for him to raise another question, Dark Angel Sassur's remnant psyche seemed to fall into a reverie as he continued, after preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed the palace. After preparing everything, I entered this place, sealed the palace, and returned to my body through hibernation. I strengthened my own consciousness and formed a tug-of-war with the primordial, creating an opportunity for Ammonizes and the others. In the end, they successfully killed me. According to the original plan, I would have resurrected in the giant king's court and used the correct method to accommodate the corresponding uniqueness and beyonder characteristics. However, Leodoro, Oscus, and Haraburgen betrayed me and devoured my body. I could only urgently fuse with the extreme emotions I had before my death and be reborn in my corpse. I took away the beyonder characteristics of the hanging man pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's about what I thought. The Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom ultimately betrayed me. It's no wonder Maam Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. Klein came to a realization as he felt that most of the fog that enveloped the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was only his innermost feelings and not reality. This was because he had no way of contacting the fog of history. After sighing, he suddenly thought of a question. Since Dark Angel Sassur has already returned to the ancient sun god and evolved into the true creator with his true body, who's the one sleeping on the iron-black throne, why did the true creator force me to enter the giant king's residence to meet Sassur? As his thoughts raced, Klein cast his gaze back at the iron-black throne and carefully observed Dark Angel Sassur's condition. The layers of black wings that covered most of Sassur's body gently undulated, revealing a hint of grayish-white. It was located on the iron-black throne, hidden to the right of the Dark Angel. It gave off an abnormally ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused as he focused and sized up the area. He quickly confirmed that the grayish-white came from a strange stone. Its vaguely revealed surface was modeled with the vicissitudes of life. It was engraved with a language that Klein had never learned, but he could understand it at a glance. This language seemed to be the source of all languages, including but not limited to Jotun, Hermes, Ancient Faesac, and the southern continent's Deutanese. Sequence 3 Demon of Mysteries. Sequence 2 Master. Sequence 1 Light of Darkness. Sequence 0 Perfected. The small amount of information that he could currently see flashed across Klein's mind as he came to a realization. Blasphemy Slate, the first Blasphemy Slate born in the Chaos Sea, and this was very likely a key item for the Dark Angel to control Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced, Klein suddenly felt his surroundings turn abnormally quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtain seemed to have vanished. Klein subconsciously looked up and happened to meet a pair of shadowy eyes. Dark Angel Sassur, who was sleeping on the iron-black throne, opened his eyes. With a bang, the body of Elder Lovia of the 6-member council collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow, a pair of blank but pained eyes could be vaguely seen. When he realized that the Dark Angel had woken up, Klein's heart only tightened. He was filled with wariness, but he didn't feel too terrified or nervous. After all, he had preliminarily confirmed that the true Dark Angel had already returned to the ancient sun's body. After being betrayed by the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, he had mainly used negative and extreme emotions to be reborn on the corpse, transforming into the true creator. He hadn't returned here, and what was left was at most some psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just had a rather normal conversation with Dark Angel Sassur's remnant psyche. He didn't sense any obvious hostility from him. However, as the City of Silver's 6-member council's Elder Lovia lost control after the Dark Angel opened his eyes, she turned into a flowing shadow and eyes hidden behind a curtain of shadows. Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled up the corners of his mouth. Intense fear and despair surged in his heart. It was as though he was watching helplessly as he fell into an abyss without any life-saving straw to grab. Just by waking up from his slumber, without using any Beyonder powers or revealing his mythical creature form, he had made a Sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot. What level was this? How terrifying! At that moment, Klein's mind was filled with the title he had previously muttered, the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of angels among kings of angels. It wasn't that Klein hadn't interacted with a king of angels before. On the contrary, he had frightened Red Angel Medici, made a deal with Angel of Imagination Adam, obtained the key to this palace from Angel of Wisdom Haraburgen, obtained the potion formula from White Angel Occases, and used the Wind Angel's true name to help him. He had cracked the Angel of Fate Ouroboros's Cycle of Fate and had battled with the Angel of Time Amon many times. He could be said to be the one below Sequence 0 who had interacted with the kings of angels the most. However, in these interactions between deities, he either didn't fight with the kings of angels most of the time, or he relied on the power of Sapphira Castle to instantly escape or sever the connection. He didn't truly face the kings of angels and deities. The only exception was when he was captured by the Angel of Time Amon. In just a few days, they had multiple clashes. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits and not a battle. The Angel of Time Amon mostly showcased the characteristics of the god of deceit and didn't fully reveal the level and strength of a king of angels. It was only at the final moment that it was revealed. However, the Evernight goddess had used the giant Amon to use the giant's son to stop, preventing Amon and affecting Klein. Even so, when the Angel of Time Amon occasionally revealed his prowess along the way, he had easily finished off the strongest helpers that Klein had summoned. It was something that Klein couldn't replicate now. It exceeded his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon Zeradol's historical void projection again, he would be the one in danger. And at that moment, Klein, Colin Iliad, and son Derek were facing the king of angels among kings of angels, the malicious-filled deputy of heaven, the left hand of God that had caused a Sequence 4 demigod to collapse and lose control in an instant. Such an enemy, with such a level and strength, how could they not feel despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver. With the summoning of Sapphira Castle, he could return above the grey fog with a single thought and rely on the final miracle and the deceit bullet to revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. As his thoughts raced, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand. At this moment, the shadow that Lovia had lost control stopped flowing. It let out a deep voice that was filled with pain but not madness. He isn't that strong. As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow parted, revealing what was hidden behind it. It was a lump of squirming flesh and blood that was nearly 2 meters tall. A pair of pale gray eyes appeared at the top, as though they were watching over the entire world. It was clear that there was a glow of rationality in them. In the other parts of the lump of flesh and blood, there were arms, forearms, thighs, and calves that didn't have any skin. They were flowing with sticky blood. They either propped up the body or shrank to the chest layer by layer, tightly hugging a milky white, rather large human skull. The shadow curtain fell again, covering the lump of flesh and blood, turning into her cloak. Then, a 5-meter-tall phantom wearing silver full-body armor appeared in front of Lovia. This was the Silver Knight that she grazed. She was still able to control herself and attack Dark Angel Sassurer. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Lovia's words, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't need her to explain much to quickly understand what she was trying to express. Dark Angel Sassurer wasn't as strong as he appeared to be. He only used the authority of degeneration and the influence of a high sequence beyonder of his pathway on a lower sequence beyonder to make Lovia's body degenerate, betray, and collapse on the spot. As for her spirit, it still maintained its lucidity and rationality. It could still control her own strength to a certain extent. Of course, as her body lost control, large amounts of corruption would corrode Lovia's spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely go mad unless the battle could be quickly and timely resolved. They could think of a way to transform her into an evil spirit and use another form to survive. With this understanding, combined with the first blasphemy slate he had seen and his own guesses, Klein had a preliminary judgment of who the enemy he was facing was. He was a product of the spirit, will, and aura left behind by the Dark Angel, and the power of Chaos C brought about by the first blasphemy slate. He might have a little bit of the primordial one, which was the awakened consciousness of the original creator. A small amount of it was crazy and filled with evil thoughts. This was equivalent to an unconventional evil spirit that might or might not be considered a complete angel. And this might be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Amon's brother didn't personally enter the giant king's palace. Once they approached the primordial one or chaos sea, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it was. Back then, Amon, who was known as an error, had used his avatar to ambush Klein in Chernobyl. He didn't dare to really enter Chaos Sea. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near Chaos Sea, pretending to have come out from inside. Otherwise, it might affect his true body. As for low-sequence Beyonders, they were unable to resist the erosion that had accumulated for more than 2,000 years after opening the door to the giant king's residence. Even if those high-level existences carefully selected suitable Sequence 3 and Sequence 4 demigods to indirectly help them defeat the effects of the erosion and enter the land of slumber hidden in the shadows, without the Sapphira aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking power of Chaos Sea, it was impossible for them to truly approach the figure left behind by Dark Angel Sasser and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the true creator had repeatedly tolerated Klein, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Dark Angel Sasser. It was because he was the only candidate. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Haraburgen, angel of imagination, and the other deities and kings of angels who cared about this matter had more or less made some arrangements around Klein, giving him certain gifts. Without any hesitation, Klein, who had already raised the Staff of the Stars, quickly outlined a scene in his mind. Colin Iliad took a step forward and bent down. The body of the City of Silver's chief rapidly expanded, once again revealing his incomplete mythical creature form. He became a silver knight that was 5 to 6 meters tall, covered in silver armor, and wielded 2 gigantic swords of dawn. Derek was half a beat slower than the 2 experienced demigods. He quickly spread out his arms, as though he wanted to embrace the void in front of him. At this moment, the awakened Dark Angel Sasser's eyes burned with 2 pitch-black flames. He, who was about the same height as the giant, immediately lowered his left arm and pressed his palm against the armrest. He slowly stood up, and the gorgeous accessories on his body drooped down one after another as the black wings on his back spread out one layer after another. During this process, the shadow cloak outside the squirming mass of flesh and blood that Lovia had transformed into came to life. It suddenly tightened, firmly binding her to the spot. At the same time, in front of Dark Angel Sasser's black robe that was covered in silver threads and engraved with mysterious patterns, silver-white lightning snakes leaped out of thin air. They rapidly grew, crackling as they tangled together. They quickly extended forward, forming a resplendent sea of lightning that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. Gong, an illusory bell sound came from the long history, echoing melodiously in the Shadow Palace. In front of Klein, a mottled, ancient stone bell appeared. Its dial was separated into 12 unequal regions by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each region had different, mysterious, and asymmetrical symbols. The 3 needles, which seemed to be formed from worms of time, were of different lengths. Then, they bounced lightly. The bell's gong reverberated once again, and the sea of lightning that rapidly spread out in the Shadow Palace clearly came to a halt. Klein had successfully used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the Beyonder powers of the Angel of Time, Amon. Furthermore, the effects were much better than his previous attempts. This made him suspect if he had obtained the permission of the God of Deceit, or even directly obtained a certain level of blessing. It wasn't that a simple reproduction of Amon's Beyonder powers would be noticed by him, but that this King of Angels was almost equivalent to the Marauder Pathway's uniqueness. He was the ruler of the corresponding domain, and he was the wielder of the corresponding authority. He could make certain adjustments to certain powers in advance, adding or deleting certain things. From the looks of it, Amon seemed to be looking forward to Klein entering the Giant King's residence and meeting Dark Angel Sasser. Therefore, he had adjusted some of the Beyonder powers in his domain in advance and lowered the authority in certain aspects, allowing a simple reproduction to obtain a better effect. Taking advantage of the pause in the sea of lightning, the Silver Knight soul that Lovia controlled and Colin Iliad stabbed the greatswords in their hands into the ground, creating 2 invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded and vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday PS2, recommending a book. I transcended 999 heavenly tribulations. After transcending 999 heavenly tribulations, Xianxia led junior sister Qingming to rebuild the immortal sect. After a brief pause, the brilliant silver continued to extend forward amidst the crackling sounds, completely drowning the spot where Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and Lovia were. However, they were blocked by two invisible barriers, preventing them from entering. The barrier that was crawling with silver lightning snakes shook violently as cracks appeared like tree branches. It was unknown how long it could last in the lightning storm. At this moment, behind Dark Angel Sasser, to the side of the iron-black throne, in an area that wasn't covered by the lightning forest, Klein's figure in a half-top hat and a long black trench coat appeared. He was like a precise and cold machine. Without any hesitation, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the side of the special evil spirit and quickly outlined all sorts of content related to a particular Beyonder power in his mind. Klein had previously experimented that he couldn't use the Staff of the Stars to roam too far inside the giant king's court. He could only blink in a small area. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of sending Dark Angel Sasser outside the giant king's court and taking the opportunity to take the first blasphemy slate to open the door to leave. As the various gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up, Sasser's eyes, which were burning with pitch-black flames, suddenly closed again. He had been forcefully dragged into a dream by Klein. This was a Beyonder power that belonged to a sequence 7 of the Evernight pathway, but what Klein had recreated was the version used by the matron of the Evernight cloister, the servant of concealment, Ariana, a forceful dream entry at the angel level. In the gray world of dreams, Dark Angel Sasser wore a black robe that was wrapped in silver threads, engraved with complicated symbols, and hung with gorgeous accessories. He appeared in the wilderness. His eyes remained cold, unlike most Beyonders who were in a daze when they entered a dream. Spectator also belonged to a pathway related to Chaos C, and its sequence 5 was Dreamwalker. Sequence 3 was Dreamweaver. In an instant, Sasser's eyes turned golden and vertical. His towering figure faded as an abnormally thick shadow curtain appeared in front of him. The shadow completely blocked Sasser. He could only vaguely make out a pair of eyes hidden behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtain parted, revealing an ocean of indescribable color that seemed to contain all the secrets. Boom! Klein, who was in charge of the dream, saw the scene. Before he could examine the details, the thoughts in his mind exploded like boiling oatmeal. The corners of his mouth curled up instinctively. Most of his virtual persona had disintegrated, and he nearly let out a tragic cry. The transparent maggots that could vaguely be seen burrowed out from under the skin on the left side of his face. The granulation on the right side of his face increased in number, becoming more obvious and fainter. It was getting closer to a worm of spirit. The forcefully created dream disintegrated as Dark Angel Sasser's consciousness returned to reality. However, the second this special evil spirit fell into a deep slumber, the three demigods of the City of Silver simultaneously counterattacked as the lightning sea faded away. Colin Iliad straightened his body and slashed forward with the Sword of Dawn in his right hand, causing the silver-white condensed beam to flash onto the surface of Sasser's body. As Lovia resisted the restrictions of her shadow cloak, she made the silver night evil spirit she grazed swing its greatsword upwards, bringing about a terrifying storm formed from spots of light. Derek condensed a dazzling white unshadowed spear and made it fly towards the Dark Angel. At this moment, Sasser's figure erupted with endless pure light, as though he had become the sun that had descended into reality. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted, and the storm of light calmed down. The silver-white beam dimmed, and it could only shatter the target's aura, unable to harm his body. This scene that resembled the descent of a true god shocked Lovia and Derek. They couldn't help but lower their heads and worship him. As for the silver night evil spirit, it quickly melted under the blazing sunlight and completely evaporated. Suddenly, Sasser's eyes closed once again. Behind him, Klein tenaciously endured the scorching sun's scorching heat as the worms of spirit on his body constantly evaporated and disappeared. He pointed the Staff of the Stars at the evil spirit that the King of Angels had manifested. He had reproduced the Beyonder power from before, forcefully pulling Dark Angel Sasser into a dream once again. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dream, he immediately revealed the aura of Sapphira Castle. He transformed into the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. The door of light was formed from countless layers of illusory balls of light. Each ball of light was essentially a transparent and translucent twisted maggot. Just like him, Dark Angel Sasher revealed the uniqueness of the Chaos Sea. He first turned into a thick shadow before pulling open the curtains, allowing the sea that contained all colors that couldn't be described with human language to appear in the dream. Silently, Sasher and Klein opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly in opposite directions. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression became distorted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit were crawling all over his body. Klein's virtual persona completely shattered at that moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Sasher was affected, Lovia, who was wearing a shadow cloak, her light gray eyes flickered. She used the 2-meter-tall blob of squirming flesh that had no skin and flowed with bright red mucus to stomp on the ground at the same time. With the help of a strong gust of wind, she pounced at the Dark Angel. There was a hint of madness in her eyes. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her spirit body to be completely corrupted and lose control. However, at that moment, Lovia's eyes were filled with rationality and determination. She knew what she was doing, and she also knew her current state and the outcome. Amidst the howling wind, her collapsed body and the shadow cloak landed on the surface of Dark Angel Sasher's body. The squirming flesh and blood corroded as a thick shadow rapidly expanded, binding the two figures together. Without needing Lovia to say a word, Colin Iliad understood her intentions. He immediately growled, "Don't worry." He immediately roared in a deep voice, "Attack!" Bang! His two swords of dawn slashed through the void at the same time, causing the silver light to explode around the entangled Lovia and Dark Angel Sasher. Upon hearing the chief's words, he didn't hesitate. He bit his lip and half opened his arms. The palace that was shrouded in a sinister shadow lit up. A huge ball of light filled with holy flames appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Dark Angel and Lovia. It quickly melted them and ignited their flesh and blood. Flaring sun, amidst the resplendent light, Lovia's pale gray eyes revealed corporeal pain. Her illusory voice echoed, "I didn't betray the city of silver." Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh and shadow cloak that covered Dark Angel Sasher's body swelled up at the same time. Bang! Lovia's collapsed body was sent flying and fell to the ground. As for the shadow that belonged to her, it was torn apart, turning into illusory veils that slowly drifted down. Dark Angel Sasher turned into a pitch-black, sticky sea filled with the aura of depravity. It swallowed the remaining silver-white beams and flaring sun, causing them to vanish into nothingness. He immediately returned to his previous appearance. He was still like a giant, wearing a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. However, the black wings on his back had become much thinner. At the same time, his eyes turned vertical and golden. A violent but unreal wind surged around him, bringing with it all kinds of thoughts that blew towards every corner of the Shadow Palace. Mind deprivation, the unshadowed spear that had just condensed suddenly vanished as he stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin Iliad's willpower was extremely firm, the madness, cruelty, and bloodthirst that came with his incomplete mythical creature form had been awakened. All he could do was divert some of his attention to resist the influence to prevent himself from losing control. Klein had just calmed down and allowed the worms of spirit to burrow back when he encountered the intense horror brought about by mind deprivation. His body trembled slightly, making it difficult for him to use the Staff of the Stars. Lovia, whose body had already collapsed and whose soul was about to be completely corrupted, was in an even worse state. She rolled and struggled on the ground, leaving behind blood-colored mucus. At this moment, Dark Angel Sasher raised his left palm. The golden light in his eyes was replaced by two blinding white Sunday beams of light that swirled with holy flames descended one after another, striking Lovia's body, obliterating her soul and purifying her flesh and blood. Lovia's aura rapidly dissipated as her pale gray eyes quickly lost their luster. Her body, which had collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, curled up. She used her skinless arms that were covered in bright red mucus to hug the milky white, rather large human skull tightly to her chest and pressed it under her body. Amidst the blazing sunlight and the holy flames, Lovia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move at all. She didn't allow the human skull to be exposed and harmed. Another pillar of light descended. Lovia's body couldn't help but bounce, but she still trembled violently as she curled up. Finally, the twisted, disgusting, and squirming mass of flesh and blood stopped moving. It covered the surface of the human skull, dark, lusterless, and dilapidated. During the process of Dark Angel Sasher killing Lovia, Klein relied on his uniqueness and past experiences to quickly recover from the effects of mind deprivation. He felt an uncontrollable sense of despair towards this battle. They had used all their strength, but all they had done was slightly injure this evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation would probably worsen. What should I do? As he used creeping hunger to change his position, his thoughts raced as he searched for any possible weaknesses his opponent might have. That's essentially an evil spirit. An evil spirit. Just as his figure flashed to the other side, he suddenly had an idea. He cast his gaze at the grayish-white stone slab on the iron-black throne. Some evil spirits had beyonder characteristics, but most didn't. Their powers came from other places, such as the spirit world. An evil spirit needed something to exist. This might be the territory he was born in, or it might be something special. The common point was that evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And now, this evil spirit that originated from Dark Angel Sasher might even have a bit of the primordial will mixed with it. Where did his power come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods. The connection with the spirit world had been sealed and was almost completely severed. It was very difficult to use it effectively. Klein's ability to teleport relied on the uniqueness of a divine kingdom or a nascent divine kingdom. As for the giant king's court, it was clearly unable to provide the evil spirit with the powers of the spectator, sun, the hanging man, reader, and tyrant pathway. The characteristics that the Dark Angel once possessed clearly belonged to the true creator and weren't here. Therefore, the answer to the source of the evil spirit's power was very simple: Xianxia. In the Shadow Palace, the thing that had a direct connection to Xianxia was the blasphemy slate. When Klein looked at the iron-black throne, he noticed that the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had also swept his gaze over. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. There was no need for any communication. Just from the instant their gazes collided, Klein knew that Colin Iliad had the same thoughts as him. Without any hesitation, he flipped the black cane that was embedded with many gems and pointed it at himself. In the next second, Klein's body was like a sketch that had met an eraser. He was erased inch by inch, quickly vanishing from his spot. This was the power of concealment, and it also came from the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. As the power of concealment that was recreated through the Staff of the Stars was definitely much weaker than before, and the evil spirit's level was rather high, Klein didn't attempt to use it on Dark Angel Sasser. Instead, he targeted himself. At the same time that he was concealed, Colin Iliad held the two swords of dawn and fused into the faint light that illuminated everything in the Shadow Palace. Around Dark Angel Sasser, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. They cleaved at the evil spirit from different positions and sides, almost forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin Iliad didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he had effectively concealed his malice, preventing the enemy from determining where his next attack would come from. Derek Berg recovered from his shock and hurriedly condensed pure white unshadowed spears and threw them over in a frenzy. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of depravity, or they were neutralized by the layers of silver-white balls of lightning. They failed to truly harm Dark Angel Sasser, but they effectively affected his movements. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back the special evil spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the iron-black throne. In his concealment state, the real world he saw was covered in a dark fog. He could only roughly tell where he was and what the surrounding objects were. He was unable to exert any influence on the outside world. If not for this, he could enter a concealment state and secretly control Sasher's spirit-body threads. It would be an almost unsolvable method. After rapidly approaching the iron-black throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to instantly appear to the right of the target. Then, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the gray, ancient stone slab. Without bothering to read the content, Klein quickly outlined a beyonder power that he was very familiar with. Rumble, silver bolts of lightning shot out, bringing with them an intense aura of destruction as they struck the first blasphemy slate. This was lightning storm from the sea god's scepter, rumble. Amidst the silver light that illuminated the surrounding area, an illusory, nearly invisible light of indescribable color appeared between the first blasphemy slate and dark angel Sassurer. Under the terrifying lightning's tearing, they evaporated and broke apart. Rays of pure light burst out from Sassurer's body, causing the entire Shadow Palace to no longer have a trace of darkness, and nothing could hide. Unshadowed Realm. Colin Iliad, who was nearly 6 meters tall, appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, he was forcefully pushed into the distance by the blazing halos. His unshadowed spear and flaring sun attacks were similarly blocked by these corporeal halos. Right on the heels of that, Dark Angel Sassurer's eyes were dyed with a brass luster. Inside each of them was an illusory river that shimmered with light, surrounding the area between the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed from downstream to upstream, and the evaporated and broken illusory light appeared once again, connecting together. The damage that Klein had gone to great lengths to create was quickly restored to its original state. The cycle of fate, the restart of all things. Sassurer raised his left hand and condensed a dark black scepter. He swept his brass eyes across the demigods present and said in a deep voice that gave off a majestic vibe, "I'm an omniscient, and also an omnipotent." As his voice echoed, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't waver at all. They either blinked or moved at high speeds, not giving the terrifying evil spirit a chance to lock onto them. They also attempted to launch a new round of attacks. However, Klein didn't dare to continue forcefully pulling the Dark Angel into a dream. This was because if he were to be struck by the aura and power of Chaos again, he might very well lose control. On the other side, Derek covered his body with a layer of holy armor formed from pure light. At that moment, pitch-black flames ignited in Sassurer's brass eyes. His voice also turned sinister, with a strong sense of depravity. "Blasphemer, die!" Klein's body, heart, and soul suddenly sank as he felt like he was rapidly dying. His consciousness turned blurry. As his energy evaporated, his flesh and blood withered inch by inch. Colin Iliad was slightly better than him. He only felt his body turn heavy as his life flowed uncontrollably. The madness that came with his incomplete mythical creature form intensified. Dazzling rays of sunlight burst out from Derek, who was furthest from Dark Angel Sassurer, helping him quickly escape from his dazed state. He opened his mouth and said, "God says it's ineffective." The feeling of death immediately dissipated a little as Klein and Colin Iliad barely found themselves. Tap. Tap. Tap, the giant like Colin Iliad ran towards Dark Angel Sassurer. Along the way, he constantly changed his position and dodged the dark, sharp beams that seemed unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he approached his target. Dark Angel Sassurer immediately pointed the pitch-black scepter in his hand forward, making Colin Iliad's body drag out a shadow in the unshadowed domain. It made the shadow come to life and devour the City of Silver Chief's legs. Gong, a distant bell reverberated, as though it had penetrated through history. The ancient, mottled stone bell phantom appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing about a temporary pause. Seizing this pause, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to recreate the unshadowed spear and threw it at Colin Iliad's shadow. A blazing and resplendent light immediately erupted, dispersing the shadow like the sun. Colin Iliad's face, hidden behind his visor, contorted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up and jumped above Dark Angel Sassurer, slashing down with 2 swords of dawn. Gong, Sassurer seemed to understand Colin Iliad's intentions. He raised his pitch-black scepter and blocked the other party's slash. Suddenly, Colin Iliad's body melted. He turned into a sticky, heavy mercury that surged down like a tidal wave. Instantly, it drowned Dark Angel Sassurer, making him seem as though he was wearing a full-body silver armor that didn't reveal any gaps. It was a silver armor that wanted to suffocate the wearer to death. Sassurer's actions were immediately restricted. Klein seized this opportunity, and his figure suddenly turned transparent as he appeared beside the iron-black throne. Teleport, then, he raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand and conjured a certain beyonder power in his mind. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder Pathway Steel. Just as Klein had expected, the theft this time went rather smoothly. It was as though the current sequence 2 Pallas Zoroast had personally taken action. The light that connected the Dark Angel to the first blasphemy slate left Sassurer and transferred to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. Once again, the indescribable color and shape appeared in front of him. It was abnormally illusory, as though it contained all the secrets within it. Just as he was about to lose control from the aura and power of Xianxia, the parts of his body that had been corroded by the true creator suddenly stirred. They seemed to be strongly attracted as they rapidly gathered together and began to take over the nearly invisible illusory light, causing Klein to stop at the edge of the cliff. Indeed. As Klein sighed, he tried his best to restrain his mind that had been impacted, temporarily immobilizing him. Bang! 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 Dark cracks appeared on the silver armor that covered Dark Angel Sasher's body. These beams of light that originated from the blades of spirit and flesh pierced through, turning the mercury into tattered pieces before throwing it far away. With a smack, the mercury fell to the ground and reformed into Colin Iliad. The City of Silver's chief had one gaping hole after another. Inside, there was a black, depraved, and illusory aura. At this moment, Sasher's figure, which had layers of illusory black wings on his back, had dimmed significantly. His eyes once again looked like they were made of brass. There was a faint outline of an illusory river that shimmered with light. When Colin Iliad saw this scene, he instinctively recalled what had happened previously. Almost at the same time as the corresponding thought flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge forward. He was firm and unwavering. A transparent flame ignited on his body, emitting the bright light of dawn. This light came from his soul, his body, and his beyonder characteristic. It fused with the two swords he swung out, transforming into a turbulent, violent storm that swept out. At that moment, Colin Iliad's eyes were filled with the light of dawn that he had created and the tall figure in the gorgeous black robe with illusory black wings on his back. With the light, he ran towards the light, towards Sasher. The terrifying storm of light enveloped the dark angel and tore at his body, interrupting his beyonder powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit, who had lost the ability to maintain his strength and whose level had clearly dropped, rapidly fade away amidst the fragments of light. When the light dissipated, holes appeared on Dark Angel Sasher's body. The layers of wings on his back spread out, but he didn't borrow any strength. Colin Iliad immediately turned into sticky mercury, once again covering more than half of the evil spirit's body, restricting his movements. Then, just like how he had faced Lovia, the City of Silver chief shouted at Derek Berg in a deep voice, "Attack! Attack!" Upon hearing the chief's words, Derek was taken aback for a moment before instinctively opening his arms. During this process, his vision suddenly turned blurry as he let out an extremely repressed and deep voice. A ball of light filled with holy flames descended out of thin air, engulfing Dark Angel Sasher and Colin Iliad's figures. Before the light exploded, Derek pulled his arm back and condensed a blazing white unshadowed spear in his palm. Amidst crackling sounds, the spear of light pierced through the holy flames and accurately hit the evil spirit's head. Brilliant and blinding light bloomed, completely covering the area. Even Klein, who was restraining his crazy thoughts, couldn't dodge due to the close distance. He couldn't help but close his eyes and warp his face. He felt that worms of spirit were evaporating one after another, and he felt that the connection between the blasphemy slate and the true creator's corrosive powers that had yet to be fully established had been greatly purified. At the spot where a sun seemed to rise, Dark Angel Sasher's figure vaguely appeared. It twisted and swayed amidst the blazing white light and holy flames, fading away and melting. Then, the shadows that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles began to disintegrate, revealing an orange-red glow inch by inch. This palace, which was hidden in the giant king's residence and coexisted with the real world, finally lost the power to continue maintaining itself. It was no longer isolated from the outside world. This also meant that the special evil spirit that had lost connection with Xianxia had truly been purified. Just as the Shadow Palace began to collapse but had yet to completely disintegrate, an invisible force finally penetrated the barrier and descended a little, causing the corrosive powers that had gathered in Klein's body to suddenly intensify. They protruded out from Klein's chest, turning into a blob of pitch-black flesh and blood. The flesh and blood immediately separated from Klein's body, severing the invisible connection with him. It rapidly squirmed and grew, turning into a giant shadow hand. It followed the illusory light between himself and the first blasphemy slate to grab the item. Meanwhile, in the world of dreams in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, in front of the projection of the giant king's residence. Wearing a pointy hat and a classic black robe, Amon sat on the tall grayish-white railing with his back to the orange-red road that separated the sea of clouds. He leisurely looked at the grayish-blue gate covered with golden nails, not knowing how long he had been waiting. Suddenly, he adjusted the monocle on his right eye and easily jumped down the railing, arriving at the door of the giant king's residence projection. The power of Chaos Sea is beginning to dissipate. I can use that bug to enter directly. As Amon muttered to himself with a smile, he extended his right hand and pressed it on the projection of the door. His figure immediately softened and lost its sense of reality, flowing into the door like a ray of light. Bakeland, somewhere on the battlefield. Crestet Casimir, who had short blonde hair and a pair of dark green eyes, knelt on the ground on one knee. He stabbed a pure white bone sword that was less than a meter long in front of him to support himself. His body was riddled with charred holes and cracks that passed through his body. His teeth had already protruded and turned sharp, like those of a beast. This high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, struggled to shift his gaze away from the weakened enemy not far away and cast it towards the sky. The orange-red dusk had already invaded the dark night. Crestet Casimir tried his best to pull out the bone sword and get up to fight. He wanted to fulfill his final duty as a Nighthawk, but his arm was trembling violently. His breathing had already become weak. In the astral world, there was an endless expanse of tranquil darkness filled with moonflowers, night vanilla, and other plants. Suddenly, orange-red beams of light shone into the kingdom, returning a portion of the region to dusk. It caused the flowers and grass to wither one after another, on the brink of withering. In the desolate dusk, a figure as large as a mountain walked out. His limbs were abnormally long, and he wore silver armor that exuded a sense of dilapidation. His face was covered by a visor, revealing only a blob of orange-red light. He held a ridiculously long sword in his hand, allowing the tip to naturally droop and touch the dark ground. As the terrifying giant walked forward step by step, the long sword was constantly dragged through the darkness, causing the ground to crack and the dusk to freeze. In the depths of the darkness, a similarly large figure dragged a long scythe and floated out. He wore a black dress that was layered but not complicated. It was dotted with countless resplendence, as though it was embedded with the stars in the night sky. 2 arms grew out from his ribs and his waist. Their surfaces were covered in short, black hair. 2 of his 6 hands held the heavy black scythe, and 2 held a crimson moon. One was empty, and the other held an ancient accessory that looked like it was made of gold. The accessory was in the shape of a slender bird. It was surrounded by pale white flames that formed wings. In its bronze eyes, there were layers of light that seemed to form illusory doors. The giant wasn't surprised by this scene at all. He took faster and faster steps forward, gradually approaching the point of charging. His long sword that was dragged in the darkness and dusk rubbed against its surroundings, producing bits of clear light of dawn. At this moment, the moonflowers and night vanilla on the other side suddenly expanded and grew crazily. Soon, they became equivalent to trees that had lived in a primitive forest for more than 1,000 years. They were densely packed and covered the sky. Amidst these trees, a figure that was wrapped in dark green vines and decorated with all sorts of herbs and flowers appeared. He was also as huge as a mountain. He had a voluptuous figure, and his dress fluttered as he hugged an illusory baby. As soon as the figure descended, it followed the twilight giant and flew towards the humanoid demonic wolf that was dragging the pitch-black scythe. In the palace where the shadows were gradually disintegrating, although the corruption had automatically separated, preventing Klein from worrying about the latent dangers, this was equivalent to slicing away many of his worms of spirit. He couldn't help but let out a low gasp as transparent, distorted maggots with mysterious patterns crawled out from his warped face. His psyche was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. He was momentarily unable to calm down. At this moment, a familiar figure was reflected in his eyes that were covered in a layer of blood due to the pain. It was the angel of time, Amon, who was wearing a monocle and a pointed bonnet. Amon smiled at him, scaring him so much that he immediately changed his mind and returned to Sapphira Castle. Although this was a little letting down of the sun, he felt that when he reached Sapphira Castle and had the power of an angel, he had a chance of saving him. After all, the influence of the outside world could already be exerted here. But in the blink of an eye, the angel of time cast his gaze at the grayish-white blasphemy slate, at the shadow hand that was constantly growing stronger as the disintegration of the land of sleep deepened. Amon immediately raised his right hand and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. The crystal monocle immediately turned dark, as though it was a mixture of countless colors. It was difficult to describe. In front of Amon, an illusory, terrifying, and slightly rippling deep sea appeared. This blasphemer had released some kind of power, or rather, a power that had been stolen from somewhere at some point in time. The blasphemy slate suddenly trembled and emitted a buzzing sound, as though it had come to life. It broke free from the remaining illusory light that wasn't stable enough between it and the shadow hand and suddenly threw itself at Amon. This made Klein, who had barely recovered from the pain due to his horror, narrow his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. The first blasphemy slate actually didn't choose the true creator of the Hanging Man pathway. He had sought refuge with the Marauder Pathway's Angel of Time. After a moment of shock, Klein vaguely understood the whole story. Amon's true body had wandered the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. He had entered Chernobyl and searched for the history of the second epoch and even before the first epoch. He must have wandered the borders of Chaos Sea and done a certain amount of dangerous research to steal something special. At that moment, he was only using this special release to attract the blasphemy slate. To put it simply, this king of angels had been preparing for this for a very long time, and the true creator was still unable to fully descend at the moment. He had to wait for the dark angel's land of slumber to completely collapse. But the problem was, why did Amon steal the first blasphemy slate? It's useless for him to have it. He can't switch to the spectator, reader, tyrant, son, or the Hanging Man pathways. Is it just because it's interesting? When the deities and my brother are plotting for this blasphemy slate, he suddenly interferes, steals it, and runs? But isn't it more important for him to capture me? As Klein was puzzled by Amon's goal, he secretly retreated. He widened his eyes and tried his best to pry at the grayish-white slate surface, hoping to memorize the potion formula he needed. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Just as the corresponding words reflected in his eyes, Amon reached out his left hand and grabbed the blasphemy slate. Then, he suddenly turned around and pressed his right hand on the grayish-blue door that was still covered in a small amount of shadows. The figure wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe immediately turned incorporeal, passing through the door and disappearing. The shadow hand formed from Klein's. Corruption rapidly expanded as the land of slumber continued collapsing. Finally, it turned into a black shadow that chased after Amon and rushed out of the closed door. In the next second, all the shadows vanished as orange light illuminated the palace where the giant king had once lived. In front of the iron-black throne, on the steps illuminated by the dusk, Colin Iliad's figure appeared. He wore tattered silver armor, revealing his face that was covered in many old scars. He sat there quietly, like a warrior who had just finished his last battle. His two swords of dawn had already been reduced to pieces, and his aura had vanished. However, Klein could sense that there were still remnants of his will and psyche. He couldn't bear to completely dissipate them. When Derek, who was at the bottom of the steps, saw this scene, his eyes reddened. He ran over, stumbling, and he didn't look like a demigod. He quickly crouched beside Colin Iliad and shouted in a low voice, "Chief." To a Beyonder at the demigod level, due to their powerful souls and qualitative changes, their psyche could remain for a period of time even after death, unless the enemy deliberately destroyed it. And if the deceased high-sequence Beyonder still had a strong desire for certain matters or had feelings that he couldn't let go of, then his remnant will would last even longer. This would allow him to slowly assimilate the surrounding area, allowing it to fuse with the spirit world or even the underworld, helping him transform into an evil spirit. Therefore, although Colin Iliad's aura had already vanished, he, who was wearing tattered silver armor and sitting at the top of the ancient god's staircase, still heard Derek's low shout. He turned his head and looked at the demigod who had yet to become an adult. He smiled and said, "Compared to the elders of the past, it's a form of luck for Lovia and I to die here." Upon hearing this, Derek opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he felt something press down on his heart, blocking his throat. Not far away, Klein raised the Staff of the Stars and attempted to recreate Will Septon's reboot to save Colin Iliad. However, after failing several times in a row, the power he successfully used didn't reverse everything. It was as though the effects were clearly inferior to the original version, and it involved the uniqueness. Amon's true body had descended. Since he's already dead, he can't even turn into a marionette. He can only consider turning into an evil spirit, but there's almost no evil spirit that can maintain their humanity. Even Dark Angel Sasser hasn't managed to do so. The only exception is Red Angel Medici and them, but that was only after they left the territory and made a trip to Bansi Harbor. This chief doesn't seem to be willing to take this path. To the residents of the City of Silver, becoming an evil spirit is undoubtedly a curse. Klein sighed and cast his gaze elsewhere, observing the giant king's palace that had lost its shadow. Colin Iliad scrutinized Derek's face and sighed. When you return, you will be a member of the 6-member council. I know that this is a very heavy responsibility for your age, but everyone in the City of Silver has to be prepared to shoulder everyone's fate at any time. Derek nodded vigorously and said with a nasal voice, "Yes, Your Excellency." Colin Iliad revealed a benevolent smile. "Don't worry about being misunderstood by them. I'll tell you a secret. Currently, in the entire City of Silver, only Wait and I know about it. When you go back, immediately repeat this matter in front of Wait. He will understand that my and Lovia's deaths have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn this secret from me." At this point, Colin Iliad looked up at the German sparrow and nodded. From today onwards, everyone in the City of Silver can freely change their faith to Mr. Fool. Derek wasn't agitated at all. He only nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Colin Iliad immediately retracted his gaze. His exhausted face had an additional layer of solemnity and a hint of bitterness. That secret is related to our City of Silver's second god-level sealed artifact. It's called the Gift of the Earth. Derek wiped his eyes with his arm and listened attentively to the chief. Colin Iliad sighed and continued, "Don't worry. It's precisely because of it that the area around the City of Silver can grow black-faced grass, preventing us from completely sinking in the Dark Ages." Derek's pupils dilated slightly, and the sadness in his heart eased a little. He remembered very clearly that the general knowledge textbooks had viewed the discovery of black-faced grass as a key turning point in the City of Silver's history. It was believed that without this safe and harmless staple food, the City of Silver might have long become a paradise for monsters. At that instant, he thought of many things. He finally understood why the mushroom that Mr. World had given him would undergo a huge mutation in the City of Silver. This was different from the original description. Colin Iliad's gaze swept past his face, and his voice suddenly became low. "It is precisely because of this that we bear the fate of being cursed. Only those who are killed by their immediate family members will not become terrifying evil spirits." "There's a price for fertility," Kieran said. Derek's expression froze. Killing his parents was a wound in his heart that could never heal. He had always blamed the corresponding curse on this land that had been forsaken by the gods. But now, the chief was telling him that the truth wasn't like that. The curse came from the food they relied on to survive. The white-haired and exhausted Colin Iliad's eyes went into a daze, as though he had recalled his father, mother, brother, sister, eldest son, youngest son, daughter, and eldest grandson that he had killed with his own hands. As a result, his voice became ethereal. Lovia once said that after leaving the City of Silver, one of the people who died in battle didn't mutate into an evil spirit. Back then, I didn't tell her that this was the truth. This is because the Gift of the Earth covers a wide area. Most people who are about to die are unable to leave the corresponding area in time. This is a secret that only every chief can grasp. I worked hard to explore and fight, hoping that the people in the future wouldn't have to suffer such pain. The obviously aged chief of the City of Silver slowly exhaled. Without giving Derek a chance to make a promise, he seemed to think of something and said, "Also, the situation regarding Rose's redemption recorded in the palace can't be completely trusted." "Oh?" Klein stopped observing his surroundings as he revealed a slightly confused expression. Colin Iliad added in a deep voice, "It's impossible for Earth Mother to be the giant queen, Omabella. Omabella died a long time ago. Her corpse is in the City of Silver, and it's the Gift of the Earth, this." Klein's pupils dilated when he heard that, and a chill ran down his back. The real giant queen had long died in the City of Silver and became a sealed artifact. Then, who is the current Earth Mother? In the dark kingdom filled with moonflowers and night vanilla, the twilight giant's sword struck the heavy, pitch-black scythe and frozen midair. In the darkness that had been mostly destroyed by the intense battle of gods, time seemed to come to a standstill. Be it the giant clad in waning armor and bathed in dusk, or the six-armed humanoid demonic wolf dressed in a starry dress, they all seemed to become a part of an oil painting. They stood there, maintaining their previous postures. However, there was a dark brown wooden staff stabbed into the twilight giant's back. It was crazily absorbing the deity's life force, dragging her back to the land, back into the embrace of her mother. This dark brown wooden staff was held in the giant-like plump lady's hand, and it formed a scene of late autumn with the withering flowers, grass, and mushrooms on her body. The twilight giant slowly turned its head and looked at the lady who was carrying the illusory infant with one hand. See? At this moment, the demonic wolf, who was dressed in a starry dress and had a female human head, chuckled. She made the bird-shaped golden accessory in her hand fly out and accurately insert it into the gap in the twilight giant's visor. Then, she threw the crimson moon in her other two hands to the plump lady. In the next second, a portion of the twilight giant's body collapsed. Blobs of orange-red dusk penetrated the serene darkness and returned to the real world. Some of them landed on the battlefield and caused the deaths of countless soldiers. Some crushed mountains and created a lake that could cause all living beings to age. Some fused with some lucky creatures and turned them into crazy and powerful monsters. Some enveloped the Twilight Temple outside St. Millam's city and extinguished the solidified orange-red light there. Outside the Amantha mountain range, outside the Cathedral of Serenity, Abomination Sua and the other mythical creatures, who were helping Fasak and the Intis Angel attack, seemed to sense something as they stopped fighting at the same time. On the pitch-black tree with arms, the bloodshot black and white eyeballs rolled for a moment. Abomination Sua immediately stepped into the void and escaped into the spirit world. In the outskirts of Bakeland, in a small cathedral that no one paid attention to, a devout priest dressed in a simple white robe with a pale golden beard opened his eyes, revealing a childlike clarity and innocence. He calmly took out a bottle of golden potion, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. The war ended just like that. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it for herself, Audrey would never have believed that the war had ended just like that. When the deep night devoured the orange-red dusk and receded, the silver knight in front of her seemed to suffer a heavy psychological blow. Even though he had recovered, he didn't attack the enemy again. He retreated in a somewhat pathetic and confused manner. Just like the Silver Knight, the angels and saints of the Fasak and Intis coalition army fled one after another. As for the army with Beyonders as its backbone, it couldn't help but collapse. However, the demigods, low and mid-sequence Beyonders, and ordinary soldiers on Ruan's side didn't attempt to pursue because they were equally confused, lost, and puzzled. Audrey walked back into the city and saw the surviving citizens of Bakeland walk out from their homes, shelters, and other places where they could hide. They stared blankly at the primordial forest scene. They didn't cheer, shout, or vent their anger. Their expressions were numb, and their eyes were blank. They didn't know why the disaster had suddenly ended. There was no lack of people who had once received aid from the Charity Foundation, and there was no lack of faces that Audrey found familiar. However, their state wasn't much different from when they were lining up to receive food. Audrey silently observed this scene as she returned to Empress Borough and returned to her villa. She saw her father, mother, elder brother, butler, male servant, and female servant looking out the window in confusion. Their expressions were identical to the citizens on the streets. For some reason, a sentence suddenly flashed across Audrey's mind: death is unknown, and life is unknown. An orange-red dusk calmed the lightning storm and sank into the bottomless deep blue sea, nearly engulfing the dawn. Queen Mystic Bernadette had used her other Grade 0 sealed artifact in time, allowing the ship to avoid the terrifying disaster. She frowned slightly as if she had sensed something, but she immediately relaxed and allowed the dawn to continue advancing on an unsafe sea route. It fought against the strong winds, huge waves, lightning, sea monsters, and all kinds of dangers. In the dark environment, Bernadette's gaze seemed to pierce through the obstacles and see the light she wanted to chase. No matter how many obstacles there were, she wouldn't stop approaching. In the Giant King's residence, on the steps that were covered in orange-red light, After revealing the secret, Colin Iliad said to Derek, "Go open that door. Go and open that door. I want to see what the sunlight looks like outside, okay?" Derek's eyes reddened once again as he pursed his lips tightly and stood up. He put down the hammer in his hand, and under Klein's encouraging gaze, he calmly circled around the iron-black throne and arrived in front of the grayish-blue door that depicted the scene of dusk. Derek stared at it for a second, bent down, stretched out his hands, and pressed them against the sides of the door. Then, he bulged his muscles and pushed hard. At that moment, he seemed to see his father and mother, the dead Joshua, Aunt Iona, and other comrades. He saw Lovia in a purple-patterned black robe and the white-haired Colin Iliad. They stood beside him and pressed their hands on the door at the same time, pushing the grayish-blue door with him. Droplets of water slid down Derek's face as a heavy sizzling sound rang in his ears. A crack appeared, allowing the golden sunlight to shine in. The crack grew larger and larger, and a sea suffused with golden light gradually appeared in front of Derek and Colin Iliad. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Colin Iliad's mouth twitched as he bathed in the warm sunlight as his body evaporated bit by bit. He revealed a smile that didn't contain any gloom and a vague yearning. Light is the meaning of everything. End of Part 6. There are a total of 116 chapters in the 6th installment. To me, the overall completion rate has reached my expectations. In the 5th installment, I said that the climax of the plot would be in the 6th installment. Note, I said climax, not climax. Laugh, because back then, I clearly knew that the feeling of exhilaration and explosion would be a little lacking. The core was to give a strong sense of impact. On this point, when Amon mentioned Chernobyl and when the chief said that Omabella was long dead, I could clearly feel the joy that writing gave me. Correspondingly, the number of subscriptions exceeded 60,000, becoming the peak of the entire book. Especially Amon's chapter, it reached a peak of 63,000. As for Omabella's chapter, it hadn't been 24 hours since I wrote the summary, so I couldn't give any results. I only knew that after an hour of uploading, there were already 32,000 subscriptions. These are the two peaks of the 6th installment. One at the beginning and the other at the end, perfectly stringing together the entire novel. They are the products of my complete thoughts when I was writing the 1st installment, or even before the 1st installment. One is something that I had already determined when I was creating the setting of the worldview. When I typed the words crimson in the 1st chapter, all the corresponding clues were already in my mind. The other was the inspiration that gradually took form when I began writing the City of Silver and the Curse. Later, there were the Harvest Church and Emlyn White. The corresponding clues were actually quite vague, but it wasn't as if there weren't any hints. And around these two peaks, I unfolded quite a lot of secrets. In general, there wasn't any problem. It allowed the entire view of the world to begin taking shape, giving me a relatively complete framework. This way, I could smoothly unfold some information and clues regarding the Great Old Ones and the outer deities in the 7th installment. I could write about the ancient sun god's family. A family, using this to describe it seems like it's rather fiery. Speaking of fiery, I have to mention the issues of war and justice that many of my friends have criticized. When I was writing about martial arts, I came up with a writing methodology that was suitable for me. However, many things were still rather vague back then. It wasn't until I began writing about mysteries and had the corresponding experiments and gains that it became clear bit by bit, allowing me to summarize more things. For me, one of the first and most important things in writing is a very simple word: expression. What I want to express, what I want to convey, this is the first thing I need to think clearly before I start writing. Then, I need to make a plot choice around it and not let the focus deviate. Simply put, it can be described with a word that everyone hates: central idea. In that case, what do I want to express in the 6th chapter? Firstly, the impact brought about by the two peaks. Secondly, the insignificance and helplessness of humans in the face of God. Thirdly, even if one is as insignificant as a moth, one must still chase after the light. The second point wasn't unique to the 6th book. This was something that would always be present in the Cthulhu and quasi-Cthulhu worldview. It was the fear of the unknown and the feeling of being insignificant in the face of the unknown. Not only that, this was also in the same vein as the straws of the 2nd book. Therefore, before writing the 6th book, or even the 5th book, I had been considering what kind of plot I wanted to use to support what I wanted to express, so that it could accurately reach everyone's hearts. If I were to write about war, then the focus would be on all sorts of beyonder powers, battleships, machine guns, and cannons. This would be more refreshing, and it could also bring in deeper things like sacrifice, passion, and the cruelty of war. However, this would deviate from the main point I wanted to express. This is because since I'm on the battlefield, I clearly understand the meaning and reason behind death and survival. There's no feeling of being at a loss in life or death. Similarly, I've always described beyonder battles. In the 6th book, I even began to decipher the kings of angels and gods. If I were to develop it into a full-scale war between humans, not only would there be a conflict in the style, but it would also be rather jarring. With this in mind, I had long said that I wouldn't write about the war in detail. Instead, I would focus on the ordinary people in the war. Furthermore, I deliberately blurred out their faces and didn't give them their names. This was the reverse of the faceless in the 2nd book. It was to reflect the feelings of a large number of people and reduce the corresponding pain and sorrow. I focused on the blankness, numbness, and confusion. The only people who had a name were the landlord and his wife. That part was to increase the pain and discomfort. Otherwise, Audrey's decision to kneel down and kiss her parents would have lacked sufficient strength. Originally, there was no need for Audrey to appear so many times when she was doing charity. In order to increase the numbness, stiffness, pain, and confusion, I intentionally wrote a few more times. As a result, the changes in Audrey's heart weren't reflected in those few parts of the story. It was rather monotonous and repetitive. However, the 2 conversations she had with Klein afterward, the 2 times when she was at a loss due to different reasons, as well as the actions she took after making a decision, I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't dragging or burdensome. There were its own contradictions and corresponding plot tension. In summary, I combined Audrey's accumulation of inner strength, her own growth, and the insignificance of humans that she wanted to express together. This made it so that even though I was writing about her, the true focus wasn't her. This made her seem like a tool at certain times. This was probably the responsibility and sacrifice that a spectator had to make. I could only sigh. However, I was also grateful for everyone's tolerance and support. Back then, the number of subscribers hadn't decreased by much. It had always been around 53,000, which allowed me to write quite calmly and calmly. This allowed me to slowly build up what I wanted to express. In the end, the Battle of Bakeland unfolded from Audrey's point of view. Firstly, it was to accept the changes in the God Wars, and secondly, it was to put away all the things that I had previously laid down. When this spectator walked through the streets and returned home, she saw that the commoners, the nobles, and herself, a demigod, were all at a loss and numb. When she let out a sigh about not knowing who they were and why they were alive, I felt that the corresponding plot wasn't written in vain. Furthermore, I felt that the plot that was floating in the sky had returned to the ground. It was very heavy, very stable, and very solid. That was very good. In addition, this also happened to form 3 stages of emotions at the end. Audrey's line was filled with confusion, insignificance, and sorrow, to Bernadette's line was filled with pursuit and determination. No matter how dark or hopeless the city of Silver was, they had to move forward. Then, after thousands of years of arduous exploration in the darkness, they finally opened the door and saw the light, the thing known as hope. Due to this reason, I pushed back the Emperor's plot that I originally wanted to write in the 6th novel to the 7th. Yes, these 3 stages of emotions could also be arranged in reverse. That would be very despairing, and it wouldn't match the title of Light Chaser. As for the chief's death, due to the previous death of Lovia, I didn't repeatedly express my sorrow or do any more sensationalism. I only restrained myself in describing his state, hiding the corresponding pain even deeper. I let the light take the lead, expressing my emotions with regret, relief, and hope. One of the problems with the 6th novel was that there were too many battles that needed to be done. It was a little dense, and there wasn't enough relaxation in the middle. It was easy to tire the reader out. This was a problem that needed to be taken note of in the 7th novel. Also, if I didn't write about the war, I would lose the opportunity to unfold the entire world. It would make the stage of the plot appear smaller. However, this was also within my expectations. This was because there were 22 pathways, different countries, and many stories of gods and angels. If Lil Ku were to unfold one by one, it would be very cumbersome and bloated. She would only be able to touch the surface of every place. It would be better not to write about it. Therefore, even though I had already set up the situation of Intis, Fainapotter, and other places in detail, I didn't expand on it. On this point, a 1.5-meter-tall classmate can testify. During the preparations for Mysteries, she asked me how to write the outline. I directly copied a small portion of the settings for Intis for her to see. That should be a more detailed version. This was something that I was sure of before I opened the book on Mysteries. I would try my best not to run around the map and focus on the details. If I could write about the special atmosphere of a country, bring out some special characteristics of other countries and other pathways, and completely outline the view of the world and the framework of the world, then the book on Mysteries could be considered to have completed its mission. Yes, you should be able to feel that I was writing about it. As for the development of the other countries and pathways, I had hoped to use a trick to solve it. That was to write a second or even third novel under the view of the world. I would write about Intis, Fainapotter, various secret organizations, the Western continent, and so on. I would write about the settings that I didn't use. I would use another angle and another entry point to unfold and perfect the entire world of Mysteries. I had even thought of some stories that I might write but might also give up on. For example, a member of the Old Sun family tribe would secretly infiltrate to cause destruction. In the end, he would encounter an accident and lose his memories. He would then be picked up by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Every day, he would be addicted to textbooks and exams. For example, he would start as a hunter, receive guidance from St. Donna's, Lute Anderson with tears in his eyes, fight with the Red Angel, and so on. This might become the main storyline of the second novel. As for the third novel, it would probably be the story of the Western continent, the mysteries of Dongfang Feng. Previously, when I saw you guys tossing about the primeval pathway, I had a smile on my face. Of course, I had only left a starting point for the setting of the power system in the Western continent, but I hadn't detailed it yet. I might not write the third novel. At the moment, I can only promise to write the second novel. Furthermore, it's not like I'm writing the next novel. I intend to change the theme, change my mood, and write something else. After all, I have accumulated a lot of inspiration and have two solid and interesting ideas. One is a wasteland, and the other is a Xianxia. At the moment, it's hard to decide which one to write. I'll think about it in detail and gather materials after the Mysteries book is completed. At this point, let's get back to the main topic. As usual, I'll rest for 3.5 days. I'll continue updating on Sunday at 7 p.m. Actually, it's 4 days, but I've written more than 3,000 words in my summary, so it counts as one chapter. As for the name of the 7th novel, I think many of my friends have already guessed it. It's The Hanging Man. Finally, since I've written a single chapter, how can I not ask for monthly votes? On Sunday at 7 p.m., I'll upload the first chapter of the 7th novel, The Hanging Man. I'm asking for monthly votes. Also, the average subscription is more than 9,600. I'm asking for a genuine subscription. Hopefully, it will surpass 100,000 soon. Lastly, I'm asking for monthly votes. The open grayish-blue door, the stone staircase that led all the way down, the sea that suffused with golden light, and the omnipresent light once again reflected in the eyes of Lievel, Candace, and the other residents of the City of Silver. As members of the previous exploration team, this was not the first time they had seen this scene, but they were still deeply shocked to their souls and subconsciously held their breaths. Carrying the Thunder God's roar hammer, Derek stood right in front. He was 2 meters tall and had broad shoulders. He remained silent. After nearly a minute, Lievel probed, Elder Borg, when are we going out? He was a Sequence 5 guardian. He was nearly 2.5 meters tall, and the ratio of his limbs was slightly abnormal. Derek stared at the rippling golden sea for a few seconds before saying, "That's right. Let's wait a little longer." At this moment, several days had passed since he opened the door. He had led the exploration team back to the City of Silver with the Chief and Elder Lovia's ashes, characteristics, and sealed artifacts. He had also used that secret to obtain the trust of the current chief of the 6-member council, Waite Termont. This time, Derek would lead 20 City of Silver Beyonders as scouts to find a safe passage and confirm the situation outside. On this matter, he rejected Mr. World's suggestion to use the Staff of the Stars to directly move the entire City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. He wanted to use his own feet to measure the path of hope. He wanted to remember what the City of Silver had found after more than 2,000 years of persistence and sacrifice was like. Upon hearing Elder Derek's answer, Lievel, Candace, and the other members of the scouting team didn't say anything else. They each took a step back and continued to admire the beautiful scenery. They still didn't trust Derek Berg. After all, he had close ties with outsiders, and the chief and Elder Lovia had died in the previous exploration. Only the Sunshadowed and the outsider had survived. If the six-member council hadn't chosen to trust Derek, they would have been more hostile and conflicted than wary. After an unknown period of time, the Golden Sea was suddenly shrouded in darkness. In the depths of the darkness, one could vaguely see a faint mist. In the mist, there was a black church with a pointed roof and all kinds of buildings, giving off a feeling that it was both real and illusory. Derek and the others were no strangers to the darkness. They instinctively lit up the candles and lit the oil candles. They were busy but orderly. When the team of 21 people was protected by the light, they looked at the town and the shadowy pedestrians in confusion, unable to understand what was going on. This was not the darkness they were familiar with. At this moment, Derek, whose body was naturally emitting pure radiance, raised his left hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if you'll be able to find me. Let's go." Without waiting for his teammates to respond, he took the lead and walked through the door. He followed the stone stairs outside and walked into the darkness. Lievel, Candace, and the others looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Without falling behind, they followed the new elder of the six-member council, Derek Berg, out of the Giant King's residence. In the thick darkness, they walked up the stairs. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They saw an orange light and a black monastic building. Is this the outside world? Candace looked around warily and curiously. She realized that she and the others had unknowingly walked to the opposite side of the Giant King's court. They were separated from their original location by a sea of orange-red clouds. No. Derek compared the current environment with Mr. World's and Ma'am Hermit's descriptions and nodded slightly. We still need to wait here for a while. You can find a place to rest. This Unshadowed, who no longer had the slightest hint of inexperience, calmly arranged everything. Lievel looked at the tightly shut black monastery and asked in puzzlement, "Don't we need to explore this place to find the exit?" "There's no need." Derek shook his head. "No need." Derek shook his head. As time passed, blinding rays of sunlight suddenly shone into the world, turning everything bright white before fading and disappearing. Derek, Candace, and the others subconsciously looked around and saw the Golden Sea again. They felt a terrifying aura that they didn't dare look at directly. Derek, Candace, and the others subconsciously looked around and saw the Golden Ocean again. They felt a terrifying aura that they didn't dare to look at directly. However, unlike before, they were already on an island. Behind them were clusters of huge, golden, strange plants with smiling faces. The state that didn't have any sense of depravity or abnormality made every member of the City of Silver's expedition team sincerely experience the joy of life. He really came out. It's really a different world. Lievel, Candace, and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They immediately confirmed a fact. Elder Derek didn't betray the City of Silver. His cooperation with the foreigner was really to lead everyone away from the cursed land. Elder Berg. Candace hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Derek nodded slightly and straightened his back. Lievel didn't express his apologies like Candace did. He looked around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Elder Borg, how do we leave this place?" "Build ships?" Build ships was a word that only existed in their history books. At that moment, it sounded especially awkward. There doesn't seem to be any shipbuilding materials here. Candace and the others immediately examined the small island, but they didn't find any trees or other plants. Derek shook his head again. "There's no need. Let's wait a little longer." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a black shadow appear at the border between the sea and the sky. The black shadow grew larger and larger, quickly approaching along the safe sea route between the golden spots of light. Not long after, the black shadow revealed its silhouette. It was a hybrid ship that spewed out smoke and had a sail. On the ship was a blue sea serpent flag. Ship? That's a ship? As Lievel, Candace, and the others were on guard, they asked questions. Derek was an experienced person who had received general knowledge on the tarot and had seen all kinds of pictures of ships. He nodded slightly and said, yes. As they spoke, the ship approached, making the figure standing at the bow gradually become clearer. It was a man with yellow eyebrows and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a black cloak. He jumped onto the dragon's head and opened his arms slightly at the City of Silver. Upon seeing this scene, Derek, who had been maintaining his solemn posture, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that everything had gone according to plan. Donna's originally wanted to jump off the ship and walk in front of Mr. Fool's believers to announce to them that they had been saved. However, after glancing at the height of the City of Silver people, he silently stabilized his body. He stood on the dragon's head and completely opened his arms. He smiled reservedly at Derek and the others. Welcome to the world of light promised by God. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool. Through the crimson star that symbolized the sun, he watched the entire experience of the City of Silver's reconnaissance team. He was constantly prepared to take action to deal with any accidents. After the history that had been sealed for thousands of years intersected with the current era, Klein boarded a ship from the Rorstad Archipelago's new government and left the most dangerous core waters of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He put down the staff of the stars in his hand and beckoned for 2 items. They were the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out of the curtain, and the Worm of Star that came from the Saint of Secrets, Butiz. After some thought, Klein reached out his left hand and grabbed a large blob of dark red liquid from the historical void. This was dark demonic Wolfkoter's blood. There was a total of 300 milliliters, and it was the main supplementary ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Of course, as a supplementary ingredient, it only had one use. It was to reduce the negative effects brought about by the Beyonder characteristic and buffer the corresponding mysticism effects. Therefore, it didn't matter if it was a historical projection. After all, as long as it could play its role during the concoction and consumption of the potion, it was enough. When the historical void projection reached its limit, Klein would either fail his advancement and collapse into a monster, or he would have become a miracle invoker and gain initial control over the Beyonder characteristic. He no longer needed any support. Right on the heels of that, Klein took out another item from the fog of history. It was a worm of time with many segments. As he had a strong psychological trauma towards Amon, Klein chose to summon the worm of time that Pallas Zoroast had once given him to prevent any accidents from happening. After preparing the ingredients, he conjured an iron pot and threw the 300 milliliters of dark demonic wolf's blood into it. Then, he placed the worm of time and the shimmering worm of star into it. The dark red liquid in the iron pot turned dark. Its surface was transparent, and a vortex surged in its depths. Without any hesitation, Klein picked up the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. It looked like a heart, transparent like a crystal, but from time to time, tiny bubbles would emerge. Every bubble seemed to hide an illusion. When the Beyonder characteristic came into contact with the liquid in the iron pot, it immediately fused with it, causing the darkness to instantly condense and turn deep. It was as though there were endless eyes opening at the same time. After staring at it for a few seconds, Klein poured the Miracle Invoker potion he had concocted into a glass bottle. Through a bestowment ritual, he brought it to the real world. On an uninhabited island in the Sonia Sea, Klein, who had directly teleported over, looked at the potion in his hand and suddenly felt a little hesitant. This was because once he became an angel, he would inevitably be affected by the Beyonder characteristic. He would become colder and crueler, and he would become more and more indifferent to life. He needed to have enough anchors to maintain his humanity. This wasn't something that could be avoided by completely digesting the potion and grasping the acting method in the previous stages. Back then, Roselle the Great had gone smoothly in the earlier stages, but he had nearly mutated at the level of a Sequence 2 angel and was close to losing control. As for the angels that Klein knew, they looked normal on the surface, But he had no idea what they actually looked like or what they were like when they were hiding behind the scenes. If one could obtain a long lifespan at sequence 4 or 3, allowing them to live for more than 1,000 years, then a saint wouldn't have much motivation to advance to an angel. Combined with the saying that the higher one's sequence was, the closer they were to the primordial one, Klein suddenly understood why Demoness of White Katarina had only advanced from sequence 4 to sequence 3 after more than 1,000 years. But I already have no way out. After a brief silence, Klein sighed silently. With Amon and Zeradal right in front of him, the impending apocalypse, and the fact that he was powerless to interfere with the war and could only contribute his strength through donations, they were all pushing him towards the level of an angel. His eyes flickered for a few seconds before he quickly calmed down. Klein picked up the potion bottle and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. P.S. The author of The Path to Immortality has started a new book, Legend of Cyber Heroes. This is a hardcore martial arts story with a cyberpunk background. It's a story about resisting a tyrant and changing the world. As soon as the Miracle Invoker potion entered Klein's stomach, it immediately split into countless ice-cold worms that swam towards every part of his body. With a boom, Klein's psyche was torn apart, turning into countless tiny pieces that fused with different worms of spirit. There was no longer any distinction between who was the main body and who was the dominant one. At some point in time, he had entered the grayish-white fog. The body under the half-top hat and the long black trench coat rapidly disintegrated as transparent and twisted worms crawled out. These worms quickly flew into the depths of the fog of history, each occupying a different fragment of light, overlapping with the images in the historical void. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the spot where Klein had been previously was left with a semi-floating trench coat, shirt, top hat, socks, leather shoes, and undergarments that had lost all support. Who am I? Who am I? I'm the main body. Different but similar thoughts flashed through the minds of the worms of spirit. None of them were willing to take the initiative to return to their bodies. Instead, they felt intense hostility towards their own kind. However, due to Klein's remnant psyche influence, they temporarily didn't do anything drastic. At this moment, rings of invisible ripples appeared in the grayish-white fog. These ripples didn't happen to appear. They had long existed in the fog, but compared to Klein's entire body, they appeared indiscernible. However, to a worm of spirit, it was sufficiently obvious. It came from a piece of history that had reappeared in the present era. It symbolized the fragments of light at the end of the second epoch and the third epoch. It symbolized the 2,000 years that the City of Silver had persisted in the darkness. This forgotten history had a certain collision with the present era. When it formed the corresponding historical void, ripples that were difficult to describe spread out. Such ripples seemed to have a strong attraction to the worms of spirit, causing them to poke their heads out of the historical fragments. After a brief moment of stillness, one of the worms of spirit couldn't help but crawl out of the spot of light that it had previously occupied due to the influence of Klein's remnant consciousness. It flew towards the core of the ripples. Right on the heels of that, worms of spirit returned from different parts of the fog of history, arriving at the fragments of light formed by the City of Silver's history in the present era. When they approached each other to a certain distance, a strong convergence force finally appeared, pulling countless worms of spirit together and fusing them into one. This wasn't an effect that could be produced by the proximity of 2 or 3 worms of spirit. It required a sufficient number of worms of spirit. And when that portion of the worms of spirit formed a whole again, Klein's incomplete consciousness completed the patchwork of himself. Things finally changed in a simple direction. The worms of spirit formed a transparent and gigantic vortex. It emitted a strong cohesive force, sucking in the remaining worms of spirit that were hesitant, unwilling to return, and not too far away. When more than 2/3 of the worms of spirit had returned, slippery and transparent tentacles grew out of the vortex. They extended towards the second epoch, the first epoch, and even the ancient cities of the prehistoric era. They grabbed the last worms of spirit one by one and stuffed them back into the vortex. In less than 10 seconds, the vortex began to stretch, turning into a terrifying figure formed from transparent and twisted maggots. Invisible tentacles naturally extended out from the figure's body. The tentacles pulled over items like a trench coat, top hat, socks, and leather shoes that were floating in the fog of history, and they wore them in different spots on the terrifying figure. The figure formed from countless worms of spirit pressed down on the top hat on its head, causing the transparent feeling on its body to quickly fade away. A layer of flesh-colored skin condensed, and it grew raven-black short hair and brown eyes. This was Klein Moretti's appearance, but he was 1.8 meters tall. It wasn't easy for Klein, who had finally regained his self-consciousness and pieced together a complete soul body, but before he could examine his present state, he felt two abnormalities at the same time. A beyonder characteristic that had fused with his body, a strong, terrifying, lofty, and irresistible will, seemed to awaken a little. It transmitted one scene after another. These scenes were related to the mysticism knowledge of a miracle invoker, and some were dust igniting into a sun. There were all kinds of magnificent scenes produced by celestial bodies. They were filled with desolation, coldness, cruelty, madness, condescension, and no emotions. They quickly assimilated Klein's spirit, making him change his state uncontrollably. The other was the crimson stars and numerous resplendent points of light that appeared in front of Klein. The stars emitted the prayers of justice, the hanging man, the moon, and other members of the tarot. The points of light mainly echoed with the prayers of the residents of Moon City. Together, they created an image that was shrouded in grayish-white fog. It watched the world with pity, an image of a supreme hidden existence. The two abnormalities reflected on Klein, causing the left side of his body to be enveloped in a grayish-white fog. Only a smiling, deep and profound eye was revealed. It caused his right side to disintegrate once again, turning into a clump of transparent and twisted maggots and a bloodshot, crazed eye. At that moment, the right side was constantly eroding towards the left, and the grayish-white fog was gradually compressed to the extreme. Without any hesitation, Klein raised his left hand with some difficulty and summoned the white-bone scepter with a blue gem embedded at its tip from the fog of history. Around the sea god's scepter, there were prayer points of light surrounding it. With the help of the medium, they were transmitted to Klein's body. Bolts of lightning leaped out from the right side of Klein's body. Invisible winds and illusory waves surrounded him, helping the grayish-white fog resist the corruption on the left side, allowing the entire thing to reach a delicate balance. At this moment, Klein finally recovered his humanity and memories bit by bit. He had recovered to the state he was in before he consumed the potion. He had finally advanced to sequence 2 and had the status of an angel. He was a true miracle invoker. Sapphira Castle was about to be triggered by his changes, but with a thought, all the abnormalities returned to normal. This proved that he had truly grasped Sapphira Castle and become the owner of this Sapphira. As for how much power he could unleash in the real world, he was still unable to estimate it. Phew. Thankfully, I'm returning the history represented by the City of Silver to reality. It's powerful enough. If the ritual's effects were any worse, I would have lost control and collapsed here today. Klein rubbed his temples and slowly exhaled. He gained a deeper understanding of anchors. The anchor wasn't a tool to help him maintain his humanity. Its main purpose was to form the corresponding perception, positioning, and image. It was to resist the mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic and maintain a delicate balance. Under this balance, the humanity that belonged to Klein could barely be maintained, preventing him from being seriously affected by either side. In other words, the deities that believers knew were different from the actual deities. If there wasn't a mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic to resist the influence, the image of the deity in their hearts would gradually cover the true appearance of the deity. This was also a form of corruption. It was only at this moment that Klein understood why the Orthodox deities had human statues, but they later turned into sacred emblems. This could prevent believers from having a unified image, and it could better display the effect of the anchor to resist the remnant spirit of the primordial one instead of subtly changing themselves. As for why the Orthodox deities had taken an epoch or two to figure this out, Klein quickly thought of two reasons. First, he had the image of the Orthodox deities in the past and their present states as a comparison. He had Roselle the Great's diary as a reference, and he had the corresponding mysticism knowledge to provide inspiration. Second, the mythical creature form of a seer tended to be split, so he was very sensitive to such influences. This balance isn't too stable. It will often deviate to a certain extent. This will cause my state to be unstable, and I will scare the people around me from time to time. Fortunately, this can be predicted in advance and can be effectively avoided. Also, when in a delicate state of balance, I should try my best to show my human side to strengthen my self-awareness in this aspect. This seems to be the common choice of many angels. The indulgence in Rose School is one of them, however, Amon's believers are all himself. How can he maintain the balance? Could it be that a mythical creature born with a uniqueness has fused with the primordial one's will? Amon has long been used to being in a half-crazy state. No, this is his normal state. It's an image that every Amon has voted for. This is an idea. I can set up a marionette squad and make every marionette a believer of the fool. Furthermore, I can use my truest appearance as the image of a deity. This can effectively provide the best anchor. It's no wonder Zeradal and the dark demonic wolf don't have many believers. When the residents of the City of Silver convert to the fool, I can consider separating the embodiment of Sea God and not use it as my anchor. This is too contradictory to the understanding of my other believers. There's no way to truly unify them. Klein instantly thought of many things. Then, with a thought, he returned above the grey fog. As a miracle invoker, becoming him and the owner of Sapphira Castle, he didn't need to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantation, or get all the members of the tarot to pray. He could easily return here. However, it seemed like the effects of Sapphira Castle weren't enough. He could only enter with his spirit body, unable to bring his physical body along. After sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein wasn't in a hurry to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. He first confirmed his advancement and digested the mysticism knowledge he had just obtained. Yes. The beyonder powers of a miracle invoker come from 2 aspects. One is to make further use of the fog of history, and the other is the newly added core power of wish. The further use of the fog of history includes several abilities. First, I can use the worms of spirit from the past to revive, but it will be ineffective after 4 times. I've already used it 3 times. I can only revive once at the miracle invoker stage. When I advance to Attendant of Mysteries, there should be a corresponding increase. Second, I can exert a certain influence on the future, making the probability of certain things happening increase or decrease to a certain extent. It's equivalent to interfering with the target's fate. Haha, I finally wield good luck, but in this aspect, it's still incomparable to the die of probability and will. Third, I can no longer summon items from the historical void. I can also summon certain scenes that I'm familiar with. Yes, the total number of items and scenes I can summon now is 9, but there are still only 3 at the angel level. Wish is already a standard ability of a deity, but it's a little strange. Only by satisfying the wishes of others can I satisfy my own wishes. Only by fulfilling the small wishes can I gradually fulfill the big wishes. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Klein originally believed that the wish power could be freely used by him as long as it didn't exceed a certain limit. To his surprise, its effects didn't only come from the beyonder characteristic. To put it simply, a miracle invoker had to first gather and satisfy all kinds of wishes before he could turn the corresponding situation into reality by making a wish to himself in battle. Furthermore, in the beginning, the wishes that Klein could fulfill were very small. He had to accumulate them step by step to create a miracle. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. Yes, if I want to be like dark demonic Wolf Kotar, who can make a wish to teleport, then I have to satisfy many similar wishes from others in advance, ranging from simple to difficult wishes. There's a trick in this regard. I can use Creeping Hunger and the Staff of the Stars to satisfy the corresponding wishes. There's no need to start with the simplest ones, speaking of which, the wish power is a little like using an anchor. It's a type of congregation. Since the believer's understanding of deities can effectively affect the deities and become a certain location to help them resist the primordial mental imprint in the beyonder characteristic, then the similar wishes of different spiritual creatures can indeed help me create a miracle. This might have something to do with the sea of collective subconscious. It's not scientific enough, but it's enough in mysticism. After figuring out the situation of the wish power, Klein had a preliminary idea on how to act as a miracle invoker. That was to walk the real world as a magician of the highest level, allowing different people to witness a miracle and satisfy their wishes. It's no wonder the dark demonic wolf was originally known as the god of wishes. When such a belief spread, many people would express their wishes through prayer, allowing a miracle invoker to respond remotely. Acting would indeed be much simpler and save a lot of time, but the problem is that the potion's name is Miracle Invoker and not the God of Wishes. I don't need to act as a deity, so there's still a huge difference between the two. I can wander various countries and let different people witness a miracle while using the name of the fool to satisfy the wishes of my believers and see which is more effective. However, this isn't the only acting principle of a miracle invoker. I still have to take the initiative to create something that's close to a miracle in reality and leave behind a corresponding legend. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and muttered to himself silently. In the examination just now, he realized that he had digested more than half of the potion he had just consumed. After all, he had repeatedly created miracles and had even been resurrected 3 times. Of course, Klein believed that this was a trick. This was because the reason why he could create a miracle and act ahead of time was mostly because of Sapphire Castle. It's simply as if it was arranged by someone. Klein sighed inwardly, and he didn't feel relaxed in his heart. Instead, he became even more solemn and vigilant. As for who arranged it, he had a suspect. The mysteriousness mentioned by the ancient god of sun was suspected to be the existence of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. And what puzzled Klein even more was that after he advanced to sequence 2 and became an angel, completing the qualitative change, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings didn't appear. It didn't awaken in his body. This was completely different from what he had expected. There aren't even any traces. Apart from the inevitable contamination of the primordial one's mental imprint, yes, it should be the mental imprint left behind in the beyonder characteristic by the primordial one. Could it be that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is completely dead after arranging everything? He no longer has the ability to affect me and revive from my body? If that's the case, I have to thank him properly. Klein mocked himself and stood up with wariness and puzzlement. With a thought, he appeared on the grayish-white cloud and arrived in front of the strange door of light. Glancing at the many transparent cocoons hanging above his head, Klein slowly stretched out his right hand and touched the door of light. Having truly become the owner of this mysterious space, he clearly understood a fact when he returned. It was that the strange door of light was the core of this place. It was Sapphire Castle in the truest sense of the word, and this boundless void belonged to the divine kingdom that came with Sapphire Castle. As for the ancient palace, the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs, and the items that the tarot members usually conjured, Klein believed that they were a manifestation of the power of wishes. In other words, when he wanted a palace, a gathering place, Sapphire Castle fulfilled his wish. And as his wish didn't have a specific description, Sapphire Castle was a scene extracted from a similar wish in the past. Klein suspected that the ancient Greek-style palace and the ancient table with 22 high-backed chairs were conjured by the existence that was suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. As he moved inch by inch, Klein's right hand pressed against the edge of the door of light. This time, his palm didn't directly penetrate it and touch a corporeal existence. All of a sudden, the door of light began to tremble slightly. Even the cocoons with human figures hanging on it began to sway according to the same pattern. Above the grayish-white fog, in the endless void of an ancient palace, skyscrapers quickly rose one after another. Cars appeared one after another, and pedestrians appeared one after another. In one of the residential areas, in an ordinary rental apartment, an energy-saving lamp that wasn't bright enough illuminated the window. This was what the old city before the first epoch looked like before it suffered a disaster. This was where Klein had once lived. Looking around, Klein sighed and made everything disappear from his sight. Indeed, I can use the power of Sapphire Castle to a certain extent. With this, I'll be close to the level of a king of angels if I'm above the gray fog. Furthermore, the authority I display isn't just miracles. It also includes a portion of the Planeswalker and a portion of the Trojan Horse of Destiny. If I were to return to the real world, apart from being able to further use the aura of Sapphire Castle, I can also directly obtain a portion of its power. This should allow me to build a nascent divine kingdom and reach the sequence 1 level inside. Unfortunately, I can't use the high-level beyonder powers of a marauder and an apprentice in reality. As Klein evaluated, he cast his gaze at the transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light. In the end, he didn't release the people inside, because it would definitely be used by Amon. After confirming the situation in various aspects, Klein returned to the ancient palace and sat on the fool's high-backed chair. He remembered that some of his memories were sealed, so he summoned the piece of paper from the junk pile. When he unfolded it, his eyes narrowed slightly. His lips quivered as he muttered to himself, Great Old Ones, outer deities, cosmos, creator, above the sequences. So that's how it is. At that moment, he completely understood the meaning of the battle of gods from before. He understood the possible source of the apocalypse, the seven deities' tacit approval of the Black Emperor's birth, and their indifference towards the Red Angel evil spirits' return to reality. From the information provided by Leonard and Miss Justice, Ruan had obtained the final victory. The god of combat might very well have perished. In other words, the goddess has succeeded, but I don't know what conditions she is still lacking from the Great Old Ones above the sequence. I'll summon a Rhodes later to ask him about the exact situation and grasp the current situation. With this in mind, Klein recalled the various details of the past and connected many things together. That Earth Mother, whose identity I don't know, was able to successfully act as the giant Queen Omabella for thousands of years without being seen through. It's impossible without the help of concealment. Man, the goddess has been plotting such matters since the third epoch, or even the end of the second epoch. It feels even more terrifying than Amon. Yes, concealment can only hide traces of various aspects and mislead the corresponding prying and divination. It can't allow a person to disguise themselves. There might be other factors for Earth Mother to be able to disguise herself as Omabella without being suspected by the god of combat. For example, a certain existence helped her steal the fate of the giant queen? In that era, there was only one person who had the right to participate in this matter, the ancient sun god, the second-generation creator, Amon and Adam's father. If that's the case, the goddess and the ancient sun god should have been working together a long time ago until the new creator awakened the primordial one. This can also explain why Dark Angel Sashur first considered the goddess when searching for helpers. Of course, concealment is an equally important factor. From the moment she obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, the goddess had been making arrangements. On the one hand, she got me to take over the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction in Bakelin to pretend that everything was normal. On the other hand, she didn't deal with the people or things that might have discovered something amiss, causing the news to leak. This way, in the eyes of the god of combat, the goddess was trying her best to hide the secret, but due to her digesting the uniqueness, her lack of control made it impossible. After that, be it tacitly allowing George III to become the Black Emperor or providing help for me to destroy his ritual, the goddess didn't care about the final outcome. Her main goal was to show that she didn't have the ability to directly interfere with reality, further deepening the image of her accommodating the uniqueness of the death pathway. There are many similar details. As for the god of combat, due to his deep understanding of the goddess, he definitely didn't believe in such matters. Therefore, he chose to take things slow and steady. He first shook the goddess's anchor, causing her mind to be corrupted. He had to divert a large portion of her mind to resist the corruption before attacking the goddess together with Earth Mother. This happened to fall into the goddess's trap. In other words, the goddess's previous performances weren't to dig a hole in the death pathway's uniqueness, but to make the other deities focus on this matter and ignore the possibility that there's a problem with Earth Mother. How terrifying! Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He felt that compared to the goddess, the two brothers, Adam and Amon, were inferior in terms of terror. He shook his head, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a warning to himself: always remember that you are him, not her. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday on the Sea God, Lievel, Candace, and the other members of the City of Silver scouting team sat in chairs that didn't suit them. They warily watched the dwarfs that came and went around them. Of course, they knew very well that they were likely normal humans. After all, they knew that their exaggerated height was brought about by the potion, but they still felt that the people on the ship were too short, including Lord Donnas, who claimed to be an oracle. One had to know that in the City of Silver, apart from young children, the average height of the residents who had entered puberty and hadn't advanced to sequence 6 exceeded 1.8 meters. Among them, there was no lack of beyonders who reached more than 2 meters at sequence 9. The slight rocking of the ship made these half-giants feel more or less uncomfortable, but their strong physiques helped them quickly overcome this influence. And the contrast between the borderless sea and the lonely ship outside the window made them unable to help but feel uneasy, afraid, and nervous. It was like participating in an exploration mission for the first time. They were surrounded by monsters hidden in the darkness that could attack them at any moment. At this moment, Donas entered the room that had been transformed from a restaurant. He smiled at the tall people who were cautious, sitting stiffly, and wearing strange clothes. Your food is ready. Next, you can enjoy the delicacies to your heart's content. By the way, don't forget what I just told you to take note of. These waters are very dangerous. There's no need to get up. Just sit. When Donas saw the young elder who claimed to be Derek and the other half-giants trying to get up and talk to him in the most polite manner, he hurriedly pressed down with his hands to stop their uncivilized behavior. If I had such a height, I would have already mocked the people around me. Donas mumbled and clapped his hands, indicating for the crew to bring the food in. A strong fragrance immediately entered the nostrils of Derek and the other residents of the City of Silver. It was the familiar smell of meat and mushrooms being roasted, but there was also an indescribable, rather strange, and slightly stimulating smell. This smell was so alluring that it made Lievel, Candace, and the others salivate crazily, awakening their stomachs. Desi-style roasted meat. Donas pointed at a crew member who had entered. The crewman carried a large steel plate with pieces of meat that were roasted until grease seeped out. The meat was slightly golden and was sprinkled evenly with fennel, basil, and other spices. Steak, pan-fried fish, white bread, seafood soup, light beer. Donas introduced them one by one. When he was done, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. You can eat as much as you want. We have plenty of food." After saying that, he glanced at the half-giants who seemed to want to stand up and left the room with a chuckle. The short-haired Candace retracted her gaze from the food with difficulty. She swallowed her saliva and said, "Elder Derek, what do we do now?" Although Derek believed that Mr. Fool's oracle wouldn't harm them, he still habitually gave a very cautious opinion. Split into 2 groups. One group will wait for the next meal, and the other will try it now. All right, Elder Derek. Candace suddenly stood up and said, "I'll apply to join the trial team." The list of 10 people was quickly gathered. Candace and Lievel walked to the long table by the wall at the same time and tacitly took the most tempting piece of so-called Desi roasted meat. With one bite, the juicy juice, the fragrance mixed with the texture, and the pure meaty sensation formed a complex and layered experience in their mouths. It made them chew twice before they eagerly swallowed the food into their stomachs so that they could take another bite. This was many times more delicious than the meat and mushrooms they had previously eaten. Unknowingly, the 10 City of Silver residents had already eaten until their eyes were filled with tears, and their vision was blurry. On the deck, Donas looked at the safe sea route and the ruins of the Battle of Gods and considered how to settle down Mr. Fool's believers. Suddenly, a sailor ran over and panted. "Oracle, they've finished eating. I hope there's more. Where did these fellows come from?" Donas was taken aback. "Prepare another portion for each of them." Seeing that the sailor was about to turn around, Donas hurriedly added, "From tomorrow onwards, organize the crew to fish in the Xianxia Sea, on an island devoid of humans." Klein had adapted to his current state and converged his spirituality. He planned on teleporting back to Bakeland and summoning Erodes to ask about some matters. He wasn't in a hurry to bring the residents of Moon City to the outside world. He planned on waiting for Donas to settle down the City of Silver's vanguard and have sufficient experience before doing so. After all, the path out of the forsaken land of the gods had already been opened. He could use the method of responding to prayers and rely on the powers of the Staff of the Stars to move the entire Moon City out. Of course, if the door closed again, Klein also had a solution. It was to first move the residents of Moon City to the Giant King's residence and get them to open the door themselves. Without the first blasphemy slate and the dark angel evil spirit, ordinary beyonders could push open the door. As for whether the true creator would interfere or stop him, Klein didn't consider it. This was because the sequence Zero True God could do so now. He couldn't stop it even if he didn't want to. In addition, Klein believed that the true creator's current focus wasn't on this aspect. His most pressing matter was to capture Amon and retrieve the first blasphemy slate. Strictly speaking, this is a family drama. Klein lampooned inwardly as he grabbed creeping hunger from the air and wore the sealed artifact that had accompanied him for a long time on his left palm. His body quickly became transparent and disappeared from where he stood. In the spirit world that was filled with overlapping colors, Klein rapidly shuttled through indescribable figures as he approached the coordinates that represented Bakeland. Suddenly, he stopped and stood in the chaotic void. He cast his gaze at the 7 pure lights of different colors that occupied the highest point of the spirit world. Previously, due to my low sequence, I didn't dare to wander around the spirit world. I didn't try to visit the 7 lights, who had a certain degree of kindness towards me. Now, it seems like I can. They are embodiments of all kinds of knowledge, and they have lived in the spirit world for countless years. Perhaps they know quite a lot of secrets. Just as Klein had such thoughts, a light suddenly soared in front of him as an elder in an orange robe appeared. This elder was chubby and had a short white beard. He looked rather amiable. He glanced at Klein and nodded with a chuckle. "Your Highness, please allow me to introduce myself. You should still remember me. I'm Orange Light Hilarion. The last time I saw you, you were very thin." Klein lampooned as he smiled and asked, "You seem to have foreseen that I would want to visit you?" Hilarion didn't hide anything. The spirit world itself is formed from all sorts of information. Some of it comes from the past, some from the present, and some foretell the future. Be it divination or prophecy, most methods actually make use of the spirit world, followed by prying into fate. What Orange Light meant was that since Klein was in the spirit world and had the thought of paying a visit and was prepared to put it into action, there would definitely be corresponding information produced. To a certain extent, the 7 lights that controlled the spirit world would sense it and make a prophecy. Klein wasn't surprised at all as he nodded slightly. "Other than you, who else wants to see me?" He had originally planned on using honorifics, but considering the 7 lights' attitude and how Orange Light addressed him, he gave up on this plan to maintain his status as a Sapphire Castle proxy. Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled. All of them, all of them. Your Highness, do you mind?" Klein shook his head and replied rather politely, "That's right. Of course, it's my pleasure." As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light of different colors rose around Hilarion, transforming into different images of old men. "Your Highness, please allow me to introduce you." After seeing Klein nod, Orange Light pointed at an extremely dignified elder in a red robe and said, "He is Red Light Moria. The one who once answered my question." Klein immediately smiled and released his gratitude and friendliness. In turn, Hilarion introduced Benethan, Blue Light Katumi, Green Light Serapis, Indigo Light Jesus, Violet Light Saint Germain, Yellow Light Benethan. "This is the one who prophesied the end of the world for the ancestors of the House of Abraham?" Klein looked at the thin, white-bearded elder in the lemon-yellow robe and smiled. "Then let's sit down and have a chat." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. The surrounding area immediately lit up with dark red flames. It came from a fireplace that was burning high-quality charcoal. The flames illuminated a reclining chair, a grayish-yellow carpet, a cupboard, a sofa, a coffee table, a plaster statue, a white porcelain teacup, and other items, outlining a typical warm Bakeland-style activity room. "Please have a seat." Klein faced the 7 lights and pointed at the sofa and high-backed chairs with a smile. After the 7 lights took their seats, Klein sat on a reclining chair, picked up a teacup, and said in a natural manner, "To be honest, I've always wanted to visit the 7 of you, but I never found the opportunity. Frankly speaking, I've always wanted to visit the 7 of you, but I never found the opportunity. Now, my wish has finally been fulfilled. This is also our wish." Orange Light seemed to be the most cheerful and outgoing of the 7 lights. He immediately responded on behalf of all his companions. I feel like I've fulfilled a wish of someone else." Klein was delighted as he probed, "The 7 of you, what do you know about the cosmos, or should I say, the great old ones, and the outer deities?" The relatively young-looking Indigo Light Jesus, who was wearing a linen robe, replied with a solemn expression, "That's right. Your Highness, the ones currently spying on our world are the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Mother Tree of Desire, the Child of Chaos, the Primordial Hunger, the Ring of Destiny, the Superstar Master, the Undying Ravings, the King of Decay, the High-Dimensional Overseer." Isn't this too much? Klein was a little stunned. Note 1, direct transliteration of some names will result in 404, so other translations have been adopted. Upon hearing Indigo Light Jesus' reply, Klein tensed up. The crimson moon, brown star, scarlet star, blue star, Venus, and other celestial bodies appeared in his mind one after another. He had the feeling that they were all eyes that were looking down at him from above. Silently, a subtle connection was established. The impending fatal corrosion made every one of Klein's worms of spirit feel uneasy. As an angel who controlled Sapphira Castle, Klein had too many ways to sever this connection. First, he could use the level and strength of a complete mythical creature. Second, he could suppress his anchors and use the mental imprint left behind by the primordial one. Third, he could use the aura of Sapphira Castle that he could further mobilize. Without hesitation, he chose the simplest and most convenient method that would not leave behind any hidden dangers. A faint grayish-white mist appeared around him, and the various astral projections in his mind disappeared. After being stunned for a second, Klein organized his words. So many outer gods? Indigo light Jesus was the symbol of the prayer domain. He touched the ruby ring on his right hand and nodded. Ever since the earliest one awakened and split, the most powerful outer gods in the entire universe have gathered in this tiny galaxy. Some of them want to retrieve the spheroid and characteristics that were attracted by the tear, while others hope to obtain the spheroid and high-level characteristics that are close to themselves and can accommodate them. Primordial. The seven lights addressed the earliest creator as primordial and not primordial. There's not much of a difference in semantics. Klein deliberated and asked, the origin substance and its unique characteristics were attracted here by the tearing? He could understand the rest of what Indigo Light had said, and he had a certain amount of similar guesses beforehand. Only this one was a little surprising. As a symbol of the cogitation domain, Blue Light Kutumi, whose traits were love and wisdom, explained in a genial manner. Your Highness, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Seeing Klein nod, the old man, who had a sapphire tied to his forehead and a thick beard around his mouth, continued, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find out. This isn't only the law of the sequence pathway. It's also applicable to the spheroid and the related characteristics of the outer deities, especially those that were directly nurtured and created in the beginning, such as the mother goddess of depravity, the son of chaos, and the mother tree of desire. As for whether there are other outer deities that fall into this category, we aren't too sure. In short, these three great old ones, who have lost a portion of their spheroid and characteristics, are the most concerned and proactive about corrupting reality. They have been trying to influence the spirit world and corrupt us. Klein nodded slightly and asked in a tone seeking confirmation, in other words, some of the current 22 pathways and 9 spheroid belong to the outer gods? Yes. Holding the amethyst, Saint Germain, who symbolized the domain of ritualistic magic, took the opportunity to answer. When the 22 pathways and 9 spheroid are reached, everything will be balanced. This might be the mysticism connection that originated from the first beginning. Klein thought for a moment. What are the details? The mysterious Saint Germain, whose face was covered in a faint purple glow, said, for example, the moon and earth pathways. They belong to the mother goddess of depravity, an existence that stands at the top of all the outer deities. Even though a portion of the spheroid has been split off, which is the broodmother's nest, it's the same. She is the ruler of all the Ina tribute powers in the entire universe. Just as Saint Germain said that, Green Light Serapis suddenly laughed. In fact, if one carefully analyzes the 22 pathways, they will discover that the moon and earth pathways are the most incompatible. The Demoness pathway represents the Ina tribute portion of the first beginning, while the Red Priest pathway represents the Yang domain of the first beginning. It happens to form a certain abnormal symmetry, but the moon and earth pathways can also turn beyonders of the same pathway into Ina tribute creatures at high sequence beyonders. Furthermore, there are no pathways that are symmetrical with them. Seeing Klein raise his eyebrows, Green Light, who had long artistic hair, added with a smile, in fact, if one carefully analyzes the 22 pathways, one will discover that the moon and earth pathways are the two most incompatible. The earth pathway sequence 2 is Desolate Matriarch. The moon pathway sequence 1 is Beauty Goddess. Therefore, the Sanguine only have queens and no male princes. Was the ancient god Lilith originally a man or a woman? Klein mumbled inwardly and asked thoughtfully, what's the matter? The primordial moon is the mother goddess of depravity. Yes. Red Light Ire, who was wearing a diamond crown, nodded solemnly. He occupies the moon, and through his level and influence on the broodmother and the two pathways' uniquenesses, he gradually erodes reality. The primordial moon is his embodiment in this world. At this point, Ayar Morila paused for a moment before continuing. Her full name is Mother Goddess of Depravity, beginning of evil, immortal, nest of filth. Klein recalled the exaggerated reaction of the moon when he first learned of the secret of the cosmos. He felt a chill run down his spine as he hurriedly asked, "The devil and prisoner pathways come from the mother tree of desire." Yellow Light Venethan, who was dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, sighed. Yes, her full name is Mother Tree of Desire, Father of Devils, Eternal Roar, and God of Lost Mind. Therefore, she was able to seize the opportunity when the chained god had a problem and complete the erosion relatively easily. Mother. Father. Is that fellow a man or a woman? Yes, to an existence at this level, it's very normal for there to be no difference between male and female. Different embodiments have different appearances. He even wants to give me a child. From the state of the chained god, if I were to really be captured, the child would probably be me. Then, that child would inherit Sapphira Castle, allowing the mother tree of desire to indirectly erode and control this Sapphira. From this angle, perhaps the prisoner pathway's indulgence of desires is the correct path of acting, but this correct path leads to an outer deity. It's better to restrain myself. Klein frowned slightly as he raised a question that he had guessed and yearned for an answer to. Since there are so many outer deities, why haven't they invaded our world yet? From the information Klein currently knew, he could infer that even if there was only the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire, the outer deities could easily finish off the 7 deities, the true creator, the primordial demonis, and other existences. The plump orange light Hilarion smiled. All our suffering comes from the beginning, and all our luck also comes from the beginning. What he left behind isn't only spirit, will, imprint, corruption, but also Sapphira, characteristics, and powers. His remnant powers formed an invisible barrier outside the planet, preventing the outer deities from directly invading. However, with the passage of time, due to the beginning not being able to truly resurrect, his will and powers were fading. At the end of the 4th epoch, this reached a very serious level. As a result, cracks appeared on the invisible barrier, and the 7 deities had no choice but to move their divine kingdoms to the astral world to make up for the gap. It's no wonder that true deities can still walk on the ground in the 4th epoch, but they rarely descend in the 5th epoch. Klein was immediately enlightened as he pressed. When the beginning's will and powers weaken further, and the invisible barrier disappears, the apocalypse will arrive? Orange Light Hilarion, who had been smiling all this while, looked at Yellow Light Venethan as his expression turned solemn. Yes. When the time comes, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Son of Chaos will invade. Even if the goddess becomes a great old one, she won't be able to stop them. It'll be a miracle if the other sequence 0 deities join forces to hold back 1 or 2 outer deities. 1 against 9, or even more. Klein's scalp tingled as he once again deeply experienced what despair was. It's no wonder it's called the apocalypse. With a huge emotional upheaval, he immediately felt the primordial one's mental imprint strengthen as it corroded the parts that were anchored. Klein hurriedly calmed his emotions and allowed the fragile balance to reappear. This is the reason why the corruption that originates from underground will naturally dissipate if one doesn't approach or resist it. Klein recalled some mysticism knowledge he had previously grasped. Your Highness, you're right. Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative answer. Klein immediately made other connections. Does that mean that the closer one is to the apocalypse, the easier it is to advance? This is because the primordial one's will is fading, making it difficult for her to awaken, to the point of not awakening at all? The dignified red light Ayar Morila thought for a moment and said, this is the reason why the 7 deities have only recently set their sights on the sequences and put it into action. However, the primordial one's will fade, but the spirit will forever exist. It won't be obliterated unless the entire universe returns to a single point. Therefore, the corresponding high-level existences still have the possibility of the primordial one awakening. The higher the level, the greater the possibility, and the more serious the corresponding effects and corruption. Power that transcends mortals and a curse that can never be freed from always like to be together. Klein sighed and forcefully suppressed the question that wasn't something he should consider at his level. He asked, "Do you know the potion formula for Attendant of Mysteries?" Holding the amethyst, purple light, Saint Germain replied, "This knowledge has a corresponding mystical attachment. This knowledge has a corresponding mysterious attachment. It's not in the spirit world, but according to our observations, the ritual of the Attendant of Mysteries should be closely related to the spirit world." Orange Light Hilarion immediately smiled at Klein. "Your Highness, if you need it, we will do our best to help you. This enthusiasm makes me a little afraid. It's just like facing erodes." Klein nodded slightly and prepared to change the topic. He considered for a moment and asked with a solemn expression, "Do you know of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings?" He translated the term in Elvish. The 7 lights immediately fell silent as they looked at each other. For a moment, no one answered. After a few seconds, Orange Light Hilarion sighed. "We are still unable to determine if you are equivalent to him." Double quotes. "He is a great old one who was active from the end of the previous civilization to the middle of the first epoch. He is what we call the great ruler above the spirit world. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is his title in the Western continent. His other titles are, King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World, and, at this point, Orange Light paused. Lord of the Mysteries. King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, Embodiment of Sapphira Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World, Lord of the Mysteries. The mysteries mentioned by the ancient sun god refers to the Lord of the Mysteries." As he silently recited the titles, he felt the shadow in his heart grow larger. He immediately thought of a question and hesitated for a moment before saying, "As far as I know, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings had already appeared long before the end of the previous civilization." After the 7 lights looked at each other, Yellow Light Benethan, who was thin and in a translucent state like other spirit world creatures, sighed. "We don't know about that. When the last civilization ended and the first awoke, the 7 lights from before had already been wiped out. We are the pure light that was born anew in the first epoch in the spirit world. However, we do have certain speculations about the almighty ruler above the spiriters realm, which might be able to answer your question, Your Highness." Klein perked up and immediately put on a posture of listening attentively. Yellow Light Benethan continued. "We suspect that some of the great old ones who were active in the first epoch were outer deities who were directly sucked into this planet, and some of them were activated by the Spherote. In other words, some of the great old ones are equivalent to the primordial one, the embodiment of different personalities that he split off. It doesn't only describe the beyonder characteristic, but it also refers to the primordial one itself. As most of the Spherote and characteristics come from this supreme existence, they naturally have the tendency to gather and recombine. And the primordial one is the amalgamation of all the contradictions in the universe. After the Spherote and characteristics gather, they will irresistibly split apart. This is the essence and source of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. The genie is an outer deity who was unlucky enough to be sucked into this world and encountered the Lord of the Mysteries?" Klein nodded slightly and didn't interrupt. He patiently waited for Yellow Light to give their guess. Benethan, who was dressed in a lemon-yellow robe, glanced at Klein. Perhaps, the initial tendency to split was present when he was asleep. Therefore, his spirit split into different parts and secretly interfered with the real world with different titles in preparation for the split when the main body woke up. For example, God, Celestial Lord, a reasonable guess can explain a lot of my doubts. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. He deliberated for a moment before saying, "So, you believe that the great ruler above the spiriters' realm is part of the primordial origin, and to some extent, it is equal to the primordial origin?" "That's right." Orange Light Hilarion gave an affirmative response before consoling Klein. "Based on the current situation, the great ruler is the same as the other parts of the primordial one. His will and strength have faded over time. Regardless of whether you are him, Your Highness, it doesn't stop you from resisting to a certain extent. Preserve your current humanity and reach a certain balance with him. Separation is an inevitable rule." What kind of comfort was that? Klein could not help but curse in his heart. Then, he realized a problem. Since the primordial origin spirit split into different parts, the mental imprints in the bodies of high-sequence beyonders of the corresponding pathway should also belong to different great old ones. If the one who awakened in the ancient sun god's body is the primordial origin, the god described by the seven lights, then, who is the primordial origin's mental imprint that has begun to invade my body? The answer to this question was obvious. Klein didn't need to think to figure it out. The Lord of the Mysteries, the dominator of the spirit world, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. In other words, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings wasn't as he had imagined. He had already awakened in Klein's body, F*ck. Klein felt a chill run down his spine as he inexplicably experienced what the ancient sun god had felt. At that instant, he was very worried that he would unknowingly become another person one day. He would become the resurrected Lord of the Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, this level of awakening seems to be similar to what other angels have encountered. It's not as intense or irresistible as I imagined. This is because I'm different from the ancient sun god. I wasn't born with the status of an angel, nor did I control the uniqueness. I advanced step by step and completed the digestion in stages. If that's the case, I have to thank the grayish-white fog that cast that curtain into the forsaken land of the gods. Perhaps, there's a certain existence who helped me. Yes, that's still not right. I've already become the owner of Sapphira Castle. There's no reason for the corruption to be the same as the other sequence 2 angels. Klein shook his head secretly and didn't raise the corresponding question to the seven lights. To him, this was one of his core secrets. He absolutely couldn't let other existences know what his current state was like. He then raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. I roughly understand. After chatting with the seven lights, Klein stood up and bowed. Thank you for your answers. It's our honor. May your highness return to the throne of the great ruler above the spirit world as soon as possible. The seven lights stood up at the same time and responded warmly. Are they cursing me to death? Klein mocked himself and politely sent off the 7 pure lights. Following that, he activated teleport again and returned to a secluded alley in Bakeland. Pressing down on his top hat, Klein strolled onto the street. The first thing he saw was people in various states and the clamor that formed a heat wave. He saw some people wearing linen clothes, in groups of 3 to 5, using saws and other tools to cut down abnormally tall trees. Some people formed teams, busily repairing the houses on the street that hadn't suffered too much damage. Some people held desi pies and sweet iced tea as they rushed past him, as though they were rushing to their jobs. Some people were driving carriages, carrying food, meat, and vegetables to different places, although most of these people were dressed in simple clothes with many signs of sewing, and their faces still had traces of numbness and pain. The vitality that burst out from their bodies seemed to interweave into a light of hope in front of Klein, tenaciously brimming with the exuberance of life. They were like blades of grass that were trying their best to push open rocks after a cold winter. Klein slowed down and stared deeply at the bustling scene. Although he hadn't personally seen the tragic world in the later stages of the war, he had heard many details from Miss Justice and Leonard. Furthermore, he had previously traveled in the darker and more repressed forsaken land of the gods, so it was inevitable that he couldn't help but feel some emotions. Spring had arrived. Klein's expression gradually relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He walked through the streets and alleys that were being rebuilt after the war, all the way to St. Samuel Cathedral in Northborough. The square here was covered in potholes, and the workers were doing some preliminary cleaning. A small number of white pigeons had returned from somewhere and landed in areas they were once familiar with. Klein looked around, but he didn't find any vendors. All he could do was take out some food from the historical projection and throw it to the ground. As the pigeons flew over one after another, he crossed the square and entered the cathedral where the bell tower was being repaired. He sat in the front row of the prayer hall. Looking at the sacred emblem that was surrounded by stars and the crimson moon, Klein took off his hat, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes in the tranquil environment. His emotions gradually settled as he felt like he was really praying. At this moment, Leonard, whose black hair had grown longer and whose green eyes had deepened, walked in from the door in a black trench coat and red gloves. He walked along the aisle to his side and sat on a chair 2 seats away from him before beginning to pray. In absolute silence, Klein opened his eyes, stood up, put on his hat, and walked past Leonard. When he was about to reach the door, Leonard slowly got up and followed behind him. The two of them walked in tandem, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a corner of the square outside. Leonard looked at the few white pigeons on the ground and muttered to himself, "I'm already a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks. In 2 days, I'll be returning to the Holy Cathedral to study for a period of time and receive the corresponding holy artifact." In the final stages of the war, he had advanced from the front lines to become a Sequence 4 Nighthawk. "You don't seem too happy," Klein, who was standing beside Leonard, said without turning his head to look at the pigeon. Leonard smiled in a self-deprecating manner. "I have no right to be unhappy. I'm just wondering if the Battle of Gods ended so quickly, and the outcome was unexpected. Does it mean that the previous defeat and the difficulties everyone suffered were just bait? Before today, I had the same thoughts as you. I was also puzzled and furious, but now, I'm a little lost. Perhaps, this is a necessity." Klein didn't hide his feelings. Leonard fell silent for 2 seconds as he looked down at the white pigeon hovering by his feet. Old Man said the same thing. Without waiting for Klein to say another word, he turned his head to glance at his former colleague beside him. "You've already become an angel?" Pallas Zoroast had told him that what Klein had done previously seemed to be a preparation for his advancement to an angel. "Yes." Klein nodded slightly. "But this isn't glory or power, but pain, curse, and responsibility." "Why?" Leonard subconsciously asked. Klein didn't immediately answer. He lowered his head and looked at the shadow by his feet before turning to walk out of the square. After taking a few steps, he turned his back to Leonard and muttered to himself. "You should still remember that sentence. We are guardians, but also pitiful wretches that are constantly fighting against danger and madness." Leonard was taken aback. After a few seconds, he turned to look at Klein, but all he saw was the back of the man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat about to disappear around the corner of the street. With a whoosh, the few white pigeons on the ground flew up into the light blue sky. 9 Heavens Divine King Klein didn't look at Banson and Melissa because he was already implicated at a very high level. Approaching his brother and sister would only bring disaster to them. To existences who weren't aware of Klein's original identity, such actions would help them understand the relationship between Banson, Melissa, and Klein. To existences who knew of Klein's past experiences, this would allow them to confirm one thing, that Klein still maintained his humanity and still cared about his family. Therefore, distancing himself from Banson and Melissa was the best way to protect them. Of course, Klein had long learned of his brother and sister's situation through Miss Justice. Banson had showcased his experience and slyness in the Ministry of Finance during the war. He had been promoted several times and had already become the deputy director of the 5th Division. His annual salary had reached £300. Melissa was favored by her mentor, Portland Moment, who gave her a chance to become a Beyonder. The Chancellor of Bakeland University of Technology was a believer of the god of steam and machinery. He had long stepped into the Beyonder pathway, and he was currently a Sequence 7 appraiser. He hoped that Melissa would become a Sequence 9 savant so that she could better learn knowledge and improve her memory. This would lay a good foundation for her future development in the field of machinery. This was Melissa's secret, but it couldn't be hidden from a demigod-level spectator. Furthermore, Audrey had told Klein that Melissa was inclined to agree and would make a decision in the next few days. Regarding this matter, Klein's attitude was tacit. On the one hand, the spiritual perception of the savant pathway was rather limited. It was unlikely that Melissa would hear anything she shouldn't hear or see anything she shouldn't see. On the other hand, with the apocalypse approaching, the possibility of low-sequence potions causing madness was further reduced. Furthermore, there was him, a miracle invoker, to help reduce the risk of losing control. To a machinery enthusiast, a Sequence 9 savant is enough. Moment's attitude is the same. He doesn't wish for a believer of the Evernight goddess to obtain too many potions from the Church of Steam and Steam. Yes, the apocalypse is approaching day by day, and the invisible barrier is becoming weaker. The outer deity's corruption of this world will become more and more obvious. The chances of ordinary people encountering Beyonder events will definitely increase. From this point of view, it's also a good thing for Melissa to become a Beyonder. If she can successfully advance to Sequence 6 Artisan, which is also a mechanical expert, she can both fulfill her dream and protect herself and Banson, I'll get Miss Justice to find an opportunity to teach the acting method to Melissa without leaving a trace. How much she can grow in the future will be up to her. At most, I can give her some good luck. Formulas, ingredients. I really like a worried brother. I'm like that to begin with. Does this count as fulfilling a wish in a certain sense? Wait, Melissa definitely has the wish to revive Klein. If I were to directly walk in front of her now, will I receive enough feedback? Forget it. This will bring a devastating disaster to her and Banson. Klein shook his head and stopped himself from finding excuses. He pressed down on his top hat and turned into a nearby hotel. He took out a gold pound and got a room. The gold pound was real. It was an item that Klein had brought back to the real world some time ago. In the previous war, Klein had donated 14,800 pounds in cash, gold bars worth 14,200 pounds before the war, and nearly 20 high-quality gems through Miss Justice. Currently, apart from the strange items in the junk pile, he only had 39 Ruan gold coins and 10 high-quality gems left on him. Looking at the soldi and pence that the hotel owner had returned, Klein put them away, entered the room, and walked to the full-body mirror. Right on the heels of that, he took out a pen and paper and drew the incantation to summon Erodes. Time ticked by, but nothing abnormal happened in the room. The full-body mirror remained silent. After a few seconds, Klein chuckled, raised his eyebrows, and took out a gold coin from his pocket. Clang! 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 A steam locomotive spewing thick smoke sped along the tracks, heading west of the continent. The disheveled cancer and a machinery hive mind member stood in a carriage, staring intently at the metal cage in front of them. On the cage, metal spikes extended outwards in a threatening manner, shimmering with a faint glow. Deacon, are you still planning on returning to Rouen after going to Intis? The machinery hive mind member, who looked like a typical Rouen person, couldn't help but ask as he looked out the window at the planes that were rapidly passing by. After the war ended, the Church of Steam, which was on the wrong side, had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. They had to transfer all Beyonders at the demigod level and above and sealed artifacts above grade 2 out of Rouen within the time limit set by the churches of Evernight and Storm. In other words, they had lost their original status and could only preach in Rouen like the Church of Earth and maintain a small number of churches. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people who believed in the god of steam and machinery, and some of them were key figures in the post-war reconstruction, the Church of Steam and Machinery might not have been able to retain such treatment. Similarly, a small number of cathedrals only needed a small number of machinery hivemind members. Most of the Beyonders of the Church of Steam in Rouen had to migrate to Intis. A cancer was silent for a few seconds. I have to listen to the arrangements of the archbishops, but I will take the initiative to apply to return to Rouen. This is where my childhood, adolescence, and youth are. There are too many memories that I cannot let go of. As he spoke, he looked into the distance and seemed to see the capital of myriad capitals again. At this moment, the metal cage that was covered with spikes suddenly shook. Bolts of silver-white lightning appeared out of thin air and fell one after another. They were all absorbed by the metal cage and flowed to the ground outside the steam locomotive through a few rubber wires, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Bang, bang. Bang, the metal cage seemed to have an invisible hand slapping at it, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break the barrier. The magic mirror's reaction is very intense. It's always been very quiet, the machinery hivemind member who had just asked the question said in puzzlement. Amidst the banging sounds, Cancer subconsciously touched his hair. That's not the case. It will sometimes show its crazy side. If not for what happened, we would still treat it as a grade 2 sealed artifact. Is that so? Haha, I've never come into contact with it before. I thought the magic mirror didn't want to leave Bakeland, the machinery hivemind member joked. Pa, bolts of lightning struck down and were sucked away by the metal cage. Bang. 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 The slapping sounds gradually lengthened, as if it was making its final and most powerless wail. Cancer took out a slightly old and exquisite pocket watch and opened it to take a look. It only lasted for 2 minutes. It's much better than this morning. The machinery hivemind member who had just been transferred over was about to ask when he suddenly heard the slapping sound stop abruptly, as if it had been affected by some irresistible factor. Is this the style of the magic mirror? He asked. Xianxia frowned slightly. Not really. Normally speaking, it would last for 20 to 30 seconds without any strength. There seems to be a problem. Deacon, don't worry. There's a real important figure on the train, an important figure above the archbishops. The machinery hivemind member beside him comforted him indifferently. There were too many dangerous sealed artifacts on this steam locomotive. If there weren't any powerful people watching over it, problems would definitely arise. Xianxia nodded, indicating that he wasn't worried. On a rural road more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive, Klein was sitting in the carriage he had summoned. In front of him was a mirror. Just as he finished outlining the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying, the mirror rippled as golden ruan words appeared one after another. Exalted Master, you're finally here. Your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant, Rhodes, misses you so much. Klein couldn't accept this enthusiasm as he indiscernibly shrank back. If Rhodes's previous fawning still maintained a trace of dignity, then it was now completely fawning. It even made Klein notice a hint of sobbing. The frequency of scandals in Trier far exceeds that in Bakeland. This should be a place you like, Klein teased Rhodes with a smile. Because you don't wish to go to Trier, Master. The golden words on the surface of the mirror receded and turned pale silver. Klein secretly sked. I have some things to ask you. Feel free to ask, Rhodes replied rather humbly. Do you know who Earth Mother is? Klein went straight to the point. The mirror suddenly became dark and gloomy, and the pale silver words were dyed pale. I don't know. But during the War of Gods, I heard a voice emitting from the tenebrous heaven. She was shouting a name. That's the true name of the sanguine ancestor. This magic mirror didn't dare to directly reveal the name Lilith. Lilith? It's actually Lilith. Klein was astonished and felt that many of his questions had been answered. Then, he thought of the moon Emlyn. This vampire had gone in circles and conquered the world by himself, but in the end, he didn't change his faith. If Emlyn had Anderson's personality, he'd definitely say to the Sanguine's Grand Dukes and Marquises, Yo, all of you are here to believe in Earth Mother as well. As Klein imagined the amusing scene, he said to Rhodes, It's your turn to ask. Supreme Master, continue asking. I'll ask the last question. Supreme Master, continue asking. I'll be the last to ask. The pale words regained their pale silver luster. Klein thought for a moment. What's the situation like now? For example, the situation in Faysac. P.S. Update first before making changes. On the surface of the mirror, light silver words floated up one after another. Accept the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Combat and the Faysac military who are willing to surrender. Only purge the few middle and upper echelons who are extremely pious and are willing to sacrifice themselves for the faith. This is the goddess's tolerance and pity, as well as a necessary measure to deal with the future. As the apocalypse approaches, the number of Beyonder incidents in various places will inevitably increase. To maintain the stability of the entire world, the only way is to increase our strength as quickly as possible. If we harvest the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Combat and the Faysac military, even if we obtain the corresponding characteristics, we won't be able to nurture Beyonders of the same standard and rich experience in a few years. Be it digesting the potion or accumulating knowledge, it all requires sufficient time. Upon seeing this, Klein cursed inwardly. He felt that this wasn't the usual tone of Rhodes. It sounded more like an official document. It displayed the document that it had spied on somewhere. The use of digesting implies that the writer and the reader of the document have grasped the acting method. And from the tone, it's someone from the Church of Evernight. Combining these 2 points, it's not difficult to infer that this is a document circulated between an archbishop and a high-ranking deacon. The writer should be the Holy See of the Cathedral of Serenity. Rhodes's peeping abilities are very strong. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he waited for the contents in the mirror to flip. Light silver words disappeared and appeared one after another, quickly forming a new sentence and paragraph. For the ordinary nobles and citizens of Faysac, there's no need to publicize the fact that the goddess has replaced the God of Combat. Let them retain their faith in the God of Combat. On the one hand, this is beneficial for us and the priests and bishops who have surrendered to take over the various cathedrals. It will stabilize the situation in Fasak as quickly as possible. On the other hand, it can also prevent the goddess from being affected by the faith that she can't handle before she fully grasps the authority of the god of combat. When the new revelation descends, we will make a change. Now, we can only formulate the corresponding plan. Try not to incite a strong resistance from Fasak and the other countries. We have lost too many Beyonders and soldiers, and we have expended a large amount of resources and goods. Be it the church, the country, or the people of different classes, they are all very weak. We need a period of peace and stability to recover. It's best we unite the Church of the Storm, the Church of Knowledge, the Church of Earth, Fenapotter, Lenberg, and other countries to force Intis and Fasak to surrender unconditionally and obtain what we want from the negotiation table. During this process, we can use of the suppression of the stubborn elements. When dealing with the domestic situation and taking over the empty territory left behind by the Church of Steam, the Church of Storms will be given sufficient respect. They can even make concessions on certain matters. This is the will of the goddess. Finally, from now on, reduce the number of times the crimson moon appears in preaching, sacrificial rituals, and Massachusetts. In official texts, do not mention the title of the Lady of Crimson anymore. Don't mention the title of Lady of Crimson. Klein's eyebrows twitched slightly as he felt a strong sense of puzzlement over the last sentence. Soon, he recalled that the sanguine ancestor, the ancient god of the second epoch, and the present Earth Mother, Lilith, was once a sequence 0 of the moon pathway. She was the true Lady of Crimson. He was instantly enlightened as he vaguely understood that this was perhaps the exchange under the table. It was a necessary price. Yes. The goddess's attitude is very clear. That is to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. Before she truly controls the authority of death and god of combat and becomes a great old one, there's no doubt that she doesn't wish for any more orthodox gods to perish. That way, no one will fill the gap in the invisible barrier left behind by the primordial one. The outer gods will find an opportunity to bring forward the apocalypse. Also, based on Rowan's current situation, if the war continues, the anchor will shake even more. It might even cause the primordial one to awaken in the goddess's body. Previously, the goddess took a huge risk by retreating the battlefront to Bakeland. She had to divert more strength to suppress the primordial one. If Earth Mother were to betray her, she might perish faster than the god of combat. Could it be that she has other trump cards? The Church of the Goddess and the Church of the Storm seem to have suffered considerable losses. It's no wonder that those irascible fellows didn't attempt a counterattack after the resistance announced that they would preserve the corresponding churches and respect the faith of the Storm. They tacitly agreed to the establishment of the new government. Klein muttered to himself as he gained a general grasp of the current situation. He then raised a third question: if the Evernight goddess wishes to advance further, does she need to find the river of eternal darkness? This was one of the 9 Sphirot. Klein remembered that Erodes had once mentioned that this river was related to the ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. The clues seemed to be hidden deep in the spirit world city, Calderon City. Yes, Great Master. The silver words twisted and squirmed, forming new text. That death at the end of the 4th epoch should have been able to use the river of eternal darkness. He attempted to use the Sphirot to forcefully accommodate the uniqueness of a non-neighboring pathway. Then, he went mad. So death was that crazy back then. I knew it. A sequence 0 true god who has experienced 3 epochs and seen the blasphemy slate wouldn't lack common sense and randomly drink potions. It's not like a listed tutor. He has already reached a state of madness or death. It's no wonder death only brought a primordial demoness with him to challenge the 7 deities in their split states. Back then, he was equivalent to half a great old one. Previously, Mr. Aztec had a golden phoenix accessory from death. Klein connected the dots. Suddenly, he hissed inwardly, a little suspecting that the goddess had marked the price of so many gifts as the river of eternal darkness. It was just like how the true creator had repeatedly tolerated him in order to drive him into the giant king's residence and obtain the first blasphemy slate. As the owner of Sapphira Castle, he was probably the only person with a relatively high sequence who could resist the corruption of other Sphirot. Of course, the Evernight goddess could also wait a few more years or more. She could wait for the primordial one's will to further weaken before personally obtaining it. However, if that was the case, Klein didn't know if he could complete the ritual before the apocalypse. He then reined in his thoughts and raised the fourth question: where can I obtain the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula? Rhodes made the silver words form a brand new content: Zeridol, first blasphemy slate, second blasphemy slate, the Fool's card and the card of blasphemy, mythical creature evolved from the Fool's uniqueness. The first and second choices might be plotting how to deal with me. Zeridol is more terrifying and cunning than the dark demonic wolf. If I were to plot against him, there's a high chance that I'll fall into his trap. The risk is extremely high. The third choice is Amon's brother. He should have used this war to become a visionary. If he were to provoke him, even Sapphira Castle might not be able to save me. The fourth and fifth choices are related to the half-fool of the Antigonus family and the goddess's foggy town. The goddess should have a way to bypass the half-fool and take out the card of blasphemy, but I might have to use the river of eternal darkness to exchange for it. Klein realized that he had entered a dead end. In front of this path was the river of eternal darkness, and behind it was the leader of the secret order, Zeridol. What a pity. If I can find the dark demonic wolf, I can try negotiating with him. He should have seen the first blasphemy slate and grasped the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. Sigh, he will flee far away the moment he catches my scent. Klein thought for a moment and said to Rhodes, fifth question. What did you mean when you said that you saw a pillar and dominance in me? The aqueous light in the mirror wavered slightly as the deep feeling became more obvious. The corresponding silver words seemed to turn a little whiter. Great Master, this is a feeling I can't describe with words. However, I've once seen a similar feeling from another existence. Apart from him, only you possess it. That existence is the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god. Klein nodded in thought. All right, it's your turn to ask. On the surface of the mirror, the silver words were instantly dyed gold. Exalted Master, can you take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, this time? Exalted Master, can you take away your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, this time? This question appeared 5 times in a row, completely filling the surface of the mirror. Having become an angel, Klein was no longer afraid of Rhodes. After a few seconds of consideration, he smiled and said, I'll talk to that angel. I'll go talk to the angel. This is basic courtesy. With a boom, streaks of illusory light of different colors shot out from the mirror, exploding into fireworks in the carriage. Almost at the same time, 2 slightly dark beams of light extended out from the edges, as though the mirror had grown 2 incorporeal arms. These 2 arms originally wanted to reach towards Klein's calf, but they silently retracted and gently swayed on the spot. Praise be to the Exalted Master. After the fireworks fell, a golden message appeared in the mirror. In the middle section of the steam locomotive, in a room with simple furnishings. A tall, handsome young man with chestnut-colored long hair sat on a hardwood chair. He faced the triangular sacred emblem, clasped his hands, and closed his eyes as he prayed piously. On the narrow table beside him was a doll made of metal parts. Behind the doll, there was a faint intertwining light. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked to the side. At some point in time, a figure had appeared there. In the young man's blue eyes, the figure only looked like a human, but in essence, it was an invisible vortex wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. Inside the vortex, there were transparent and twisted maggots huddled together, moving back and forth. German Sparrow. The young man calmly read out a name. All the items around him floated up, but there was no wind in the room. Klein pressed down on his top hat and revealed his human face. How should I address you? The young man nodded slightly. Bonova Gustav. Bornova Gustav. Klein's gaze slid past the young man's face and landed on the floating items and the puppet formed from metal parts. The puppet has a very postmodern style. Some of the laws of physics here seem to have changed to a certain extent. Klein nodded thoughtfully. I want to take away that magic mirror. He stated his request very calmly. Bornova's expression didn't change, as though he was just a puppet. You're a blessed of Evernight? For the time being, I guess, Klein said with a smile. Bornova then nodded. Then take it away. Does he think that I'm claiming the spoils of war for the Church of Evernight? Klein didn't explain. He only politely took off his top hat and bowed slightly. Thank you very much. As he spoke, Klein's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. He had only come as a projection from a historical void. Following that, nothing happened in the carriage where a cancer and a machinery hive mind member were. Of course, they were only in a historical scene, and the true situation of the carriage had unknowingly been concealed. On a carriage more than 10 kilometers away from the steam locomotive, a mirror suddenly appeared in Klein's hand. It was completely silver in color, and the patterns on its back were ancient and mysterious. There was an eye-like decoration on each side of the front. Don't speak, Klein instructed simply as he faced the mirror. Yes, great and supreme master. Light silver words quickly floated out from the depths of the mirror. Klein then took out a pen and paper, and with the magic mirror as a pad, he prepared to write a letter. He thought for a moment, and with a faint smile, he wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, it seems like it's been a long time since I wrote to you, because I went to the forsaken land of the gods and had a wonderful trip. There are only two types of living beings there. One is a living intelligent creature, and the other is a monster. And those intelligent races either bear a curse or have obvious abnormalities. It's even more tragic than I imagined. I tried to help them. It wasn't just for the ritual, for the anchor, and to satisfy my own sense of pity. It had meaning in itself. Putting aside the suffering, the entire situation in the forsaken land of the gods is completely different from the outside world. It's like an oil painting with black as the main color. What's surprising is that artificial death can affect the undead creatures here to a certain extent. Back then, I was very puzzled. Today, I finally have a guess. I suspect that this is related to one of the 9 Sphirot, the river of eternal darkness. This reminds me of the spirit world city, Calderon City. I thought of the phoenix accessory made of gold that you once mentioned. Rumor has it that the phoenix ancestor and death from the 4th epoch can use the river of eternal darkness to a certain extent. I wonder what you know about this. The war that lasted for more than a year has finally ended. The Evernight goddess has obtained the final victory, and the god of combat has perished as a result. I believe that with your level and status, you should know what this means. No matter what, the long-awaited peace has arrived, and people are gradually returning to their normal lives. This is a scene that I like, but some pain may never be healed. I don't know if the apocalypse will descend on time, nor do I know when you will wake up. I can only hope that everything will develop in a good direction. Finally, let's talk about something trivial. I've already advanced to sequence 2 and become a miracle invoker. This is both a curse and a hope. I wish you well, your eternal student, Klein Moretti. After writing it, Klein checked it carefully before folding the letter. He blew Aztec's copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger. When the gigantic messenger emerged from the ground, all its bones trembled, as though it had sensed the aura of the great ruler above the spirit world. Klein chuckled and handed the letter to the messenger of unknown numbers. He watched it bow clumsily before disintegrating into a fountain of bones that burrowed into the ground. After doing this, Klein cast his gaze at the magic mirror on his thigh. Sensing his gaze, the aqueous light on the surface of the mirror fluctuated as silver words appeared. "Great Master, where do we go next?" "Where to?" Klein repeated the question inwardly. He really wanted to directly teleport to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and enter the ancient palace between reality and the foggy town. He wanted to see if there was a chance to take away the most useful card of blasphemy from the Antigonus family's half-fool. With his current strength, which was equivalent to more than half a sequence 1, this wasn't an impossible mission. Back when Zeradol was a sequence 2, he was able to obtain the main ingredient of Attendant of Mysteries from the half-fool. Of course, the premise of all of this was that the Evernight goddess maintained the suppression and seal on the Antigonus family's ancestor. Hence, the matter circled back to the deal with the Evernight goddess. Now, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. I can separate a portion of the worms of spirit to stay above the gray fog and constantly respond to prayers. This way, apart from having a certain latent danger to my mental state, there are quite a few benefits in other aspects. Yes, I can support my main body at any time, and I also have another means of resurrection. Even if my main body is completely destroyed, I can rely on the worms of spirit above the gray fog to reassemble my will and body. However, if the part of me that walks in the real world is concealed, and my connection with Sapphira Castle is severed, the remaining worms of spirit will lose control and turn into monsters, just like Zeradal back then. Klein quickly analyzed the situation and felt that with his current strength, it was best not to venture deep into the spirit world's Calderon city for the time being. Even if he were to search for clues to the River of Eternal Darkness, he would have to wait until he fulfilled many wishes and reached the level of a true miracle invoker. With this in mind, Klein patted the magic mirror and smiled. Next, let's go wandering together. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Trier, no, I'll go wherever you want to go, Rhodes replied humbly. Klein smiled, jumped off the carriage, and walked towards the nearest city. The carriage continued running for a few meters before disappearing inch by inch, returning to the fog of history. At the same time, Klein's trench coat turned into a black robe, and his top hat changed shape, giving him a classical vibe. This made him look like a wandering magician who traversed the streets and alleys. In a relatively intact house in Bakeland. Dressed in a holy white robe, the beautiful demoness of unaging, Katerina, put down the mirror in her hand and turned her head to the young man who was rocking a reclining chair beside her. The war is over. They've finally decided to summon me back to headquarters. I've been waiting for this day for too long. The young man sitting on the reclining chair said. He wore a black robe with red patterns. He had soft lines, brown skin, and a slightly pale face. He was none other than the gatekeeper who had been possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. Katerina pressed down on the table with both hands and sat down. The corners of her mouth curled up. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, "You don't seem anxious at all. When you've been imprisoned underground with two detestable fellows for 1,000 to 2,000 years without being able to escape, you will know that waiting for a year or two is very relaxing and satisfying." "I'm not anxious at all," the Red Angel evil spirit said with a chuckle. "When this matter is over, if you're curious, I'll let you experience it. Of course, I'll remember to throw you 2 male companions. As for how long you can use them, it will depend on how much you restrain yourself." When he said this, the Red Angel evil spirit's face didn't show the 2 mouths to retort, because to them, this was the truth. He and the 2 detestable fellows had been imprisoned underground for 1,000 to 2,000 years without being able to escape. Upon hearing this answer, Katerina's eyes darted around slightly. She smiled and asked, "Aren't you worried that you'll be discovered by the Primordial when you go to our headquarters?" "So what? There's always a need to take risks when doing things. Furthermore, the worst outcome is to fuse with him. I'm already 3-in-1 now, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to become 4-in-1, Sauron Einhorn Medici said as though he didn't care. "Then let's set off," Katerina lightly jumped off the table and said with a smile. Just as she said that, a red-haired man with a flag mark between his eyebrows appeared in her eyes. The gatekeeper in the black robe with red patterns instantly lost his breath. His skin and flesh rapidly rotted, turning into yellowish-green pus. In just a few seconds, there was only a white skeleton and the Beyonder characteristic left on the reclining chair. Katerina beckoned with her hand, allowing the Beyonder characteristic to be pulled by invisible threads into her palm. Right on the heels of that, her body lost its corporeal feeling as she suddenly drilled into the mirror she had previously used. A dark and illusory path that didn't seem real appeared in front of the Sanctus of White. It connected with the similar objects in the surrounding area to form a complicated and mysterious spider web, interweaving into a strange world that was different from reality. Katerina quickly shuttled through the mirror world and approached the target node. At that moment, she felt a powerful suction force. She couldn't help but deviate from the path and cast herself into a dark and blurry fog. In the real world, it represented a mirror. In the blink of an eye, Katerina and the Red Angel evil spirit left the mirror and arrived in an unfamiliar room covered in carpets. At the edge of the room, a young man with ordinary facial features and dressed in common clothes leaned against the staircase's railing, smiling at the demoness of white. His left hand was constantly tossing an item. It was a strange crown covered in rust and blood. Without waiting for Katerina to react, the young man took out a crystal monocle and wore it on his left eye. Heh! The Red Angel evil spirit's sneer echoed in Katerina's mind. In the next second, the young man took off the monocle and moved it to his right eye. Then, he smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it in the wrong place. P.S. Thank you, everyone. 100,000 subscriptions have been achieved during the serialization period. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Upon seeing this scene, Katerina's body uncontrollably took a step back, and her mind fell silent. 2 seconds later, she opened her mouth and let out a man's voice. "Yo, little crow." Without waiting for the young man to respond, Katerina smiled and said, "Only a few avatars came." "Only a few avatars? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Could it be that you're a postman who specially sent me beyonder ingredients? Tell me, what do you want to cooperate on? I don't hate you that much. After all, what happened back then was planned by that paranoid maniac. The mastermind was a listed tutor. You can only be considered an accomplice." The man opposite her grabbed the crown that was covered in rust and blood, straightened his body, and shook his head with a smile. "The moment I heard your voice, I didn't want to cooperate. How about this? Get Sauron and Einhorn to come out and talk to me. Tisk tsk, it's been so many years, yet you're still as willful as a child. Do you still remember who was responsible for carrying you when you were a baby? Who was the one who burned your hair?" The Red Angel evil spirit mocked without backing down. The young man opposite him adjusted his monocle with his free hand, turned around with a calm expression, and walked out the door without any hesitation. During this process, he sighed softly. Childish. Seeing that Amon really had no intention of staying, the Red Angel fell silent for a few seconds. Before he walked out of the room, he controlled Katerina's body and chuckled. "Don't think that I don't know what you're up to, but it doesn't matter. Since you have different thoughts from that paranoid maniac when it comes to mending the master, there's room for cooperation." Amon stopped and half turned around to look at Demoness of White Katerina, who had been possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit. The monocle on his right eye seemed to flash slightly. In a city that was being rebuilt after the war in Alwa County, in a bar with many traces of fire. "Toby, did you add too much damn water to this beer?" A man wearing a tattered cap took the cup and took a sip. He couldn't help but complain. The bartender himself snorted as he wiped his cup. "Do you still remember the alcohol ban? Alec, it's good enough that you have wine to drink." The burly man called Alec muttered a few words and didn't say anything else. He focused on drinking his beer. Beside him, a bronze-skinned man with rolled-up sleeves raised his head and looked around. "I heard that the alcohol ban will be lifted soon because Fainapotter's food will be delivered soon. Also, Fasak and Intis will compensate with a large amount of food. I can only say that I hope so. May the Lord bless me." Just as the owner of the bar, Toby, replied, he heard the sound of the door opening. He looked up and saw a young man who seemed to be a wandering magician walking in. The man was wearing a black robe and a classic top hat. He walked all the way to the bar and sat on a high stool. "A glass of Southville beer." The man laid out several copper pennies. The burly man named Alec turned his head to look at the stranger and asked curiously, "You're a foreigner? Magicians?" The young man, who had no distinguishing features and was hard to remember, laughed and said, "Yes, I'm best at making people's wishes come true." Alec immediately whistled. "What did I hear? Satisfy people's wishes. Lord, there's a guy here pretending to be a deity." Such ridicule immediately caused the surrounding people to roar with laughter. The young man who claimed to be magicians was not angry at all. "That's just a special magic trick." Alec gulped down a mouthful of beer and laughed. "Then grant me a wish. Let this stingy boss buy me a beer." "All right." The young man in the black robe raised his right hand and lightly knocked on the table. With a thud, the bar owner, Toby, poured a glass of beer and pushed it in front of Alec. Then, he retracted his hand and repeated his action of wiping the glass. This scene seemed familiar, causing Alec to be stunned for a moment. He shouted in a daze, "Don't worry. Toby, do you know him?" "No." The boss, Toby, glanced at Alec as though he was looking at a fool. Alec raised his glass in uncertainty and carefully took a sip to test if Toby would let him pay. Seeing that the bar owner was ignoring him, the burly man turned his head in surprise and looked at the young man in the black robe and tall hat. "How did you do it?" "I've said it before, a special magic trick." The young man leisurely drank a mouthful of Southville beer. In Alec's bewilderment, the man beside him with his sleeves rolled up scoffed. "I bet you and Toby had already discussed it before. Your knocking on the table is saying that you're paying for the beer." You can make another wish, the wandering magicians replied indifferently. My brother and my home collapsed in a previous bombing. It's being rebuilt. My wish is that it will be restored to its original state before I return, the man with his sleeves rolled up said smugly. This was not an easy task. The wandering magician raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Then, he smiled and said, that's right. Then, he smiled and said, all right, your wish has been granted. The people in the bar who were paying attention to this side laughed, no longer paying attention to the outsider and his clumsy magic show. After drinking, the man with his sleeves rolled up left the bar drunkenly with Alec and walked all the way to the streets near the suburbs. 15 minutes later, they returned to the vicinity of their home that was being rebuilt and prepared to enter the tent provided by the government. At this moment, a cold breeze blew over, causing them to shiver at the same time. Right on the heels of that, an intact two-story building appeared in front of them. It was a house that they were abnormally familiar with, one that they had spent years building. Alec and his brother subconsciously turned their heads and looked at each other, discovering the same confusion in each other's eyes. I didn't drink much. That darn Toby mixed so much water into the beer. Alec mumbled, as though he was hallucinating from the alcohol. His brother didn't respond. After being stunned for a few seconds, he suddenly ran towards the house and touched the walls and door. It's true, it's true. He kept muttering to himself as though he had gone mad. Alec also did the same thing. He finally confirmed that the house that was being rebuilt had been restored to its original appearance. This left him surprised, delighted, and afraid. At this moment, his brother suddenly said, my wish has been granted. My wish has come true. That magician, before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and ran for the bar. Alec came to his senses and followed closely behind. Bang! They pushed open the bar's door and rushed in, eagerly casting their gazes at the bar counter. However, the wandering magicians in the black robe and top hat had long disappeared. It was unknown when he had left. Alec and his brother looked around, feeling relieved but also as though they had lost something. In the city square, the young wandering magician was squatting in front of a 10-year-old girl. My magic trick is to grant you a wish. He turned his head and glanced at the nearby Evernight Cathedral. The little girl had run out for mass at night. She seemed to prefer an empty square. She thought for a moment and looked at the gentle Mr. Magicians opposite her. My wish is to let my father, uncle, and brother come back to life. I don't want their pension. The wandering magicians didn't respond as he stared deeply at the little girl in front of him. The little girl twitched her mouth and forced a smile. I was just joking. Mommy said that such a wish can't be granted even by the gods. As she spoke, she lowered her head and looked at her toes. I want Daddy to hug me again. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that there was a shadow in front of her. She subconsciously raised her head and looked to the side. There stood a Ruan soldier in a red shirt and white pants. He didn't hold a gun and revealed a hearty smile. As usual, he bent down and opened his arms. Daddy. The little girl suddenly pounced forward and threw herself into the warm embrace. I miss you so much. At this moment, the young wandering magician pressed the top hat on his head, straightened his body, and walked towards the exit of the square. In the night breeze, his black robe gently swayed in the empty square. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, the members of the tarot appeared at the same time and greeted Mr. Fool in unison. Klein looked around and suddenly felt a little emotional. The hanging man was currently a cardinal of the Church of the Storm and was in charge of the Rorstad Archipelago Diocese. Although Justice had temporarily lost contact with the psychological alchemy, she also had the qualifications to become a counselor. The sun was an elder of the City of Silver's 6-member council. The moon was a sanguine earl. The star was a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernight's Nighthawks. The hermit was the hidden king above the sea, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Apart from the magicians and judgment, who were only sequence 5, the other members of the tarot were already demigods. They were the upper echelons of the different factions in the mysterious world. As for the magicians, they had the support of the House of Abraham. They had a high chance of advancing to sequence 4 secret sorcerer within the year. In other words, the one who was having the greatest difficulty in raising her strength was judgment. She was only one of the middle and upper echelons of MI9. It was very difficult for her to become a demigod. Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, the fool Klein quickly retracted his gaze and gave a self-deprecating laugh. It's finally like a top-notch secret organization. However, it gives me the feeling that this is a meeting between the major factions. He then nodded slightly at the members of the tarot. Let's begin. P.S. Update first before making changes. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's words, the hanging man Alger's heart palpitated for some reason. He suddenly had the feeling he had when praying to the Lord of Storms in Pasu Island. When he greeted the fool, he didn't notice any changes in him. Everything seemed to be the same as usual, but at this moment, he believed that Mr. Fool was different from before. This was an experience of spiritual inspiration. Alger couldn't accurately describe it with words. He only felt that the body enveloped by the grayish-white fog was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than before. A seemingly ordinary sentence or a simple action could give a person an absolute suppression of their level. Mr. Fool has awakened further. The world went to the forsaken land of the gods and brought the city of silver out. Mr. Fool has awakened further. He now has the level of a sequence 0? If it wasn't for the Sailor Pathway's sensitivity to high-level beyonders, I wouldn't have even discovered it. The hanging man Alger originally wanted to say something, but he had forgotten what he wanted to say. Leonard surveyed the area and saw that the rest of the members remained silent. He then probed, that's not the case. Then, he probed, according to the intelligence gathered, there was indeed a battle of gods that happened previously. What can be confirmed is that the Evernight goddess, the god of combat, and Earth Mother appeared in the sky above Bakeland. As for the outcome, I believe everyone knows very well. What are your thoughts on this? At last week's tarot gathering, Leonard had already mentioned the corresponding matter and had taken the initiative to ask Mr. Fool what had happened. Unfortunately, Mr. Fool had only told him that he had recently been paying attention to the forsaken land of the gods and didn't give a direct answer. I can't understand why such an outcome would happen. The mother-son pair of Earth Mother and the god of combat were actually defeated by the Evernight goddess. Katlia didn't hide her puzzlement. The hanging man Alger reined in his thoughts and said after some deliberation, I received a piece of information. I've received a piece of intelligence. Fainapotter changed sides as soon as the divine war ended. This means... Audrey vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Derek mimicked the lady opposite him and raised his arm. I think I know why. You? After all, Sun had previously been isolated in the forsaken land of the gods. His understanding of the outside world had been instilled by the other members of Tarot. How could he know the details of the battle of gods better than everyone present? Alger, who knew that the Sun had always been honest, held back his curiosity and excitement as he asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Why? Derek looked around and calmly said, you have to promise Mr. Fool not to divulge what I'm about to tell you. No problem. Katlia took the lead and said. After everyone made their promises under the Fool's witness, son Derek nodded. Earth Mother isn't giant Queen Omabella. The real Omabella has long died, and her remains are in the City of Silver. This news was like a bomb that fell on the hearts of the other members of the Tarot, setting off a storm that could destroy their rationality. For a moment, the hanging man, Alger, Audrey, and company were unable to speak. It was as though they had been struck by lightning. They were paralyzed in their spots like stone statues. After a while, Leonard asked in disbelief, what's going on? Are you sure? As soon as he said that, he began to regret raising such a question. Since the City of Silver had the remains of giant Queen Omabella, it meant that the entire matter was very credible. Subconsciously, Audrey, Magician's Furs, Zio, and company cast their gazes at the figure at the end of the long, mottled table. They discovered that Mr. Fool's eyes were smiling as he maintained his previous sitting posture without changing at all. This indirectly means that he acknowledges the information provided by Little Sun. Before Sun could answer the star's question, Audrey nodded indiscernibly. This can explain many things, but if Earth Mother isn't the giant queen, why would Angel of Fate Ouroboros believe that she is Omabella? Why would the god of combat cooperate with her? Who exactly is she? Upon hearing Miss Justice's series of questions, the hanging man, Alger, suddenly felt a little emotional. The topic of discussion in the tarot had finally moved from the king of angels to true deities. In the past, although they had stopped the evil gods from descending and discussed the hidden history, they rarely discussed the true gods directly. This was a subconscious fear, a deep imprint left on them by the current world. And now, the members of the tarot had unknowingly lost the reverence that came from the depths of their souls. Xianxia didn't notice this as she focused on Miss Justice's question. She thought and said, "Perhaps Earth Mother has always been disguised as Omabella. This has fooled the angel of fate and the god of combat. How is that possible?" Zio instinctively muttered. Magician's Furs took a deep breath and said, "What a horror story." At this moment, the silent German sparrow, the world, said, "Nothing is impossible." What if this concealment has the help of the Evernight goddess and other true deities? A conspiracy that has lasted for 2,000 to 3,000 years. The hanging man, Alger's eyes froze slightly as he instinctively shrank back. He felt a fear that stemmed from his soul towards the Evernight goddess and Earth Mother. The tarot members fell silent once again until Leonard repeated Miss Justice's last question. "Who exactly is the Mother Goddess?" As he spoke, he glanced at the world Klein Moretti in an attempt to obtain an answer from his former colleague. Just then, they heard the tapping sound that they hadn't heard for a long time. It was Mr. Fool rapping on the table. Audrey and company perked up as they turned to the end of the long bronze table, respectfully waiting for Mr. Fool to give them an answer. The Fool Klein chuckled. "I can give you some hints." After looking around, he continued, "I'm not sure. Why does the Earth Church like to turn vampires into believers? Earth and Moon are two adjacent pathways. Rumor has it that in the second epoch, the ancient goddess, Lilith, who represented the moon, perished because of the giant king's betrayal. She will occasionally respond to the prayers of the sanguine. It doesn't seem like she's completely dead." After the 4 hints, all the tarot members, including Emlyn, thought of an answer. The true identity of Earth Mother is the sanguine ancestor, Lilith. Emlyn's eyes widened as he instinctively sat up straight. His mind was in a mess as he had all sorts of thoughts. Leonard was first taken aback before he muttered thoughtfully, "A few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson." A few days ago, the Church of Evernight stopped promoting the title of Lady of Crimson. Furthermore, they changed the prayer gesture used to draw the crimson moon to stars. He was a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, so he was qualified to read the corresponding documents. The Evernight goddess used the authority of the moon domain to make an exchange? Xianxia said, the conclusion that lingered in everyone's minds. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about the true identity of Earth Mother. "Thank you for your hint." Audrey immediately bowed at Mr. Fool. After the others expressed their gratitude, they looked at Emlyn, who was still in a daze. "Earth Mother is the ancestor. The ancestor is Earth Mother. So I've never changed my faith. It's no wonder I still habitually head to the Harvest Church without Father's corresponding psychological cue. That's because my intuition tells me that Earth Mother is the ancestor. Therefore, the ancestor has favored me and made me the savior of the sanguine." Thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind as he found a reasonable explanation for his previous guilty conscience. He began to believe that he was the most devout sanguine. Glancing at this Earl, Magician's Furs smiled with interest. "Mr. Moon, in a little while, perhaps you will become the Archbishop of the Church of Earth Mother." No, it should be the representative of the Church of Earth Mother and the sanguine. The writer had invented a title on the spot. Why? Emlyn asked in puzzlement. He thought that the primogenitor would allow the vampires to maintain their previous state and not merge with the Earth Church directly. Leonard smiled. Since the Evernight goddess no longer has the title of Lady of Crimson, then Earth Mother will soon have a similar honorific name. There's no way to hide it from the other churches. Emlyn roughly understood what the upper echelon of the Church of Evernight was getting at. He nodded slightly and made the connection. The clansmen who had mocked him for believing in Earth Mother would line up in front of him to receive his baptism. With this in mind, Emlyn felt extremely delighted as he couldn't help but raise his chin. After discussing this matter, the members of Tarot fell into a brief silence, not knowing what to say. A few seconds later, the hanging man, Alger, broke the silence and said calmly, "Most of us are already demigods. The advancement period has become very long, and we have our own factions. The need for beyonder characteristics, potion formulas, and sealed artifacts might only happen once every few years. The focus of the gathering might be shifted to the exchange of information and secret cooperation. Audrey, Catlia, Leonard, and company nodded in agreement with Mr. the Hanging Man's words. At this moment, the fool Klein looked around and chuckled. With the matters regarding the forsaken land of the gods coming to an end, I've recovered quite a bit. You can exchange for items of a higher level from me. He pretended to be calm as he revealed the fact that he was recovering, and this was an answer that every member of Tarot had long guessed. Just as Audrey and the others were guessing which level Mr. Fool had awakened to, Klein added with a smile, "That's right. The items of a higher level include Sea God's identity, level, and strength. P.S. Update first before making changes. The identity, level, and strength of Sea God." Upon hearing Mr. Fool's example, the Hanging Man Alger's mind went blank for nearly 2 seconds. This was something that he had never dreamed of. From his point of view, Mr. Fool had obtained the authority of Sea God through German Sparrow, replacing Cavituous, and obtaining a stable and considerable number of believers. This was a crucial step in his recovery process. Therefore, this hidden existence definitely wouldn't give up the corresponding identity. Who knew that at this moment, he would hear Mr. Fool inform everyone that the identity, level, and strength of Sea God could be exchanged. After further awakening, Mr. Fool no longer needs an identity at the level of Sea God and corresponding believers. This is the performance of a great existence. Things that aren't of a high enough level can only be borrowed for a short period of time and won't be occupied. The Hanging Man Alger first sighed inwardly before feeling excited. He felt that Mr. Fool's words were directed at him. Within the Church of the Storm, he had relied on external forces to become a Sequence 4 demigod. Although he had barely managed to rise to the upper echelons, it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. As for stealing the Book of Calamity, there was no hope at all. Therefore, Alger could only temporarily suppress his ambitions and patiently wait for an opportunity to come. Now, the opportunity had come, and it had come so quickly. Alger was currently the cardinal in charge of the Rorstad diocese in the Church of the Storm. Once he secretly became Sea God and controlled the authority of those waters, he would be the king of the Rorstad archipelago, a true king. With this in mind, the Hanging Man Alger nearly lost control of himself. It wasn't easy for him to calm himself down. Although Audrey, Sun, and company couldn't hide their shock when Tarot began trading a deity's identity, level, and strength, even if it was only a false god, they didn't have any thoughts of switching to the storm pathway. Compared to Alger, they weren't that agitated. They quickly controlled themselves and cast their gazes at Mr. the Hanging Man. Alger took a deep breath and said humbly to the end of the long bronze table, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what price do I need to pay to exchange for these items?" The fool Klein waited for the Hanged Man to ask a question and said with a smile, "I gave you some missions, as well as regular prayers and sincere wishes." The main point of his sentence was actually the last short sentence, but he believed that the Tarot members wouldn't be able to tell. As for how to fulfill the corresponding wishes, he currently had 2 methods. The first was to use the other beyonder powers he had to achieve the corresponding effects. For example, he could summon a historical scene and recreate the segment of giving beer to complete the wish of getting the bar owner to treat them. The second was to rely on the powers of wishes that he had accumulated to a certain extent to directly respond to a relatively low-level wish and create a true miracle. For example, with a snap of his fingers, he could instantly restore a collapsed house to its original state, allowing it to be successfully rebuilt. In addition, above the gray fog, Klein could use Sapphira Castle's level and power. It was equivalent to a king of angels that didn't accommodate a uniqueness. In other words, when he responded to a prayer, he could use the core powers of a Sequence 1 of his pathway, which was also the core power of an Attendant of Mysteries. After a period of exploration, Klein had figured out 2 of them. The first was to create a nascent divine kingdom, and the second was grafting. Grafting was named by Klein himself. After all, he wasn't the real Attendant of Mysteries, so he hadn't obtained the corresponding mysticism knowledge. This ability could graft things that couldn't be directly connected under normal circumstances, achieving an incredible effect. A simple example was to fuse the concept of the end and starting point of a path into one, making it impossible for the person who took that path to ever be able to leave. For Beyonders, there were many powers that could accomplish such a thing, but the grafting of an attendant of mysteries directly affected the concept itself. Not only was it extremely high level, but it was like the descent of a true deity. Furthermore, the effects were strange and had a sense of concealment. Coupled with the simulation powers of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Staff of the Stars, Klein could respond to prayers like a king of angels when he was in Sapphira Castle. Furthermore, he could do more things. Upon hearing Mr. Fool mention the mission, Alger suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly lowered his head and asked, "What's the matter?" "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there a need to further investigate the 3 targets of the Fasak Empire who participated in the Konotop Sea battle?" He had previously gathered information on the 3 suspected former owners of Creeping Hunger, but he hadn't discovered anything abnormal. The Fool Klein nodded slightly. "There's no need." He had originally wanted to use this clue to catch the Twilight Hermit Order, but since Adam was likely to have become a god, it was better to avoid them. Respecting a Sequence 0 true god was Klein's principle. He would give in when it was time to do so, and he would give up when it was time to do so. Without waiting for the hanging man Alger to speak again, the Fool Klein continued in a relaxed tone, "Your current mission is to cooperate with the Sea God believers and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods. Your current mission is to cooperate with the Sea God believers and settle down the people who have left the forsaken land of the gods. Your will is my will." The hanging man Alger replied without any hesitation. This made Sun silently heave a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts, concerns, or worries regarding the subsequent developments. He had full trust in Mr. the Hanging Man's ability to handle matters. At this moment, the Fool Klein surveyed the area and smiled. Apart from the identity, status, and strength of the Sea God, there are many other things that can be exchanged for. For example, the Imperative Mage Potion formula and Beyonder characteristics. He didn't give too many examples to prevent it from damaging the Fool's status. As for what he had said previously, it could be understood that Mr. Fool, who had recovered further, was in a good mood. Moon City had the legacy of the Imperative Mage. Klein could exchange for it by completing the wish of being saved. Of course, even if he directly made the residents of Moon City sacrifice the corresponding items, the people who had finally found protection would definitely be very happy. They were afraid that Mr. Fool would abandon Moon City and not accept their sacrifices. Apart from that, Klein himself had a Silver Knight Marionette, Sequence 9-3 Beyonder characteristics of the Seer Pathway, Sealed Artifact General of the Pupilless Eye, a drop of blood that had been blessed by the primordial moon, and all kinds of charms and bullets related to Worms of Spirit. If the wisher wanted a consumable item or a temporary loan, Klein could still take out more items from the historical void. Imperative Mage Potion formula and Beyonder characteristics. Zio inexplicably felt that Mr. Fool was looking at her. To be frank, she lacked the motivation to advance recently. On the one hand, she was only one of the middle and upper echelons of MI9. The chances of her obtaining a ticket to become a demigod were extremely low. On the other hand, her father's reputation was about to be restored to a small extent. She instantly had no pressing goal. At the same time, the war had ended. Her mother and brother had returned to Bakeland and were about to begin a normal life. And with Zio's current income, it was enough to support a wealthy family. All of these reasons added together made Zio feel that her present life was pretty good. She didn't want to make any changes. Of course, if there was a chance to advance to a demigod, she wouldn't let it go. This was because she had experienced the helplessness of a Sequence 5 in the previous war. Furthermore, in the tarot, apart from her and Magician's Furs, everyone else was already a demigod. There was no doubt that she didn't want to fall behind. Amidst her thoughts, Zio looked at Magician's Furs before bowing her head at the end of the long, modeled table, indicating that she would work hard. Magician's Furs could roughly guess her friend's thoughts because she was about the same. If it wasn't for the fact that she could only effectively resist the full moon's ravings at Sequence 4, preventing her from frequently troubling Mr. Fool, and that the House of Abraham had already prepared the potion formula and Beyonder ingredients for her, she wasn't that eager to become a secret sorcerer. As a traveler, she could go wherever she wanted. If she wanted to eat any delicacies, she could immediately go there to eat them. This completely satisfied Furza's initial expectations of the concept of Beyonder. Of course, she had another motivation to improve. After becoming a demigod, she could better help her teacher's family. Seeing Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, lean back in his chair without saying a word, Audrey hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. If you know that the outcome of a matter has nothing to do with you, and that it only depends on the mood and game of certain existences, what would you do?" Just as she said that, the hanging man Alger laughed and said, "Everyone is destined to die. No matter how hard they work, it's hard to change it. Then, wouldn't their life be meaningless?" He seemed to have been thinking about this problem for a long time, so he added another sentence. He then added, "Since you are currently unable to change the outcome of the matter, then work hard to improve yourself, obtain greater strength, and control more authority until the day you can participate in those games. If you die in the process, it's better than doing nothing." These are some of the most sincere words Mr. the Hanging Man has ever said. It seems to come from his heart. The small can also become great. Audrey was touched as she nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the World Gehrman Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "That's right. Everyone, I need to remind you of something." When the tarot members looked over, Klein controlled the fake world to say in a deep voice, "The apocalypse will arrive in about a decade. The apocalypse will arrive in a dozen or so years. Everyone can be destroyed, including gods." Apocalypse. Although Audrey had long learned of the prophecy regarding the apocalypse from the demigod of the Church of Knowledge, she had never found it realistic. She always felt that it was propaganda used to deceive the people. Even though she had experienced a war in which she was abnormally insignificant, she didn't believe that the world was only 10 years away from the apocalypse. There were no signs of it at all. However, the person who made the prophecy of the apocalypse was Mr. Fool's blessed, Mr. World, who had always been trustworthy and dared to target an angel. Furthermore, his tone was so certain, as though he had already seen what would happen in 10 years. This made Audrey instinctively choose to believe him. Her heart sank as she felt both nervous and flustered. Apart from this, she also felt that her confusion had dissipated significantly. The apocalypse was in 10 years or so. Even a drowning person would struggle, much less a sequence 4 demigod in perfect condition. Apocalypse. As a cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the hanging man Alger had recently seen many apocalyptic prophecies, but those things that couldn't be verified couldn't compare to the World's German Sparrow's abnormally solemn warning. The impact the two brought was on a completely different level. At the same time, he acutely noticed a detail: the world had said that even deities would be destroyed. Alger's first reaction was that German Sparrow was disrespectful to Mr. Fool, because Mr. Fool was also a deity. However, he quickly rejected this thought. After all, the World German Sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed, and he was the most devout believer. The other members of the tarot might have accidentally blasphemed Mr. Fool with their words, but it was impossible for the World German Sparrow to do so. Based on the two premises that German Sparrow wouldn't be disrespectful to Mr. Fool and he said that even deities would be destroyed, the hanging man Alger quickly came to another conclusion: in the heart of the World's German Sparrow, Mr. Fool's status was higher than that of a true god. Alger had never doubted the World German Sparrow's knowledge. After all, he was a powerhouse who often dealt with angels. This knowledge surprised and confused him, and he couldn't find a more reasonable explanation. The hermit Catlia, who had advanced to a demigod with the snake of fate's blood and corresponded to a sequence 3 clairvoyant, would occasionally dream of apocalyptic scenes. With Queen Mystic Bernadette reminding her from time to time, she didn't feel surprised or shocked by Mr. World's words. She just felt like the dust that had been stirred up had finally settled to the ground. As for the future, this mysticologist was similarly at a loss. Apart from improving himself, he didn't know where to put his efforts. Apocalypse. Zio and Magician's Furs looked at each other across Ma'am Hermit, sensing the tumultuous waves stirring in each other's hearts. They had never thought that the beautiful life they thought they had would only last for another 10 years or so if there were no accidents. At that time, they would be in the prime of their lives. Even if they hadn't become demigods, they wouldn't have to worry about their aging bodies causing them to lose control. As the person who spoke was the World's German Sparrow, the two ladies didn't doubt the authenticity of the apocalyptic prophecy. They were momentarily horrified and heavy. In the beginning, Sun couldn't help but feel depressed. This was because the city of Silver had just left the apocalyptic forsaken land of the gods and arrived in the world of light. Yet, it wouldn't take long for them to welcome a new apocalypse. Soon, he adjusted his state of mind and chose to believe in Mr. Fool. Since this great existence could rescue the city of Silver from the forsaken land of the gods, he could also stop the apocalypse. Although I'm the savior of the sanguine during the apocalypse, I never expected the apocalypse to descend so quickly. I'm only an earl. Emlyn couldn't help but frown. He was like a student who had just been in class for a few days when he suddenly had to take an exam. Of course, this also made him a little excited. After all, it wouldn't be long before he would fulfill his mission and display his greatness in front of his people. Leonard had heard of the apocalypse prophecy from Old Man Pallas Zoroast. Although he didn't know why such a development would happen, he was already mentally prepared. At that moment, he was the first to snap to his senses and ask, "What happened? Why did the apocalypse suddenly come?" "There's no sign at all." Klein controlled World to reply. "It's just that you didn't notice any signs. Do you think that a war of gods will break out for no reason?" Seeing that the tarot members were stunned and in deep thought, World German Sparrow added, "You don't have the right to know the exact reason for the time being. You don't have the right to know the specific reason for this. Just understanding it will bring about an irresistible corruption. Only existences at the level of angels and above can resist it." This is similar to what the demigod of the Church of Knowledge and Knowledge said. It's also close to the corruption of the cosmos. I seem to have forgotten something. Mr. World seems to have understood the whole story. He's not afraid of being corrupted? He's already an angel? It's him? Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as she acutely sensed that World German Sparrow might have completed his advancement and become a true mythical creature. In ancient times, this could even be called a subsidiary god, a member of the deities. Right on the heels of that, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlia, and the other tarot members interpreted the truth and knew that World German Sparrow had already stood at the peak of the real world, becoming an angel that walked on earth. Some of them guessed that this had something to do with German Sparrow's previous plan to deal with a mythical creature, while others believed that this was the benefit of Mr. Fool's further awakening to his blessed. But regardless, this was the first time tarot had a member at the level of an angel, other than the host and convener. Of course, they weren't too surprised that World German Sparrow had advanced to sequence 2. They had long become numb to it. Klein controlled World and made him look around. "All of you can think about what you plan to do next and what you plan to do." Zio, Magician's Furs, and the other tarot members nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. After another 10 minutes of free exchange, the tarot gathering gradually came to an end. After returning to the real world, Zio looked around her bedroom as her expression turned solemn. She felt the urgency once again. Walking out of the room, Zio saw that Furs had also arrived at the corridor at the same time. She didn't need to slump for a while like she usually did. "Where do you plan on going?" the two asked at the same time before falling silent. A few seconds later, a handsome youth walked out of another guest bedroom. He wore narrow-rimmed glasses and had slightly fluffy hair. He carried a few thick books in his hands. "Oh no, I forgot that I have classes this afternoon," the youth muttered to himself as he rushed to the staircase, completely ignoring the two ladies' existence. He was Zio's younger brother, Lo Dari Cha, and he had just entered a school for the pre-bar exam. In Bakeland, one had to pass a preliminary exam before becoming a solicitor, and a solicitor had to study and work with a barrister for at least 5 years before being allowed to take the qualifying exam and obtain a solicitor's license. If he wanted to become a barrister, he would have to attend the Bakeland Law School to receive a university education. As Zio watched her brother run down the stairs, she couldn't help but smile. She raised her head and said to Furs, "I plan to return to MI9 and work hard. I plan to go to the teacher's place." Furs also answered the previous question. Right on the heels of that, the traveler's figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. In a few seconds, Furs appeared in the rebuilt Pritz Harbor and arrived in front of a relatively intact house. Then, she took out a pen and paper from her pocket and wrote a note. She planned on telling her teacher that she had finished digesting the traveler potion. Putting away the fountain pen, she stuffed the piece of paper into the letterbox by the door. This wasn't Dorian Gray Abraham's residence, but the place where Furs and this gentleman had previously agreed to pass the message. The next day, when Furs came here again, she would see the meeting place and time that Dorian had given her. Emlyn opened his eyes in his room and changed into his collared coat. He planned on visiting Marquis Nibs. As he passed by Rose Street in a carriage, he subconsciously looked out the window. He was somewhat surprised, but not surprised, to discover that the door to the Harvest Church had opened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he got the carriage driver to pull over and paid the fare. Wearing his top hat and holding his cane, the red-eyed sanguine Earl climbed the steps and entered the Harvest Church. He saw Father Yutravsky, who seemed to have grown taller, bending his back as he cleaned the prayer hall. As expected, he's been released. It's really protective custody. Emlyn shook his head inwardly. At this moment, Father Yutravsky looked up and glanced at him. Wipe the candlesticks. I'm trying to please Mother, Emlyn muttered. He walked to the room at the back, changed into the brown priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother, and began his work. He and Father Yutravsky didn't speak again. They each did their own things, trying their best to return the Harvest Church to cleanliness and tranquility. After an unknown period of time, a group of people suddenly entered the door. Emlyn subconsciously looked over and saw Baron Kosmiodora, as well as Viscount Ernst Boyar, who had once worked at the Harvest Church. He saw familiar faces. The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up unknowingly. P.S. Here, I recommend a web novel promoter who generates electricity for love, Crimson Halberd, a child of book shortage. Take a look at his official WeChat account, Crimson Halberd's Book Shortage Relief Center. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor on a steam locomotive heading for Midseashire's Constant City. Klein, who was dressed as a wandering magician, looked at the young man and his parents across a narrow table. I have 2 types of magic tricks. One is to grant your wishes, and the other is to use a mirror to answer your questions. Of course, the first magic trick requires money, and the second requires you to answer the question posed by the mirror. Which performance do you want to see? The young man had black hair and brown eyes. He seemed to have received a good education. He looked at his parents sitting next to him and said with a smile. He looked at his parents sitting beside him and said with a smile, "My wish is too difficult, so I won't trouble you. In contrast, I'm more curious about a mirror that can answer questions." Klein sighed and shook his head. With a flip of his left hand, he revealed a silver mirror with a black gem on each side that could be placed in his sleeve. It looks like an antique, the young man opposite him commented with interest. My question is, what's my purpose in going to Constant City this time? The young man opposite him commented with interest before saying, my question is, what's my purpose in going to Constant City this time? A smile that was commonly seen on street magicians appeared on Klein's face. He reached out his right hand to touch the surface of the mirror and whispered seriously, Mirror, mirror, tell me what the answer to the question is. After repeating it 3 times, he released his right hand and showed the surface of the mirror to the 3 passengers opposite him. There were already a few silver words on it, to get married. Miraculous. The young man and his parents looked at each other with an incredulous expression. After they boarded the train, they had never mentioned anything related to the wedding, nor had they shown any items that made people think of it. This was the first time they had seen a magic trick that didn't rely on props or a fake audience. Alright, it's time for the mirror to ask its question. Klein smiled as he covered the surface of the mirror with his right hand. Alright, the young man replied curiously. Next, let's see what question the magic mirror will ask. Klein released his right hand in a slightly exaggerated manner, as though he was performing a formal magic show. The silver words on the surface of the mirror had already changed, stretching into a complete sentence. You would prefer your bride to be a lady over 40, right? The young man's expression froze for a moment, then turned deathly pale, and then completely red. Impossible. He immediately retorted and couldn't help but turn his head to look at his parents. He hurriedly complained, what kind of strange question is this? It's just joking. Klein smiled apologetically and quickly pressed his right hand on the surface of the mirror, acting as if he didn't know this would happen. Then, he loosened his right hand again. Sure enough, the words on the surface of the mirror changed again. How old are you? 25 years old. The young man replied cautiously, as if he was afraid that he would fall into a trap. He felt that the way his parents and the surrounding passengers looked at him had changed. Well, the magic show is over. Klein smiled and put away the mirror. You can try another magic trick. Just as he finished speaking, the steam locomotive whistled, a sign that it was about to enter the station. Sorry, it's time for me to alight. Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He then picked up his luggage and left the steam locomotive along with the crowd of passengers. He came to the platform where the gas lamps had yet to light up. This was Mid-Seashire's Belton City, a city that had risen and fallen because of coal mines. To Klein, the greatest significance of this place was that it was an important node in Faysak's invasion route in the World War. Faysak had a total of 3 invasion routes. One was to attack the Amantha mountain range at the border in an attempt to break through the land defense line there. Another was to set off from Sonia Island, attack the coastal ports, and attempt to land there. The last was to start from Mid-Seashire and invade Bakeland along the main railway. Among them, due to the existence of the Church of the Storm, as well as the might of the ironclad warships and high-level arbiters, the Faysak and Feynapotter navies failed to achieve their desired results. They didn't even manage to control the seas. As for the Amantha mountain range battlefield, the headquarters of the Church of Evernight blocked wave after wave of attacks. It didn't fall until the end of the war, preventing Winter County, East Chester County, and other places from being directly baptized by the flames of war. Of the 3 routes, the only one that succeeded was the Mid-Seashire troops. They combined land and water to capture the second largest city in Rouen, Constant City, the capital of Mid-Seashire. Then, they advanced southeast and met up with the people of Intis in the greater Bakeland region. Klein acted as wandering magicians. On the one hand, he had to accumulate wishes, produce miracles, digest the potion, and increase his strength. On the other hand, he planned on returning to the path of war. He wanted to use his eyes, ears, and heart to truly see the trauma brought about by war. After knowing the secrets of the cosmos and underground, he could understand the Evernight goddess's plan and accept it to a certain extent. However, this didn't mean that he was indifferent to those sacrifices. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if he failed to stop George III from becoming the Black Emperor, the War of the World would still erupt. However, Rouen would have the advantage. The Evernight goddess and her allies would directly suppress the god of combat, forcing him to seek the help of Earth Mother. When that happened, the number, intensity, and scale of the battle of the gods would exceed that of the present. Due to this reason, Klein followed the route of Faysak's invasion and wandered forward 1 station at a time. After leaving the platform that still had traces of cannon fodder, he carried a worn-out suitcase that contained a change of clothes, identified the direction, and walked towards a place that might be a hotel. At night, he would stroll through the streets and alleys of the city, performing wish magic for people. After taking a few steps forward, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he cast his gaze at the end of the street. There was a female figure wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. She had long black hair and was not wearing any shoes or socks. Ariana, the leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernight, the grounded angel Ariana, why is she here in Belton? Shouldn't she have already returned to the Evernight cloister of the Cathedral of Serenity? Or was she sent to the capital of Faysak, St. Millom, to preside over the reception of the god of combat's legacy? For a grounded angel to appear in such a small city, it's definitely not a simple matter. Klein was puzzled as he frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to inquire. It wasn't that he wanted to be a busybody, but that everyone was in the same city. If anything were to happen, no one would be able to escape. But at this moment, Ariana had already disappeared into the crowd. As a servant of concealment, she made it impossible for Klein to track her. Similarly, when it came to matters related to concealment, Rhodes was a little helpless. Klein slowly took a deep breath and turned to enter the hotel in thought. He got a room and put his luggage away. Then, he maintained his attire as a wandering magician and brought a Rhodes with him. Following his spiritual intuition as a seer, he walked all the way to Belton City's municipal square. Near the municipal hall, there was a notice board with quite a number of notices pasted on it. Seeing that many people were watching, as though a new document had been released, Klein went over and stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at the wooden sign. In the middle of the notice board, a piece of slightly yellowed paper covered the other notices. On the surface was written in black ink and Ruan, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your new consul. Now, I will promulgate 3 new laws. First, without my permission, no living being is to leave this place. Second, all living beings are equal in front of the law. Even angels can be killed by ordinary people. Third, those who commit the following crimes will be severely punished, the highest being the death penalty. 1. Murder, 2. Theft, 3. Recite the complete honorific name of a deity, 4. Sacrifice evil gods, 5. Fraud, 6. Divulging secrets, such a notice." Klein pricked up his eyebrows. He didn't even need his spiritual intuition to sense that there was something wrong with the contents. He instinctively tried to get his spirit body to return to Sapphira Castle. However, an invisible force stopped him from leaving. He could only come into contact with the grayish-white fog, but he could not pass through it. This? Klein narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back, distancing himself from the crowd. From his point of view, this level of abnormality had already reached the level of a deity. He had previously been unable to return to Sapphira Castle, but the main reason was that he didn't have the time to take 4 steps counterclockwise, recite the incantation, or be disrupted and obstructed by himself. There was only one instance where he couldn't escape from the real world with an external force. It was in the foggy town. It was a powerful seal that was personally created by the Evernight goddess in the secret world. Apart from this time, even blasphemer Amon hadn't done something similar. Of course, back then, Amon's main goal was to force Klein to activate Sapphira Castle. Then, he would seize the opportunity and use the loophole to replace him as the great ruler above the spirit world. Otherwise, this angel of time could have used stealing thoughts to prevent Klein from returning. Who is the new consul of Belton City? Is this the reason why Maya Mariana came to Belton City? As his thoughts raced, Klein made the magic mirror slide down from his wide sleeve to his left hand. What happened? Klein asked softly. On the surface of the silver mirror, aqueous light flickered as slightly white silver words appeared. "A few of the rules here have been replaced. It's impossible to know who did it. Great Master, you can try to find the servant of concealment, Ariana, and learn the truth from her. Are you satisfied with my answer? The rules have been replaced. Lawyer? Arbiter? Or could it be a bug?" Klein raised his head in thought and looked around. He realized that the citizens in the square were a little puzzled. They didn't understand why the new notice would mention angels and why they needed to apply and obtain permission to leave. The war was already over. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday in a bar in Belton City. Roy, Biles, Phil, and Pasha sat around a small round table, gulping down Southville beer. They didn't talk much as they listened to the drunkards at the neighboring table discuss Beyonder powers and mysticism with a smile. Previously, burp. I saw that those Vasations in Belton not only look like bears, but they can also control flames, making them throw them out like javelins. It can't be. Do they really have Beyonder powers? Haha, that's because you're ignorant. One day, I was drunk and slept near the cemetery. I saw the people from the Church of Evernight bring out a few ghosts. Oh, ghosts. They were floating in the air. It was very terrifying. The drunkards talked about things that they didn't know if they had experienced it themselves or if they had heard it from someone else. Their saliva splattered as their faces turned red. They're just like that. They only get excited after drinking. They always like to brag, and they're usually very depressed. Biles was a local resident of Belton. Upon seeing this, he explained, ever since the coal mines began to dry up, young people gradually left Belton for Constant and Bakeland. The atmosphere here has become more and more oppressive, and the city has become more and more gloomy. This man, who wasn't even 30 years old, had been a miner when he was young. He was lucky to not die in the mines, so his skin was very dark. His exposed muscles weren't too exaggerated, but they gave off the feeling that they were made of steel. As the leader of the group, Roy smiled and said, what they said might be the truth and not bragging. What they're saying might be the truth, and they're not bragging. The previous war has indeed exposed supernatural powers to many people, especially the soldiers who were directly involved. As long as they're still alive, they've all experienced it. Furthermore, this also brought about many opportunities. It allowed people who had no chance to come into contact with beyonder powers and true mysticism to become beyonders. The way he expressed it was very reserved, as though he was talking about someone else's matter, but in fact, it was the experience of the four of them. Biles and Roy were soldiers who had participated in the battle in Belton City. Phil had once been plundered by the Phasacians, but he was lucky enough to not die. Pasha and her fellow citizens had lured and ambushed a few Intis soldiers in the streets. They had all witnessed the deaths of many of their friends and gained supernatural powers for various reasons. Then, due to the chaos brought about by the war, they were either separated from the troops or took the initiative to avoid being found out by the official forces. Slowly, they got to know each other and became friends with each other. This time, they came to Biles's hometown, Belton, to search for his surviving family and friends. The truth of this world is far beyond our imagination, Pasha, who had long dark blonde hair and dark blue eyes, sighed with emotion. She was only in her 20s. Her facial features were not bad, but there was not much fat on her face, so the outline of her bones was obvious. She looked much older than her actual age. In the future, we will have different lives. Roy, who had a typical Rouen hairline, raised his glass and said, "Cheers to a brand new future." Before he could finish his sentence, someone in the bar suddenly screamed. Roy and the others had some experience, so they quickly raised their vigilance and looked over. They saw a young man in ordinary clothes fall to the ground, rolling back and forth as though he was in extreme pain. Under the dim yellow illumination of the gas wall lamps, everyone discovered that the clothes on the young man's back were torn open, revealing blood-red marks that seemed to have been caused by a whip. However, no one around him was holding a whip, and the victim had only screamed once. Unless he had been whipped countless times in that instant. But if that was the case, why didn't anyone notice? He's holding a wallet in his hand. Could this have something to do with the anomaly just now? The thin Phil took a few glances and said in deliberation, "Should I bring it over to take a look?" Roy thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "Be careful." Phil tersely acknowledged and walked out of the small round table area. With the cover of the crowd, he approached the young man who was no longer rolling and was only grunting softly. He quietly stretched out his left hand, targeting the ordinary-looking leather wallet. "Ah!" Phil suddenly screamed as he watched his left hand break at the wrist and fall to the ground. Blood spewed out from the fracture, splattering onto the faces and bodies of the surrounding people. The scene froze. The drunken customers were first stunned before they gulped their saliva. Then, they turned around and frantically ran out of the door and into the corner. "Something strange. No one attacked me." Phil nearly fainted from the pain, but he still forced himself to tell Roy, Biles, and Pasha about his experience. Roy's eyes narrowed as he decisively said, "Let's leave this place first. Let's leave this place first." He then turned his head and said to Biles, "Pick up Phil's hand and keep it well. Pick up Phil's hand and keep it safe. I remember that the military doctor, Weber, was also from Belton. He returned here after retiring from the army and opened a private clinic. He can effectively treat this kind of injury." The military doctor named Weber was also a beyonder. When he participated in the war in the South, he improved step by step and obtained medical skills that transcended reality. It was said that he could sew up severed limbs and make them as agile as before. "All right," Biles answered without hesitation. He took a few steps forward, took out a wooden box, picked up Phil's severed hand, and placed it in it. At the same time, Pasha used the magical ointment she had bought to stop the bleeding from Phil's wound and bandaged it. Following that, the four of them left the bar. After many inquiries, they finally found Weber's clinic with the help of passers-by. The clinic wasn't closed yet, and the light from the gas lamp spread out, scattering a dim yellow. Roy politely pulled the doorbell and heard the tinkling sound echoing inside. However, after a few minutes, no one came to welcome them. "Drunk?" Pasha looked at Phil, who was in unbearable pain, and made a guess in puzzlement. Roy shook his head. "I remember that Weber isn't an alcoholic. Apart from being a bit of a flirt, he doesn't have any bad habits. Perhaps he's," as he spoke, the man with a medium build and a weathered face pushed the door and realized that it wasn't locked. It was only ajar. As the door opened, Roy, Biles, and the others saw two figures. The two figures hung in the middle of the clinic, gently swaying due to the wind blowing in from outside. One of them was a man in his 30s in a white coat, and the other was a young lady in a nurse's uniform. Their lower bodies were naked, and their eyes were protruding. Their mouths were half open, and their tongues were squeezed out. They were hung from the ceiling by invisible ropes, and their expressions were filled with fear, despair, and confusion. Weber. Roy recognized the hanging man. He, Pasha, Phil, and Biles felt a chill run down their backs. They didn't know why such a thing had happened, nor did they know what kind of horror such an unknown would bring. Bang! The sound of a chair falling to the ground came from the side, jolting Roy and the others who were stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a lady with a baby in her arms rise in a panic, and whisper in a frightened and bewildered voice. She whispered in horror and confusion, "They're having an affair. What does this have to do with what happened to them?" Roy secretly took a deep breath, feeling that it wasn't appropriate to stay here for long. He hurriedly instructed, "Let's go." He didn't get Pasha to comfort the lady, nor did he attempt to obtain the clinic's disinfectant and bandages. Biles and the others swallowed their saliva with great difficulty, quickly turned around, and left the clinic with extreme wariness. To Phil, the horror of the unknown completely overwhelmed the pain in his left hand. What exactly happened? Phil's facial muscles twitched as he asked after turning into another street. How would I know? Biles blurted out, his emotions a little out of control. Roy looked around and exhaled. Calm down. This should be a terrifying beyonder matter that exceeds our imagination. Yes, all of this is too strange. That's the only reason. Pasha nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? Phil asked in panic. Roy thought for a moment and said, try to lead Belton. Also, analyze our previous encounters and summarize the patterns contained within. None of us can guarantee that we won't encounter such abnormalities again. Only by grasping the patterns can we ensure our own safety. That's right. Biles calmed down and agreed with Roy. As they walked, they discussed and gradually came up with some ideas. Weber was having an affair before he was hanged. Before Phil's hand was severed, he attempted to take the wallet. This is a form of theft. Pasha summarized the similarities between the two matters. Roy suddenly had an idea. Could it be that they encountered such an encounter because they did something illegal? How is that possible? Biles and Phil replied in unison. Just as they finished speaking, they suddenly had a corresponding guess as their expressions gradually turned solemn. Perhaps, there's an invisible enforcer. This is the essence of this beyonder incident. Biles said after some thought. Roy grunted in acknowledgement. This might be very likely. Next, we have to pay attention to our actions. Pasha and the others nodded and walked out of the city with increasing wariness. Before long, they arrived at the municipal square and saw many people standing around the notice board at night. Notice? Roy and the others looked at each other, suspecting that it was a hint from the official factions regarding this beyonder incident. Therefore, they approached and used the light from the gas lamps to look at the notice on the wooden sign. In the middle of the notice was a piece of white paper. Below the white paper was a piece of yellow paper, which seemed to be an additional explanation. As they quickly browsed through the notice, Roy, Pasha, and the others' eyes were gradually filled with horror. They seemed to understand the root of the matter. After reading the white paper, their gazes landed on the yellow paper. All citizens, please arrest foreigners together. Use any means necessary. Arrest foreigners. Roy and the others' hearts tightened as they instinctively looked at the citizens around the notice board. As though sensing their gazes, the citizens turned around and cast their gazes at them. Under the dim yellow light of the gas lamps, the eyes seemed to shimmer with a strange luster. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Haha, how can I tell at a glance if he's a foreigner? How can I tell? Roy forced himself to calm down and pretended to be discussing the contents of the yellow paper with his companions. He used the hidden meaning in his words to comfort Phil and Pasha, telling them not to be nervous or flustered. After all, apart from the local Biles, the other three were also citizens of Rouen. Furthermore, they didn't have any southern continent blood. Just looking at their facial features, there was nothing special about them. But, this is a beyonder incident. Pasha replied with a slight stutter. This can't be judged with common sense. Roy's heart froze. He looked at the expressionless citizens who were slowly approaching and hurriedly shouted in a low voice. Run. Just as he finished speaking, he had already turned around and ran towards the nearest street entrance. Pasha and Phil followed closely behind. As a local, Biles tacitly stayed at the back, allowing his skin to be covered with a layer of illusory fish scales. Bang! 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 A few citizens raised their double-barreled hunting rifles and fired ahead. Roy, Phil, and Pasha were all beyonders who were better at combat. As they ran, they would change directions from time to time, lunge forward, and roll forward, successfully dodging this round of attacks. Following that, under Pasha's guidance, they passed through the streets and alleys, escaping their pursuers and hiding in the shadows. What do we do? Phil, who had lost an arm, asked as he panted. From the contents of the announcement, we probably can't leave the city directly. We need to figure out the rules and find a solution from them. Although Roy was also flustered, he forced himself to think calmly to prevent the entire team from collapsing emotionally. Pasha looked at Biles, who was in charge of guarding. Was that notice board there in the past? Biles nodded. Yes. Although I rarely have the chance to go to the municipal square, I gathered there when I was conscripted into the army. I saw that notice board. There shouldn't be a problem with the notice board. Perhaps those two pieces of paper are the key. They can give the written decree mysticism meaning. Pasha voiced her guess. Roy immediately agreed. That's right. Besides, I suspect that the decree has to be announced to be effective. If we can find an opportunity to tear off those two pieces of paper, the corresponding restrictions might disappear. After hearing Roy's words, Pasha, Phil, and Biles fell silent. After a few seconds, Phil's facial muscles twitched. Give it a try. If you continue to be trapped in the city, even if you aren't caught by the citizens, you might still be punished for various reasons. Although they were all beyonders, their sequences weren't high. It wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with a few ordinary people, but it would be extremely dangerous to face the hostility of the entire city. Roy, Biles, and Pasha were all people who had more or less been to the battlefield. They knew that hesitation was the worst thing to do, so they made a decision one after another and agreed to Phil's suggestion. Under the guidance of the rather experienced hunter, Pasha, the four of them took a detour and snuck back to the municipal square from another street. At this time, the citizens who were watching the announcement were no longer there. It seemed that the entire city was searching for foreigners. Looking at the notice board standing quietly in the middle of the two gas lamps, Roy and the others cautiously approached it, ready to escape at any time. After approaching the target, Roy suddenly thought of a question and quickly lowered his voice. Is destroying the announcement an illegal act? In theory. Pasha was taken aback for a moment. They then cast their gazes at the notice board and scanned through the crimes listed in the third law, 8. Vandalism, there's really such a thing, Biles blurted out. Phil's face, which was already pale from the loss of blood, turned even paler. He thought for a moment and said, what's the punishment for vandalism? This was only a minor illegal act, so the corresponding punishment was very likely to be relatively light. If that was the case, Phil planned on taking the risk to tear down the notice and end this terrifying and bizarre incident. A first offense is whipping. Just as Roy, Pasha, and Biles were pondering over the answer, a voice sounded from behind them. The four of them turned around in surprise and saw an ordinary-looking young man wearing a black robe and a tall top hat. The man continued. A second offense will result in a severed hand. I'm not sure what a recidivist is. How do you know? Roy asked with a frown as he warily held the hidden dagger. The young man smiled and said, I've tried. It didn't have any effect. The announcement will soon be restored. So, you were whipped? Pasha asked in enlightenment. Yes. The young man nodded with a relaxed expression. However, because I also committed fraud, I later suffered the punishment of having my hand severed. Fraud? Biles asked in disbelief. The young man chuckled and replied, to put it simply, I didn't personally destroy the notice. Instead, I sent a dummy over, and the one who got whipped was the dummy. As he spoke, he raised his right arm. His wrist was the same as Phil's. It was very neatly severed. The skin around the wound was pale and red, as though it was still oozing blood. Suddenly, the fracture wriggled, and transparent worms crawled out one after another. They intertwined with each other and overlapped to form a new palm. During this process, Roy and the others didn't feel any horror. This was because when they saw the worms that they couldn't distinguish the details, their thoughts became chaotic. Thoughts flashed through their minds, and they found it difficult to control their emotions. When the palm covered the skin and became normal, the Beyonders recovered and took a few steps back in shock, suspicion, and fear. The scene just now had exceeded their understanding. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a wandering magician. The person who had committed fraud and vandalism was Klein. He glanced at the 4 Beyonders and smiled. The magic I'm best at is fulfilling the wishes of others. Do you have any wishes that you wish to be fulfilled? Upon hearing this question, Roy perked up and asked with high hopes, "What's the matter?" He asked with high hopes, "Can you let us leave Belton?" "Of course, I'll do my best to do it, but not now," Klein promised. Then, he looked at Phil, who had lost his hand. "His wish is over. What's yours?" "Let my hand recover," Phil said tentatively. "All right." Klein cast his gaze at Biles. "Take out his hand." Biles hesitated for a moment, but he still followed the mysterious man's instructions. He took out the wooden box and returned the palm to Phil. "Come here," Klein said to Phil with a smile. Phil mustered his courage and walked over with the severed hand in hand. "Remove the bandage." Klein continued instructing, "Place the severed hand in its original spot. Let me remind you, don't reverse it. Otherwise, you'll have to chop it off and start over again." Seeing how confident the other party was, Phil felt a little more confident. He hurriedly pulled off the bandage that was stuck to the wound with an extremely warped expression as he constantly hissed. After he put down the severed hand, Klein took out a piece of white paper and moved closer. Then, he reached out and wiped the stump. Without a sound, the piece of white paper split into 2, and Phil felt the pain disappear. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the stump on his left wrist was as good as new. It was impossible to tell that he had been injured. Phil subconsciously moved his fingers and realized that his agility hadn't decreased at all. "Your wish has been fulfilled," Klein said with a smile as he took 2 steps back. "Thank you," Phil replied in a daze. Klein looked at the other 2 Beyonders. "What's your wish?" Seeing that Phil's wish had been fulfilled, Biles immediately went forward. "I want to know where my family is now." Klein flicked his left arm and took out a silver mirror with ancient patterns. He lowered his head and smiled. "What's the answer to that question?" On the surface of the mirror, aqueous light floated as silver words appeared one after another. "Belton Grove Cemetery." When Biles, who was craning his neck, saw this, his heart sank. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sorrow and disappointment. In the next second, new silver words appeared from the aqueous light. "Cemetery Guard Hut." This means. Biles turned his sorrow into joy as he sincerely said, "Thank you." Just as he said that, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of 2 questions. How many people could the cemetery guard hut hold? How many cemetery guards could there be? There were definitely more than 2 or 3 family members. Biles's expression flickered before he fell silent again. This made him fail to see the problem on the silver mirror. "Great Master, was my answer kind enough?" "Yes." Klein nodded indiscernibly and cast his gaze at the remaining lady. Pasha considered for 2 seconds. "My wish is for you to protect us until we leave Belton alive." She realized that Roy's wish was very problematic, because those who left Belton weren't necessarily alive. "Smart," Klein praised with a smile. "Your wish will be fulfilled." "Then what kind of price do we have to pay?" "I'm referring to the payment for watching the magic," Pasha hurriedly asked. "Your wish itself is the price," Klein replied briefly before asking thoughtfully. Then, he asked thoughtfully, "If you clearly know that certain things are fake, but are willing to use them subjectively, then it shouldn't be considered fraud, right?" Roy and the others were puzzled. They thought about it seriously and shook their heads one after another. "Definitely not." This is actually a game between the two sides. A voluntary act with a clear understanding is definitely not a fraud. Undoubtedly not. After listening to their answers, Klein smiled. Very good, this is the perception of ordinary people. As he spoke, his right hand grabbed forward a few times and dragged out a woman wearing a simple robe with long black hair. It was the historical void image of the Evernight Cloister's Ariana. Klein looked around, and seeing that nothing abnormal had happened, he smiled and said to the projection, "That's right. Madam, what happened?" Ariana's eyes turned slightly and suddenly became deep, making people feel a sense of tranquility from the bottom of their hearts. He said in a flat tone, "The Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War, Larian, has escaped. I'm tracking him." Ariana paused for a moment before continuing. "After I arrived at Belton, I received a new report. According to the intelligence, Larian took a sealed artifact with him when he fled. 0-02, P.S. I would like to recommend a public account, Booksy Fishman. The author is the #1 mysterious tweeter on Weibo, Andy's Morningwind. He posts at least 4 tweets a week, including long reviews of online literature, new books, and various book lists. 0-02. Klein repeated the number in his heart, feeling that the problem might be more troublesome than he had expected. Although it couldn't be said that 0-02 was definitely more terrifying than 0-05, the magic wishing lamp's essence was that of a sealed outer deity. It was stronger than all the present true deities. If it wasn't restricted by its outer shell, it could definitely destroy this world or even this solar system. However, the fact that the serial number was closer to the front basically meant that 0-02 was more dangerous and difficult to seal than 0-05 in most situations. At the end of the 4th epoch, the 7 churches ranked the batch of Grade 0 sealed artifacts second only to 0-01. It's completely imaginable how terrifying 0-02 is. However, the god of combat doesn't seem to have used this sealed artifact in the War of Gods. Is it because its type isn't suitable for head-on combat, or is it too dangerous? It's the same for both sides? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. His expression gradually became serious. "Ma'am, what do you know about 0-02? Ariana slowly shook her head. When the various churches report Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts to each other, they will only give a serial number. That's right. Even within the various churches, information regarding Grade 0 sealed artifacts is strictly confidential. As a member of the upper echelons, they can only come into contact with the relevant information when they are in charge of a particular Grade 0 sealed artifact. Furthermore, there's a high chance that the corresponding memories will be wiped. On the one hand, this is to prevent the leakage of important information, and on the other hand, to many Grade 0 sealed artifacts, just knowing about them will result in danger, or it might cause the seal to fail. Klein said thoughtfully, "Haven't you already taken over the Church of the God of War? Then, he would be able to get all the files for 0-02. Ariana looked at Roy and the others not far away. Before Larian escaped, he destroyed all the information regarding Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Impressive. This kind of unusually cautious fellow is really annoying." Klein's thoughts changed. What does the goddess think of 0-02? From his point of view, the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were existences from the same era. Furthermore, she wielded concealment, so the goddess likely had a certain level of understanding of the situation that the latter was in control of. In addition, it was impossible for a sealed artifact at the level of 0-02 to not leave its mark in history. Perhaps it had caused many disasters. It was likely no stranger to the high-ranking figures of that era. Ariana seemed to have thought about this long ago. She said without any hesitation, in a certain oracle in the past, the goddess called 0-02 the Book of Rules. Book of Rules? That's even more terrifying. Klein's eyes narrowed as he thought of many things. In his previous life, he had also been a gaming enthusiast and had dabbled in a wide range of games, but he wasn't that addicted to them. He was no stranger to the term rulebook. At this moment, Ariana added, "The fact that you happened to come to Belton City might be able to reveal some of 0-02's characteristics." That's right. Ariana tracked the chief shepherd, Larian, to Belton and encountered this anomaly. It's quite normal, but it's a little too much of a coincidence for me to happen to be here. In mysticism, too many coincidences often mean that there's a problem. Who's arranging for me, or is it the effect of the law of beyond or characteristic convergence? From the current situation, the arrangements lack sufficient motive to prove it. Furthermore, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle, so I can more or less sense some abnormalities. If it's the law of beyond or characteristic convergence, excluding the exiled Mr. Dorr and the Antigonus family's ancestors sealed in the foggy town, the only ones who can affect me to such a degree are Zeradol and Amon. However, I've been deliberately avoiding Zeradol, and Amon's main body is being chased by the true creator. If it's just an avatar, it's impossible for it to produce such a strong convergence effect. Yes, there's another possibility. The law of convergence between Spherote 0-02 is attracting Sapphira Castle, causing me to happen to come to Belton today. If that's really the case, even if 0-02 isn't a Sapphira, it definitely has a certain connection with one. Klein, who had his suspicions for a long time, thought of many things. He had a rough understanding of 0-02. He pondered for a moment. From the development of the matter, the rules are gradually becoming stricter and more diverse. That piece of yellow paper is evidence. Does this mean that 0-02's activation or awakening is slowly deepening? Ariana nodded with a calm expression. Yes, we must find it and find a way to seal it before something happens. So, it's best to split up and expand the search area to save as much time as possible. Klein didn't have any objections as he thought for a moment. Ma'am, you've told me so much. Isn't that a leak? No. Ariana gave a rather clear answer. Leaking the secret means that the mutation of Belton cannot be transmitted to the outside world in any way. This will cut off our actual connection with the outside world. That's good. At least we don't have to worry about problems with our usual conversations. In short, it's fine as long as we don't curse. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked, will the Nighthawks and mandated punishers here also abide by the rules on the notice? Yes, Ariana gave an affirmative answer before her figure faded and disappeared. After watching the Evernight Cloister's matron leave, Klein quickly sorted out the information he had just obtained and had a certain understanding of the possible developments. The battle wasn't the main point. The crux of the problem was whether he could find 0-02 in time and think of a way to seal it. And during this process, what welcomed foreigners like them would be more and more complicated, more and more difficult to abide by the rules and the citizens who were driven around. With this in mind, Klein cast his gaze at Roy and the others not far away. He smiled and asked, what do you think of what you just heard? Roy and Pasha looked at each other and said, that's right. We don't know what a grade 0 sealed artifact is, but we can guess that 0-02 is a very terrifying item. It can set rules and, to a certain extent, change reality. Furthermore, such abnormalities seem to change with the passage of time. Also, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat should be an extremely powerful beyonder. Klein clapped his hands and said with a smile, that's about it. If we don't put in any effort and rely on hiding to stay away from danger, then we'll have to pay attention to more and more behaviors. If we're not careful, we'll commit a crime. Maybe in the end, we'll be executed on the spot for taking the first step out of the door. These words caused Pasha, Biles, and the others to panic and find it difficult to maintain their composure. That kind of possible development sounded funny at first, but when one thought about it carefully, one could sense the extreme horror hidden within. After a few seconds, Pasha said with a solemn expression, moreover, the citizens can use all means to deal with us, but we can't effectively fight back, because murder and intentional injury are very serious crimes. We can try to deceive their senses, but we can't use it too many times. Klein said casually, what we need to do now is to summarize the rules that 0-02 follows as soon as possible. This will help us find it and seal it before it comes to life or awakens to have true intelligence. What do you think? Phil thought for a moment and probed, it doesn't seem to be able to attack us directly. It can only wait for us to violate the rules and commit crimes before it can give us the corresponding punishment. Klein snapped his fingers and said, that's right. I can first conclude this rule, 0-02 can't punish those who haven't committed crimes. Biles blurted out, that's right. But it allows the citizens to hunt down outsiders. Outsiders are not the same as criminals. This does contradict the previous rule, Klein replied with a smile. However, in history, many cities have enacted laws that discriminate against and expel foreigners at different stages. Have you managed to decipher any deeper rules from this matter? The four Beyonders frowned one after another, unsure of what the powerful magician was trying to express. After a brief moment of silence, Pasha recalled that the other party had asked if a certain act was considered a scam. She hesitantly said, "The rules issued by 0-02 have to be in line with the public's understanding and have received a certain level of approval?" "Good idea," Klein praised. "This is a guess that I came up with because of the law on arresting foreigners. I've obtained preliminary confirmation from your previous feedback. We can temporarily use it as the second rule. This can help us determine which actions are crimes and which aren't." Seeing Pasha receive the praise of the powerful magician twice, Roy hurriedly added, "It will constantly increase the number of laws, reaching a complicated and cumbersome level. It will continue to increase the number of laws until it reaches a complex and cumbersome level, thus restricting us. No matter what we do, we will be punished. Yes, on the basis of arresting foreigners, it can add the crime of trespassing and the prohibition of urinating and defecating anywhere. In this way, as time passes, it will become more and more difficult for us." Klein nodded in agreement when his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively looked up at the notice board and realized that there was a piece of goatskin on it at some point in time. Curfew, this. Pasha and the others also noticed this change, and their pupils dilated. It was already late at night. If they were to stay outside any longer, they would violate the curfew law and suffer a certain degree of punishment. Then, each punishment would be more severe until they were sentenced to death. "Let's go. We don't have much time left." Klein raised his hand and pressed down on the tall top hat on his head. He smiled and said, "Our target is most likely a book. It might still be on the chief shepherd, or it might have been hidden somewhere. My intuition tells me that it's more likely to be the latter. This is because that item is too dangerous for anyone, and it will only become more and more dangerous. Of course, the premise is that the chief shepherd hasn't gone mad and is simply using 0-02 to create an opportunity for himself to escape his pursuers. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the chief shepherd is an angel that walks on earth." "Angel?" Roy, Pasha, and the others froze in their tracks. In the current era, in this world, faith in gods was common, and the only difference was which god they believed in. Therefore, even if Roy, Pasha, and the others did not understand the meaning of the term angel in mysticism, they had more or less heard legends about angels from priests, bishops, and the elders around them. They knew that angels were the servants of gods and were powerful creatures qualified to be called them. Their every move could create miracles, and ordinary people could not compare to them. In the hearts of these four Beyonders, angels were holy spirits of another world on another level. Under normal circumstances, they lived in a divine kingdom and wouldn't descend into the real world. They could be treated as true legends, and there was no need to consider their actual significance. Just like in the wars they had experienced before, although there would occasionally be Beyonders who left them horrified, they definitely wouldn't make them think of angels. The two were not on the same level at all, but today, a wandering, mysterious sorcerer told them that the chief patriarch of the Church of the God of War was an angel who walked on earth. Phil and the others believed in the gentleman who had displayed many miracles from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, the other party had fulfilled their wishes and was sufficiently friendly. Secondly, they didn't believe that they had the right to be deceived in such matters. To them, it didn't matter if the chief shepherd was an angel or an abnormally powerful Beyonder. The truth of this world is far beyond our imagination. Pasha's mind once again flashed the words that she often said. Roy, on the other hand, connected the dots. He remembered that the lady that Mr. Magician had invited out of thin air had said that she was tracking the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat. Furthermore, she seemed to be qualified to see the Evernight Goddess's oracle. To be able to track an angel, it can only be another angel. Judging from Mr. Magician's performance in front of that lady, his status shouldn't be too far off. Roy hurriedly retracted his gaze from Klein's back, not daring to look at him directly. He looked around and found that Phil seemed to have a similar guess. An extremely complicated expression appeared on his pale face due to the loss of blood. Biles held his breath and spoke after a few seconds. No wonder Belton underwent such an inexplicable change. Now is not the time to feel emotional about this. Let's go, the curfew is about to take effect. Klein reminded with a smile without any nervousness. Pasha hurriedly looked at the notice board again and imprinted the complete content of the curfew order into her mind. From 8 o'clock at night to 8 o'clock in the morning, it is strictly forbidden to walk or gather outdoors. Where should we go? She blurted out. Under the dual restrictions of the curfew and the crime of trespassing, they seemed to have no choice but to accept the punishment. Klein smiled. However, walking and gathering outdoors are strictly prohibited. As he spoke, he tapped the manhole cover beside him with his foot. Biles's eyes lit up. That's right, it didn't say that we can't go through the sewers. Previously, in places with curfews, the homeless people would hide in the sewers or abandoned buildings. Roy and the others no longer hesitated. They immediately stepped forward and used their advantage and strength to push open the manhole cover and climb into the sewer. In the darkness, a dim yellow light lit up, and a lantern appeared in Klein's hand. As he followed the magical magician forward, Phil said thoughtfully, "That's right. We can go to the hotel next. Biles is a local, so he won't be attacked. We can get a suite. Then, we can climb in through the window from the outside. As we have the owner's permission, it won't be considered trespassing. This way, we can stay until daybreak and wait for the curfew to be automatically lifted." It's an interesting idea, but our goal isn't to survive until daybreak, Klein, who was walking in front with the lantern in hand, replied with a smile. Roy nodded. If we don't do anything and stay in the hotel, the law will increase one by one until it's so detailed that guests can't stay in the hotel rooms. Actually, the most interesting thing about that suggestion wasn't that it found a loophole in the restrictions, but that it reminded me of something. Klein turned his body halfway and looked at Biles. As a local resident of Belton, he actually didn't attempt to capture foreigners. In other words, he wasn't affected by the order on the yellow paper. This? Pasha and the others looked at Biles warily, their expressions filled with unconcealable puzzlement. Their encounter just now made them certain that the citizens of Belton City had lost their rationality when it came to capturing foreigners. I don't know why either. Biles muttered in confusion. Are you still a citizen of Belton? Klein asked casually as he walked in the damp and smelly sewer. Biles followed behind him and replied with some certainty, of course. Klein said thoughtfully, that's right. On one hand, you're a citizen of Belton City, but on the other hand, you're a standard outsider. These two attributes overlap, and there's a conflict. That's why you're not attacked and your rationality isn't affected. If we can create such a contradiction, will we be able to escape the restrictions of the rules? Phil said with excitement. Pasha shook her head. But this kind of contradiction is very difficult to create. At the very least, I can't think of any possibility for now. At this point, she suddenly paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, we're far away from the notice board. We have no idea what laws will follow, so there's no way to avoid them. At that time, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Klein smiled and said, Don't worry. Don't worry, this mirror can help us see the new content on the notice board. He casually showed the magic mirror that had slipped into his left palm. Pasha immediately heaved a sigh of relief before asking in puzzlement, Isn't this a crime of voyeurism? On the surface of the silver mirror, words that seemed to be dripping with blood appeared. Looking at the notice board is like looking at the sun during the day. There's no need to peep. Klein retracted the magic mirror and added with a smile, Besides, it's just an item. Besides, this is just an item. How can it be a crime? That makes sense. Biles and Phil couldn't help but nod. After Roy figured it out, he exhaled and asked, What's the matter? As a book, it can be anywhere. We can only do a citywide search, but it's clearly too late. Indeed, we don't know where 0-02 is at all. We don't have any clues at all, but there's an existence who knows very well, Klein replied leisurely as he listened to the footsteps echoing in the sewers. Indeed, we have no idea where 0-02 is at all. We don't have any clues, but there's an existence who knows very well, Klein replied leisurely as he listened to the footsteps echoing in the sewers. Pasha thought of something. You mean that great archbishop? Klein smiled and nodded. 0-02 is either in his hands, or he has hidden it somewhere. And a book is clearly unable to move on its own. This isn't something that the current rules can help it accomplish. But how do we find the chief shepherd? Biles blurted out. It was unknown if it was because the magical Mr. Magician was beside him, but he wasn't that afraid of finding the grounded angel. Klein calmly raised his lantern and said, as long as 0-02 doesn't give the chief shepherd immunity, he will also have to abide by the laws on the notice. He is originally from Faysac, and there's no doubt that he isn't a citizen of Belton. He is unable to enjoy the treatment of a local. Similarly, although he is an angel from outside and not a foreigner in the narrow sense of the word, he will still be pursued by the citizens. This is something that can be confirmed. In short, that chief shepherd has to abide by the curfew. He can't trespass into private residences or hide in public areas that aren't open to the public at night. At the same time, he, who is being tracked, shouldn't have a companion with dual attributes like Biles. Where do you think he will be? Roy's eyes darted around as he gave a few answers. Sewers, cemeteries, cathedrals before midnight, abandoned buildings. You can't enter the cemeteries at night. The abandoned buildings themselves have property rights and belong to a certain person or group, Pasha hurriedly reminded him. Yes, when the sewers are restricted, we'll go to the cathedral to find the chief shepherd or wait for him, Klein said in a relaxed tone, as though he was deciding on a trivial matter. Roy, Phil, and the others were a little stunned. They never expected to lock onto a target so easily. In just a few words of discussion, the whereabouts of an angel had been exposed. However, there are several cathedrals in Belton. We have to split up to save time. Also, that chief shepherd might rely on the level and strength of an angel to forcefully resist the punishment. When Klein said that, he lowered his head and said to the magic mirror in his palm, "Erodes, monitor the entire city and pay attention to any abnormalities." After instructing the magic mirror, Klein once again pulled out Ma Mariana from the fog of history and got her to be in charge of the cathedrals of the Church of Evernight. After doing these things, he half turned around and said to Roy, Pasha, and the others, "Don't worry. If we still can't find the chief shepherd, it means that he has either left Belton and only left 0-02 to stop the enemy, or he has already controlled 0-02 to a certain extent. In short, we can only eliminate it for now." Roy and the others nodded at the same time and continued to follow Klein in the sewer. After a few minutes, the ancient silver mirror glowed with aqueous light and reflected an image. On the notice board, there was another piece of white paper with new rules written on it. Due to municipal maintenance, from now on, no living beings are allowed to enter the sewers. The speed at which new content is added has increased. Klein frowned indiscernibly and muttered. He then took out a human-skinned glove from the air. Following that, he gestured for Pasha and the others to hold hands. Then, he grabbed one of them by the shoulder and led them out of the sewers, teleporting to the nearest storm cathedral. During this process, the four Beyonders first saw the rats and cockroaches in the sewers twitch and die one after another. Then, they were attracted by the strange and abstract spirit world, as though they had undergone some sort of baptism at the mental level. Although there weren't many prayers in the storm cathedral at night, in order to avoid conflict, Klein chose to appear on the corridor that led to the garden. "It's amazing," Pasha muttered to herself as she looked at the surroundings that had stabilized. Roy forcefully restrained his emotions and looked around. If the Grand Archbishop comes to the church to avoid the curfew, he should be in a similar place. If it weren't for the fear of accumulating crimes, an angel would have too many ways to hide from ordinary people. Klein casually said, "I'll send you to another cathedral later. Try your best to stay in places with glass windows and mirrors. Once you discover any outsiders suspected to be from Faysac, find an opportunity to draw a symbol." Before he finished speaking, his head suddenly turned and looked at the door leading to the garden in the prayer hall. A figure over 2.6 meters tall slowly walked out. He wore a black robe with white edges, and his muscles bulged out the loose clothes. This was an old man with a grizzled beard and a square hat. His eyes were light blue, and he had few wrinkles. He had an air of looking down on all living things. The chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian. Without needing to identify him, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that he was facing an angel, the reason he had come to the cathedral. Larian glanced at him and said with a little surprise, "It's not Ariana." He immediately restrained the expression on his face and said rather indifferently, "Looks like it's his helper. You can tell him that I've already reached an agreement with 0-02, which has been activated to a certain extent. I'll give up the seal on it in exchange for permission to leave. As for you, you will stay here and suffer the changes in the rules and the increasingly strict laws until you die completely." The Grand Patriarch did not seem to be worried that Klein would stop him at all, for as he spoke, his body was rapidly aging, and the surface of his skin was soon covered in wrinkles, growing senile spots, and flowing with rotting liquid. In the blink of an eye, Larian had aged to the point where he seemed to be about to evaporate from the world. Then, he really turned into a putrid liquid and completely evaporated. This impactful scene made Biles and company feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They felt as though their minds were about to go haywire and their emotions were about to collapse. This was as horrifying and terrifying as the countless worms that crawled out of the wound on Mr. Magician's wrist to form a new palm. Strange ability, related to dusk? Klein did not stop Larian at all. He just nodded as if he was thinking. In Belton's corresponding spirit world, Larian's figure was outlined and returned to normal. Right on the heels of that, he seemed to be able to control spirit world creatures as he passed through the invisible barrier and escaped the heavy restrictions of Belton City. But just as Larian began to travel, his vision suddenly darkened, and he saw a dark and seamless cloth. It was like a wall that blocked Larian's path. Larian cautiously stopped traversing and looked up at the infinite heights where the 7 pure lights were. However, he could only see an illusory curtain hanging down from there, enveloping a portion of the spirit world corresponding to Belton, isolating him from an independent world. At the same time, Larian's intuition as a demon hunter told him that the barrier formed by the curtain was extremely sturdy and difficult to break through. It would take a lot of time and effort to do so. For the Grand Patriarch, what was happening now was strangely comical, and he could not help but feel angry. It was as if he had finally found the key to the secret chamber after much difficulty. When he had the chance to open the door and leave before anyone else did, he was shocked to find that there was an extra lock on the door of the secret chamber. It was a very strong lock. It lacks any reality. It's an image from the historical void. This is fraud. No, it's outside Belton City, out of the jurisdiction of the rules. This historical projection should have existed here a long time ago. In less than 2 minutes, it won't be able to maintain itself and dissipate. Larian quickly regained his composure, allowing the anchors and the inclination towards madness to form a balance again. In the corridor of the Storm Cathedral, Roy and the others, who had finally recovered, turned to look at Mr. Magician, whose status wasn't much lower than that of an angel. Pasha hesitated for a moment and said fearfully, He seems to have escaped. This way, there was no way to obtain information on 0-02's location. If they really relied on a carpet search, there would definitely not be enough time. Furthermore, no one present knew what the terrifying sealed artifact looked like. The description that was similar to a book was too broad. We can only think of other solutions, Klein replied with the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you have any suggestions? He had been waiting for Larian to return and negotiate with him, but he realized that the Grand Patriarch would rather wait in the spirit world for the historical projection of the curtain to disappear. And although he could also enter the spirit world, he was unable to break through the strange barrier produced by 0-02's replacement rule. As he spoke, Klein seriously considered other solutions as he allowed a small number of worms of spirit to control his body. He conversed with the Beyonders beside him in an attempt to find inspiration from their discussion. We should take the initiative to create a contradiction similar to the one on Biles, allowing ourselves to be in a relatively safe state. Only then can we begin our search. Phil brought up the idea he had previously. Pasha shook her head. But if we use this contradiction to do something, 0-02 will definitely add new rules to resolve the corresponding problem. But at the very least, it can buy us more time, Phil emphasized. That can indeed be done, Roy agreed and added, but our focus should be on finding 0-02. Perhaps we can create some contradictions that can make it reveal its location? As for what kind of contradictions could achieve such an effect, and how to create them, he had no idea at the moment. A contradictory situation. Add a new rule to resolve it. Klein smiled as he listened quietly by the side. Thoughts clashed intensely in his mind, producing sparks. At this moment, the surface of the magic mirror in his hand suffused an aqueous glow as silver words appeared. Pasha, do you want to know what the new contents of the noticeboard are? This mirror is asking me directly. Why is it asking me directly? Pasha was taken aback for a moment before she hurriedly nodded and replied, yes. The aqueous glow in the silver mirror fluctuated as it quickly restored the current state of the noticeboard. Obviously, there were 2 more new rules. The various cathedrals will close in advance in accordance with the curfew. All hotels will only accept guests who have registered their identity. Phil panicked. Where do we go now? He could no longer think of how he, Roy, and Pasha could escape punishment. Roy and Pasha exchanged looks as all sorts of thoughts surfaced in their minds, but none of them worked. At this moment, Klein, who had been silent all this while, smiled and cast his gaze at Biles. Where's your house in Belton? In a rental apartment at 18, Red Maple Street. However, that apartment has already collapsed from the bombardment, Biles answered in puzzlement. Klein smiled. You can make a wish to restore your residence to its original state. Is that possible? Although the magical magician opposite him had healed Phil's severed hand with unbelievable abilities, Biles still felt that restoring a collapsed house to its original state was more difficult than that. After all, the military doctor Roy mentioned, Weber, could do it as well. Of course. Klein smiled and reminded him, make the best use of your time. At that moment, the prayers in the cathedral were leaving one after another. Biles didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately said, I wish for my home to be restored to its original state. All right. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Your wish has been granted. Huh? While Roy and company were in a daze, Klein activated teleport once again and brought them to 18, Red Maple Street, stopping outside a 2-bedroom room. Biles looked blankly at the familiar wooden door in front of him. He subconsciously stretched out his right hand and pushed it open. The cupboard, coal stove, bunk bed, wooden table stained with oil, and messy old newspapers all entered Biles's vision, causing his eyes to instantly turn moist. Before the war broke out, when he returned from the mine, he would always see his mother busying herself by the coal stove. His father and brother would either make the best use of their time to make repairs or help deal with the spoiled fruits and vegetables. They would take on certain jobs that could be brought home to do. His young niece would learn the shapes of words from the scrapped newspapers under the guidance of her mother, who made matchboxes. Although such a life was arduous and he didn't have the ability to withstand any risks, it was still a beautiful memory for Biles. It was many times better than the dark mine tunnels, heavy ores, and the supervisor's whips. But now, even this tiny bit of beauty had been completely destroyed. Aren't you going to invite us in? Phil stood at the door, not daring to trespass. Biles snapped to his senses and hurriedly said, Please come in. Please come in. After entering the uninhabited house, Klein pulled a chair that could break at any moment and sat down. He fell silent. Roy, Pasha, and company didn't dare to disturb the gentleman as they waited quietly by the side. After 20 to 30 seconds, Klein suddenly looked around and said with a smile, I have an idea that needs to be verified. I have an idea that needs to be verified. Who wants to cooperate with me? Me, Roy replied without hesitation. Klein said with a smile, Don't answer my questions truthfully later. I'm looking for loopholes in the rules that 0-02 has issued. Roy nodded. No problem. Klein then took out the magic mirror and said to Roy, That's right. Ask it a question. Roy thought for a while. Where can I go to find my next potion? On the surface of the silver mirror, a scene appeared. It was the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, who was waiting in the spirit world. Roy's expression instantly stiffened. Then, he heard Mr. Magician say, It's your turn to answer its question. Remember, don't give the correct answer. Roy quickly reined in his thoughts and looked at the mirror again. He saw that the scene in the mirror had turned into Mr. Magician himself, and there were a few lines of words written in blood. Who did you give your first time to? Roy instantly recalled the past as his face flushed red. Then, he answered according to Mr. Magician's instructions. Not sure. Liar. The blood-colored words on the surface of the silver mirror instantly condensed into a terrifying word. Pa, a bolt of lightning that was not strong appeared out of thin air and struck Roy. Roy twitched and screamed. His body was charred black and his hair stood up, but his life was not really in danger. Biles, Pasha, and Phil jumped in fright, unsure of what had happened. At this moment, Klein looked around and the corners of his mouth curled up a little. Look, Mirror wasn't punished for intentionally hurting people. There's a real opportunity here. A real opportunity. Pasha, Biles, and Phil were delighted when they heard that. It was as though they had finally seen the light after groping their way through the dark night for a long time. What kind of opportunity? Roy blurted out after recovering from his numbness. Klein wasn't anxious at all. Haven't you noticed? The announcements didn't specify who the law enforcers were. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always prided himself on knowing a little of everything. Furthermore, he had interacted with many lawyers in his life and had an Earl of the Fallen Marionette. He had a basic understanding of laws and rules. That's right. The announcement only mentioned a new consul and didn't specify who would be the enforcer. We encountered the invisible judge before. Pasha and the others more or less showed thoughtful expressions. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out and stroked the surface of the magic mirror as if he was stroking an animal. Under normal circumstances, everyone tacitly agrees that the police and the official organizations that deal with supernatural cases will enforce the law. This is determined through a series of legal provisions or the corresponding public perception, but this time, the rules haven't reached such a strict level. If the blanks in the new rules are made up of the original laws, decrees, and regulations, then when we commit crimes, we will definitely see the police, nighthawks, or mandated punishers, but that's not the case in reality. In other words, the corresponding main body of law enforcement is indeed vague. Pasha, who was the most knowledgeable among the four Beyonders, thought for a moment. Perhaps, the main body of law enforcement is an abstract concept, or perhaps, it is equivalent to the new consul. The latter isn't clear either. It doesn't say who the new consul will be. In that case, anyone could be the new consul. The former doesn't have the obligation to inform us. Klein gave a simple reply. Phil frowned. But we can't enforce the law just like the citizens. This is done through a label-style division of exclusion to determine the corresponding authority. Klein smiled and explained, foreigners are the targets of exclusion and pursuit, so of course they don't have the right to enforce the law. The citizens only have the right to deal with foreigners, and this is confirmed by the public announcement. Without waiting for Roy and Biles to speak, Klein continued. So, I got Roy to give it a try through the hidden contradiction, and the result was just as I predicted. First of all, the magic mirror doesn't belong to a foreign creature, nor is it a local. It's just an item with a certain degree of intelligence. It doesn't belong to any group that's divided by the rules. This way, in a situation where the main body of law enforcement isn't clear, it has the right to enforce the law since it hasn't been excluded. Secondly, it punishes foreigners. Those announcements imply that those who deal with foreigners are the law enforcers. Finally, the magic mirror has its own punishment rules. Before such rules are declared illegal, it has the right to punish. Based on the above 3 points, I believe that 0-02 is now caught in multiple contradictions. Following this, it will definitely issue new laws to clarify the law enforcers and mend the loopholes in this area. Once the law enforcers are clarified, they will reveal a lot of information. This will help us lock onto our targets. If 0-02 were to use a forbidden method, it would definitely restrict itself to having the same attributes as the magic mirror. This is definitely not its first choice. At that moment, Roy, Pasha, and company, who were listening to Klein's narration, had an inexplicable feeling that he was extremely knowledgeable and intelligent. Could it be that this Mr. Magician is a wise man who likes to travel among the people in myths and legends? The four Beyonders made similar but different guesses. At this moment, the magic mirror in Klein's hand emitted a blurry aqueous light. Amidst the aqueous light, the surface of the silver mirror reflected the notice board. At the bottom of the original piece of white paper, There were 2 additional clauses: all law enforcers must and can only be carried out by the Transostal Brass Book or a group of people authorized by it. No private rules can override the official laws. Transostal Brass Book. Is that the full name of 0-02? Here's my chance. Klein's expression turned serious as he immediately entered a cogitation state. He had forced 0-02 to be the main enforcer in order to obtain more information so that he could better understand the situation of this terrifying sealed artifact. And according to Klein's deduction, 0-02 was more or less related to a certain Sapphira, just like how he was before he truly became the owner of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, a deeper understanding of it would definitely result in a reverse corruption, establishing a certain connection. To a certain extent, Sapphira was equivalent to Great Old Ones, outer deities, and the cosmos. Back then, Klein had used this mysticism knowledge to lock onto dark demonic Wolfkoter's location. Now, he was using it in reverse. From his point of view, 0-02 was definitely more corrupted by the Sapphira than him. After all, sealed artifacts were in a state of losing control, which was why they needed to be sealed. Under such circumstances, as long as one understood 0-02 a little more, corruption would follow. The facts proved Klein's guess. It was also because of this danger that he didn't show the new content presented by Erodes to the 4 Beyonders. In a cogitation state, Klein quickly sensed that he had an invisible connection with a certain place. An indescribable corruption was surging towards him. Clang, at the same time he flicked out a gold coin, he used the aura of Sapphira Castle to sever the connection and isolate the corruption. Right on the heels of that, a clear scene surfaced in his mind. Klein grabbed the falling gold coin with his left palm. After his glove suddenly turned transparent, he instantly vanished from the room and appeared in a hall filled with bookshelves. On the side of the hall by the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were many rectangular tables. On one of them was a book made of thin brass. Found you. A smile appeared on Klein's face. He used the brief connection he sensed to make a divination. Then, he relied on the attraction between Sapphiras to make the teleportation abnormally accurate. The law of convergence between Sapphiras could allow Klein to accidentally enter this library and discover this brass book when he was strolling around. However, that might be 2 days later, 2 weeks later, or even 2 years later. There was no time to stop anything. Furthermore, the premise was that 0-02 didn't do any corresponding interference or evasion. The clothes on Klein's back suddenly tore open, revealing blood-red marks. This was the punishment for trespassing into an unopened public area. Whipping. Thankfully, this crime is very light. At the very least, I won't be punished for this crime for at least a minute or 2. The rules give trespassers time to retreat. Klein immediately reached out and grabbed at the void a few times. He didn't really drag out the ascetic leader, Ariana's figure, because to people who didn't acknowledge him, a historical projection was a form of fraud. He only used this method to transmit his location information to the servant of concealment. For the same reason, Klein dispersed the human-skinned glove on his left hand. During this process, the brass book began to flip, revealing page after page of rules. When one's rationality is reduced to 20%, there will be signs of losing control. Scholar of Year has the ability to summon historical void projections. The success rate of summoning depends on the familiarity and friendliness of the target. The Transostal Brass Book is the most precious item. No living being is allowed to touch it. Violators will be sentenced to death. You cannot change the state of the Transostal Brass Book in any way. Violators will be sentenced to death. These rules made Klein's eyelids twitch. He felt like his rationality was constantly declining. This caused the primordial one mental imprint in his body to become a little more active. The rules in front are grayish-black in color, as though they're in an unchangeable state. This requires 0-02 to awaken further? If it awakens to the point where it can change the rules in front, that would be terrifying. It might be able to lower the success rate of my summoning. As long as a Beyonder's rationality is slightly lowered, they will show signs of losing control. We've fixed the problem of this version seer being too powerful? As expected of 0-02. It didn't insult the serial number, the words at the back are silver in color. Does this mean that this part of the rules can be modified or added to? I can't touch it, and I can't change its state. In other words, I can't take it away, nor can I directly conceal this sealed artifact. Perhaps I can use the staff of the stars or the box of the great old ones to directly transfer this library to the cosmos, allowing 0-02 to face those outer deities. But if the outer deities were to grasp this sealed artifact, the problem might be bigger than it is now. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't risk being punished by summoning his grade 0 sealed artifact. In the next second, he heard a paw sound next to his ear. Ariana, who was wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt, quickly outlined her figure beside him. An invisible whip had lashed out at her, leaving obvious bloody marks. The first problem has been resolved. Now, we need to consider the second problem. That is, how to seal this fellow, Klein said as he seized the time. It wouldn't be long before he would suffer the second punishment of having his hand severed. Ariana shook her head. The corresponding information has been destroyed. We can only resolve it through trial and error. This is a little dangerous. We don't know, but someone definitely knows. Klein's heart stirred as his spirit body suddenly left his body and entered the spirit world. Through the invisible barrier created by 0-02, he said to the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd, Larian, who was waiting for the curtain to disappear. Maybe we can make a deal. You want a way to seal 0-02? Larian turned around and chuckled. Do you think I'll agree? Actually, I'm puzzled. Why must you sacrifice yourself for the fallen god of war? If you join the Church of Evernight, you can still be an angel and receive blessings. You can also live for a very, very long time. Klein didn't directly respond as he said. Larian's expression sank. A mythical creature like you who doesn't have a devout faith won't be able to understand me. As an evil god, isn't it normal for me to not have a devout faith? Klein couldn't help but mutter in his heart. That was his humanity. Seeing that Klein was momentarily at a loss for words, the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian's expression turned even more solemn. Besides, the fall of a deity is only temporary. He will eventually return and awaken from my body. Klein frowned slightly when he heard that. He didn't know if the angel opposite him had too many of his anchors wavering, causing his mental state to turn abnormal. It wouldn't take long for him to lose control, or if he had been too deeply influenced by the God of Combat. In a sense, he had become his backup plan. Ignoring the sequence 0 true deities, even kings of angels and a number of angels often died but didn't die. You should know very well that it'll be the apocalypse in another decade or so. I believe the speed at which the God of Combat recovers definitely won't be that fast. Klein attempted to use cruel reality to wake him. Larian snorted. You will never be able to imagine the might of a deity. He didn't give Klein a chance to continue persuading him as he revealed a smile. In short, I won't make a deal with you. Pray to Evernight. Pray to the deity you believe in to seal 0-02 and save you. And I'll be able to leave this place in another 30 to 40 seconds at most. Klein looked up at the curtain that hung down from infinity. Without another word, he made his spirit body return to the library where the transostal brass book was. Have you thought of any solutions? He asked without any delay. Ariana shook her head slightly and asked, what did Larian say? What did Larian say? He wants us to pray to a deity and get a deity to seal 0-02. As Klein spoke, he suddenly froze. Larian's words didn't seem to be problematic, but he had inadvertently revealed a very important piece of information. He believed that a deity could seal 0-02, no matter who it was. Then, what did a deity use to seal it? Forcefully suppress it through a sequence 0, or did he use the power that could destroy the world? Following that, Klein had one question after another. At this moment, the transostal brass book flipped to a blank page, causing silver words to appear one after another. The language it used was the language on the first blasphemy slate. It seemed to be the source of all the languages still in use. In the blink of an eye, the silver words formed a new text. The Belton City Library is where the transostal brass book is stored. It's a place that must be closely guarded. Any creature that enters without the permission of the transostal brass book will be severely punished. This is increasing the severity of the punishment. Next, I might be sentenced to death directly. Klein's pupils dilated slightly, and he quickly speculated the most likely development. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled and said to himself piously, "My wish is for the Belton City Library to be reduced in size so that my current location and Madame Ariana's current location will be the dividing line." Just as he said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, fulfilling his wish. As the snapping sound echoed, the lawn corresponding to the Belton City Library disappeared. The building shrank, and the walls retreated. Soon, it was only a tenth of its original size. Klein and Ariana had unknowingly arrived outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the open window, they stared at the transostal brass book on the rectangular table. The distance between them and the target didn't change at all. It was still very close, but it was no longer within the range of severe punishment. It was just that they had violated the curfew for the first time, and they had been whipped by the invisible enforcers once again. After accumulating one wish after another to repair buildings, Klein was already able to create quite a miracle in this aspect. He didn't make any more wishes as he continued thinking, analyzing the hidden meaning behind the words of the Church of the God of Combat's chief shepherd. No, it shouldn't be forcefully suppressed by my level. Otherwise, my spiritual intuition would have long told me the answer, allowing me to trigger the aura of Sapphira Castle and complete the seal. From a mysticism perspective, this is understandable. This is because 0-02 is clearly related to a certain Sapphira. It's very difficult to forcefully suppress it with the level of a sequence 0, relying on the power of the gods themselves. This might be possible, but it was most likely not the real method, because Larian himself had a method that did not rely on gods to complete the seal. What's so special about sequence 0 deities? And what methods could angels use to indirectly achieve this uniqueness? The most special thing I can think of about a sequence 0 deity is that they contain a uniqueness. This is something that I can't summon from the historical void. It truly has the characteristic of being unique. But how can an angel simulate the one indirectly? Klein's countless thoughts collided, creating a large number of sparks, but he still couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. At this moment, silver words continued to appear on the transostal brass book, forming a new clause that would classify Klein and Ariana as a group that had to be punished. After observing in silence for a while, Ariana suddenly said, "I'll try to conceal the soil under the table and let 0-02 fall into the Earth's core. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents. Conceal the soil. Fall into the Earth's core." Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. He felt that it was a rather good idea. The transostal brass book only prohibited touching and changing its state. The surrounding environment wasn't the same as its state. In addition, the Belton City Library was only prohibited from entering without permission. It didn't mean that Klein and Ariana couldn't exert a certain amount of influence on it. And when 0-02, an item that wasn't prohibited from leaving, passed through the concealed soil and fell into the Earth's core, it would lose its influence on Belton City due to the excessive distance. It would cause the rules it had previously set to lose effect unless it was further awakened or activated, allowing a larger area to be under its jurisdiction. This way, Klein and Ariana would no longer be restricted by the rules. They could seek help from the Evernight goddess. However, just as Ariana finally thought of a solution and was about to carry out the plan, a new clause took shape. The Belton City Library is the place where the transostal brass book is stored. It's a place that has to be strictly protected. No living being or object is to cause any form of damage to it. Indeed, 0-02 has also sensed this loophole. This loophole. As Klein frowned slightly, he suddenly had an idea about the problem he had previously thought about. The uniqueness of a sequence 0 deity was indeed uniqueness, but they didn't seal 0-02 to directly use the authority and power that originated from it. They might very well have relied on the characteristic of uniqueness to induce 0-02 to set up a series of contradictory rules, causing this sealed artifact to fall into a paradox or an endless loop. On this point, angels, saints, and even ordinary people could rely on themselves to accomplish it. The key was to think of a paradox and induce it to happen. As for how to seal 0-02 when it entered an endless loop and was prepared to fix the loophole, Klein didn't have any clues at the moment. He needed to make further observations when the time came. How should I create a paradox? All the rules that 0-02 had previously set up and the goal of introducing the corresponding rules quickly flashed through Klein's mind. In just a few seconds, he acutely grasped a point that could create an endless loop. He hurriedly turned his head and said to Ariana, "Ma'am, we won't destroy the city library. We'll directly conceal the rest of Belton and indirectly make this place lose its support, causing it to collapse and fall into the Earth's core." Ariana didn't immediately do as she was told. Instead, she turned her head and gave Klein a deep look. "This will bring about the deaths of a large number of civilians. When you have to choose between two types of harm, you can only choose the lesser one," Klein said with a serious expression. Ariana didn't respond as she fell silent, as though she was in an intense mental struggle or making the corresponding preparations. At this moment, on the brass page where only 2 articles were written, a new rule was born even faster than before. Belton is the city where the Tuluan Sostal brass book is located. It's a holy land in the truest sense of the word. No living being or object can cause any form of damage to it. Upon seeing this clause, not only was Klein not disappointed, he even curled up the corners of his mouth. With a snap, he snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and quickly drown him. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a stream of flames descended from the sky. Klein jumped out with a person in tow. It was one of the 4 Beyonders he had previously saved, the Belton native, Biles. "Go in and quickly flip through the brass book," Klein said calmly to Biles as he pointed at 0-02 on the rectangular table. Biles didn't know what had happened, but he believed that this magical magician who had fulfilled 2 of his wishes had found a way to extricate the entire Belton from its predicament. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he walked into the shrunken city library through the open floor-to-ceiling window. During this process, he didn't suffer any heavy punishment, nor was he even whipped. Upon seeing this scene, the smile on Klein's face became even more obvious. There was a paradox at 0-02, due to Rhodes's existence, the Tuluan Sostal brass book could only make the most comprehensive ban. It didn't allow any living being or object to cause any form of damage to Belton. As a city, Belton's definition wasn't only limited to the terrain and buildings. It definitely included the people and citizens here. This way, if 0-02 punished Belton's citizen, Biles, and caused any form of damage to him, it would violate the rule that had just been promulgated. And if it didn't punish him, it would violate the series of laws that forbid trespassing in the city library. Hence, the Tuluan Sostal brass book entered a vicious cycle. Of course, Klein believed that this level of paradox could quickly be corrected through additional clauses. He only hoped that Biles could flip through the brass book before that happened and find clues to the seal on it. Pay attention to the page that's opened at all times. Once a clause is about to take form, come out immediately, Klein exhorted as he stared at Biles and 0-02. Although Biles had witnessed Phil's severed hand, Weber's hanging, and Mr. Magician's palm formed from worms, and he had a certain understanding of the horrifying changes brought about by 0-02, his level wasn't high enough to witness it. He didn't have a clear grasp of the horror hidden behind these matters. He mostly treated it as a ghost story that had turned into reality. Therefore, at this moment, although he was afraid, under the gazes of the magical magician and grounded angel, he mustered his courage and quickly approached the rectangular table. Of course, this was also due to the influence of the sailor pathway. In just 2 or 3 steps, Biles had already reached a spot where he could reach out his hand to touch the brass book. Without thinking, he reached out his right palm, grabbed the brass pages in front of 0-02, and quickly flipped through them. During this process, the back of Biles's hand was placed on the unfilled brass page to prevent it from being blocked. This was so that he, Mr. Magician, and Ma'am Angel could observe the changes on it in time and respond in advance. Amidst the rustling sounds, this sailor saw the clause that touching the Sostal brass book will result in the death penalty. He first felt horrified before he felt a strong sense of doubt about his current state. However, this didn't stop him from flipping through the pages. Different brass pages were reflected in Klein's eyes, and each page had a different rule clause. The projections of these brass pages didn't appear in the form of one disappearing and the other being replaced. Instead, they existed side by side and gradually increased in number. In the end, Klein's eyes had a different number of brass pages. They were neatly arranged, line after line, as though 0-02 had been split into a single page and placed on a glass table to bask in the sun. This was a dream divination technique at the angel level. Klein reproduced everything he had just seen in front of him. With the passage of time, the brass pages in his dark brown eyes began to spin, and one of them was highlighted. The Tuluan-Sostal brass book originated from the Nephilic judge's uniqueness that was corrupted by the nation of disorder. Just as I expected, if the Tren-Sostal brass book was able to display all of the basic rules, then the corresponding content must contain its own description. This is determined by its very nature, unless it is completely awakened or comes to life. It has sufficient intelligence and knows how to selectively hide. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw new Mercury words appear on the unfilled brass page. This meant that 0-02 had finally diverted a portion of its strength from the vicious cycle. It was prepared to add provisions, make explanations, and fix the loopholes. Leave! Klein shouted without hesitation. Biles strictly followed the orders of the higher-ups. He immediately retracted his right hand, turned around, and ran out of the floor-to-ceiling window. Act like you're going to attack me. Seeing that the sailor with dual attributes had already left the city library, Klein suddenly added another sentence. Biles was puzzled, but he still raised his right arm and pulled back his shoulder, assuming a posture as though he was about to throw a punch at Klein. At this moment, a new provision finally took shape. Regarding the above rules, the Tuluan-Sostal brass book and the people it allows have immunity when enforcing the law. However, even though this provision had been successfully promulgated, Biles wasn't punished in any way. Clearly, the Tuluan-Sostal brass book didn't pursue the matter of the vicious cycle or unclear definition. Just like how it didn't add any crimes to erodes after it fixed the loopholes in the rules. For the same reason, Biles, who had come into contact with 0-02, didn't suffer any contamination from the Sapphira. Before the supplementary provision was issued, Biles was a part of Belton. He couldn't be destroyed in any sense, so he wouldn't be contaminated. And with the supplementary provision, his previous actions wouldn't be pursued. In fact, after Biles left the city library, he had violated the curfew. However, Klein had previously noticed a problem. When the Belton citizens were pursuing foreigners, they weren't restricted by the curfew. Therefore, he got Biles to pose as though he was attacking him to avoid the corresponding punishment. Right on the heels of that, he seized the opportunity when 0-02 fixed the loophole and quickly recalled the detailed information from the Tuluan-Sostal brass book. This book has the characteristics of being alive, but most of the time, it's at a very low level. The first half of it presents almost all the basic rules. The second half is blank and needs to be written by itself. Once it's not restricted, it will naturally set laws that are biased towards the surrounding area and strictly enforce them. During this process, it will make changes and revisions at any time based on the feedback. As the laws gradually become stricter, his characteristics of being alive will deepen. Once a strict law that can interfere with all aspects takes form, the Tuluan-Sostal brass book will completely come alive. It will possess true intelligence and have the ability to modify the basic rules in the first half to a certain extent. The exact extent that can be achieved is as follows. If there's a contradiction between the laws that can't be fixed, or if all the pages are filled without forming a sufficiently strict rule system, the Tuluan-Sostal brass book will add a new clause at the intersection of the first half and second half. The following rules are invalid. As this clause takes form, the rules written behind will gradually disappear, returning the pages to a blank state. After the second half is completely blank, the clause that the following rules are invalid will be erased. The Tuluan-Sostal brass book will repeat its previous actions until a strict law that can interfere with all aspects takes form. The rules it sets have to be publicized or informed before they can take effect. When an action doesn't have a clear rule, whether it's illegal or not is in accordance with the common understanding of the surrounding living beings. The Tuluan-Sostal brass book hates distorted and inaesthetic rules. It hates having loopholes found. What a detailed description. There should be a way to seal 0-02 in here. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find information that he could use from every paragraph. At this moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, whispered, "Think of a way to fill the pages after 0-02 with clauses, but it won't be strict enough." That's right. This way, the Tuluan-Sostal brass book will announce that the following rules are invalid and start all over again. When that happens, the restrictions it has on the surroundings will temporarily disappear, giving us a chance to touch it, take it away, or directly pray to a deity. But, how should we do that? The Tuluan Sostal Brass Book hates distorted and unaesthetic rules. It hates having loopholes found. Klein's heart stirred as he had an idea. Without any hesitation, he immediately extended his hands forward as though he was hugging the air. In the next second, in the Belton City Library, which had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, a hall paved with black stone slabs descended into reality. The hall had 8 black stone pillars, and metal poles hung down from the domed ceiling. The bottom of the poles were connected to candlesticks that were carved into different creatures. There were 41 on the left and 40 on the right. This was the governing hall of the Tudor-Tuluan Sostal United Empire that Klein had once seen. Back then, the 2 consul were still sequence 1 princes of disorder of the Black Emperor pathway. Therefore, this place was filled with distorted, abnormal, and unaesthetic rules. In addition, when Klein summoned this historical scene, he had also used his domain's powers to add many of the 4th epic details that he had grasped. It made the order that originated from the Black Emperor more detailed and complete, as though it was corporeal. Pa! Both of his hands were severed at the wrists and fell to the ground. Blood spewed out from the wound, just like an ordinary person. This was the second time Klein had committed fraud. After the 2 palms and the spurting blood fell to the ground, they quickly disintegrated, turning into transparent and twisted maggots and a slightly viscous, almost formless liquid. As the worms of spirit twitched and died, Klein's expression contorted in pain as he made numerous worms crawl out from the stump, forming a new palm. At the same time, he tried his best to maintain the scene that he had constructed through multiple summonings, preventing it from dissipating. On the rectangular table, inside the book that was bound with brass pages, many new articles appeared. All buildings and layouts must follow the golden ratio and be symmetrical. Strange attire is not allowed. The following crimes are punishable by death. The Trunsoist brass book flipped as it made one correction after another to the order that originated from the Black Emperor. The further it went, the faster the new text appeared. It didn't even have a pause of tens of seconds or more than 10 seconds. And inside the hall, the candlesticks that hung from the ceiling broke and disappeared. Following that, there were all sorts of changes in other places, causing the details that could reflect the original order to be erased one by one. In the end, the hall could no longer be maintained. It collapsed and returned to the historical void. At that moment, the Tuluan Sostal brass book had already flipped to the last 2 pages. It lay there without any movement. Seeing that the last page was also filled with articles, and that it was impossible to form a strict system with the rules set by 0-02, Klein silently exhaled and relaxed a little. Then, he felt that his spirituality was almost depleted. "Let's go to Biles's place and wait for an hour," he turned around and said to Ariana. If they stayed where they were, they would suffer increasingly severe punishments for repeatedly violating the curfew until they were sentenced to death. As for monitoring the Tuluan Sostal brass book, the mission of ensuring that no accidents happened was naturally left to Rhodes. Although this magic mirror couldn't directly look at 0-02, it could pay attention to the notice board and determine the progress of the matter from the disappearance of the decree. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days of February after returning to Biles's home. Without waiting for Roy and the others to ask anything, Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. He made a rather pious wish to himself. "I wish for my spirituality to be restored." As soon as he said that, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, making his wish come true and allowing his spirituality to return to its original state. Right on the heels of that, he reached out his left palm, preparing to end the historical projection of the curtain. Then, he summoned another piece to continue sealing off the spirit world region corresponding to Belton, preventing the chief shepherd of the Church of the God of Combat, Larian, from escaping. There's no need. There's always a next time. At this moment, Ariana slowly shook her head, indicating that Klein didn't need to summon the curtain that originated from the dark demonic wolf. One of the limitations of the wish ability was that a miracle invoker couldn't grant the same supplicant multiple similar wishes in a short period of time. In other words, in the next hour or 2, Klein couldn't use such a self-fulfilling wish to recover his spirituality. Of course, for a qualified angel of the seer pathway, there was a way to circumvent this restriction. For example, he could get Pasha, Roy, Phil, Biles, and Ariana to take turns to make a wish for Klein Moretti to recover his spirituality, and then, as a miracle invoker, he would fulfill them. However, the problem was that even if he could recover his spirituality so many times, he wouldn't be able to maintain the curtain with a sequence one slot for more than an hour. As for 0-02, erasing the rules and rewriting it would take an hour. Klein deliberated for a moment before nodding slightly and replying with a smile, "I'll give it a try first. Anyway, I'm rather free now. I'll give it up after I recover my spirituality one last time. Yes, this will purely depend on the chief shepherd's luck. Perhaps during this process, he will lose control because of his anxiety, frustration, and nervousness." As he spoke, Klein removed the maintenance of the original curtain. His left hand tightly pulled forward, pulling out a new curtain, allowing it to appear in the spirit world corresponding to Belton City. In the area where the colors overlapped, Larian, who was wearing a black robe with white edges and a square hat, felt the restrictions disappear. Just as he was about to shuttle away, he saw a new curtain descend, once again isolating the area. The smile on his face froze. Phew. Several seconds later, Larian slowly exhaled, adjusted his mental state, and continued to wait calmly. In the next dozens of minutes, the Grand Patriarch of the Church of the God of War experienced the frustration and pain of having his hopes dashed several times. He tried to find the pattern and figure out the corresponding time interval so that he could seize the fleeting opportunity to rush out of the barrier before the old curtain disappeared and before the new curtain was formed. However, he eventually realized that there was no pattern to the time interval. The obstructor didn't only recover when his spirituality was about to be exhausted. Sometimes, he would recover much earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that Faceac didn't force its citizens to change their faith to the god of combat, and that the news of Larian's apostasy hadn't been widely spread, this grounded angel might have lost control on the spot. As time passed, Larian once again sensed the collapse of the old curtain. However, no new curtains were produced this time. He has finally reached his limit. Larian was delighted. Without any time to consider other problems, he rushed out of the collapsing embryonic divine kingdom without any hesitation. In the next instant, he saw a headless woman wearing a dark and complicated dress while holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. He saw an unknown existence wrapped in bandages with a yellowish-brown liquid flowing all over its body. He saw many strange-looking but abnormally powerful spirit world creatures. The curtains that Klein had summoned previously were the historical void projection that had been tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Naturally, it could attract things that were sensitive to it. He wouldn't be surprised even if Amon appeared in this team. The smile on Larian's face froze again. Belton City, in Biles's rented apartment. Klein suddenly looked up into the sky and muttered to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "He's still very powerful." He then fell silent again until the magic mirror emitted a blurry aqueous light, reflecting the current state of the notice board. The rules on it were disappearing from the back according to the order in which they appeared. This meant that 0-02 was beginning to erase the rules it had previously set and was preparing to do it again. When the curfew was abolished, the highly focused Klein immediately pulled Ma and Mariana and used Flaming Jump to appear outside the shrunken Belton City Library. At a glance, he discovered that the speed at which the rules were being erased on 0-02's brass page had become extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the second half of the page was only left with the clause, "The following rules are invalid." Right on the heels of that, the clause disappeared, and a new rule rapidly appeared: "The Trensostal brass book is the most precious item. No living being or object is to touch it without its permission." Before this rule could be completed, Ariana's figure had already appeared beside the rectangular table. She used her finger to touch the brass page. With a crack, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight's neck suddenly tightened, as though she was being hung up by an invisible rope. As an angel, she actually had her bones fractured and found it difficult to breathe. Hanging, however, as Ariana's finger slid across it with some difficulty, the first new rule was erased by eraser before it could fully appear, entering a concealed state. And all the rules set by 0-02 had to be publicized or informed before they could take effect. With a whoosh, Ariana grabbed the Trensostal brass book and threw it to Klein, who was outside the floor-to-ceiling window. In the previous hour, Klein had already imagined the various possible developments and had the corresponding discussions with Ariana. At that moment, he wasn't nervous or flustered at all. While 0-02 was still in midair, he dragged out his human-skinned glove from the void. Then, he grabbed the transostal brass book and used his historical projection to teleport away. After his figure vanished, Ariana landed on the ground with a thud, leaving a deep strangulation mark on her neck. In just a few seconds, with 0-02 in hand, Klein appeared at the top of the Hornaces mountain range's main peak. Using his spirit vision at the angel level, he saw the dilapidated ancient palace with collapsed walls that were shrouded in fog. Without any hesitation, Klein made his historical projection take the transostal brass book and blink to the main entrance of the palace before reaching out to push it open. What appeared before him was a hall with many corpses hanging from it. Every corpse was different. There were men and women, and their clothes were either gorgeous, simple, exquisite, or casual. Behind these hanged corpses was a transparent and slippery tentacle with complicated patterns. They all came from the depths of the hall, from an ancient stone chair. On the gigantic stone chair, transparent and twisted maggots huddled together as they grew wantonly, extending out strange tentacles one after another. This was the half-fool of the Antigonus family, the half-fool who had lost control and gone mad. Sensing the door open and the approach of Klein's historical projection, the maggots left the stone chair and violently waved their slippery tentacles, making them surge towards the door as though they were being affected by some invisible suction force. Similarly, at the bottom of the stone chair, the tarot card with the image of the Fool Roselle and words written with starlight also flew towards the door. Just seeing this scene made Klein's historical projection show signs of collapsing. Thankfully, he didn't have any sentience. He was being controlled by Klein, who was hiding in the distance. He didn't experience any confusion in his thoughts or the negative effects of having his mind mutate. He also didn't stand rooted to the ground, unable to do anything. Before he dissipated the historical projection through the transostal brass book at the terrifying maggots. The transparent and slippery tentacles sensed danger and instinctively responded. They wrapped around the sealed artifact 0-02 at the same time. Amidst such interference and the invisible gale, the Fool card arrived at the door before the strange tentacles. Klein's historical projection had mostly collapsed. Upon seeing this, he mechanically reached out his right hand, grabbed the card of blasphemy, and threw it behind him. In the next instant, the slippery tentacles that had once again extended to the door, but they were blocked by the fog and unable to burrow out. All they could do was frantically lash at the barrier. The open door closed bit by bit, hiding the scene. Klein, who was hiding somewhere on the mountain peak, frowned slightly. His heart was filled with joy and relaxation, but he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt. In other words, I used 0-02 to exchange for the Fool card? The goddess doesn't need me to head to Calderon City to find clues to the River of Eternal Darkness for the time being? Klein silently muttered to himself, walked out of his hiding spot, and came to a spot not far from the ancient palace. He bent down to pick up the card of blasphemy. On the surface of the card was Roselle Gustave, who was wearing a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes, carrying a cane and luggage. His eyes were filled with longing for the future, and behind him was a puppy. And on the upper left corner of the card, the resplendent starlight outlined a few words, Sequence 0, the Fool. Inside the ancient palace, the transostal brass book landed on the ground and automatically opened to the first page of the second half. The new rules began to form. The transostal brass book is the most precious item. No living being or object is to touch it without its permission. Violators are to be sentenced to death. You are not to change the state of the transostal brass book in any way. Violators are to be sentenced to death. Just as these two rules appeared, before they could inform the owner of the place, a line of words suddenly appeared in the gap between the first and second half. The following rules are invalid. An hour later, the two rules were erased, and new rules were written. But just after the two rules were written, there was an additional clause in front of them. The following rules are invalid. 0-02 seemed to jump from a basically blank state to a state where the pages of the book were already filled. Again and again, the transostal brass book fell into an endless cycle. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 2 days of February. Putting away the Fool card, Klein took out Creeping Hunger from the void, wore it on his left hand, and activated Teleport. After returning to the shrunken city library, he immediately said to Servant of Concealment, Ariana, I threw it into the abandoned palace on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. It was an entrance to the foggy town. As for what to do with 0-02, that was a problem for the Church of Evernight. All right. Ariana nodded and didn't say anything else. She directly entered a concealment state and vanished from her spot, like a sketch that had been erased by an eraser. She didn't thank Klein, nor did she mention a reward. It was just like how she never made any requests whenever she helped Klein. Ariana, do you know that I've already obtained the Fool card? Klein looked around in thought and slowly sighed in the darkening night. Although this Beyonder incident had been resolved in less than 2 hours, many people still lost their lives under the strict rules. The citizens of Belton had more or less committed some mistakes, but the punishments they received far exceeded the crimes they committed. And the most innocent were the travelers who came or passed by Belton. They had to face nightmares just because they were foreigners. Klein had tried his best to do some things and protect many outsiders, including Roy and company. However, he was similarly restricted, so there was a limit to what he could do. There weren't many loopholes he could take advantage of, so he couldn't make it seem as though nothing had happened. Next, it's mainly to provide treatment to the survivors. Klein retracted his gaze and prepared to teleport to Biles's home to deal with some latent problems. At this moment, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the void with a black goat horn in her mouth. She escaped the spirit world. The remaining 3 heads of Miss Messenger said one after another. As expected of the former chief shepherd. Klein, who had long sensed something, sighed without any surprise. Then, he pointed at the black goat horn. This was left behind by Larian? After Klein received the item, Rionette Tinker's head, which hadn't been able to speak, said, That's right. Yes. To be able to charge out of the encirclement and escape the spirit world despite suffering the transformation curse is indeed impressive. This is a sequence 2 angel who's best at head-on combat. Klein flicked his wrist, causing the black goat horn in his palm to shatter into countless tiny light spots, dispersing quite a bit of remnant consciousness. The limbs of Beyonders that were transformed contained a portion of their Beyonder characteristics, and they were unable to return. After the dots of light were reorganized into sequence 9 to sequence 7, as well as sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics, Klein picked out the sequence 8 pugilist characteristic and returned the rest to Miss Messenger with a smile. These are your spoils of war. I only charge you for the information. Rionette Tinker didn't stand on ceremony. She raised one of the blonde, red-eyed heads, opened its mouth, and sucked away the sequence 9, 7, and 4 Beyonder characteristics of the warrior pathway. After watching Miss Messenger leave Belton, Klein teleported back to Biles's house and smiled at Roy and the others. The problem has been resolved. You're no longer foreigners to be hated. Just as the 4 Beyonders revealed sincere smiles of relief and were about to respond, they saw the magical Mr. Magician invite a stranger out of thin air. It was an elder wearing a dark red bow tie, a shirt, a vest, a formal suit, and blue striped trousers. His hair was completely white, but it was still lush. He had a gentle and elegant bearing. This was the marionette Klein had once owned, Vin Rambus. He planned on using this manipulator to seal Biles's memories of coming into contact with 0-02. Just because Biles wasn't corrupted by the Sapphira didn't mean that Biles wouldn't encounter that terrifying incident in the future, as Biles only had that portion of the corresponding memories, and he didn't know the truth of the matter. What Klein needed to do was rather simple. Therefore, he didn't seek Miss Justice's help. He planned on using his marionette's historical void projection to complete it. You didn't tell them what you did at the city library, right? Klein got Vin Rambus to walk to his side as he looked at Biles. Biles hurriedly shook his head. I remember your instructions. Very good. I'll give you psychological treatment next to help you forget those things. Otherwise, you will be targeted by 0-02, and you will never be able to obtain peace until you die. Believe me, a sealed artifact at this level can definitely do something similar, even if it has already been taken away. Klein frankly stated his goal. Biles's lips quivered a few times. All right. He chose to obey and believe. After inviting Roy, Pasha, and Phil out of the rental apartment, Klein controlled Vin Rambus to do a series of mind domain operations, successfully making Biles forget the brass book and its contents. After doing this, Klein cautiously took out the magic mirror and looked at it. Rhodes, are there any other latent dangers in this matter? On the surface of the ancient silver mirror, aqueous light floated, reflecting lines of silver words, Great Master, there are no latent dangers in Belton. As for the other places in Rouen and Faysac, I can't see them clearly because they involve 0-02 itself. Perhaps, you can confirm it yourself? Yes. Klein nodded slightly, took out a gold coin, and softly chanted the corresponding divination statement. With a clang, the gold coin bounced up and flew into the air. During this process, scenes naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. They were chimneys, streets, and cities. They were extremely general and lacked any specific direction. With a slight frown, he reined in his thoughts and reached out to catch the gold coin that had just fallen. Then, he got Pasha and the others to return to Biles's house and smiled at Roy. Don't you wish to obtain the next potion? You can make a wish now. Roy's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise as he asked nervously, Can I still make another wish? This is a freebie, Klein replied with a smile. Roy's heart stirred as he didn't ask any more questions. He seized the opportunity and made a wish to obtain the next potion. Roy's heart stirred, and he stopped asking questions. He seized this opportunity to make a wish to obtain the next potion. Klein then threw the Sequence 8 Pugilist Beyonder characteristic of the warrior pathway to him. This is essentially a magic potion, but for safety's sake, I suggest you look for the corresponding formula and gather the correct supplementary ingredients. Praise you for your miracles, Roy thanked him excitedly. His first potion was a warrior Beyonder characteristic that he had swallowed in a sense. Due to the impending apocalypse, his low level, and his good luck, he didn't lose control on the spot. He didn't even suffer from any serious psychological problems. After that, he gradually came into contact with other Beyonders and came into contact with true mysticism. He knew how dangerous his previous actions were, and he didn't dare make similar attempts a second time. Facing Roy's praise, Klein looked around and smiled. Now, you will follow me out of Belton. It's not that there's danger here, but I have to fulfill your wish as soon as possible. One was Roy's wish that Klein could help them leave Belton, and the other was Pasha's request for Klein to protect them and allow them to leave Belton alive. Although these two matters were meaningless in the current situation, Klein had to do it even if it was meaningless. This was because it concerned the fulfillment of his wish. I'm a heartless wishing machine. Klein lampooned himself as he smiled at Biles and the others. Pasha and the others looked at each other and didn't dare to raise any objections. Just like before, they held each other's hands. Then, Klein teleported them to the outskirts of Belton. The performance of the wish magic is over. It's time to say goodbye. Klein took off his hat and bowed, trying his best to look like a real wandering magician's. This was his habit of acting. Upon seeing this, Pasha blurted out a question. May we know your name? Klein smiled and said, I have too many names. I have too many names, and different people call me by different names. You can call me Miracle Magician's Merlin Hermes. Mr. Hermes, are you a believer of the Evernight Goddess? Roy asked after some hesitation. For a moment, Klein didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that he was, but he wasn't. After some consideration, he decided to act as the attendant of mysteries ahead of time. He immediately restrained the smile on his face and solemnly said, I serve the Fool, the Lord of the Mysteries, the great ruler above the spirit world. If you wish to believe in this great existence or wish to learn more about him, you can go to the Rorstad archipelago in the Sonia Sea. The Lord's missionary, Donnas, is preaching there. Furthermore, the City of Silver definitely has all the potion formulas before Sequence 2 of the Warrior Pathway. Klein silently added in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. Roy nodded slightly. This is the first time I know that there is such a great being in this world. Your miraculous actions have shown his glory. He didn't directly respond to Mr. Merlin Hermes because he was still very hesitant. It was the same for Pasha, Biles, and Phil. Klein didn't say anything else. He turned around and left the four Beyonders, circling back to Belton from another direction. He didn't forget his goal of alighting in this small city. He planned on immediately finding a room and heading above the gray fog to study the Fool card. Mid-seashore, in another city, in a library. A young law researcher pulled out a book from the bookshelf, walked to the table by the floor-to-ceiling window, and sat down. As he seriously flipped through the book, he discovered a yellowish-brown piece of paper inside. "What's this?" the young law researcher muttered to himself in puzzlement as he reached out to pull out the piece of paper. After some identification, he confirmed that the words on the paper were written in ancient Faisak, and the content was rather rare. In the fourth epoch, there was a book called Trensostal's Brass Book, P.S., requesting monthly votes on the last day of February above the gray fog. In the ancient palace, Klein's figure appeared. At that moment, on the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool, there was a person shrouded in grayish-white fog. As Klein returned to Sapphira Castle, the person instantly disintegrated, turning into transparent and distorted worms of spirit that flew to Klein and drilled into him. Thankfully, the restriction of 0-02 is only that I can't leak any secrets or return. I haven't lost contact with the worms of spirit that are guarding Sapphira Castle, otherwise, they would have already lost control and become monsters. Klein sighed inwardly as he sat in the seat belonging to the Fool and picked up the Fool card that he had previously sacrificed. As the card of blasphemy had already been activated, there was no need for him to search for the incantation. All he needed to do was inject his spirituality to see the corresponding changes. The Fool card quickly turned into a miniature, illusory book. Under Klein's guidance, it kept flipping until it reached the last 2 pages. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. This is an angel that serves the mysteries. It has grasped the corresponding domain's authority and can summon the spirit body threads that originally existed in an item. It can combine many corporeal objects or abstract concepts together. The potion formula is as follows: main ingredient, 1 Attendant of Mysteries beyond her characteristic. Supplementary ingredients, 9 Spirit World Specialties. Advancement ritual, establish a town purely made up of marionettes, and design the trajectory of each marionette's fate. Let them interact with each other to create a sufficiently realistic picture of life, giving birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more marionettes there are, and the more detailed the daily lives are, the more vivid and real the different fates are, and the longer it lasts, the better the effects of the ritual. This is a true deity. In a sense, he is the embodiment of the corresponding authority. He is good at using all kinds of methods to fool all things and display all kinds of unbelievable miracles. The potion formula is as follows: main ingredient, the Fool's uniqueness. 2 Attendant of Mysteries beyond her characteristics apart from himself. Supplementary ingredients, control at least a quarter of the fog of history. Advancement ritual, full time, history, or fate once. As he watched, Klein's brows gradually furrowed as he silently muttered to himself, "That's right." Compared to the advancement ritual of an Attendant of Mysteries, the Fool's is just too abstract. How can it be considered as fooling time, history, or fate? How would they determine if it was a success or not? Grasping at least a quarter of the fog of history is relatively simple for me. On the one hand, I know enough ancient secrets and have lit up quite a number of historical fragments. On the other hand, I can directly influence the fog of history through Sapphira Castle. Let's not consider becoming the Fool for now. My current focus is on becoming an Attendant of Mysteries. I have to take it one step at a time. Of course, some lucky ones can directly fly. The 9 Spirit World Specialties are very easy to find. Be it getting Miss Messenger's help or asking the 7 Lights, it's not a problem. That advancement ritual is very similar to the situation around Zeradol and the Antigonus family's ancestor. Furthermore, it matches what the 7 Lights said about having a close connection with the spirit world. It can be preliminarily determined to be true. With this in mind, Klein took off the topaz pendant wrapped around his left wrist and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the Attendant of Mysteries potion formula. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Roselle the Great, but that his fellow countrymen had likely been influenced by Mr. Dorr before he created the cards of blasphemy. He had gone to the moon and suffered the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity, causing his corresponding memories to be distorted. It was precisely because of this that it was entirely possible for Roselle to bury some traps in the cards of blasphemy in the final stages. In this regard, Klein had always been cautious and careful. Speaking of the primordial moon's main body, the most powerful Great Old One, the Mother Goddess of Depravity. From her title, could the Emperor have been unknowingly tainted? On the moon, there might be many younger brothers and sisters that Bernadette has never seen. Of course, there might not be a gender distinction. The marionettes needed for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual can be obtained from the Forsaken Land of the Gods. There are many monsters there, which is also an advantage. Besides, I've already accumulated quite a lot. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he turned to look at the other side of the ancient palace and made the grayish-white fog beside the junk pile dissipate. As the fog receded, rows of brownish-yellow seats were revealed. Sitting on each seat was a figure. Among those figures, there were giants covered in silver full-body armor, humans wearing linen clothes with deformed facial features, and large chunks of flesh filled with eyes. They sat quietly in their seats, their eyes dull and indifferent as they stared in the direction of the long mottled table. Row after row, row after row. These were all marionettes that Klein had gathered in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Every time he needed to move, and it wasn't convenient for him to bring too many with him, he would sacrifice a batch to the world above the gray fog. Of course, this had nothing to do with being environmentally conscious. Instead, the encounter in the foggy town and the scene shown by Zeradal made Klein intuitively believe that there was a high chance that he would use many marionettes in a ritual in the future. Therefore, he had always been very thrifty in this aspect. As for why he didn't hang these marionettes up, and instead made them sit in a conjured theater to act as an audience, it was because Klein felt that the actions of the Antigonus family's ancestor and Zeradal were a little perverted. He had once attempted to imitate them, but his goal was to act. There was no need for it now. But how can such a marionette city produce the corresponding information in the spirit world? The spirit world is an amalgamation of the past, present, and future, but it doesn't directly contain such fake things. Produce it through the understanding of others? Every living being's actions and words will be reflected in the spirit world in an abstract form, becoming a source of divination. When their actions, words, and intense thoughts clearly construct a marionette city, the spirit world projection of the city will appear. True existence, the interaction involved in. This involves the deeper mysteries of the spirit world. Klein thoughtfully closed the Fool card and played with it in his hand. As he had already reached the level of an angel, he had a certain understanding of the creation of a card of blasphemy. Back then, not only could Roselle draw strength from knowledge, but he could also bestow strength to abstract knowledge. As for what materials this emperor used to create it, and how he achieved anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of a deity, Klein was still unable to figure it out. After some thought, Klein attempted to store the Fool card into his body. His state immediately changed. A layer of colorful clothes appeared on the surface of his body, and an extremely gorgeous headdress appeared on his head. His temperament was clearly extremely deep and terrifying, but it had a sense of comical, ridiculing, and absurd feeling, presenting a strange and contradictory state. The entire space that came with Sapphira Castle gently trembled, as though it was submitting to the feet of this indescribable deity. My status has increased slightly, but there aren't many other substantial changes. After all, I'm already the owner of Sapphira Castle. This is like having an additional piece of clothing that can show off my temperament. Klein shook his head and gave a self-deprecating remark. At the same time, transparent and distorted worms of spirit crawled out from his body, forming a figure that was identical to him. After splitting out himself that could respond to prayers at any moment, Klein returned to the real world and strolled through Belton City. He used the method of granting wishes to treat the injuries suffered by people and learned about the war from them. T. When Donis heard the crew's report, he couldn't help but curse. They actually ate the whale oil? Why didn't you stop them? When they passed by the Gargas archipelago, Donis and his crew bought a batch of whale oil that had yet to be refined. They planned on bringing it back to Byam and selling it at a high price. To their surprise, a portion of it had been secretly eaten by the half-giants of the City of Silver. The crew member looked at the oracle and whispered, "They don't understand what we're saying at all. They don't understand what we're saying, and we don't understand what they're saying either. Only the shortest one can communicate with us, but we can't find him all the time. He always goes to the place where the sun shines to meditate, and every time, he changes his location." Donna subconsciously scoffed. This is the outcome of being illiterate. If you can master ancient Faesac, Jotun, Elvish, and many other languages like me, that wouldn't have happened. Of course, language talent is related to intelligence. You don't have to force yourself. The crew member carefully looked at Donna's. Sir Oracle, what they ate was the portion of whale oil that you bought. T. Donna's reaction was faster than his thoughts as he rushed to the cabin. After a moment of chaos, Donna's received a Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic as compensation. He didn't know if he had profited or suffered a loss. Anyway, the monster's dirty bodily fluids left on the characteristic made him feel disgusted and nauseous. By the time the ship calmed down, the City of Generosity, Byam, was already in front of the City of Silver's team of explorers. Derek led Lievel, Candace, and the others to the deck and looked at the destination of their trip. Although they had already passed by many ports, they hadn't been allowed to disembark the ship. All they could do was watch from afar. Now, they were finally going to step onto land for the first time. Even so, the large crowds, houses, and suffering they had seen from afar couldn't hide the exuberance of life. It still made them yearn for a bright world of light. Of course, being accustomed to the darkness and lightning, it took them quite some time to adapt to the sun outside. If they weren't Beyonders, they might have even suffered permanent damage to their eyes. Looking at the large number of people coming and going at the dock, looking at the airship moving high in the sky and the surrounding ships, and listening to the noise that he could barely understand but wasn't familiar with, Derek suddenly felt an unavoidable sense of nervousness when he thought that this would be the future settlement of the City of Silver. As he swept his gaze, he suddenly saw a man standing on the lighthouse by the sea. He was wearing a robe embroidered with the symbol of a storm. His hair was so dark blue that it was almost black, like a clump of seaweed. The lines on his face were rough and deep. As their gazes met, Derek instantly calmed down and no longer felt uneasy. P.S. Beginning in March. Updated in advance. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. In fact, I had already summarized it once in February, at the end of the 6th novel, so I'll make it simpler this time. At the beginning of the 7th novel, the pace slowed down a little to deal with the state of having 1,000 things to do after the battle. At the same time, it prevented acting from being simplified and becoming of little value. This was actually consistent with the clues buried in the previous article. It was that the high sequence Beyonder used humanity to make the story sufficiently solid. This point had been reflected through the tiny snakes and them. At the same time, such a pace could also slightly develop other things, making world more fulfilling. It wouldn't be as dry as the main storyline. Just like this 0-02 interlude, the focus wasn't on the fool card at the end, but on the matter itself. Of course, when doing this side quest, I deliberately eliminated the pure combat and used other forms to present the characteristics of the different Beyonder powers and sealed artifacts. This can also be considered a way to enrich the description of the combat. It's inevitable to get tired of fighting all the time, so it's good to change it up and come up with something new from time to time. From everyone's feedback, this attempt was alright. As the 7th novel hadn't been written for long and was slowly unfolding, there weren't any major problems at the moment. So, I'll end this summary here. Yes, it's already March. After this month, I'll have written mysteries for 2 years. It'll officially become the book with the longest writing cycle. I remember that in my previous life, I was short of 1 month to 2 years. Over the past 2 years, I've gained more and more book friends, and I've also received more and more affirmation. My purest thought now is to make more of my friends who have been pursuing mysteries to this point be willing to accompany it to the end. I want this book to become one of the best memories of a particular period of time for everyone. This requires me to be in a better state and use a better story to attract everyone. Of course, I also hope that everyone can encourage me with subscriptions and monthly tickets. Alright, the chapter has been updated in advance. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket on the first day of March. After the large ship belonging to the Resistance docked, everyone from the City of Silver, who had changed into round-necked shirts, brown jackets, wide-legged pants, and dark-colored caps, disembarked the ship with the Oracle, Lord Donna's. They prepared to pass through the dock and enter the City of Generosity, Byam. The clothes had been prepared in advance. As they walked, Lievel stretched his limbs and said to Elder Derek in a low voice, "It's really awkward to wear this. It's not suitable for combat, Derek nodded slightly. But this way, it's easier for us to hide ourselves. We won't be too conspicuous and become the focus of attention. Derek's analysis wasn't wrong at all. After all, they were outsiders, and there were only 21 of them. It was best if they didn't attract the attention of others. However, he seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. But they're all looking at us. Candace quickly looked around and whispered. The workers on the dock who were either dressed in simple or bare-chested clothes, as well as the tourists who came and went in different attire, all cast their gazes over. So tall. A bronze-skinned Byam resident with slightly curly hair couldn't help but sigh. His height was about 160 centimeters. This was the common height for male commoners in the colonies in the current era. As for the people from the City of Silver, other than Derek, who was just over 2 meters tall, the rest were on average more than 3 meters tall. The tallest was more than 5 meters tall. Such a half-giant walked along the dock and in the crowd. No matter what they wore, they were equally eye-catching. Faisak? A man in a top hat, formal attire, and holding a cane from Rouen turned his head and said to his companion, "Has the slave trade begun again?" He believed that the City of Silver was a Faisak prisoner of war that the worsted government had bought from the Kingdom of Rouen. After all, in this world, there were more than 1 or 2 people with such a height. He could only think of the barbarians from Faisak who claimed to be the descendants of giants. His companion shook his head and frowned slightly. It doesn't look like it. Most people in Faisak have light blue eyes. Furthermore, even among Faisak, there are very few who can exceed 2 meters tall. Unless these are nobles or captives of war, in Faisak, although there weren't any explicit rules, in all walks of life, especially in the military, there was a phenomenon of height determining one's status. Of course, this wasn't the only condition. There were also factors such as family background, noble title, and military rank. Due to this custom, the descendants of Faisak's aristocrats and the upper echelons of the military were generally more than 2 meters tall. This was actually a superficial phenomenon. In essence, it was the influence brought about by the Beyonder characteristic. To become part of the upper echelons of the Faisak army, they were either of noble birth or had already reached at least sequence 5. As for the latter, under the repeated effects of the Giant Pathways potion, their height would definitely reach the standard. Those who chose the Red Priest pathway would also have a certain increase in height. However, it wasn't as obvious as the Giant Pathway in the early stages. It was only a few centimeters in total. One had to become a demigod to experience a qualitative change. To the descendants of nobles, their ancestors were more or less giants or had marriages with giants. Regardless of whether they had inherited any Beyonder characteristics, the corresponding genes accumulated over generations would definitely allow them to exceed 2 meters in height. Among them, the family still possessed a portion of the Giant Pathways potion formulas. As for those who had a certain heritage, their descendants were in a situation like the City of Silver. The royal family that wielded the Red Priest pathway maintained the height of their descendants through marriage alliances. The people of the City of Silver, who were being scrutinized by the numerous gazes, became increasingly uneasy. It was as if they had returned to the cursed land. They were walking in the deep darkness, being watched by one monster after another. Derek, on the other hand, was very calm and composed. He looked around and said to the members of the Pathfinder team, "I'm not sure. They mean no harm." After confirming that Mr. the Hanging Man was in the city and that he had arrived, Derek no longer felt isolated and helpless. This wasn't to say that he didn't trust the envoy appointed by Mr. Fool, but that he believed that he shouldn't trouble a deity with the trivial matters of daily life. It was best to resolve them himself. And in terms of resolving them himself, Derek wasn't that familiar with the outside world after all, so he wasn't too confident. At this moment, an experienced, intelligent, meticulous, and trustworthy local was definitely the best helper. Of course, Derek also knew that Mr. the Hanging Man probably wouldn't make contact with him openly. This was because the other party belonged to another faction and wasn't a believer of the sea god. Once he showed too much enthusiasm regarding the matters of the City of Silver, he would definitely be suspected. However, I'll always find a legitimate reason and a suitable opportunity to meet. Derek thought in anticipation. Amidst his thoughts, he and the members of the City of Silver's Pathfinder team followed Donna's out of the dock and onto the streets. Their field of vision suddenly widened as they saw more people and heard all kinds of sounds. To the people of the City of Silver, this was even more lively than the grandest harvest festival in their hometown. At a glance, there were countless people dressed in unique but equally strange clothes. They were either in a hurry, strolling leisurely, or carrying larger fruits and using tubes to suck the liquid inside. Or holding food that resembled the delicious pies on the ship, they would take a bite from time to time. Apart from these, the horses that pulled the carriages, the metallic objects that ran extremely fast, and the various spices that permeated the streets made the people of the City of Silver feel as though they had arrived in another world. To them, this was indeed another world. Although they were a little terrified and uneasy, as though they weren't used to such a scene, everyone could clearly sense the exuberant vitality contained in such a scene. This was like sunlight in one's soul, reflecting off the blazing sun in the sky. This is where we will live, fight, and reproduce in the future? Derek, Lievel, Candace, and the others subconsciously had similar thoughts. They were a little uneasy, but they didn't reject it. Donnas looked in satisfaction at the group of silly men who were stunned by the bustling scene in Byam and muttered inwardly, "This is only Byam. And this is only Byam. If you go to Trier or Backland, will you kneel down and kiss the ground?" This famous pirate in the world controlled his urge to mock them. This was because he was now Mr. Fool's envoy, so he couldn't ruin the image of a deity. After leading the people of the City of Silver to a rather luxurious hotel with a portion of the crew, Donnas gestured for the crew to check in as he said to the guests in fluent Jotun, "It's almost dark. It's getting dark. I'll stay here for the night and leave the city tomorrow. On the other side of the jungle, there's a natural harbor. There are a few roads that lead to Byam. To this city. After that, we will widen the main road and build a railroad that leads to you." Railways. Derek, who had made up for it on the tarot, knew what it meant. He nodded gratefully and once again praised Mr. Fool inwardly. Donnas continued. "We've already helped you flatten the area in advance and reserved space for water pipes, gas pipes, and other basic facilities. When you start building the houses, we'll send a team over to help with those things. Also, the corresponding building materials and temporary tents have been prepared for you. Thank Mr. Fool. There's also the help of the Church of the Storm. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to purchase so many things, but they mainly want to earn some extra funds." Rorsted's new government had just been established not long ago, so the various communications with the outside world weren't smooth enough. To their surprise, the Church of Storms had taken the initiative to provide help regarding the City of Silver. Water pipe. Gas pipe. Derek gradually began to not understand, but he still put on a thoughtful expression. Donnas, who nearly blurted out the word **t several times, didn't say anything else. Instead, he introduced the hotel. "This is the hotel that people from Fasak like to stay in when they come to Byam. The height might still be a little low for you, but at least it won't let you hit your head." At this point, Donnas smiled. "Turn right at the end of this street, and that's the Red Theater," he revealed, a smile that all men understood. However, the people from the City of Silver couldn't understand him at all. "Seriously, the Emperor said that the oldest profession of humans is to sell their bodies. They actually don't know what I'm talking about." The corners of Donna's mouth twitched slightly as he gave up on the topic. After his second and third mates helped them settle in, he led the people from the City of Silver to the second floor and assigned them rooms. After doing this, he took out a stack of cards that he had long written and distributed them to the members of the City of Silver's expedition team. Every card has some local words and corresponding Jotun words. If you need any service or food, ring the bell here and get the waiter to come over and show him the card. Of course, they might not be able to understand it, but they will definitely find someone who understands for help. This was a simple and easy to understand method. The people from the City of Silver easily grasped how to use the cards, and they were secretly excited that they could finally have a preliminary exchange with the people here. Following that, Donnas demonstrated how to turn on the tap water, how to use the toilet, and how to light the gas wall lamps. It made Derek, Lievel, Candace, and the others have the illusion that they had arrived in a divine kingdom. A switch that would produce water with a twist, a machine that would flush away excrement with a press of a button, and a lantern that would light up all the time was unimaginable to them in the past. And these things would form a new life for them. By the time the people from the City of Silver had gotten used to the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Night had begun to rule the city. Although Derek and the others had long since confirmed that there was no danger of monsters attacking at night, they were still instinctively afraid. Therefore, they either glowed by themselves or lit up the gas wall lamps. At this moment, they saw that on the street outside the glass window, gas lamps were lit up one after another in the houses near and far away, dispersing the darkness in their respective areas. These bright or dim yellow lights reflected in the eyes of the City of Silver's people, as though the Milky Way had fallen to the ground at night. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday in a warehouse that was being rebuilt in Pritz Harbor. After a few days, Furs once again saw her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. "Are you ready?" Dorian asked in a deep voice. During their previous meeting, he had already informed Furs of the ritual requirements of the Apprentice Pathways Sequence for Secret Sorcerer, allowing her to make preparations ahead of time. "Almost. I should be able to meet the requirements," Furs replied without much confidence. The advancement ritual for a secret sorcerer was relatively simple, but simple was the opposite of complicated, and not the other end of difficult. To Furs, she wished it was something else. The ritual required the person to seal a demigod-level creature with clear hostility. The less external forces were used, the more effective the ritual would be. As for the target's level, as long as it was not lower than a demigod, it would not affect the ritual. Hearing the student's answer, Dorian nodded slightly and said that ritual is really too difficult for a Sequence 5 Beyonder who is purely relying on themselves. It's necessary to seek help appropriately, but you have to grasp the degree. You can't exceed the corresponding limits, otherwise, the ritual will definitely fail. The suggestion he had given Furs was to only borrow a grade 1 sealed artifact. It would be best if she didn't even hire a saint-level helper. Furs said vaguely, "That's right. I only plan on making a wish to Mr. Fool, a wish to increase the success rate of advancing after consuming the potion. This is closer to obtaining good luck when consuming the potion, and not the blessing when sealing that demigod creature. Apart from this, I can also make use of the painting you mentioned." That painting wasn't a grade 0 sealed artifact, the painting of God, but a grade 1 sealed artifact belonging to the House of Abraham. It was called the Devil's Oil Painting. In the fourth epoch, when many members of the House of Abraham advanced to Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer, they created the oil painting to seal the corresponding demigod-level creature. However, after being attacked by the Aurora Order and losing a lot of information, Dorian Gray wasn't sure how many terrifying creatures were sealed in the Devil's Oil Painting. She was certain that there were more, and more than one. His original plan was to release a demigod-level creature from the Devil's Oil Painting that had completely gone mad and acted on instinct as the target of his student's ritual. This was many times easier than dealing with a rational and intelligent saint, and it completely met the requirements of the ritual. However, he did not expect Furs to directly use the Devil's Oil Painting. Dorian frowned and reminded him. The Devil's Oil Painting itself only has the effect of imprisoning and sealing. It doesn't have the ability to actively affect the target. In other words, you have to stuff demigod-level creatures into the Devil's Oil Painting. Furs nodded to show that she understood. "Teacher, you said that my ability to record isn't considered external help." "Yes." Dorian Gray gave a very certain answer. If her ability to record was considered external help, almost no traveler could advance. After all, record was the core ability of the apprentice pathway before becoming a demigod. Once it was abolished, all Furs could do was run. It would be very difficult for her to do anything to her enemies. In theory, that's the case, but the number of demigod-level powers you can record is at most 4 or 5. Dorian said worriedly. Before he could finish his sentence, he thought of Mr. Fool and his blessed, and he felt a little more at ease. If it's matched well, it's not impossible. It's just a crazy creature that relies on instinct. Furs was trying to convince her teacher and herself. Dorian nodded indiscernibly and didn't say anything else. She immediately summoned her contracted creature, Melmouth, who loved music. She took back the main and supplementary ingredients of Secret Sorcerer and concocted a bottle of Secret Sorcerer potion for her student. If there's no way to complete the seal, there's no need to forcefully consume it. Even if the potion is mixed with the glass bottle and becomes a sealed artifact, you can still pray to Mr. Fool to restore it to a beyonder characteristic, Dorian exhorted worriedly before handing the potion to Furs. The glass bottle rippled with layers of starlight, as though the Milky Way in the sky had been sucked into the potion. Okay. Furs nodded heavily, indicating that she wasn't worried that the potion would be wasted. She had already made plans ahead of time. Once the released demigod-level creature couldn't be sealed, she would immediately teleport away and make a wish to Mr. Fool to get him to resolve it. Dorian then took out an oil painting from the suitcase in her hand. On it were rather abstract and incomprehensible patterns. Just looking at them for a while longer would make one feel dizzy and nauseous, as well as mentally weak. This was the Devil's Oil painting that sealed countless terrifying creatures. If you can successfully advance, I only have one request. Dorian held the Devil's Oil painting and solemnly said to Furs, that is, on the night of the full moon, listen to what Mr. Dorr is saying and ask him the reason for doing so. The members of the House of Abraham still couldn't completely accept that the curse they had suffered originated from their family's ancestor. They felt that Mr. Dorr might not know the consequences of his request for help. They yearned to fully understand the truth of the entire matter. All right. Faced with her teacher's pleading, Furs agreed without any hesitation. Following that, she took the Devil's Oil painting and teleported out of Pritz Harbor, arriving at the vast desert that had no human inhabitants. This way, even if an accident happened during the ritual, she would have plenty of time to resolve it without affecting ordinary people. After checking the surroundings and her own preparations, Furs inserted the Devil's Oil painting into the ground. She then clasped her hands and lowered her head to pray to Mr. Fool, making a wish that the success rate of her advancement would increase after consuming the potion. Almost without any pause, she saw the illusory grayish-white fog and knew that Mr. Fool had already responded. After stalling for a few seconds, Furs finally defeated herself. She took out the herbal powder that she had prepared beforehand and scattered it on the Devil's Oil painting. Then, she recited the unsealing incantation in Jotun. This was an incantation that only released one creature at a time. Without a sound, all the floating herbal powder landed on the oil painting, and with a point as the center, it quickly spun. As it spun, the surface of the oil painting became illusory, as though a deep vortex was being produced. Suddenly, a greenish-black hand with signs of decay reached out from the vortex. It reached out from the oil painting to the outside world. Furz's body suddenly turned cold, as though she had fallen into a frozen lake that had cracked open. This made her mind clear, but at the same time, she seemed to lose her sense of her body. No matter how hard she tried to move her limbs, she couldn't succeed. At that instant, Furs seemed to return to her past state of writing books at night and sleeping during the day. At that time, she often felt that she had woken up, but she couldn't move at all, as though she was being pressed down by an invisible creature. Although the terrifying creature in the Devil's Oil painting hadn't completely escaped, just the influence of godhood on the outside world was enough to make Furs lose most of her ability to resist. When it completely left the oil painting, Furs might even lose control from looking at it directly. The difference between the two was unimaginably huge. Gradually, Furz's consciousness blurred a little. She kept feeling that she was already awake. She raised her arms and took a step forward, but on second thought, she realized that it was just her imagination. Her body turned colder and colder, and the feeling of being pressed down by an invisible creature became more and more obvious. Thankfully, she had a bunch of demigods to provide her with information, allowing her to close her eyes in time. She didn't look at the Devil's Oil painting again, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Using cogitation techniques to maintain a certain level of lucidity, Furs began counting down inwardly. According to the hint given by Mr. World, she knew that the terrifying creature would need 5 seconds to completely escape the Devil's Oil painting. 4. 3. 2. With 1 second left, an illusory book appeared in Furz's eyes. It quickly flipped through the pages and stopped at one of the pages. 1. Just as Furs finished counting, she suddenly opened her arms. Around her, peach blossoms instantly floated down in a colorful display. The bluish-black palm that was about to grab her neck suddenly distanced itself from her. It was blocked by a peach forest with lush vegetation and blooming flowers. It was isolated by the mountain at the end of the forest's water source. All it could do was attempt to reach out from a small cave. This was a fairy tale magic that Furs had recorded from Ma'am Hermit. It was called the Source of Peach Blossoms. It could create a barrier that was isolated from the outside world, one that was very difficult to connect to. Seizing this opportunity, Furs, who had barely regained control of her body, took out a queen chess piece from Roselle's chess and threw it at the source of the peach blossoms, at the cave that ran through the flowing water. This was another fairy tale magic that she had recorded. It was called Chessboard of Time. Its effect was to slow down the target's movements, as though they had entered a region with a different flow of time. Pa. As the queen chess piece landed, the bluish-black palm that was trying its best to break through the peach blossom spring's barrier went from extending outwards to squirming. Without even looking at the effects, Furs used her invisible hand to pick up the devil's oil painting that was stabbed into the sand and blocked it at the cave. In just a second or two, the bluish-black palm returned to normal. Its movements became extremely fast as it rushed out of the peach blossom spring and slammed into the oil painting. As the oil painting shook, the terrifying creature penetrated the surface and landed inside. Furs was delighted. Without any hesitation, she recited the incantation again and closed the outer seal of the devil's oil painting. Thankfully, the demigod creature has already lost control from being locked up. All that's left is madness and no intelligence. I wonder if I'll hear Mr. Door's shouts after consuming the potion. Furs remained tense as she took out the secret sorcerer potion and poured it into her mouth. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. If that demigod creature hadn't automatically slammed into the devil's oil painting, I would have had to summon Mr. World's historical void projection. I wonder if this counts as directly hiring a helper at the angel level. As Furs thought, she drank the potion. To her, the potion was like ice water with an extremely low temperature that could freeze a person. Wherever it passed, all her senses vanished, leaving only her thoughts that had yet to freeze. When a person was extremely cold, it was inevitable that they would hallucinate. In Furs's vision, a night sky instantly appeared. In the night sky, the dense, resplendent stars interweaved to form a dreamy river. The surface of Furs's body reflected specks of starlight, which seemed to come from her body. The specks of pure starlight formed an invisible connection with the different stars in the night sky. As the light flickered, they twisted and squirmed, burrowing out of Furs's body like worms, hoping to seek refuge in the Milky Way that seemed to be inlaid with fine diamonds. They each carried a portion of their flesh and blood and some consciousness, like uncontrollable avatars. Furs's thoughts quickly turned chaotic as she became confused. She almost couldn't control herself to resist the urge to separate. At that moment, she sensed an illusory object. It was a seal that she had completed using the devil's oil painting. It had projected into the mysterious world that was produced by the potion, forming an abstract and blurry mark. Furs didn't think. Based on her instincts, she extended a portion of her consciousness and spirituality over, entangling it with the abstract mark. This mark wasn't compatible with her. It seemed to have a part that didn't belong to her, but it could barely fuse with her. Suddenly, the abstract mark became rather clear in Furs's mind. It was a door that was layered with mysterious symbols. This door hid Furs behind herself, isolating her from the surrounding cosmos. At the same time, on the other side of the door, the terrifying creature that was sealed seemed to have sensed the presence of its enemy. It used its divinity to crazily corrode the illusory door, which happened to offset the influence of the starry sky on Furs. This lasted for more than 10 seconds. The night sky, which was flowing with the dazzling Milky Way, slowly faded away. That bit of starlight then returned to Furs' body and fused with her. At this time, a deep darkness appeared in front of Furs. In the depths of the darkness was the never-ending storm and the occasional flash of lightning. The next second, a familiar sound rang in Furs's ears. It pierced into her head like steel nails stirring her brain. Furs' expression immediately contorted. If not for the fact that she had experienced similar things time and time again and had developed a certain level of resistance, as well as the fact that she possessed the status of a saint, she would have most likely directly lost control by now. Of course, good luck must have played a part in this. She used a few seconds and relied on her meditation skills to finally calm down. She could hear what the voice was shouting. It was asking for help. It wasn't Jotun, nor was it Elvish or ancient Hermes, but a language that Furs had never come into contact with before. However, she could understand it the moment she heard it. She felt that it was the true source of many languages. Mr. Door frantically shouts help every full moon. It's a disgrace among kings of angels. However, even if he is asking for help, it's still an unbearable horror for me. Furs lampooned inwardly as she considered whether she should pretend not to hear it and wait until she converged her spirituality and grasped the beyonder powers of a secret sorcerer before conversing with Mr. Door during the next full moon, or do it now. Suddenly, the cries that came from the infinite distance stopped, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. After 2 to 3 seconds, an ethereal voice that could pierce through a spirit body entered Furs's mind. You used a beyonder characteristic from the Abrahams. This sentence was spoken in a straightforward manner without any ups and downs, but it made the blood vessels on Furs's forehead throb. Her eyes were filled with veins as her body glowed resplendently. She almost lost control of herself. Who are you? Furs composed herself and asked deliberately. The voice, which seemed to be luring her to lose control step by step, laughed in a low voice. You can call me Mr. Door. You should be familiar with me. This fourth epic king of angels directly pointed out that Furs had a certain connection with him and could hear the full moon ravings. I'm going to write you down. Furs secretly gritted her teeth and asked, what's the matter? Honorable Mr. Door, are you the ancestor of the House of Abraham, His Highness Bethel? The voice that passed through countless barriers returned to its previous indifference. Yes. Then, do you know that your request for help has caused the entire House of Abraham to be cursed for more than 1,000 years? Basically, no one can become a traveler or even a scribe. They always lose control during their ascension or on the night of the full moon. Furs felt that she couldn't talk to Mr. Door for too long, otherwise, her tendency to lose control would be irreversible. Hence, she directly raised the question that the Abrahams were most concerned about. Mr. Door fell silent for 2 seconds. They no longer have secret sorcerers or other demigods? There are no more after the War of the Four Emperors, and the curse you brought made it impossible for them to become demigods. If you can stop calling for help for 10 years, maybe a new demigod Abraham will be born, which will be more helpful to your escape. Furs sincerely gave her suggestion. Mr. Door sighed. I've been banished to the eternal night, and I've been blocked by the never-ending storm. I have no way of knowing what's happening in the real world. I didn't expect that there's not a single demigod left in the House of Abraham. Lying. The person who calmly made this evaluation wasn't Furs, but Klein, who was accommodating the Fool card, holding the Staff of the Stars, and sitting in Sapphira Castle, closely monitoring the Crimson Star. He remembered that the Emperor had mentioned in his diary that Mr. Door had a certain level of understanding of reality. He seemed to be able to use the changes brought about by the full moon to see and hear the situation outside the seal. After a sigh, Mr. Door continued, that's right. Besides, the call for help during the full moon isn't something I can control. Why? Furs blurted out in surprise. Mr. Door said with an ethereal voice, you're already a demigod. You're already a demigod, so you should know very well that the higher the sequence, the greater the threat of madness. A normal angel, even if they can walk freely on the ground and do what they like without needing to engage in any additional battles, might gradually be affected by the beyonder characteristic and become unlike themselves. They might even appear to be half crazy. I'm a king of angels who's been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years, and I don't even have anyone to communicate with. The fact that I haven't gone completely crazy already means that I'm sufficiently powerful and lucky. Every time the full moon comes, my madness will be strengthened, making me unable to control it. All I can do is keep calling for help. So that's how it is. If I were to be locked up like this, I might go crazy in a few months. If I can be provided with alcohol, newspapers, magazines, all kinds of books, and different delicacies, I can last a year, no, half a year. Furs nodded in enlightenment and asked perfunctorily, is there anything I can do for you? How can the Abrahams remove the curse? Mr. Door fell silent for a few seconds. Set up a ritual to help me escape. That way, the curse will no longer exist. There are 2 types of rituals. One is to use a demigod from the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway as a sacrifice. The second is to draw the blood of at least 99 Beyonders from the house of Abraham and use it to draw such a symbol. I'll inform them, Furs immediately replied. At the same time, she added inwardly, the prerequisite is to get Mr. Fool's permission. Mr. Dorr smiled. His voice became more and more ethereal and weak, as though it was returning to its original state with the end of Furs's advancement. 2 to 3 seconds later, Furs couldn't hear the voice that was slowly pushing her towards the path of losing control. The deep darkness and terrifying storm in front of her had similarly vanished. However, before the scene completely faded away, Furs could vaguely see a vast land formed from dark red rocks. She saw an ancient building that resembled a pyramid standing there. Behind the building, she saw the darkness and stars twinkling. It was completely different from the starry sky she saw on the ground as an astrologer. However, before the scene completely faded away, Furs could vaguely see a vast land formed from dark red rocks. She saw an ancient building that resembled a pyramid standing there, and behind the building, she saw the darkness and twinkling stars. It was completely different from the starry sky she saw on the ground as an astrologer. What's this? Furs shook her head, controlled her divergent thoughts, and began to seriously rein in her spirituality. After getting used to the state of a secret sorcerer, she immediately assumed a praying posture and reported her experience to Mr. Fool without missing a single detail. After doing this, Furs put away the devil's oil painting and teleported back to Pritz Harbor to meet her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was waiting in the warehouse. Seeing that her student was safe and sound, Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and said with the demeanor of a believer, "Thank you, Mr. Fool, for your blessings." He had finally taught a Sequence 4 secret sorcerer who didn't rebel. As Mr. Fool hadn't responded, Furs didn't inform her teacher of her conversation with Mr. Dorr. She planned on waiting until after the next full moon. She also smiled in a relaxed manner. Other than thanking Mr. Fool, I also have to thank you, teacher. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein didn't have any doubts about Mr. Dorr's claim to be half-mad. He only felt that there might be more secrets hidden within. For example, why did Mr. Dorr keep luring Roselle the Great to go above the moon? That was a place occupied by an outer god. After some thought, he took out the scarlet lunar corona and the master key from the fog of history. He planned on taking the initiative to create a full moon environment and listen to Mr. Dorr's shouts. The effects of this combination had long been confirmed. Klein soon heard a voice that seemed to be able to pierce through his spirit body. The content of the voice's shout was, "Don't save me. Don't save me, P.S., requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket for 3 months, don't save me. Don't save me." Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle and had accommodated the Fool card, already had the status of a king of angels. He wouldn't be directly corrupted by Mr. Dorr's screams, but the contents of the words made his scalp tingle. His pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of horror in his heart. He originally imagined that Mr. Dorr was constantly shouting for help, but now, he heard, "Don't save me. P.S., seeking monthly votes." In Klein's silence, the faint voice that sounded like steel needles stabbing at his spirit body shouted for more than 10 seconds before it suddenly changed. "Help me. Help me." This time, the language used had also changed. Klein leaned back in his chair with a deadpan expression and listened for nearly 10 seconds. Following that, he removed the maintenance of the master key and the scarlet lunar corona's historical projection, allowing the space above the gray fog to completely return to its calm state. Phew. He exhaled and habitually tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers as he muttered to himself, "Mr. Dorr is indeed half mad, but the mad part isn't when he is shouting with all his might, but when he appears calm and can communicate rationally with others. The latter can even influence the former to a certain extent, distorting the contents of his shouts. Mr. Dorr actually shouted 'Don't save me' when he is awake." To a king of angels who has been exiled and sealed for more than 1,000 years, this is definitely not a normal reaction. Unless he believes that returning to the real world will bring about a disaster that he doesn't wish to see. A king of angels who has completely lost control, combined with the fact that Mr. Dorr and the Emperor were constantly trying to lure him to the moon occupied by the outer deities. There's another possibility to this matter: the exiled Mr. Dorr didn't have the protection of the barrier left behind by the original creator. He encountered the corruption of a particular outer deity and lost most of his rationality. His condition is only slightly better than the chained god. The apprentice pathway can roam the cosmos at sequence 3. Mr. Door's honorific name also includes the title of Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Does this mean that before this king of angels was exiled, he might have come into contact with the outer deities and was influenced to a certain extent? What do the crimson lands, pyramid-like buildings, and different starry skies that Miss Magician saw at the end represent? This doesn't look like it's in the current star system, and it's different from the mausoleum that the Black Emperor needs. The lair of a certain outer deity who influenced Mr. Door, or rather, one of the legends that Mr. Door left behind on other planets with living creatures when he became a planeswalker. It's most likely the latter, because when Miss Magician saw that scene, she didn't encounter any pollution from the cosmos. The more Klein thought about it, the heavier his heart became, because this might be a true embodiment of the arrival of the apocalypse in a certain aspect. The apocalypse definitely wasn't something that wouldn't happen if one didn't think about it and pretended not to know. It's no wonder Yellow Light Venethan predicted that the day the curse is lifted would be the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. Mr. Door kept calling for help, causing the House of Abraham to be unable to produce another demigod. Perhaps it's a form of protection. Although this will cause the House of Abraham to lose its status and most of its precious items, making it mediocre, it can at least preserve its bloodline. In that prophecy, the solution to the curse is in the hands of an apprentice who has the help of a secret existence. Klein chuckled softly as he had an idea on how to respond to Miss Magician's. He planned on getting Magician's furs to only tell a portion of the truth when she informed her teacher. First, it was to emphasize that Mr. Door was already half-mad and extremely dangerous. Even if he were to converse with him, it would still be extremely risky. Second, she wouldn't mention the second ritual that was easier to achieve, but only the ritual of sacrificing a seer, a marauder, and an apprentice demigod. With the first point, the Abrahams could understand why their ancestor had persistently called for help. It was because he had already lost his rationality and could do anything terrifying. This could effectively eliminate the worries of the Abrahams and prevent them from helping Mr. Door escape, allowing them to quickly begin believing in the fool. The second point could dispel the thoughts of a small number of extreme Abrahams, because they didn't have the ability to complete such a ritual. At the same time, informing the ritual itself could also increase the trust that the House of Abraham had towards Magician's furs. Ignoring the problem of how many secret sorcerers there are, demigods that can become bizarro sorcerers are definitely harder to capture. Furthermore, most of them are concentrated in the secret order. Dealing with them is equivalent to provoking Zeradol. Even if the House of Abraham has demigods and can use Grade 0 sealed artifacts for a short period of time, it's still impossible for them to easily complete the preparations for the ritual. Yes, dealing with a parasite is the most dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might make Amon's avatar a target. When that happens, it would be equivalent to giving Amon desserts. Also, I'll use the tone of the world's German sparrow to remind Miss Magicians to be wary of the extremists of the House of Abraham. Klein thought for a moment and began to respond to Magician's Furz's prayer. After returning to the real world from the fog of history, Klein boarded a steam locomotive and arrived at the capital of Mid-Seashire. It was once the second largest city in Rouen, and it was the front line of the past war, Constant City. The damage is very serious. After getting off the train and exiting the platform, Klein stood at a high vantage point and looked at the purely industrial city. Although it was his first time here, he had seen various photos of Constant in the past from newspapers and magazines. Those photos were all black and white, recording every aspect of the city. Among them, there were three things that left the deepest impression on Klein. First, there were many chimneys and blast furnaces. It was as though a man-made forest had been created. It was extremely visually impactful, more representative of industry than Bakeland. Second, concrete and steel were used extensively in the buildings. They were taller, larger, and denser than their counterparts in Bakeland. Third, many places were contaminated with coal ash, including the surface of human bodies. However, the air quality was better than in Bakeland because of the strong mid-seashore winds. And now, the towering blast furnaces, chimneys, and tall buildings had become rather sparse. There were only ruins left everywhere. However, relatively speaking, the factory area had suffered less damage than the residential area. This was because there were many steel factories and munitions factories there. They were equally important to the Phaeacians. The number of deaths here is definitely in the hundreds of thousands. Klein sighed inwardly. He carried his suitcase and walked down the stairs to the steam locomotive station, entering Constant City. On the way to the hotel, he continued his acting as a miracle invoker and randomly chose a muscular man in his early 30s. I'm a wandering magician. My best magic trick is to fulfill everyone's wishes. Do you want to give it a try? The once thin-skinned Klein could now strike up a conversation very naturally. The burly man glanced at him and impatiently waved his hand. Can you revive my father, mother, 2 brothers, and a child? With that said, he didn't wait for the magicians to respond. He walked to the nearest public carriage stop in a slightly irritated manner and punched the left side of his chest with his right fist. Klein stood in his spot, maintaining the slight smile on his lips as he quietly watched the man leave. He recalled a magazine he had seen on the steam locomotive. There were several pages of photos that reflected the current state of the various cemeteries in Constant City. The tombstones were like the chimneys and blast furnaces that originally stood there. The shelves that held the ashes were like tall buildings that had yet to collapse. The entire city of Constant seemed to have been buried in the cemetery. Retracting his smile, Klein circled around the fountain that had long dried up and walked to the nearby hotel. On the way, he heard many pedestrians discussing which nearby places were haunted and which places had terrifying monsters. When I passed by the Maris River, I heard many people crying in the water. I didn't dare to take a look and ran back into the city like the wind. That's nothing. I saw something even more terrifying at 9 Hyacinth Street. There was a face stuck to the window there. A very pale face. Behind my house, a few passers-by went missing. Blood was dragged all the way to the nearest ruin, but the police didn't find any corpses. How terrifying. May the goddess bless us. Holy Lord of Storms, keep these ghosts and monsters away from us. By the way, the City Hall posted a notice saying that any similar incidents are to be reported to the police station immediately. From the looks of it, the previous meat grinder-like war didn't allow many corpses to be buried in time, turning them into ghosts. Phew, most of the time, some of the dead might not even have their corpses preserved. Yes, there's definitely no lack of Beyonders who have lost control due to mental breakdowns or physical disabilities. Also, most of those who didn't consume the potion according to the normal procedure have also lost control. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers will definitely clean up these incidents, but at least in Constant City, people might have to coexist with Beyonder incidents for a long period of time. After all, some ghosts and monsters are good at concealment and evasion, and they're innately cunning. Klein looked straight ahead as he walked, gaining a new understanding of Constant's overall situation. Here, encountering Beyonder incidents was no longer a coincidence, but a daily occurrence with a certain probability. At this moment, Klein saw a group of Nighthawks wearing red gloves and black trench coats walk past the intersection in front of him, but he didn't recognize any of them. Indeed, the Cathedral of Serenity has sent the more mobile Red Gloves team to help. Is there something abnormal nearby? Klein nodded indiscernibly, and following his spiritual intuition, he cast his gaze at an apartment-like building behind a pile of ruins. On the 4th floor, behind an oriel window, there was a highly rotten face looking out through the glass. A pale yellow liquid with a hint of black slid down the window. Eric had become a Red Glove captain in the later stages of the previous war, and he had advanced to Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. He had witnessed the deaths of his former captain and his former captain. He knew that a higher sequence wasn't the first guarantee of safety. Being cautious and careful was. To the elite Red Gloves of the Nighthawks, this was a belief that almost everyone believed in. This was because ordinary Nighthawks might encounter ordinary problems that looked like Beyonder incidents. Occasionally, there would be an oversight, and there was a high chance that they could use their Beyonder powers to turn the situation around. As for the Red Gloves who were pursuing all sorts of important cases, their potential targets were definitely rather dangerous. At this moment, Eric was standing on the 4th floor of the apartment at 14 Playa Street. Facing the tightly shut dark brown wooden door, he looked around and said, 2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. 2 Nighthawks have already gone missing here. We must not be careless. In the beginning, it was a few residents of this apartment who called the police, claiming that there was a foul smell coming from Unit 403. Furthermore, the tenants of Unit 303 often heard heavy footsteps above their heads. The police in the corresponding area dragged on for 2 days before coming to investigate. After that, they never left Unit 403. After the police station confirmed this, they immediately handed the case over to the Church of Evernight. However, the 2 Nighthawks who came to handle the case had also gone missing. The door to Unit 403 remained tightly shut. Due to this premise, the Archbishop of Mid-Seashire of the Church of Evernight entrusted the matter to Eric's team and allowed them to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact to assist them. "Yes, Captain." The members of the Red Gloves team either nodded or spoke, giving their responses one after another. Eric didn't say anything else. Standing in front of the tightly shut dark brown door to Unit 403, he raised his red-gloved left palm and tapped one of his teeth. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and as though it had no thickness, it seeped into Unit 403 through the gap in the door. Eric's expression was abnormally focused, as though he was observing the situation in the room through the blurry figure. It was a natural spirit that he controlled. It wasn't considered powerful, but it had special abilities. It usually lived on his left front tooth. In the present situation, Eric believed that they couldn't barge in directly. It was best to do some reconnaissance first. Even if his team had a reasonable combination of powers and the help of a powerful sealed artifact, they still had to be cautious. If he could get a preliminary understanding of the situation inside and make more targeted preparations, he believed that things would be much easier. At this moment, tiny blood vessels protruded from Eric's eyes one after another, and some of them even exploded. As his vision turned bright red, Eric heard a heavy creaking sound. The tightly shut dark brown door suddenly swung open. Inside the room, there were a total of 6 figures. 3 of them were wearing black and white checkered police uniforms, sitting on armchairs, high stools, and sofas respectively. 2 of them were wearing half-top hats and black windbreakers. 1 was standing by the door, and the other was standing on the platform behind the oriel window. Their faces were pressed against the surface of the glass, as if they were watching the street below. There was also a figure sitting on a high stool at the edge of the balcony, with an exquisite astronomical telescope in front of him. The skin of these 6 figures had swollen, as if someone had injected a lot of gas into their bodies. Some parts of their bodies had even cracked and were highly decayed, but they still did not shrivel up. Instead, they glowed with a greenish-black luster, and a yellowish-black liquid flowed down. Sensing that the door had opened, the 6 figures turned their heads and looked at Eric and company. The first one was the former Nighthawk standing by the door, and the last one was the man in a cotton shirt sitting behind the astronomical telescope. One of his eyeballs was still stuck to the lens, and he could only use his remaining eye and the dark hole to sweep his gaze at the Red Gloves team outside the door. A faint stench drilled into the nostrils of Eric and company as an indescribable coldness filled the surroundings. Eric instinctively wanted to raise his hand and tap his teeth to release more spirits. Then, he would use the beyonder powers of a nightmare to forcefully drag all the targets in front of him into a dream. However, no matter how he tapped his teeth, no spirit was released. His beyonder powers that were related to spirit warlock seemed to have vanished. At the same time, a nightmare in the Red Gloves team was surprised to discover that he was unable to drag anyone into a dream. At this moment, other than the enhancement of their physique brought about by the potion, their beyonder powers had vanished in a bizarre manner. "Leave this place." Eric didn't hesitate as he gave the order in a low voice. He had never encountered such a strange situation before. All he could do was get the team to evacuate first before choosing a targeted sealed artifact to deal with. However, his and his team's feet didn't move as a result. It was as though they were no longer listening to the commands of their own consciousness. Eric instinctively lowered his head and looked at his lower body. He saw that his legs were already swollen, and his trousers were about to split open. In addition, he could clearly feel that his skin was deteriorating, rotting, and oozing pus. Before he and his Red Gloves team had even made contact with the target, they had fallen into a clear nightmare of watching themselves slowly die and swell up. It was difficult for them to escape. At this moment, Eric's bloodshot eyes reflected an ordinary palm. It held the handle and gently pulled outwards. Creak, The dark brown door to Unit 403 closed once again, isolating Eric and his Red Gloves team from the creatures in the room. They instantly regained control of their bodies, but their legs seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Be it raising their feet or bending their knees, it was a little difficult. Eric didn't bother to check on his injuries as he hurriedly cast his gaze at the palm that had closed the door and its owner. It was a young man wearing a classic top hat and a black robe. His facial features were ordinary, making it impossible for people to have a deep impression of him. They would forget him the moment they turned their heads. I sincerely suggest that you return now and leave the matter to the Archbishop or high-ranking deacons to handle. Of course, you also have another option, which is to make a wish to me. I'm a wandering magician named Merlin Hermes. I'm best at fulfilling the wishes of others. Klein spared no effort in bewitching others to make a wish to him. Just now, when he saw the rotting face on the oriel window, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. Hence, he specially came over to confirm what had happened. Fulfilling wishes. Eric suddenly recalled the education he had received during his training at the Holy Cathedral. Some high-sequence beyonders might be in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. They will pretend to be mystical items that fulfill wishes to lure you into helping them escape. The corresponding examples are, a magic lamp that can fulfill 3 wishes and a wishing pool. This is a high-sequence beyonder? But he doesn't look like he's in a state of being imprisoned or sealed. Eric looked around and deliberated for a few seconds. He probed, if we don't make a wish to you, will you not resolve the abnormality in the room? Just as he said that, he saw the wandering magician who called himself Merlin Hermes fall into deep thought, revealing a look of distress. A few seconds later, Klein raised his hand to stroke the top hat on his head and sighed with a smile. Even if you don't make a wish, I will still attempt to resolve it. Do I need to say your honorific name or your real name to make a wish to you? Eric asked after exchanging looks with his teammates. Klein shook his head. There's no need. Just say your wish. This won't result in a mysticism connection. Eric probed and said in a joking tone, then I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings. Then I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and will no longer affect the surroundings. Then, I hope that the abnormality in this room can be resolved and that it will no longer affect the surroundings. Your wish will be granted. Without waiting for Eric's response, he smiled and said, your wish will be granted. The abnormality inside can suppress the beyonder characteristic, rendering the corresponding powers ineffective, but this isn't absolute. Typically, when encountering such a situation, my suggestion is, as he spoke, Klein grabbed with his left hand and took out an eyeball-shaped glass ball. He then twisted the handle with his right palm, opening the door a little. Then, through the gap, he threw the glass ball into room 403. As the glass ball flew, it constantly absorbed the surrounding light, emitting a brilliant, pure, and extreme sunday. It was like a miniature sundae. In the next second, Klein closed the door with his right palm, preventing Eric and company's eyes from being unable to bear it. My suggestion is to use a Grade 1 sealed artifact in the Sun domain to perform a blanket purification. As he said that, Klein recalled the mutated Sun sacred emblem behind Tingen City's Cheney Skate. Although it was only a Grade 3 sealed artifact, given enough time, it could still finish off the rotting creatures inside. Eric was just about to say that they had brought similar sealed artifacts but didn't have the chance to use them when he saw Mr. Merlin Hermes reopen the door to Unit 403. The 6 figures inside had already evaporated into thin air. Different beyonder characteristics were slowly condensing, and the originally cold stench was completely melted by the warmth. Is it done? Eric asked hesitantly. Klein smiled and shook his head. No, the root of the problem is still there. Have you investigated the identity of the owner of this place? Eric immediately replied, he calls himself John. He's an astronomy enthusiast and likes to study the starry sky with a special telescope at night. Study the cosmos. Klein walked into the room without batting an eyelid. He casually instructed, search this place and find any possible clues. For some reason, Eric suddenly felt that Mr. Merlin Hermes was like his captain when he first joined the Nighthawks. He was professional, calm, and trustworthy. He nodded at his team members, indicating for them to do as he was instructed. As for himself, he continued to follow behind Klein, both to provide help and to take necessary precautions. Klein ignored him as he swept his gaze and approached the exquisite astronomical telescope. Then, he bent down and placed his eye on the port. This might be dangerous. Eric had wanted to warn him, but when he thought of Klein's rather high status and level, he shut his mouth again. At this moment, Klein saw a resplendent and dreamy dark night sky through the telescope. Every star there was slightly twinkling. Suddenly, his vision was occupied by a huge eye. The eye seemed to be directly attached to the lens at the other end of the telescope. It was grayish-white with a pale yellow pupil. The blood vessels inside were swollen, and disgusting translucent pus seeped out. End of chapter 1332. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.